5.2 to go. And the crowd starting to sense that finally this losing streak is over. They get a win on the home floor. Here's Şengün all the way to the cup, lays it in with 2.2 to go. Thompson in the backcourt, dribbles by Aaron Holiday, buzzer sounds, and finally the Warriors get a win. 6-game losing streak is over. Good vibes return to the Warriors locker room. Final score 121-116.
Tim Roy on the call, and oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. We were all desperate for a victory. The Warriors do get it. I do want to add, though, that Şengün layup, for all you people who gamble out there, Warriors were 7-point favorites. Şengün hits that layup with 2.2 left. And some of you got the Warriors at -7.5. Some of you got them at 7. If you got them at -7.5, or if you had them at 7, you're kicking the TV right now. Because that means it's a push or just an outright loss. It's tough.
Did not know
It's tough. That's tough, but the Warriors do win. They needed it. They really control the game throughout.
Yes.
Kind of like the 49ers, and we'll get to the Niners. They didn't really close the game out the way I liked them to. The Niners didn't close out Tampa Bay the way they needed to. And the Warriors last night kind of like, hey, Houston, hang around. Although I never sensed that they were going to lose the game. She wanted them to close it out. But anyway, we're not going to nitpick about a win. They needed it. They had lost 6 in a row. They were 0-5 on this homestand. So now they go to Phoenix with a win, a much-needed win, and you got 2 players who scored over 20. You got 5 players who scored in double figures. Klay Thompson with his first 20-point night of the season. A night after Andrew Wiggins had his first 20-point night of the season. And, of course, Steph led the way with 32 points. So they get a much-needed win, Shasky. We needed it for our soul. I couldn't imagine him going 0 for 6 on his homestand against Dylan the Villain Brooks. No way.
You know, we didn't get a chance to talk about it from the other night because just the way that game ended was just brutal. But Steph's suiting up in that game, given everything that's going on with the team and what they need from him. And clearly he's not 100%. Him suiting up in that game Saturday, like, told me everything I need to know about him as a leader. And then you look at, like, the minutes logged over the last couple of games, like, Steph Curry is trying to drag this team to where it needs to go, which is in the positive direction. And to get that win last night where he plays every minute in the fourth quarter, I mean, that Rockets team just wouldn't go away. There was a couple sequences, they're up 10, 11, 12, and they tried to go for the dagger, and boom, the Rockets get the miss. They come down, boom, hit a shot, hit a 3, hit an and 1. Şengün's nice.
Yeah, Şengün's come a long way, man. 30 points, 13 rebounds, a little slow. And I know the Warriors, you know, I was talking to some people before the game. He's the type of guy you want him to play because, yeah, he's going to get his in the paint, but he's a guy you can attack defensively. And we saw over and over Steph Curry get isolated on Şengün at the three-point line, and it was barbecue chicken. Defensively, he's barbecue chicken. Offensively, he's going to eat you up in the paint. He's a really good player. The Warriors got dominated again in the paint. 56 to 18 points in the paint. 56 to 18 points in the paint. So they got to flip that. But they got wide open threes yesterday. Wide open. They hit a season high 21 threes yesterday. A night after tying the season high with 18 made threes. So 21 threes. The last 2 nights they've shot the ball really well from the three-point line. So that's a positive side. Steph Curry goes 5 of 9. You get Klay Thompson going 5 of 11. You get CP3, Chris Paul. Very good game for him in his starting role. 15 points, 12 assists, 6 rebounds. More importantly, Shasky, 13 of his last 21 from 3 in the last 4 games. So the three-point shot is rolling for him.
Rhythmic, in motion. You know what I was really hyper-focused on last night was something that you had brought up, the CP3, Klay Thompson overlapping minutes and what it would look like. And I just wrote down a couple of quick ones. On the third 3 that he hit in the first quarter, which was awesome, the CP3 high pick and roll with Klay Thompson. Boom. Automatic bucket. Great look. His feet are set. He's ready to go. Later on, CP3 is pushing tempo, and he finds Klay Thompson in the corner, and that was one where he pump faked and then went right back up with it. There's something to it. Like, all his best looks were coming off of either CP3 on the floor setting him up deliberately or because of the spacing of the high pick and roll with CP3.
Yeah, that's what he needs, and that's what we discuss here, you know. And I know people want lineup changes and they want him to come off the bench or whatnot. We'll see what happens. Maybe they do make a lineup change at some point. Who knows? Who knows what Steve Kerr has up his sleeve here as the Warriors try to get going through 15 games or 7 and 8 right now. But playing with CP3 and playing with Saric allows Klay Thompson to operate with more space, allows him to roam around. And he needs that at this point of his career. There's no shame in that. There's no shame in that at all. Needing other guys to get you open as you try to get your legs back, as you come back from these injuries. And, of course, he's not the same player, but notoriously, he's been a slow starter. We have to keep that in the back of our mind when it comes to Klay Thompson. Now, we get a little freaked out now because he's a lot older in his career, and he's, you know, closer to the end than he is to the beginning. But Klay Thompson over the years, and I have some data here we'll share in just a second here about Klay Thompson and his slow starts. He's notoriously had slow starts. That's who he is. Now, yesterday's a good sign. I thought Saturday early on was a good sign for him. But again, he has to play with guys like Chris Paul, Saric. He needs the gravity of Steph Curry to get going here. So if he gets going and he gets wide open looks, I'm going to live with Klay Thompson getting wide open looks. He's still one of the best shooters if he's wide open. So, and he got great looks yesterday. He touched on it after the game, said, man, I had a lot of great looks that I didn't hit. So he's feeling better about himself going into Phoenix.
He hit a ridiculously difficult teardrop 3 late in the fourth quarter coming off of the screen. But when you've hit a couple of wide open ones, now you feel a little better about yourself. And now you can take that kind of, it wasn't a circus shot, but you can take a shot that's a high difficulty shot where you're coming off of the screen and you're fading as you're catching it. You're on it, though. There is something to the CP3 setting up Klay Thompson, and being on the floor with him. I love Saric with him as well. It balances the floor out, and it feels like he's not asked to dribble to set up his own shot. That's the best way of seeing him. I felt really good about Klay Thompson's minutes yesterday. And I thought they did a really good job, squeezing Moody in there, just in general. And you saw a couple of overlapping minutes between the two of them. But I thought Moody had a really nice game as well.
Yeah, Moody was solid. But I'm looking at Chris Paul here.
Chris Paul.
Since 1977-78. Check this out.
Yeah, give it to me.
When turnovers were first tracked for individual players, Chris Paul this season is the only player with 115 assists and 18 or fewer turnovers over his first 15 games of a season. And this is why they traded for him. Because of the lack of turnovers.
Yeah.
He gets the ball in the right place. He runs the offense. He's the point guard. He's going to get guys good shots, and he's going to take care of the basketball. Again, since 77-78, when turnovers were first tracked for individual players, Chris Paul this season, the only player with 115-plus assists and 18 or fewer turnovers over his first 15 games of a season. It's pretty good.
So they played 15 games, and it's not the full season. I get that. But I walked in here, and I said to Spadoni and I said to Sam Lubman, I said, guys, through 15 games, Steph Curry's their best player. I think CP3 has been their second best player through the 15 games. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. I mean, but here's what I say to that. Can Chris Paul be your second best player and get to where you need to get to?
That's kind of where I'm going here right now. And I don't want to douse anyone with the cold reality. What I'm getting at is other guys are going to have to elevate themselves. He cannot sustain as your number two minutes played. You can't rely on him. You're going to need to be able to offset his defensive liabilities, especially because you know how important Steph Curry is. I'm just saying in terms of the trade itself,
right?
Jordan Poole for CP3. CP3 has been your second best player.
It's worked out.
It absolutely. I just wish there was somebody else. I wish Wiggins was a little more consistent right now because I would ideally not want CP3 to be my number two best player. But through 15 games, he has been. He's an excellent player, and my opinion of him is kind of changed. Not that I didn't think he was really good. He's just so smart. I knew he was smart, but when you watch him game in, game out, pacing, controlling where a guy wants to get the ball on the floor, minimizing, bad tempo, bad shots. He's just a floor general.
We touched on it with the postgame show last night when he was talking to Bully and I. He talked about point five basketball. He's learning how to play point five basketball. Point five basketball, getting the ball out quick, playing with tempo, motion offense, not letting the ball stick. And that's where Kuminga gets into trouble at times. The ball's sticking in his hands, and he's got to take that next step. That's why I want Kuminga just predominantly in the post. Stay in the post, stay on the elbow. When he plays on the perimeter and he starts floating, bad things happen. He turns the ball over, he takes bad shots. He took an ill-advised three yesterday, and it's just like, Kuminga, we got to get better here. We have to get better. So that's where Chris Paul comes into play. He checks him. Get down on the block. Make things happen.
And then Kuminga got into it with the refs. He got into an attack. And then he tackled the guy on the next play. But here's the problem. Night. This is the conundrum with Kuminga. For me, he tantalizes you with the one play. So, for example, I wrote it down. Kuminga, stutter step, fake three, and then he gets the dunk in transition. Yeah. And you're like, ooh. And then what does he do on the very next one? Turnover.
Yeah. And then later on, he just takes a three without passing the ball to anybody.
And so he's maddening.
Yeah, he is maddening for a young player. He's got to move the basketball.
I do,
and
think
that's why he's a young player, and you don't have that respect yet. You don't have that clout yet in the league, and so you have to earn that. And so when Kuminga, look, he's got a lot of talent, and I love him. I don't want him traded. I want him to play, but he's got to pick it up here. He's got to play smarter. He's got to play with more IQ. And that's where it gets frustrating with Kuminga. Everybody wants to see him play and wants to see him start, but you can't start when you play like that. Not when you play with Stephen Curry, so he's got to get a little bit better here. As far as Andrew Wiggins, I do like the energy. I do like the activity. I like the 7 rebounds. If it could give me 7 rebounds a game, and that's probably asking for a lot here, but if you could give me 7 rebounds and be aggressive, that shot will come. Now, 12.7 rebounds, not the greatest night for Andrew Wiggins, but I do like the defense off Van Vliet. Mm-hmm. I do like him standing in front of Jalen Green and taking him out. So, you know what? not bad, but this team was just desperate for a win. And it's like the old slump busters, and hopefully there's no kids in the car right now. You know, as a guy or a girl, you're struggling out there, and you're inactive late at night, if you know what I mean by being inactive. The only time you're active at night is basically in the bedroom or a hotel room.
So I did slide in the DMs to say hi.
And so, as a girl or guy, you have that slump buster, right? It doesn't matter what that person looks like. Doesn't matter what the body type is. Oh, yeah! You just need to break through the slump. You know what I mean? And so, that game last night kind of reminded me of that. Don't matter how it looks, you just got to get a win. May not look pretty, but you got to get a win against a bad team. So, you know what? Slump busters, we've all been there. We've all been there in life. And the kids are asleep right now, so we get it in through at 6:18 in the morning, unless you're on the East Coast.
You don't have to ask that again.
Yeah, we won't say it, but you guys know what I mean.
Stop asking that question.
You know, let's not get uncomfortable. We're all adults here, right? We're all adults. Sometimes you gotta get it done. You know, no matter what it looks like, no matter how it feels, you just gotta get it in. And the Warriors needed a win in the worst way, and it didn't look good. It wasn't pretty, but sometimes you just need to bust through the slump. And I digress.
It's okay, Shallow Hal. I'm more of a spiritual, emotional connection type of a guy, you know? I want to connect on a level deeper than the mirror.
Don't give me false equivalencies.
Oh, BPA. Where was he last night when Clay hit 20?
Nah, he was tweeting at somebody else saying $43 million, he sucks. I mean, he's got a hard off for Klay Thompson. Speaking of which, I don't know what it is about BPA. I not today.
I would agree with you
Shallow Hal was a great movie.
My soul needed a victory for the Golden State Warriors, and sometimes I think, and you'll see this with the Eagles. We'll get into them in a second, but it's not about what it looks like. This is not the AP top 25 in NCAA where there's like 700 teams and you have to win with style points. This is professional sports. The Rockets are an ascending team. I don't know where I would mark them up. They're a lot better than people want to give them credit for. Jabari Smith is nice. Şengün is nice. You know, Fred VanVleet is still holding everyone left and right. I mean, he thinks he's Charvarius Ward out there grabbing people.
Dylan Brooks shooting over 50% for the three-point line.
That shocked me.
But he did pick up 3 fouls in the first 15 minutes of the basketball game. Well, he's just a hack. He's a walking hack. You should have saw him the previous night against LeBron James. It's, what was it, less than 5 seconds left? I mean, he gambles on his steal for whatever reason, gambles for a steal, and it hacks LeBron 3 different times and loses the basketball game. It's like, what you talk about IQ? Dylan Brooks, but you know what?
You know what, though? He has them playing hard. The Rockets are playing hard.
Ime Udoka has them playing hard, first and foremost. But I tell you what, the Memphis Grizzlies miss Dylan Brooks. They're 3-10 right now. They miss Dylan Brooks, believe it or not.
How about this guy Tate off the bench in the second quarter? I'd never even heard of this guy.
Jae'Sean Tate?
He was killing. He was setting screens. He was setting up, getting rebounds, hitting buckets.
Yeah, he's not an NBA player, though.
But I didn't even know who he was.
Yeah, no, I knew who he was, which is, you know, unfortunate that I knew who he was, but he's not an NBA player.
And then the 12th Holiday brother who's out there looking just like Drew, making plays. The Rockets just wouldn't go away in that game.
No, I know.
And that's where you're talking about how sometimes you just got to win. That's the kind of game that I'm like, it's just win. I don't care what it looks like. A week from now, we're not going to care. Just stack the W.
Stack wins. And now you got KD and the Phoenix Suns. But, you know, the way that the Warriors finished yesterday kind of reminded me of the way the Niners finished yesterday. And I wonder, that's why, you know, we asked the question, what's hitting you harder today? And some people said Niners, but a lot of people were thinking about the Golden State Warriors and their 6-game losing streak. I think the way the Niners game ended kind of left a lot. And I tried to play it cool yesterday, but I did not like the fourth quarter of the 49ers game.
What part? I
didn't like the way they finished. The 4th-1, the defense.
The sack.
They got lucky on Mike Evans. Let's be real. Now, Jair Brown's playing well, and he's going to get an opportunity.
They should have had like 3 picks.
You know, he should have. But the fact that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were in position to score a touchdown and cut that to a one-possession game, I did not like that. I wanted the Niners to win that going away. Put those dudes away. Put them away. I didn't like the way they finished that football game. I just didn't. Now, I'm not going to I don't want to nitpick, but I'm going to just keep it a buck. Well, I didn't like the way they finished on Sunday.
This year, in the one-score games, It's been kind of helter-skelter at the end of games. Like Dallas and the Niners have a theme. When they beat you by more than 10, right? And when they've struggled, it's been some of the closer games, right? Philadelphia is the exact opposite. It feels like every single week you're watching them and they play in a fist fight.
Yep.
And they're winning these ugly games. And everyone's like, well, Jalen, he doesn't look right on the intermediate and short stuff. All they do is win. All he does is have a horrible game and then in the fourth quarter hits a deep bomb every time I watch them, or makes a play with his legs, or scores a touchdown, running the ball. That offensive line for Philadelphia is elite.
Yes.
That might be one of the best units in the league at that position.
That's what was depressing. Now, gambling-wise, it wasn't depressing because your boy was all over Philadelphia yesterday.
You took Philly? What was the spread? I don't even know.
It was plus 2.5. I teased him.
So that means Kansas City favored.
I took Devontae Smith over 60 yards receiving. I wanted to pick and pull the team betting on Philadelphia. All that stuff hit.
Oh, wow.
So it was a great night. I hated rooting for Philadelphia, but that's how I feel about Philly. That's how slump busters. No, your boy's been hot. It's been a great year in terms of that.
Or
that
the
aspect.
Redenbacher.
But they don't call me Fatenball, that's for sure. Listen. Philadelphia.
The chopper is out this morning.
Philadelphia. It's the NFC's going through Philadelphia. And when I said this when the Niners are 5-0, everybody lost their minds. To beat the man, to be the man, you have to beat the man. Ahmed Bradshaw said it when they came into Candlestick Park and whooped up on the Niners back in 2012. To be the man, you have to beat the man. And if the Niners want to be the man, it's simple. It's not going to come down to December 3rd. Dumas was on to something. Jason Dumas from Crowd 4. He tweeted out, look, this regular season might not be relevant when it's all said and done. And now it's a measuring stick game for the 49ers, but you may have to go back there in January anyway. Now I'm just thinking about, can I get the 2 seed so I can avoid a trip to Detroit? That's where my mind is at, because I don't think they're catching Philadelphia. I don't. And right now, Philadelphia is the best team in the NFL until the Niners can go there and beat them. Well, they might not even make it there because I got to deal with Detroit.
Well, you might be right in terms of having enough cushion to where the game doesn't matter for the standings. But don't you think it'd be a good pelt on the wall for the 49ers? I mean, there's a variety of fronts on this one, but it is nice to know that you can beat a team. I know it's hard to beat a team 2 and 3 times in the same season, but if you win in the regular season,
that may be great. And you may still have a shot at home field advantage.
And you never know. They might slip down the stretch.
They might, but they don't look like they're slipping.
No, I agree with you.
They came off the bye week, and Andy Reid was, 21-3 off of bye weeks?
They're 9-1 in back-to-back seasons to start the year.
I know. They're a problem.
They're a very well-built machine. And if you look at it,
and they don't lose at home.
They made 2 acquisitions during the regular season. The cornerback, Roby, whatever his name is, and then obviously Byard. And both guys made huge plays last night.
Yeah, Byard is a problem. And Darius Slay was out there everywhere. I mean,
Tennessee,
you can't name their
giving them a great player.
Yeah, you can't name their linebackers, but all they do is make plays.
The
and all they do
Nakobe
is
Dean
hit.
injury, I'm like, here we go. Nakobe Dean's out, so let's see what their linebackers do, Bonte. And to your point, they were still making plays.
Yeah, they make plays all around.
Pacheco's a beast,
Yeah,
too.
he is a beast. I wanted to take his prop. He was over under 40 rushing yards yesterday. I really looked at that, and I was like, maybe Vegas.
What did he finish with?
Yeah, over 80.
That's what I thought.
So the Eagles play Buffalo next week. Then they play the Niners. Then they're at Dallas, at Seattle, New York, Arizona, New York. So unless they slip up in the next 4 weeks, they're getting home field advantage.
Danny DeVito's cousin. I need him to step up.
I'll be betting on the Eagles heavy. All right, shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Brian Baldinger at 7:30. Brian Baldinger at 7:30. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by AC Transit. More Slump Buster talk here at the Roast.
Get in where you fit in. AC
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Klay. Klay Thompson, 7-16 last night. Started off really hot, 12 points in the first quarter. Finished with 20, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 of 11 from the three-point line. And the Warriors overall make 21 of 43 from the perimeter. They had averaged 14 made threes coming into that last game of the homestand. They hit 21 after hitting 18 Saturday night. So the shots starting to fall for Klay, starting to fall for Chris Paul, starting to fall for his fell all season for Stephen Curry. He's hit at least 4 threes in every single game. He's averaging 5.5 made threes on the season, which is the most in NBA history to start a season. So, look, we feel good about the win. I'm not going to nitpick, man. Again, when you're trying to break a losing streak, you're trying to snap a losing streak, you win how you take them how they come, man. It was an ugly one. They never were able to separate from the Houston Rockets. Game hung around 10-11, but you know what? Some good quality shots yesterday for the Golden State Warriors by driving and kicking, getting wide open threes, and we'll take the dub, man. We'll take the dub after a rough homestand, a 1-5 homestand for the Dubs.
Did I ever tell you what my grandma taught me?
No. What did she taught?
She taught, many, many different little parables and lessons in life. Beggars can't be choosers. And right now, the Warriors were begging for a win. And so you can't choose how you get it. You just got to accept it and take it. And Steph Curry, thank God we've got him, right? I mean, my God, we could talk about the end of the game. I love the three-point play where he got fouled right before halftime. They needed that jolt.
Oh, Steph, the 4-point play right there? Yeah, it was huge.
And a little pick and pop. I don't even know what that was. Him and CP3 at the top of the key. I mean, they need Steph Curry in the worst way to just continue his little tear. Because right now, consistent second and third scorer, it's just oscillating. And I think that's just what it's going to be like for the next couple of weeks.
Here's what Steve Kerr said about the Wade yesterday. Was it a relief or was it progress?
A little bit of both. We weren't perfect, obviously, but, at this stage, you just need to win a game. And that's, that was the focus tonight. That's why I played Steph the whole fourth. He was brilliant, I thought, all night. And then I thought Wiggs was fantastic guarding Van Vliet. That's a tough assignment, but just got to grind it out. So hopefully this is a good sign and we can get back on track.
Here's CP3. He echoed those same sentiments.
Yeah, in a long season, when you lose that many games in a row, you forget what it feels like to win, so we just tried to play with a sense of urgency tonight and see if we can come out on top.
He mentioned Wiggins, Steve Kerr, that is, on Fred Van Vliet. Van Vliet, 1 of 8 from the three-point line yesterday. Just could not get it going.
He had like 1,000 assists.
Yeah, he did have 14 assists. But 3 of 13 overall, 1 of 8. In the backcourt for the Houston Rockets, Jalen Green and Van Vliet combined 3 for 17 from the three-point line. So they did not play well. Jalen Green didn't finish the game. I don't know what he is outside of being a great athlete. Is he a good jump shooter? What is his game? Is he a three-point shooter? I have no idea. They got to figure out Jalen Green down there in Houston before they give him some money here. But Wiggins did play solid defense on Van Vliet. So you take the good defense.
Yes.
You take the subpar offensive night. But him crashing the glass, him playing solid defense, I'm not mad at that. And I agree with Steve Kerr and CP3. A win is a win when you lose 6 in a row. Just got to get one.
But how do they consistently get Wiggins going here? Like that's definitely something. Like he pops the other night, and then he has a game where I thought the first half offensively was much better, and then the second half they kind of went away from him, or I guess shots weren't falling for him. How do they get him to be a little more consistent? Are they running particular things for him?
No,
do you want him to catch the ball at a certain spot?
Yeah, he's got to be in the elbow in the post. Take the wide open threes. Yesterday he was 2 of 3 for the three-point line.
Yeah.
After going 5 of 8 Saturday night. So that's 7 of his last 11. You'll take that.
Hell yeah, you will.
And he's just got to be aggressive and have energy. They're not going to run a lot of things. They're going to run the motion offense. But I love him when he's on the block and the elbow. His mid-range game, and then he can go one-on-one and just go by people. Go blow by people. He's one of the more athletic players on this football team. So go by guys and get to the cup. Don't be afraid to be fouled.
The problem with the blow-by thing is that he's just not an explosive dribbler, and he doesn't have a move. Like he doesn't really have a killer crossover or that explosive first step.
He's got that step back with the elbow, the pity heart.
Yeah, where he kind of lulls you a little. Right. But you know what I'm saying? Like dribbling to his left is not one of his strong suits.
No.
And so everyone knows he wants to kind of cross it over and go right, and he just doesn't have that great of a move. So I think he's just very limited in the half court, and he's reduced at times to being a catch and shoot guy and an afterthought. Yeah. And I'd like to see him get the ball more on that mid block. I think that's a spot where he can really do some damage because he can lean around and turn on guys.
He does have the baby hook.
Yeah.
He does go to the rim, and there's a couple offensive rebounds that he missed.
Yes.
Put back dunks. So again, his activity is what's best for Andrew Wiggins. When he's active like he was yesterday, you'll take that all night long. You'll take that. Now, people are going to see the 12 points, say, oh, he didn't have a good game. But his activity and his energy over the last 3 games has been positive. Heck, even the OKC game on Thursday night, the activity is coming. So that's 4 games in a row where you see the energy, you see the effort, you see him trying to crash the glass a little bit more. Andrew Wiggins is coming around. I'm not, I think he's starting to come around and find his role, find his win, starting to get stronger on the floor. Now, can you get other guys going on? Because Klay Thompson's going to be important if he's going to play this role. Kuminga, look, no, everybody wants Kuminga to be great, and I want him to be really good. But he's not going to play much if he continues to make some of these decisions that he makes on the floor. Now, he played 18 minutes yesterday, but once Draymond Green comes back, somebody's going to be the odd man out.
The problem is it's the duality of his bad decision-making offensively mixed up with his hacking and then complaining to the referees on defense. Now, he had a couple of nice rebounds, but, he's got to do more on the defensive side. And for me, it starts with stop talking to the refs. I think he's gotten multiple texts this year, complaining over calls. And, look, I don't think he gets the greatest whistle, but, of all the guys on the team that can ill afford to put this team behind the 8 ball, Jonathan, you're at the top of the list, bud.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, you can't be complaining. And then after he gets the tack, then he tackles the guy on an inbound play.
Yep.
And then they get the free throw and they get the side inbound. And so he's got to play smarter than that. And I come back to dude, it's year 3. Either you're going to start to see the light and it start to click or it's not. And it's feeling more like it's not.
Well, not going to freak out yet, but when decision time comes with this basketball team, and Kuminga is a very talented player. Another talent. He's super talented. And, he's the type of guy, if you trade him, you may regret it. No doubt. But some people thought that about James Wiseman. You see James Wiseman yesterday, and he just can't play right now. He's just not an NBA player.
Is Kuminga a winning player?
Kuminga is a NBA player. I'm not sure if he's a winning player yet.
Do you know what I mean by that?
And look.
Make the smart decisions. There's like thousands of little decisions you make in a basketball game throughout. When I watch CP3, he is a winning player, right? Like, I mean, that's the bell curve of Hall of Famer, right? I don't think that Jonathan's the worst basketball player in the league. I don't think he's some horrific detriment to the squad at all times. He does do a lot of really good things. Does he do enough smart things on the floor to contribute to winning?
Well, they got to keep it simple for him. I think you need to highlight his strengths. Right now, his weakness is dribbling, and his weakness is, and no, I'm not comparing Kuminga to Wiseman. Wiseman can't play in the NBA. Kuminga can play in the NBA.
No, Kuminga
is a baller. He has talent.
Yeah, we agree.
This question is he a winning player right now? Wiseman can't play. Wiseman's going to be in the G League soon. Kuminga can play, and he's the type of guy, like I said again, if you trade him, you may regret him. You may regret that. Now, we also thought that with Wiseman was what I was saying here, so let's get the facts straight, folks. But here's the deal with Kuminga. When you put him on the block and you're running split action, he makes great decisions from the block. He makes good decisions from the elbow. But when he gets on the three-point line and he's on the perimeter, he starts floating. Right now, his strength isn't dribbling. His strength isn't making decisions from the perimeter. His strengths are being on the block, going to the cup, hitting that little mid-range jumper, and being in rhythm. And he can get to the foul line. So highlight his strengths. Keep it simple for him.
But you can't cater the whole offense to Jonathan Kuminga. So I guess my question is, who are the guys best suited to play alongside of him to highlight that? What you're exact? Because I agree with you.
Chris Paul, Sarge.
Okay.
Klay Thompson, I think, because of the spacing there. And even Steph Curry to a certain extent. Screen and roll. Screen and roll. Get to the cup. If Steph Curry is in there, then you know what? You need to defend your ass off and grab rebounds.
Exactly. And stop hacking on the perimeter on a guy who's a non-threat 40 feet away from the hoop.
Right. So,
know the personnel that you're guarding. Well, and the thing that drives everybody crazy is that he tantalizes you with the freak plays, the layup in traffic, getting to the rim and getting to the free throw line when this team desperately needs someone who can consistently get there. He'll have a game where he rebounds really, really well in traffic. He'll have a play like last night, the stutter step, like fake three, let me go to the lane and yam in traffic. And then he'll crash into people 4 possessions in a row.
Right.
And you're like, what are you doing?
Well, just get him down low. I think just get him down low. And I don't know if that's a product of the offense, the motion offense, where you're screening and roaming. But I want him on the block, on the elbow, because he makes things happen and he makes good decisions from that position. And then if Steph's in there and you're not on the block, then you know what? Defend your ass off and crash the glass. But Kuminga is a guy I do not want to give up. There's a lot of talent in that body. He can help you on this basketball team. All right, we'll continue to roll. We'll get to Baldy at 7:30. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, joins us every single week. We'll get to some football at some point here. Philadelphia beats Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium. I don't think the Niners have won at Arrowhead since like 1983 or 84. It's been a long time. Philadelphia did it on a Monday night in front of the entire world. And that was an ugly win, but you know what? On the road, a win is a win, right? That's the theme during this time of season. Just win, baby. Just win. This isn't the BCS. All right, that's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
The holidays are always hectic, but with the BMW i5 and iX, you can make...
with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
3 games down, 2 to go for Draymond Green. 3 games down, 2 to go for Draymond Green. He's serving a 5-game suspension. He will be back next Tuesday against the Sacramento Kings, who were humbled yesterday down at the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans. They were down by 40 at one point. Shout out to Kyle Draper. He didn't like my text to him yesterday. The Kings, they needed to be humbled. You know, KC's talking about the new era in the Western Conference has already begun. Like, dude, chill. Got to win the series first before we start talking about
new era. I mean,
we didn't reach 20 games.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
My God.
Before we even
I
get
remember
there.
my first basketball season too.
Right. I mean, come on, man. Come on. Let's chill. Anyway, Warriors win last night. We feel good about that. Feel really good.
I love the pettiness. Even as our flame is getting extinguished of a dynasty, we still have enough bullets left in the chamber to take out a few of these franchises.
Hey, listen, we could be 2-18 right now. I'm going to talk that talk.
I'm with you.
I mean, what's the point of sports? Have fun, talk trash.
Exactly.
Don't let it get personal. That's the problem these days. It gets too personal for some people. The truth hurts. Sometimes the truth hurts, and I get it. But you know what? Got 4 banners, man. I feel good. Let's see how this rides out. Anyway, Klay Thompson, a lot of conversation about him. People want to trade him. Even though you think he's washed, you still want to trade him for Zach LaVine, which I don't get. If he's washed, how are you going to get Zach LaVine?
The Zach LaVine contract is not good. Can we just
the contract's not good.
It's not good.
And it's also, he doesn't play defense. What does he play winning basketball, Zach LaVine?
No, but he's a highlight machine, so people are like, yes, he dunks.
Hasn't played defense a day in his life. So
as we discuss winning players,
Right.
I'm not sure he's a winning player.
Yeah, exactly. Hasn't done anything. But everybody wants Zach LaVine because he's a name, because they saw him in the slam dunk contest and they stole a championship from Aaron Gordon in the slam dunk competition.
God, that Aaron Gordon dunk was so
They
sick.
stole it from him. Shout out Aaron Gordon, Archbishop Mitty, San Jose. Clay was asked about Kerr telling him to give up the ball more. Listen to this.
I'm not restless. I mean, I'm just being myself, and I have full confidence in my ability to have a great season. Although I've not shot the ball to my standards, that's fine. The season's so long, you can't get discouraged. I know that better than anybody. And I try to take Steve's advice because he's seen it all. So for me, it's just about enjoying this run, having fun. What else can I prove?
It is. I like that laugh.
That's really powerful right there.
And then Curry.
Okay.
Curry was asked the same thing, and I'll let you finish it, Chesky.
Yeah, the ones he made in the first quarter were all off of good ball movement and action. And, if you're not open, swing it. If you're being guarded, tightly cut. Simple stuff, but it's about trusting the offense that it's gonna come. And like I said, it's tough because I've been through spurts where you're not making shots and you're trying really hard to get it going. Like that's a shooter's nature. But it is kind of the beauty of the game when the ball is moving. It usually finds the right guy, especially the way that we play.
There are times in life where someone's giving you a message, but you don't like the person for whatever reason. You don't think the person who's giving the message is worthy to, give it to you. Like you won't listen to it. Even though the message might be correct, it's like, yeah, but look who it's coming from. Like check yourself in the mirror, right? And everyone wants to replace Steve Kerr. Now, how many coaches in the league right now have the cachet to be able to have a legitimate conversation with someone in Klay Thompson, who Klay, as we acknowledge, better at what he does, even if he's diminished or not what he once was, better at what he does than 99.9% of the people who work in any field are at what they do, right?
Exactly.
We all can acknowledge that. How many coaches can actually deliver that message and Klay Thompson will actually soak it in? And this isn't about Klay being in denial. I'm talking about, like, legitimately, if that came from Coach X, I don't know if it lands the way it does coming from Steve Kerr.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's a good point. And probably Steph Curry's talking to him as well. And you get Chris Paul talking to him. And Chris Paul assisted on 5 of his 7 field goals.
There you go.
5 of his 7 field goals was assisted by Chris Paul.
I wrote down 3 of those notes because you had brought it up and I was watching it.
Yeah.
He gets great looks for him.
Gets great looks for stuff. And it's something I kind of identified early on. And look, man, it's okay. One day he may have to come off the bench this season. He may. But understanding that the person on the ride him can create good shots for him. And he needs that help.
Yes.
So that's fine. But Klay Thompson is still in a league that is full of shooting, that prioritizes shooting. Why would we give up? Why would we want to give up on a shooter who led the league at threes last year?
On a team that doesn't really have a lot of shooting right now either.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, I think that's one of the things that's pretty evident to me right now is they don't have a lot of shot makers. So we could argue about where Klay is and the volume of shots that he's taking. I'm going to ask any Warrior fan, you write down who you want getting open looks, and I guarantee Klay's in the top 2 or 3.
Yeah, no doubt. And what's funny is after the Denver game, we're all encouraged, right? We're all talking about, man, this team's in a good spot. They're 6-3. Klay Thompson is shot discernment. He's patient. He had a few bad games. We all freak out. Why did we do this over the course of 82 games with the Golden State Warriors? Why?
Because we're emotionally attached to a team that we don't. This is what I
want to know. Yeah, because I don't get it.
And maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to hear from others, but for me, they've brought me so much joy, and I love them so much. I know at some point it will end, but I don't want it to end yet. I just don't. Want it to end yet.
Nobody does.
But Bonte, we all understand Father Time's undefeated.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? Patriots fans never thought it was going to end, right? But in the back of their mind, they knew, like,
once Brady got on, it was done.
Well, I think they might have even said to themselves, well, wait till Bill gets a quarterback. Right. Now, today, they're in denial. And I think a lot of Warrior fans, at least I know for myself, and as I raise my hand, it's like, I don't want this to end. Right. So at the first sight of decline, we're going to panic and freak out.
So why, though? See, that's my question.
Because we're emotionally attached to this era.
888-957-9570. But we do this in every sport. And I do wonder why we do this after one game. I get guilty of it sometimes as well, but when it comes to basketball, know that it's an 82-game season. I'm a little more reserved. Even with baseball, I like to wait until around June to really, okay, what is this team? What is this team? Now, sometimes you can identify a bad baseball team in May. Sometimes you can identify bad pitching in May. But usually I wait until June, and then that's when you start to see a team.
But last year, I identified the Warriors early on, like a lot of people did, and it was like, this doesn't look right.
No, it didn't look right.
And did they earn the benefit of the doubt to be a little more patient? Sure. But it didn't look right at all for long stretches of last year.
But you had to give them the benefit of the doubt for being, one, the defending champions, and two, having that personnel.
For sure.
And three, you got to realize, damn, they were actually in the final 8. They actually, a Lonnie Walker game away from making that. Like, that's the thing.
They were also a Steph Curry game away from not getting out of the first round.
Yeah, but that's Steph Curry, though. That's
they were a Harrison Barnes jumper away from losing.
That's Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes has never hit that shot.
Lonnie Walker,
No. You can't do the Harrison Barnes because Harrison Barnes ain't never hit that shot. Harrison Barnes has never done anything.
Lonnie Walker's done nothing in the NBA.
Exactly. That's why it was an anomaly.
The candle stays lit.
Lonnie Walker, they couldn't wait to get rid of Lonnie Walker. So that's why I gave the Warriors a benefit of the doubt. It's like, all right, maybe they do. But no, it didn't look right because we all know what happened to training camp. And that stink that happened early in the season, they were never able to.
Well, they just didn't play well. They didn't play good basketball.
But the great players are capable of dropping 50.
Sure.
We watched Kevin Durant drop 50. Steph Curry, that's what he does. He can light your ass up. That's why he's one of the 10 best players of all time.
Real quick, Lonnie Walker against the 76ers 2 days ago. 26 points, 9 of 17, 6 of 11 from beyond the arc.
So
he's having a good year, Lonnie Walker.
Who's
the Nets?
The Brooklyn Nets? What's the Brooklyn Nets record?
Something. But he's having a good year.
Yeah, I don't even think they're in the play-in tournament right now. So
the Warriors might be in the play-in tournament.
But that's how crazy last year was that, God, they win game 4 of that series. It's a 2-2 series coming back to Chase Center.
Okay, but you okay.
I'm not
Can
giving
you also acknowledge they could have easily lost to the Kings?
How?
Like, if we're going to play it should have been a 2-2. I mean, you have to play the other side of the spectrum.
I'll play the other side that maybe they could have lost to the Kings in Game 7. They had home court advantage. But I'm not buying the Harrison Barnes if he makes that shot. When has Harrison Barnes made a shot they counted? When has he ever made a shot
he
they counted?
He had a wide open look. I'm just saying.
When has he ever made a shot
when
they
has
counted?
Lonnie Walker
Harrison Barnes has never made that shot. Never. That's why he's not a member of the Golden State Warriors, and I hate disrespecting him because he's a nice guy. But he's never hit that shot. And now Kings fans, you know what they're telling me? Damn, I wish we didn't have Harrison Barnes.
So now I've got to explore this. Harrison gets the ball, and you're like, turn the TV off. Don't need to watch it.
No, I was actually working.
Everybody, the shot was in the air. We all did the same thing. Oh, no. Oh, no.
No, I was just like.
And then the minute it missed, ha ha.
No, I smiled the whole time, said, oh, Harrison Barnes, this is his career. And it clicked. I just turned around and laughed and said, let's start the postgame show.
Everybody's heart dropped.
Let's start the postgame show.
I'm with Bonte. I was at the game. The minute Barnes started pulling up for that shot, I was like, thank goodness we're going to win that game. The ball did not even leave his hands yet.
Nobody.
I was like, already packing up. I am good to go. We just won this game.
Like, you did what my dad did with Jimmy G in the NFC Championship game? The ball's in Jimmy G's hands. Drive to go. I'm packing up. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, that's Jimmy Garoppolo. Him and Harrison Barnes are in the same boat. When Harrison Barnes is shooting it, we're going to all feel better about ourselves. When the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 7 back in 2016, where Harrison Barnes rolls up, everybody was like, damn it. Cleveland was like, yes, yes, yes. And that's why Harrison Barnes is no longer a member of the Golden State Warriors.
I guess I'm alone on that then.
Yeah, this is why Draymond Green was calling Kevin Durant from the parking lot moments after Game 7. Hey, KD, we need you in the Bay, dog. And Harrison Barnes was his draft classmate. Nobody was worried about Harrison Barnes. Now Sacramento, they're trying to figure out ways to get rid of Harrison Barnes. Mike Brown's trying to, dude, Harrison Barnes. The Kings didn't want to re-sign him. They had no choice.
Well, they had choices. I mean, everybody's got choices for you.
But listen, man.
I mean, Sidoni, I knew you would love that.
But you know what? It is wild though. Like after. It's a long season with this team. And they were 6-3. We were so encouraged. And it was just amazing to me that it took 2 games. All of a sudden say, Clay is washed again.
Well, no, but it was also games.
That's all I wonder.
Where Steph Curry got hurt, and then Draymond got suspended for 5 games. So, it wasn't just 2 games.
Guess what? When you don't have a top 10 player of all time playing for your team?
Yeah.
you're going to struggle.
Yeah.
Steph is the system.
Well, and he's missed 25, give or take games the last couple of seasons. And so you're thinking, I don't know, is this going to be a sustained absence? And what's going on with Draymond Green out?
So Steph Curry, by the way. Steph Curry, he was on with Tim Roy last night after the game.
Oh.
Tim Roy, you got us. You snookered us. But
you had CP3.
Yeah, I know. We had CP3 for like the 4th time. I love talking to CP3. Steph Curry on the radio with Tim Roy after the game. Listen to what he had to say about OKC. I thought I was the only one. But apparently Steph Curry joined me in watching the OKC game over.
The OKC game, I got home that night. I watched the whole game at like 1 o'clock in the morning. I woke up at 8 and I watched it again, to your point, just because you're trying to understand where things went wrong and where you can get better. We still have to do that even in a win. You want to lift that cloud hanging over our team because, again, we don't want to form a losing identity, and you want to have something to show for the effort, like I said, that we putting into the game.
And so that's Steph Curry watching the game over Saturday night. He looked it too. I saw him late that night. He definitely watched that game back. You could tell he was desperate yesterday. He went 8-14, very efficient. Steph is Steph. Steph is, as long as we got Steph, we got a chance. But Tim Roy telling Steph Curry, this was really cool, about passing up Nate Thurmond for most minutes played in franchise history.
In this game, you passed Nate Thurmond for the most minutes played by a Warrior in franchise history.
I'm tired. I got to go get in the cold tub. Good grace. Don't tell me that. That's the stuff you don't tell me.
30,000 plus minutes as a Warrior. That's an incredible record. Nate Thurmond was a mainstay of this franchise.
For sure. It kind of goes back to, I might have done it like 3 years ago had Coach played us a couple more fourth quarters back in the day.
we shouldn't have been up 30 going into the fourth then.
You're still a little miffed about that point guard from Texas A&M playing ahead of you.
You know what I'm saying? That's a pretty cool acknowledgement, though. But
no doubt,
it's a lot of running around.
Man, AC Law in 2023 still catching slugs.
Am I the only one that was surprised by that he's the all-time minutes leader?
Yeah, I thought it'd be Wilt.
Me too.
I thought it'd be Rick Barry. But, I mean, he has played.
But Rick was in and out. Wilt was one I thought.
Wilt, yeah, that was.
Because Wilt averaged more than 48 minutes per game one season because all the games went to overtime, which is incredible. So, call me naive. I didn't think this was an attainable statistic.
Yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere. So, Steph just shattering the record books in Warriors history. No surprise there, as last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You're also listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast business text line as well. What's up?
So 2 quick stats on Wilt Chamberlain that I knew going in. He averaged over 45 minutes a game.
Yep.
For his career.
Right.
Okay. And one season.
Average over 50.
One season, he averaged 6 seconds of rest per game. In the one that he didn't average over 50. That was the one after that.
Well, the great story about Wilt Chamberlain was that coaches say, hey, we got practice early in the morning, and Wilt will tell him, you're going to get me once a day, either at the game or practice. You choose. And, of course, he came to the game, did what he had to do, and then went out to his nightclubs or whatnot. Wilt is it's an urban legend, man. His numbers were just sick.
You're talking about getting off the schneid, in the bedroom as well.
Slump
Wilt never had that problem.
No,
I don't think he ever hit the schneid.
He led the league in off-field transactions 8 years in a row, the same years that he also led the league in minutes 8 years in a row.
I mean, it's a living legend right there. I wouldn't know about that life.
Now 5.
All-time scorer.
All-time scorer.
All-time scorer.
Off and on the court.
Off
and on the court. Oh, well. Easy there. Easy.
Antonio Cromartie.
Easy. Still with Cookie.
Spawn.
See Phillip Rivers.
The Magic Johnson interview about the elevator.
Oh, my God. 60 minutes. Was that 60 minutes or was that 2020?
Was that Chris Wallace?
Yeah. He goes, I would just see that look in their eye. And I'm like, oh, boy, it's on. It's on.
There are some photos from the 80s with Magic Johnson that are just incredible.
They are incredible. The Forum Club. Iconic.
It is unbelievable. All these Paul Bunyan-esque statistics that I thought were never going to be achieved by anyone. This skinny little guy who was the third point guard taken and had ankle injuries and didn't start early, as you reference AC Law. Like, it's just crazy that he's broken all of these records. I mean, you're going to look up, he's going to be number one in everything.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
And the Warriors aren't they're not the Oklahoma City Thunder where they're like a rebranded team with new history or
they've got
the New Orleans Pelicans.
They have a lot of history, but unfortunately they had a lot of bad history.
They did.
For damn near 40 years.
But Wilt Chamberlain is one of the seminal giants in sports history.
You have iconic players. There's no doubt. Iconic players. Al Attles, Nate Thurman, Wilt Chamberlain, Rick Barry. Jamal Wilkes was here for a while. Of course, we got Chris Bullen, Tim Hardaway Sr.
David Wood.
Well,
Mookie Blaylock, Speedy Claxton. If you're going to go down the annals of great players.
I'm going great players here.
Okay.
Great players, not David Wood or the janitor or custodian, Brian Cardinal.
Hey, don't you talk down on my guy.
Come on,
got
man.
a big deal with Memphis after coming to the
Dallas.
Warriors.
Was it Memphis or Dallas?
Memphis
and then went to Dallas and won the championship. Won an NBA championship. Out of Purdue, Brian Cardinal. Let's go to Coach Hall down in San Diego.
The other Mark Jackson.
From Temple.
Yeah.
He's doing Philadelphia Sixers pre and post game. He does a pre and post game out there in Philadelphia.
He?
Yeah. They got the
Does
same
he wear
setup.
a headset? Because he had bad hands. There's no way he holds a mic.
Oh, boy. No, he doesn't hold the mic, I don't think.
That's a bad joke.
No, he's,
Small hands. That was his problem.
Oh, dude.
Couldn't be
Mark
a varsity
Jackson.
athlete.
Mark Jackson would get underneath the rim and they'd throw him the ball and he'd drop it like 3 or 4 times. And then he'd pick it up. He'd miss his own shot. Him and Danny Fortson, the kings of the double-double, where you miss 3 or 4 of those shots to get 3 or 4 extra rebounds.
Danny Fortson out of Cincinnati. Bob Huggins has some hard heads there, man. He has some knuckleheads at that school. Coach Hall, what's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Happy holidays to you, man.
Happy holidays,
Hope you guys
man.
have a blessed Thanksgiving.
You too.
Appreciate it. I just wanted to comment on why I guess we as a fan base trip so hard over one game. For me, it's connected to national media. I don't know if it's if they hate Draymond or do they hate us, but for some reason we are the butt of all the jokes right now. And I just wish, some of the games that we lost, we didn't lose, to the T-Wolves or to the Thunder. So my stress level comes from trying to prove, national media that, we still got one more in us. And as far as Klay goes, I just feel like he hasn't added that much to his game, man, since he's been in the league. Steph comes back with something new every year, but I just can't identify it with Klay. And it's man, he kind of puts us in a bad spot defending him as Dub Nation because everybody's calling him wash. I'm nah, he's just, not hitting his shot. So that's where my stress comes from, but we got a dub yesterday.
Well,
but
let me
I'm
ask you
very
this.
worried about the next game.
Coach Hall, what would you like to see him at? Because I thought he became a better finisher around the rim. Remember, he had the Klay ups, and then he became a better finisher. Handles was never his thing. What would you like to see him at? Would it be handles? What would it be?
I would like to see him start out in the post because I think the same treatment that Wiggins gives, little smaller guards, I think Klay can do that same thing. With his footwork and his turnaround, and then just come work the game inside out, just to get yourself in rhythm, get your legs. Because when he heats up, he's the hottest player I've ever seen, and that includes Steph. But I just feel like he adds unwanted pressure on himself, and he could make it easier if he just get in the post and take those easy shots. You don't have to force everything.
He hit a shot last night in the block where he had a turnaround. It was the shot clock was winding down, and he was backing his guy up, and he went to go face him up, and then he said, "Oh, shot clock's coming out," and did a little turnaround teardropper, and it was a great shot. Great shot. I actually like the little teardrop fadeaway that he's got in terms of the mid block. Right. I like his little back to the basket game.
Well, he was so good with the catch and shoot, the 1-2 dribble pull up, and defensively, when he was a defender at the point of attack, that was where it was at. Now that you take away the defense because of the injuries and no longer being able to stay in front of some of these guys, now it looks a little, oh boy, all he can do is shoot. He can't really dribble. But you know what? He's still a lethal shooter. And if he gets open, he can knock those shots down. I think Steph Curry handled the ball. You didn't need him to handle the ball. You had Draymond Green handling the ball in the half court. He didn't need to handle the ball. You had Kevin Durant handling the ball. You didn't need him to handle the ball. So defensively was where he really separated himself as a two-guard, becoming one of the best defenders in the league. All right, let's break here. Let's get into some football. Warriors win yesterday. Thank the heavens. Snapped their 6-game losing streak. They finally win a game at home, their second home win of the season. Of course, they won against Sacramento with 0.2 seconds left, and they won last night, although they didn't cover. Warriors win. They'll head to Phoenix. We'll get back into the Warriors a little bit later in the program, but we will transition to some football. Niners, where do you stand? 888-957-9570. I'd love to hear from Niner fans. What's your takeaway from last night between the Eagles and the Chiefs? Monday Night Football. What is your takeaway from that football game? I want to hear from the roasters out there. 888-957-9570. That's coming up. Sponsored by Consumer Cellular and Freedom Calls.
Consumer Cellular.
You can stop asking that question.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy coming up. Baldy coming up in 13 minutes.
You know what I want to ask him?
What's that?
Where the 49ers stack up in the NFC? Because I'm looking at it right now, and look, I know you want to get into the Eagles. We'll get into them in a second. They're excellent. All respect to them. They've earned it. They feel like the top team in the NFC. But outside of that, like, honestly, we respect the Detroit Lions. They've had a great year. Do you fear them? Do we not believe that Kyle Shanahan and his team can't go in there if they had to and win a game on the road?
I don't fear Jared Goff. He threw 3 picks last week. All those are divisional game, but the Lions defensively are a little leaky. They're not buttoned up on the defensive end. And I will take Shanahan's brain and his play calling over Aaron Glenn's play calling as a defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions. The only thing that I'm not even worried or concerned, because the Niners have gone into hostile environments and won big playoff games, but you do have to make the trip to Detroit possibly.
Agreed.
That annoys me because it's an extra flight, extra travel, and not having 2 home games in the playoffs and just having one right now. As of right now, Detroit can go lose. But I do get annoyed that if you do have to go to Detroit, that's an extra flight. And what if that game's on a Sunday, not a Saturday? And Philadelphia gets the extra day of rest again like they did last year. Remember last year, Philadelphia played the Giants on a Saturday night. Niners had to play the Cowboys on a Sunday afternoon, late Sunday afternoon.
I don't think the game ended until almost 8 o'clock
Right,
at night.
exactly. And then you have to travel cross country. So that's the only thing. But no, I don't think we fear Detroit at all.
Because it feels like a 4-team race, right? And I don't fear Detroit. I mean, I respect them. Same with Dallas. Like, I think Dallas is a very good team. I think the game would be very close. But we've seen the 49ers beat them multiple times. It will not look like it did earlier this year, where the Niners blew the doors off them. It'll look closer to what it looked like last year. But they've beaten them 3 times now in 2 seasons.
Yep.
Essentially.
Yep.
So I feel really good about that. So it's the Eagles. So, yes, are the Eagles a formidable, stacked team? There's no doubt about it. Would it be an uphill climb for the Niners? Absolutely. Would they play their A game? Absolutely. All those things are true. Outside of them, I feel like it's the Niners and Eagles, and that's the matchup we're going to get.
Now, we may get Cowboys, Saints in the first round, and the Cowboys will smack the Saints. Then the Cowboys would have to travel to Philadelphia in round number 2. And maybe the Cowboys have a shot to beat Philadelphia.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, the Niners, as of right now, would have to play the Seattle Seahawks in the first round. Don't play the divisional round opponent 3 times.
With
but
you on that.
You know what? They did it last year. That's tough. But let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene in Oakland. How you doing, my man? Good to hear from you, Uncle Gene. Happy Thanksgiving.
Same to you guys. So, I want to say something about the game last night. But first off, I guess the Sacramento dynasty lasted less time than the Memphis dynasty. So, anyway.
Sacramento. Gee, don't even get me started. We'll see them next Tuesday.
All right. Last night, after that game, I felt really good. I feel as though we can beat either of those teams. Neither one of them scares me. They made a lot of mistakes. Each quarterback really had a bad game. Their QBRs were very low, and I know you don't think much of QBRs.
I don't, Gene. I don't. I think about, what I care about? Winning plays. And both those quarterbacks made winning plays when it mattered. Now, unfortunately for Patrick Mahomes, his receiver dropped it. Jalen Hurts' receiver didn't drop it. But go ahead. Continue, Gene.
No, but that's what I was getting at, Mahomes just doesn't have the receivers, I mean, he's even Travis Kelce had a bad game. I don't know what's going on with his girlfriend. Maybe she is starting to wear him out. I don't know. Anyways, he didn't look too good. So, Philly made a lot of mistakes too. So, anyways, bottom line, we can beat either of those teams, including Philly in Philly. So, I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Uncle Gene, we know you've. Oh man, I was going to ask him a question. Spinoni with the quick trigger. Probably good that you had the quick trigger because the question I was going to ask him was going to make a lot of people feel uncomfortable. Maybe even Uncle Gene. So, we can
I need to do me a huge favor.
You see what happened to him?
My wife went through my phone.
They built this like crazy arena for this league that they're going to do. It's like a Monday night league during the spring where it's going to be like kind of like screen golf, screen golf meaning like Top Golf and things like that. But they're going to add in like a short game area, and it was supposed to be all high tech, and the roof like blew off. I don't know. The whole thing is sketch to me. It feels like a mafia. Like, we weren't ready to unveil it on January 9th, so let's just blow the roof off and give ourselves another year.
Wow.
You guys didn't see any of that?
No, I didn't see anything.
It's Tiger.
Yeah, the TGL. It's not the Tiger Woods League, but it's basically the Tiger Woods League.
Uncle G brought up QBR, and people get on me for not knowing what QBR is or not caring about QBR. QBR, to me, is the plus-minus of football. Like, think about this. Steph Curry last night, 8 of 14 from the floor, 5 of 9 from 3. He's hit at least 4 threes in every single game. He scores 32 points, grabs 5 rebounds, but he's a -3. Steph Curry's a -3. Like, I come on, man. You know what I'm saying? So QBR to me, I don't need QBR to tell me that Brock Purdy was good on Sunday. Even Brock Purdy said, passer rating, yeah, I don't really know. Like, who cares?
Like, right now, I feel pretty confident in saying this. There are 4 Pro Bowl caliber quarterbacks in the NFC. Dak, Goff, Jalen Hurts.
And Brock
Purdy.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about like the kind of Pro Bowls where 17 guys bow out, and the next thing you know, Derek Carr is gifted a Pro Bowl because a bunch of guys want to go play golf.
Right.
Like, no. A legitimate Pro Bowler.
Here's what I'll say about Philadelphia, because we're going to talk to Baldy. We'll talk about the Niners. But I kind of want to get to some big-time football here, because a lot of people say, well, we hear this excuse when it comes to the 49ers from our own fan base. It was raining. We don't play well in the rain. Well, the weather in January may not cooperate with us. It may get cold. It may get rainy. Well, I watched Philadelphia yesterday going to Arrowhead Stadium, but it was wet. It was rainy.
It was rainy.
It was nasty.
Yeah.
They found a way to win a football game.
Ugly again. They keep winning ugly games.
Ugly.
They
but
feel
you know
a
what?
lot like the 2011 Niners.
There's no ugly win on the road. Not in Arrowhead Stadium.
Totally agree.
You know what I'm saying? Off a bye week when Andy Reid was 21-3 coming off a bye. And they shut out the Chiefs in the second half. And they won in the rain. So, we could make all these excuses about losing in Cleveland because it was rainy. Well, guess what? Football's played in rain, sunshine, snow. Does not matter. Only time it gets delayed is when there's lightning strikes. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what the thing is that scares me the most about Philly? It's not like, yes, the D-line, their O-line, their weapons, like the normal things. You know what it is? I think you could suffocate them for almost 3 quarters.
Yep.
And then, boom, he hits I'm talking Jalen Hurts, hits a big-time pass down the sideline.
All it takes is one play.
All it takes is one. Like, they are such a high-powered offense. And not that they're going to gash you consistently in the intermediate and underneath stuff. In fact, they're actually very hit and miss underneath. It's the deep ball stuff, because they could be ice cold all game, and then here comes Devontae, here comes A.J. Brown over the top. Before, when they had Goddard healthy, here comes Goddard on a big drag play, over the middle. So, like, that's the part that really worries me. And then, obviously, Jalen's legs. Like, Jalen's legs make plays.
The Niners haven't won at Arrowhead Stadium since 1982. December 26, 1982.
That's got to be one of the longest droughts in the
Now, they've only played at Arrowhead Stadium 7 times.
Okay, 7.
But 2018, Jimmy Garoppolo tears his ACL.
They were getting blown out in that game.
They were getting very blown. Some people, they were coming back. No,
they were not. No, they were not.
2010, 31-10, Kansas City. 2006, 41-0. I remember that game like it was yesterday. Matter of fact, I remember watching the playbook, NFL playbook with Brian Baldinger and Shannon Sharp when they broke down that game.
Give me who was the Penn State running back?
Oh, Larry Johnson.
Was that Herm Edwards coaching him?
That was Tony G. They had Larry Johnson. I believe Priest Holmes was hurt that one year. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering it.
I just remember 41-0.
They were amazing.
Herm Edwards did coach that game.
Yeah.
Gunther Cunningham, defensive coordinator.
Trent
Green? Who was quarterback here as I pull up the box score? I think it was Trent Green. It could have been, let me see.
Damon Hack?
That was David Hewart.
There we go.
David Hewart, one of the Hewart brothers. 208 yards passing. Larry Johnson, 101 yards rushing.
Did I call
Eddie Kinnison,
Did I
6
call that?
catches, 86 yards. Tony Gonzalez, 5 catches, 59 yards.
Because I believe a year or two, either before or after that, Julian Peterson shut down Tony Gonzalez.
Well, that was at Candlestick 2 years.
Yeah, that was
years
okay.
prior.
There you go.
Yep, Candlestick Park when he was guarding Tony Gonzalez. Tony Gonzalez had one catch, and he said Julian Peterson got away with a lot of holding.
Oh, stop it.
17-13, 2002. Then, of course, in 1997, Garrison Hurst tears his knee up. They lose 44-9 at Arrowhead Stadium. Then, of course, we know about the Joe Montana game back in 1994. Yeah. So, Philadelphia, we can make all the excuses for rain. Philadelphia does not make any. And in 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, the tush push is automatic, the Beverly shove. So now you got to keep them out of 3rd and 1 situations, or you're going to give up a first down.
I mean, their short yardage offense is excellent anyway. I mean, DeAndre Swift has been awesome this year. Jalen can beat you if he does the pull out and run. They've got a variety of ways to gash you. Their defensive line continued to just hum after Patrick Mahomes consistently last night. And then they've got a secondary that's very opportunistic. I'm telling you, this Kevin Byard trade.
It was huge.
It's a horrible
They
trade.
stole him.
Tennessee, what are you doing?
Stole him. Just like A.J. Brown. Now, before we get to Baldy, we can ask Baldy this too, because we're going to ask him about Philadelphia. 888-957-9570. Line them up, because we're going to take some heavy calls in the 8 o'clock hour about the 49ers and the Eagles and looking ahead to Seattle. We can't look ahead to Philadelphia. We got to beat Seattle Thursday night before we get to Philadelphia. But boy, it was humbling watching Philly last night. Said, damn, they're going to have home field advantage again. Steve Young joined the Dan Patrick Show. And Brock Purdy was damn near perfect on Sunday. We know that. Perfect QB, perfect passer rating, all that stuff, 333 yards, 3 touchdowns. But Steve Young said there's one thing left for Brock Purdy to do. Maybe 2 things left. But the first thing he needs to do is this.
So Brock's going to have to do it. If CJ or Jalen's going to take 3 steps, Brock's going to take 5. But he's going to be so efficient and good at it that he's, instead of, he's going to be 5 for 5, where the other guys have to be 3 for 3. So that's just a fact. And he's going to have to do that in the biggest games. And he's going to have to do it coming from behind. The NFL today, Dan, every game, it feels like, comes down the last couple possessions of the 4th quarter. Yeah. That was never the case before. It was always more stodgy, more thick. It was like you couldn't make that big vicissitudes of scoring, like back and forth. It's like the NBA today. You've got 5 guys in the league, or 6, that you give the ball in the hands in the last couple of drives, and they will get it done. And Brock needs to constantly work extra to be one of those guys, but I think he can.
Do you buy that he needs to come from behind to prove it?
In terms of like as a checklist of things that you have to do to prove yourself to people?
Yeah.
Probably. Is it a little absurd? Yeah, because if you're winning by 20 all the time and you end up hoisting a Super Bowl, does it matter how you did it? No. But in terms of a career checklist, you're going to have to do that at some point. Like, that's what all the great quarterbacks have on their resume.
Does he need to do it this year?
I mean, I prefer not to, because then we'd be in a position. I just don't think that their personnel nor their team philosophy is built to be able to go 4 and 5 wide consistently and drop back and throw. They want to be able to run the ball, and they want to be able to throw on first down using play action and turning your back to the defense. That's like against the ethos of the Shanahan offense. To me, it's more about Shanahan and his coaching philosophy and the personnel that they've built, more so than it is about Brock, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep.
What do you think?
I do want to see it. I do want to see it. That's not the end-all, be-all to me, but I do want to see it. But look, if they're winning by 20 points, then I'll take that. And we grew up in the 90s where it was just nothing but blowouts out here in San Francisco. All right, let's get to Shark Week, man. Let's get to our guy, Baldy. Hey, man, I don't want to disrespect the great John Madden. Rest in peace. I know the NFL is going to honor him during Thanksgiving weekend. We miss Madden, but I feel like we do have our modern-day Madden. He may be Madden 2.0, maybe a poor man's Madden. I don't care, but nobody shows more enthusiasm for the game of football than Brian Baldinger out there. We love his breakdowns. He was in the Bay Area. I don't know if he came to Chase Center Saturday night, but hopefully he didn't, because the Warriors blew that game against the Thunder. But, Baldy, good morning, my man. What's going on? How was your trip to the Bay?
Good morning, Bonte, Joe. It was good. It's always fun going out there to Levi, and look, the ride home, the red eye, and straight back to the film with no sleep. I never look forward to that, but that's what they've got coffee and all kinds of things for that. I just got to say, I was having this conversation with some guys in the Eagles before last night's game, and there's just some teams when you're around them, you just feel like you're around a collection of stars. If you go down the field at Levi Stadium on Sunday, I mean, everywhere you look, there's a star on the 49ers. And you win games and big games because of your stars. And whether it's Fred Warner or Bosa or, Debo, like you just look in every direction and there's a star. And I don't know that there's look, they pay their stars to be stars. We show them all show up on Sunday. And you go, how in the world could they lose a big game? What's it going to take for a team to lose like that? It's going to take a team like the Eagles with stars, maybe Dallas. But, that's where this league is at right now, where it's such a star-driven business, and you can feel it when you're around that 49er team.
That's interesting because I was talking with our producer, Sam Lubman, last night. I feel like this is by far and away, in terms of top-end talent, the best team the Niners have had since the 94 Super Bowl, right? It's just, they're loaded everywhere. And let's start with Fred Warner, because I saw you put out a video on Fred Warner. My big takeaway Monday was Fred Warner was unbelievable. He was everywhere. Instincts, his ability in zone coverage to drop off of one guy and feel that Baker was going to throw to the other guy coming in on the slant, his ability to pressure, flying, over the line to stuff a guy on an end around play. Like, he was everywhere. And then I saw he responded to one of your videos online saying, Baldy, my man. So just break down Fred Warner for the audience out there, because I feel like I'm watching an all-time 49er, and when we throw him into the category of Patrick Willis, people feel like I'm disrespecting Willis. I'm not. I am elevating Fred Warner because I think of him in the same breath as Patrick Willis, even though their games are so different.
Well, I mean, they both came in and they started day one in this league and have dominated in this league, since day one. I mean, Fred's just an amazing person, period. Just his personality and just the way he conducts himself. He's an amazing individual. But, he puts the amazing, nice guy individual stuff like on the shelf when he puts, the jersey on to go on the field. Like, he's a maniac. The guy is just a freaking maniac out there. Nobody processes information faster than that. Like, I don't know what kind of chip, what kind of Intel chip he's got in his brain to process information. I like to get inside that thing, but he never missteps. He plays so fast, and then it's one thing to play fast, but then to get there in just a violent frame of mind to always be in a position to hit or make a play. He's simply, I think he's actually separated himself now quite a bit. I mean, there's some great linebackers, like Bobby Wags and Roquan. I mean, there's some great inside linebackers. Yep. But I really don't think anybody is in Fred Warner's category right now. Nobody's doing more and making more plays than what he's doing.
Baldy, I kind of touched on that yesterday. I said it's Fred Warner, and number two, there's a big separation, a Red Canyon-sized gap between Fred Warner and the second-best linebacker. If it wasn't for T.J. Watt or Myles Garrett, he'd probably win DPOY running away here. But, the pass rushers get all the love here. But Fred Warner, no doubt, one of the best linebackers
That's
in
actually
football.
a great point, Bonte.
Yep.
Nobody ever mentions an inside linebacker.
Why? Why is that, Baldy?
Player of the year.
Why is that? Because he's the quarterback of this defense. This guy's guarded CeeDee Lamb 40 yards down the field. He's deflected passes left and right. He's got picks. He's got forced fumbles. He's a great blitzer. Why don't linebackers get the love that they used to?
I'm going to start a campaign today for Fred Warner for Defensive Player of the Year.
I love that.
I'm just going to let's just think outside the box and forget about sacks for one moment. And let's because look, you could play 700 plays and you could get 18 sacks and 4 forced fumbles.
Right.
And you could be the Defensive Player of the Year. Or you could play 1,100 plays, never come off the field, stop touchdowns, sack quarterbacks, force fumbles, fumble recoveries, tip balls. Who's doing more?
Ask Shasky. Before the season, I said this is going to be Fred Warner's DPOY campaign. Some people thought I was crazy. Did he knock the soul out of Najee Harris in week 1 in Pittsburgh? And he just has not stopped since then. So I want Fred Warner to get his love because I think he's playing some good linebackers, some of the best linebackers I've seen in the last 10 years. Now let's get to the other side of the football here, Baldy. Brock Purdy. You talk about processing. The way Brock Purdy's processing everything is at an MVP level. 21-25, and I don't care about passer rating. I don't care about QBR. The guy was good on Sunday, and he's hitting deep balls. He's hitting intermediate passes. The arm strength is there. Brock Purdy's playing at an elite level, and it's good to see him bounce back from that 3-game losing streak where he turned the ball over 5 times in 5 quarters.
Yeah. He's amazing. He was just amazing. The way he sees the field. You talk to everybody about him, whether you talk to McCaffrey or to Kittle or to Debo, and they all just kind of just shake their head because they can't even fathom the outside noise of what they say about Brock. Like, it doesn't even register to them. They know they're playing with an elite player. They know it. And so the outside noise is, he can't throw the deep ball. Oh, his arm strength. Oh, he's a product of the system. Like, they're just, it's like just white noise to them right now.
Doesn't every quarterback play in the system? I mean, that's the stupidest thing.
Everybody has a system. Like, that guy's, and then you talk to him. Like, I've been around all the great quarterbacks at some point pregame. A lot of these guys, Drew Brees, like, they're just in the zone. You can say hello to Russell Wilson. He'll be nice. He'll say hello, but they're in their zone. You go up and talk to Brock Purdy, you could be talking about an ice cream parlor in Ames, Iowa, and you got his attention. Like, that guy is like as relaxed as you can possibly get, and I kind of like that. It kind of tells you that he already, like it's like that big test, the big final exam, right?
Right.
And you've been like just jamming yourself and all-nighters, and you're just all the way up until the point where you walk into the class, take the test, and you're just jammed. And then there's that one nerd over there. Like, he's out playing pickup basketball the day of the like, he already knows the answers. He already knows the answers to the test. He doesn't need to cram anymore. I kind of feel like Brock Purdy is a little bit like that guy.
Baldy, I'm looking at him, and I think we always look like height, weight, speed. Can you throw the ball through a brick wall? All these things that don't translate. His feel, his pocket presence, his ability to step up, his processing, you talk about it like after the snap. To me, pre-snap, recognizing I've got man-to-man over here with Ayuk. If I just hold for long enough and teardrop one to the inside of the field, I'm going to give my guy a chance to make a play. Like, right now, I don't know whose brain I'm taking over his, in terms of quarterback play, but he does so many things so well, and I'm just blown away at the way he climbs up in the pocket, protects himself, throws perfectly to a guy in stride downfield. Like, I feel like the way we talk about quarterback, he doesn't fit any of those descriptive things, and he doesn't do the highlight stuff, yet all I do is watch this dude make unbelievable plays. Why doesn't he get the love? Like, what is it, Baldy?
Joe, you know who you're describing right there. You're describing Joe Montana. Like, you go out and shake Joe Montana's hand back in the day. Like, there's nothing that wows you about Joe except the way that he played the game.
Yeah.
And the fact that he never felt pressure. And if you need to go have a game-winning Super Bowl drive in the final 2 minutes, he could be looking at John Candy on the sideline. And, all that stuff is legendary right now. But maybe that's what we're looking at. Because you shake his hand, there's, like, he might have the smallest hands I've ever shook from a quarterback.
Really?
Yeah. There's nothing. And then, you look at his frame. He doesn't have a big frame. I don't know how fast he is. But that guy is, like, anybody that wants to say, I told you, he throws an interception against Cleveland, whatever. He throws an interception against it. I told you, this is who he is. Okay. Like, I just saw him. That's a good defense in Tampa. They have a lot of good players. Guys that have won Super Bowls. Like, nobody throws more in-cuts than the San Francisco 49ers. You saw him to Kittle. You saw him to Ayuk the other day. You saw the one to Debo. Like, those throws are dangerous throws. Like, you have to layer those throws. You've got Devin White jumping on his tippy toes, trying to get in the passing lane. Levante David getting depth on his drops, trying to take those throws away. Safeties driving on the ball. Like, you misthrow those the way we saw a guy that used to play quarterback in San Francisco. They get tipped or picked. Like, he's going right into the lion's den. and those balls are like hitting these guys in stride.
How about the slide
In fact,
near the first
I told
down?
my stat guy the other day, I said, just keep one stat for me today. I just want to know the number of yards after the catch.
Wow.
Because that's a function of accuracy.
Yeah, that's
it was
great.
well over 100 of his 333 yards.
No doubt.
Now, obviously, the touchdown to Ayuk, you're going to get a lot on that play. But, yeah, well over 100 yards.
Baldy here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. He is presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You'll bring up Brandon Ayuk. And Shasky and I have had some good debates about Brandon Ayuk and who he is. He had 1,000 yards last season, and maybe it's diluted because you play 17 games. But right now he has 43 catches for 831 yards and over 19 yards per catch. It's the best in the NFL with guys over 25 catches. You talk about stars and guys getting paid. It feels like he's next in line, and he's the guy that I think people have been sleeping on. Boy, you think Kansas City could have used a Brandon Ayuk last night? You think about some of these teams around the league. Brandon Ayuk right now is no doubt the number 1 wide receiver in San Francisco. What about his game has improved here, Baldy, as he's in year number 4 with the 49ers?
Well, I think he understands the offense. And then, everybody has to figure out the quarterback. Like you could change quarterbacks. The offense doesn't change, but the quarterback and how he sees the field, how he reads your breaks, your options coming out of a break, where to put it. Like you have to learn how to play. So, Brock Purdy's played 18 games. So, you go from Jimmy to Brock. I mean, there's a difference. There's just going to be a difference. Some days they're going to figure out not necessarily how to take you away, but you could have an obstructed view right here. You could have a blitz that takes you away. You could, have a guy that pressures you at the line of scrimmage, not open right away. So all those things happen in the passing game. But yet, one thing about Ayuk is it seems like he's always open, and that's a function of being a good route runner, of a guy that can, in route running, it's an interesting science when you really study it, because what a great route runner is really doing is he can change directions without losing speed. And so some guys, they almost have to come down to almost to a stop in order to change directions. Some guys just have the ability to, whether it's their ankle flexion or whether it's their body type, not everybody can change directions without losing speed. But Brandon Ayuk can do that. And so he naturally separates for man coverage. And it gives you the quarterback a little bit more leeway with where he puts the ball. It doesn't have to be pinpoint perfect, although with Brock on Sunday, it was pretty much pinpoint.
Let's get into some deep X's and O's when it comes to the defense. Obviously, we'll get to the Hufanga injury and what that means for Jair Brown. I thought he made a couple of nice plays, but putting Diamond Lenore in the slot, adding Chase to this defensive line, it feels like whatever they've done schematically, or maybe it's just the pass rush is winning. They look like their old selves defensively again, and the coverage syncing up with the pass rush. I don't know what it is. So Baldy, as you're watching it, is it personnel upgrades? Have they changed some things on the back end? Why are they finally getting home?
Well, I asked Nick that on Sunday, and I said, hey, the addition of Chase and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, hey, it helps when the quarterback has to hold the ball. Now, Baker got into a quick rhythm at times and was hitting a lot of 4- and 5-yard passes on rhythm where the defense line simply doesn't have a chance, to really get home. It's just the ball's out too fast. That's what Kirk Cousins did. That's what Joe Burrow did. They're just hit him with quick hitters. And if you allow that to happen and the quarterback is just on target, they can kind of move the ball on you. But pass rushers need the quarterback to hold the ball, whether it's because it's 3rd and long, 2nd and long, play action passes, deep drops. Pass rushers need help. And so Nick was saying, hey, sometimes it's good when they cover really good on the back end. And so that's pass rush is a function of a lot of different things. Down and distance, good coverage, scheme. It's not all just winning one-on-ones all the time.
Right.
And so I think that's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing a function of all those things.
Jair Brown filling in for Talanoa Hufanga. We heard a lot of hype about him. Why'd you laugh? We loved your breakdown. I know. I saw the video. I retweeted
it's interesting. So, he's a Penn State kid.
Yep.
And there was a lot of good safeties in this draft. Sidney Brown, Pittsburgh drafted him. But I broke down, his nickname is Tig. So I broke him down before the draft, like in April, and I loved him. Like he was a takeaway machine, and he did a lot of things in Penn State's defense. And as soon as I put his video out there, the head coach at Penn State, Tony Franklin, like he checked in. He checked in. He goes, "What you're saying, Baldy, is what we saw for 3 years here." Like he is. Like those 3 plays he made in the end zone, one on Evans, the interception on the tip,
the separation,
knocking the ball loose from, Cade Otton. That's him. Like nobody, like Hufanga is an amazing person and player. I feel sick about what's happened to him. But I'm telling you, this kid is going to be the next great safety in San Francisco, I believe.
Wow. I love that. All right.
That's high praise. Baldy, you don't give out praise like that. That's because I feel like the Hufanga injury is a very big one, and now they're asking a rookie. And I'm just worried that he's going to get, the learning curve as they're trying to chase for a Super Bowl here. It's going to be tough.
Look, you're going to go play Seattle on Thursday, and they've got 15 rookies on the roster. Nobody has more rookies. But Pete Carroll, he tells me this all the time. Like, he wasn't afraid to play freshmen at USC. He's not afraid to play rookies in the NFL, if they're the right guys.
Right.
Because while you may make mistakes, Joe, early, if they're the right guys, they're not going to repeat those mistakes. They're going to learn from them, and they'll be better players. I feel like Tig, he was the first pick. They only had a third-round pick. Was the first. And I felt like they got the right guy. Like, you sit around, for most of 2 days, and everybody's picking, and you're just sitting back. And you're like, who are they going to take? And they take Jair Brown. I'm like, they got it right. Ooh. They got it right. Wow. Like everybody needs safeties. Everybody is playing 3 safeties. Get this kid on the field somehow. Well, he's getting on the field for an unfortunate incident. I feel like this kid's growth is going to be really fast.
Yeah, Niners have done that. You mentioned Fred Warner starting from day one. Dre Greenlaw, his rookie year, had to fill in for Quan Alexander. Made one of the biggest plays in 2019, stopping Will Dissly at the goal line up in Seattle to win the NFC West. Nick Bosa, no doubt about that. Great point, Baldy.
By the way, Bonte, I don't think that there's an inside linebacker tandem. There's none better than Dre and Fred, but one of the reasons why they're the best is they literally have played 5 full years together.
Yep.
Like you'll go around the league. You can't find a tandem that's been together for 5 years.
No, even Willis and Bowman didn't play together for 5 years, man. It was short-lived, even though they were great. That's why we hold Greenlaw and Warner in such high regard here. Real quick, on Seattle, and then we'll get the Monday Night Football before we let you go, Baldy. Seattle, what problems do they pose for the 49ers here on Thursday night? It's short week. They're a little banged up with Kenneth Walker III and, of course, Geno Smith. What problems do they pose, though, for the 49ers after they dropped one to the L.A. Rams?
Well, there's DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. That's a problem. Because I don't care how well you rush the passer or how well you cover. Both those guys are capable of making sensational plays. They just are. DK's been hot the last couple of weeks. And he can just change the game on one play. So that's a problem. And then defensively, like this Boye Mafe going into last week, I haven't watched the game yet against the Rams. I'm going to watch it this afternoon. But, he had 7 straight games with a sack. Some of these young guys, like this Devin Witherspoon, is a problem.
Yeah.
Like this guy, he hits the way Ronnie Lott hit.
Wow.
Like this guy is a game-changing corner. And he doesn't, he's just an amazing, like he's got a big smile on his face, but that kid loves football and he loves to hit. And so Bobby Wagner is just as smart as they come. He knows this offense. He knows this division. So, you've got a division game. And they took the 49ers to the brink in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It took a great play by Amenahu to get the ball out of Geno Smith's hands right in when the game was in the balance to change the game. And that might take that on Thursday night.
Whew, can't wait for this rivalry to be renewed.
Baldy, in honor of Thanksgiving and John Madden, I always think of the turducken. Yeah. You have the number 1 overall pick. You're sitting at the table. Every dish ever made is available. Brian Baldinger is grabbing what with his number 1 overall pick?
I'm just taking the biggest bone-in ribeye that I can find. Like it's never going to change. I'm a carnivore,
right?
So all I eat is meat, and I've got, I'm the healthiest I've ever been. So you could just give me a big bone, and I don't need a fork or knife. I don't need anything, utensils.
I know.
Just give me a big bone-in ribeye. and let me go to work.
You know, Baldy, I'm a little stressed about Philadelphia right now. We can't overlook Seattle.
No.
We'll get to Philadelphia next week, but damn, what a win at Arrowhead Stadium for those guys.
Huge win.
God, I can't stand their fan base, but that's a tough team, man. God, they know how to win.
They just find ways.
Yep.
They find ways. You know, it's interesting. Howie Roseman, the general manager, made 2 moves basically at the trade deadline. They traded for Kevin Byard, and they picked up Bradley Roby off the street. And both those guys came up with the 2 biggest defensive plays all night. So, I mean, they never stop building. They never stop adding. Like, all they think about is winning a championship. And all Jalen Hurts does is win. They're 9-1 for the second year in a row. You know, you think about all the great 49er teams. I don't know this off the top of my head, so I might be wrong.
Right.
But I'm not sure if any of those great teams were ever 9-1 in back-to-back years.
Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable win for them.
Now, they won championships, so that's what it's all about. Who cares? But, you know, I know one year they were 15-2. I think they were started 1-2, and then they went on and won every game like in '94. So, but yeah, 9-1 2 years in a row. Like, they win games. They find ways.
Unbelievable. 2 quick things for you, Baldy, before I let you go. One, you know, I got to ask, where are you going to be at this weekend?
I'm going to be right in Philadelphia, Buffalo and Philadelphia.
Oh, my gosh. Get to see that game.
Let's go, Buffalo.
Stephon
Happy
Diggs.
Thanksgiving,
Yeah,
buddy.
happy Thanksgiving, Baldy.
Honestly,
Thanks, Joe.
Hey, look, the NFL is honoring John Madden. We have to honor you, Baldy. Check this sound out right here. We had to bring this up.
All right.
Like every team has a Baldinger on it. There's been 3 brothers that have been offensive line. Mike Shadd is the normal starting left guard. He's been injured. Baldinger's come in. And then the big play, Fred Barnett. But today, this guy Baldinger's done a heck of a job. I mean, you hate to pick out Brian Baldinger, but he really does. He and Heller on that left side, that's where they've been getting all those yards.
John Madden, honoring the great Baldy.
Nothing sounds like football when John Madden is talking. But that was 1992.
Yep, against the Saints.
Okay, it's 30 years ago. There's no social media. When John Madden is talking about you on national TV during the playoffs, like every single person in your world, starting with your family, hears it.
Yep.
And, there was no way that, there's what we do today. Like, that was a big deal back then.
I mean, when Lawrence Taylor said on his documentary, the Madden documentary, I cried. No, Shasky, you cried too. Lawrence Taylor said this, and I couldn't believe it. He goes, when I knew Madden was coming to the stadium to call my game, I knew I had to bring it up. I had to give them all, not for Belichick, not for Parcells, not for Pepper Johnson, not for Carl Banks, but for John Madden. So the respect that the players have for John Madden and the respect that Madden had for you back in 1992, that's why we respect you, Baldy, because you remind me so much of Madden. Nobody's ever going to be John Madden. I'm not saying that at all, but you remind me so much of him because of the love of the game, the love that you have for the game.
I appreciate that,
crazy
Bronte.
personality.
That means a lot. Hey, I want to just tell you one thing, guys. So I'm pulling in to Levi Stadium. It's just a traffic jam getting in there. People, I'm just driving my car, going in there. It's 9:30 in the morning. I can't tell you how many fans were beeping the horns at me. I had my window down, beeping the horn at me, going, "I can't wait to listen to you, to Joe and Bonte on Tuesday morning with you guys." Wow. I must have heard it from 20 different people.
Wow.
All right, so I'm just giving you guys your credit, the credit that's due you.
No, we appreciate it, man.
My dad loves you. He wants me to make sure you know. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
I'm coming out in 3 weeks for that Seattle game.
We'll make sure we make something happen. We'll make sure we make something happen. No doubt about it.
We'll hit the weights, too,
Baldy, happy Thanksgiving, man. Happy holidays. Yeah, I'm not hitting the weights with you, Baldy. That's all Shasky. I'm not embarrassing myself, Baldy.
I've been
working out. Baldy, happy Thanksgiving, brother.
See you, buddy.
See you,
all right, Brian Baldinger, man. Always good stuff here. We're a little late. Let's get to the injury report. All right, we all feared it. We all know it. Talanoa Hufanga's season is over. He'll be out the rest of the season with a torn ACL in his right knee. Niners wanted to wait until more tests were done to confirm the injury, and yesterday's MRIs did indeed confirm the ACL tear. Good news is that the test results did not show any other damage, as Shanahan called it as clean as it could be. But Hufanga, our condolences, prayers go out to him. Unfortunate news for him. His season ends as he'll start to play some good football. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Let's react to Brian Baldinger. Let's talk about Monday Night Football. Let's talk about where the Niners can match up with Seattle. What worries you about Seattle, or how confident are you feeling about going up to Lumen Field to take on the Seahawks? A rivalry is renewed between the Niners and Hawks. It's a big game in the NFC West. That's coming up here on The Roast.
The holiday season is a time of giving, and as always,
Oh, no. Wait. Oh, baby. No.
I don't know if I have that in me. It's a late night.
Oh, baby.
Wow, that's pretty good.
The third least productive day of the year for workforces.
Is it really?
Yeah, because tomorrow's one of the number one ones, right up there next to,
Well, still got to work. I got 2 jobs to do tomorrow. I got 2 jobs tomorrow.
People are walking through things, bro.
Man.
Sleepwalking.
Oh, baby. I guess we could give it, baby, to the Golden State Warriors for finally winning the game, snapping their 6-game losing streak, winning their second home game of the season. We could give it, baby, to the 49ers for being 7-3. Or we could give it baby to the Philadelphia Eagles for winning and having home field advantage right now.
Yeah, but what if we're like obsessing about the Eagles and it doesn't come to fruition?
It may not.
Like we assume
it may not.
Like it's going to be Niners Cowboys from the 90s where they're going to meet in the NFC Championship game.
You know what else could happen? Detroit could get the number 1 seed.
It's true.
And Philadelphia could get the 2, and the Niners could get the 3.
I would love that.
You wouldn't want to see Philadelphia in the second round?
I would rather Detroit get the number 1 seed than Philly get the number 1 seed. If those were my 2 options.
What if you have to play Philly in the divisional round?
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal at all.
It's not ideal, but, so be it.
So be it. All right. Shout out to Comcast, to the Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We got a lot going on today. 888-957-9570, your phone calls. We go any direction. I kind of want to talk some football here.
I do
and
too.
react to Baldy on what he had to say about the 49ers and their litany of stars, right? It all starts with, I guess, Brock Purdy. Is he the biggest star on his team?
I'm glad you're starting there because you said something yesterday, and I started to just jot some stuff down. I was talking about Super Bowl winning quarterbacks in the league right now as starters because I know Flacco just got back in there. But, it's Russ, it's Stafford, and it's Mahomes. Those are guys who have started Super Bowls and won them. Okay?
Joe Flacco?
Who are actually playing.
Cleveland.
Who are actually playing.
He might be starting soon.
And I know that Tom Brady said some sound today that everybody's reacting to, and we'll get to that. But, look around the NFL. I just want you to look around the NFL. Brock is a top 8 quarterback, and it's locked in right now. I'm talking about performance, form, what he is this year, what he's done this year, what he's doing currently, okay? Now, we can argue whether he's 4, whether he's 8, somewhere in the he's in that mix. He's in that discussion.
Has there been any doubt that he wasn't in that mix all season long?
National media thinks that you could plug Baker Mayfield into where Brock Purdy is and get comparable results. And you and I know that's not the case.
That's not true at all.
I mean, we had a good quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo who oscillated between 12 and 21.
Right.
In terms of where he ranked as quarterback. But it was also at a time when there were better quarterbacks playing. Right now, Aaron Rodgers is not playing.
No.
Okay? Right now, Matt Ryan is out of the league.
Joe Burrow's not playing either.
Joe Burrow's not playing. But Phillip Rivers, out of the league. Drew Brees, out of the league. Just a couple of years ago, Ben Roethlisberger, all those guys were in the league. And so you gave them the benefit of the doubt. Look up right now. One of the most seasoned winners in football is Patrick Mahomes. He's 27.
Yeah.
Now, he's been to 5 straight AFC Championship games, 3 Super Bowls, won 2 of them, 2 MVPs. I mean, he's right now top of the top, right? After that, you want to throw Burrow in there, B? Sure. Burrow's earned it, right? He's been outstanding. I feel like there's a lot of guys throwing their names into that top 5, and Brock is one of them.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, top 5, top 8, top 10. As I get older and older and older, I stop worried about the rankings or where a quarterback's ranking. How does that quarterback play for my team?
Well,
how does that quarterback play
I feel about
that? No, I hear you. And a lot of people feel like that. I'm just telling you how I feel. And how I feel is right now I'd rather have Brock Purdy in this offense than a lot of other quarterbacks. And, and it's okay to say he's had a better season than Patrick Mahomes. He has. I'm not saying Brock Purdy is better than Mahomes. But if you look at the numbers and you look at the body of work, and maybe it has to do with weapons. I get Patrick Mahomes doesn't have any wide receivers.
Yeah,
I get all that. But you know what? It is what it is. Brock Purdy is utilizing his weapons. When he has his weapons here, he has played like a top 5 quarterback. So as we go into the playoffs, as we get deeper into November and we get into December, Brock Purdy's playing as well as anybody at quarterback in this league, and that's fine. Now, he will be ultimately judged by what he does in January and what he does in the playoffs and maybe what he does this Thursday night against Seattle and what he does against Philadelphia.
I actually think that's a big point in like shifting the conversation on Brock Purdy nationally, not locally, nationally.
Yeah.
When he goes up this week in Seattle on national television, then against Philadelphia, which will be a primetime in terms of Fox's coverage game, and then the following week again against Seattle. I think a lot of the country is going to be watching.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you this, and I'll throw the number out there, 888-957-9570. No, I'm going to go in this direction. Why does it matter to you so much what the nation thinks about your football team or what they think about your players?
Do you care about how Steph Curry is, slighted?
Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. He's got 4 of them things.
Well, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
but it took
2016.
till the fourth
No.
for you to be satisfied.
No. 2016, it bothered me because it was like this guy doesn't get any credit for playing on one knee, for having a partially torn knee, and was 65% and still was able to lead his team to a Game 7 of the NBA Finals that came down to the last minute. That was it for me.
2 Fridays ago, you and me came in here and we were talking about how absurd it is that people want him to have game-winning shots with 5 seconds or less.
I know it is absurd.
So
I didn't care, but I'm just saying it's absurd.
I want my players to get recognition nationally.
All right, I'm just asking a question.
On them.
No, I'm just asking.
I think most fans want their guy to be minted.
I'm just asking. I'm asking why. I'm asking why.
Why? Because we want that validation. We want that recognition.
So we want validation for people we don't even care about.
Yes, absolutely. That's what everyone does in life. That's why Instagram's so popular.
Yeah.
Like how many people follow people that they don't even know?
I hear you. But it's I want to hear from the fans too about this. 888-957-9570. Why do we care from what people, we don't even care about their opinions. We don't care about what they say. Yet we care about how they feel about our teams.
I mean,
to me, that doesn't make sense. You know, it's kind of so for me. I don't care what the nation thinks about it. I want them to keep sleeping on us. I want them to keep saying that the West Coast is soft. I want them to keep saying that the Bay Area doesn't do this. I know what type of hotbed we have in the sports region here. I know what type of rabid fan base we have with the 49ers and the Warriors and the Giants and all that. I know what the Bay Area has produced time and time and time again. I don't care what Nick Wright says anymore. I don't care what Dan Orlovsky says anymore. I don't care what Stephen A. Smith or Skip Bayless says about our football teams, because I know they don't watch like we watch. So I've grown as I've grown into this job and grown into this role. I stopped caring about them.
Well, see, I disagree. That's okay. Because when I'm watching the game, those guys that do the national shows seep into the broadcast coverage. And then you start hearing, well, the narrative is X, Y, and Z while I'm sitting down watching the game with the family. So for me, it does bake into it.
But you don't have to disagree. Just respect my opinion on why I don't care. That's all I'm doing. I'm explaining why I don't care about them. I know how good my team is. And I know some of the broadcasters are cramming a test because they have to cover every team in the league. They have to cover every team in the league, so they're not focused solely on the 49ers. So when you hear the broadcast and you hear some of the stuff seep through the national broadcast now, however, you hear from guys like Kevin Kugler when they sit down with Shanahan and Joe Buck sits down with Shanahan, you find out a lot more. And you find out how much they respect the 49ers and respect Brock Purdy and how Troy Aikman respects them. So that's what matters to me. But all these other guys, the talking heads, I don't really care.
I think you're focused on like Nick Wright. I'm
not focused on Nick Wright.
National rhetoric. National rhetoric. You turn on. It's like right now. We've got
I just said the national. Yeah.
Well, we got the TV on. Like I watch the NFL Network all the time. People have it in their bar. They're walking around the airport. They go to the gym and it's on the gym. And on the bottom, is Brock Purdy any good? Is like the title. And it's like, really? Is he any good? Like, that's all. If the Niners were some also-ran and they weren't on television every single week, I would say, they don't watch us. I get it. I don't expect them to understand.
But that's exactly what I just said.
But they've
I
been
don't really
a
care about
powerhouse team for 5 years.
It's not just Nick Wright. It's everybody. And I don't pay attention to everybody nationally.
Well, I think the fans do.
Maybe they do.
We want our team to get recognition.
And that's why I'm asking why. That's all. I'm asking why. And it's okay if you care about that. That's fine. I'm telling you why I don't care about it. But it's okay for the fans to care about that stuff. It's fine. I don't care about Skip Bayless. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
You guys, yes, thank you. Good morning. Happy holidays to you guys. I listen to you guys every morning. I appreciate you getting me on here when you do.
Yep.
This whole situation with Brock, people are they're having a hard time grasping onto because it's a situation we've never seen before. He was the last pick of the draft. He was a third-string quarterback last year. So even the own team didn't believe him like that. So he stepped in. He's been playing well, and he's doing the job. Only thing I would say, it's not a knock on Purdy. It's more the NFL. It's just the hyperbole that goes on.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to anoint somebody, the guy, elite. He's the real deal. In my opinion, the NFL is week to week because just 3 weeks ago, people were saying Rock is playing for his job. He had a bad little stretch, and people weren't so sold. Now he has 2 great games, and he's Joe Montana. So I would just say it doesn't matter. Just next week it could be a different deal. We don't know. He could struggle. Only thing I would like to see more from Brock, and I've been a skeptic, but I've been impressed. He's been playing well. You got to give credit due. I want to see a little more playing from behind. I want to see him play better in those situations. And I also want to see him playing the cold because that Cleveland game, that gave me cause for pause. The ball was slipping out of his hands. I know we didn't have all the weapons. I want to see a little more effectiveness in the cold because of what I've seen. When we have the lead and we're playing in Santa Clara and it's 7 degrees, he's great. He's been lights out, and that's great. And last point I'll make, it will only matter what people think of Brock. It doesn't matter now, but when it comes contract time, that's when it's going to matter what people think and what the 49ers think. Because what happens when you're the quarterback and you're the franchise quarterback, how you define the quarterback is you're going to be here 10, 15 years. Everybody around you is not. The pieces will always change when you're the guy. When you're Mahomes, you're Burrow, they expect you to be here a long time. Chase, Kelsey, those guys, they all kind of come and go. The coaches come and go. But when you're the guy, when you're the guy, the way they're trying to talk about Brock, you're going to be here. So when this contract makes more money and you start losing pieces, then we can have a better idea. But right now, it's a great situation. Right now, let's take it week by week and we try to get this Super Bowl and take advantage of him making.
Good call, Dave. Good call, Dave. Now, he mentioned something that Steve Young just touched on. He needs to see Brock come from behind in a football game. He needs to see Brock come from behind. Here's what Steve Young said on the Dan Patrick Show.
So Brock's going to have to do it. If CJ or Jalen's going to take 3 steps, Brock's going to take 5. But he's going to be so efficient and good at it that he's instead of, he's going to be 5 for 5, where the other guys have to be 3 for 3. So that's just a fact. And he's going to have to do that in the biggest games. And he's going to have to do it coming from behind. The NFL today, Dan, every game it feels like comes down the last couple of possessions of the fourth quarter. Yeah. That was never the case before. It was always more stodgy, more thick. It was like you couldn't make that big vicissitudes of scoring, like back and forth. It's like the NBA today. You've got 5 guys in the league, or 6, that you give the ball in their hands in the last couple of drives, and they will get it done. And Brock needs to constantly work extra to be one of those guys, but I think he can.
Do you need to see Brock come from behind? Steve Young right there, Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Montana, his nickname is the comeback kid, right? Like, for a reason. You saw Russell Wilson do that the other night, and that was old shades of Russell Wilson, right? Do I need to see it? No. Do I think he's capable of doing it? Yes. But I do think and this goes back to the national media narrative, I think a lot of people need him to do it a certain way for them to anoint him. Part of what's made Patrick Mahomes, he's won Super Bowls, but the second one in particular, the one against the Philadelphia, they were from behind, down 10 at halftime. He had a hurt ankle. Like, it was all of the checklist, stupid narrative, storybook things, but it enhances the legacy of that individual. Like, it's almost undoubted that enhanced who Patrick Mahomes is to win the way he did, scrambling with that high ankle sprain the way that he did on the run at the end of that game to put his team in a position to win.
I don't care. To be honest with you, I don't care because, you brought up Steph Curry, right? And this is when I stopped caring, 2016. I was like, God, this guy averaged 28, 6, and 5 during the first championship run.
It didn't bug you that people were giving no credit to them when they won a championship?
Afterwards, I said, you know what? They don't even want to give credit to him. They're just hating.
Well, but that's where I'm at with Purdy.
I don't pay attention to the haters. So Steph Curry has a career average of 27, 6, and 5 in the NBA playoffs. Shot 40% from the three-point line. And you still got people talking about he needs to prove this, he needs to prove that. They don't know what they're talking about. So if you don't know what you're talking about, I'm going to tune you out.
Yeah,
you
but
know what I'm saying?
I get your point on tuning out, but we still want the validation. Every fan wants that validation.
Why do we want validation for people
because
we don't
last
even
year
know?
I watched Jalen Hurts, who had an unreal year, okay? No, the big differentiator is the running stats. He had like 13 touchdowns,
No doubt.
700 yards running. Purdy's been a better pocket quarterback, utilizing his weapons this year already through however many games.
Hurts was really good last year.
No, Hurts was awesome. But what my point was is Hurts was considered an MVP through 10 weeks, was he not?
And Brock Purdy is considered an MVP
I
favorite
don't know. I feel like people aren't giving him this just due nationally. I think internally here in the Bay Area, we absolutely realize there's a difference. And there are still going to be a pocket of people that are going to hate because that's reality that ends up happening. But I don't think he's getting that same love.
Well, first of all, again, I don't care about the national, but let's think about this market alone. He hasn't proven to a lot of people in this market. There's people in our own market, our own backyard, who still need to see some things from Brock Purdy before he's validated. That's just in the Bay Area
winning
bubble.
The ultimate one is a different question. I think he's proven he's the dude.
Yeah, but in the Bay Area market, there are still people waiting, whether they're in the media or fans, that said, what is he going to do in Philadelphia in 2 weeks? What is he going to do in January?
So they lose in Philadelphia, and all of a sudden he's a terrible quarterback?
People validated the question Grant Cohn asked Shanahan about, have you thought about making a quarterback change? That was after 3 losses. And people validated that question.
That's natural, just because, that's what we were going to ask.
That was dumb. Brock Purdy's not getting benched for Sam Darnold. Let's go to Anthony and Benicia. Anthony, what's happening?
Top of the morning, my brothers. Good morning to you guys. So, I'm not choosing sides, but I think for my fandom, I also don't care what the national perspective is. But the reason I don't is because I understand the agenda of some of these national pundits and some of these talking heads, right? Like, they say things for clicks and they say things to get traction. And so you look at somebody like a Stephen A., although I respect him as a journalist, we all know that he can be overly animated in some of the things that he says and some of the things that, just some of the ways that he conducts his show, right? And so I just know that I separate, I'm able to compartmentalize, and I understand that what I'm seeing with my own 2 eyes can't be told that it's anything different. And I agree with you, Joe, that Brock Purdy has been at least top 3 quarterback this season alone. He's played better than Patrick. He's played better than Jalen, and that's okay to say. And so I'm with you, Bob, on that side where I'm like, I don't really care. I think it's a personality trait. Some of us are just easier equipped or better equipped to be like, whatever they're saying, it don't mind me, because I'm confident in what I'm seeing with my own 2 old hosts. So, but I hear you, Joe. I'm just like, I'm not trying to hear that. I know he's good. You can't tell me he's not because I'm seeing it.
Good call, Anthony, and that's where I'm at. Think about this, Shasky, and I'm not even coming down your road for this at all. It's just a conversation. When Brock Purdy was 4-0, 5-0, and I said, man, he's playing better football than Patrick Mahomes. Think about how many people scoffed at me and said I was crazy for saying that. I didn't say he was better than Patrick Mahomes. I said he's playing better football than Patrick Mahomes. And people went crazy because I put Brock Purdy's name in the same sentence as Patrick Mahomes. And that's in our own market. That's in our own market.
Because
so
Patrick
he's not
Mahomes
even validated.
Super Bowls.
But this
year,
year,
it was the vehicle of the person that you compared it to.
But we can't compartmentalize season by season. This season, Brock Purdy's been better than Patrick Mahomes.
And my retort to you was, if someone said, hey, De'Aaron Fox has been better than Steph Curry, you'd be laughing at that.
But he hasn't been. Has he been better than Steph Curry?
But see what I'm saying?
He hasn't been better than Steph Curry. No. I would consider it.
Okay.
But he hasn't been better than Steph Curry.
Pick any other player who's not Steph. But that's when you're comparing to Mahomes, people get triggered, and I get triggered, and rightfully so, because he's an all-time legend. So that to me is where you lose me, because if anyone compared anyone to Steph, whether Steph was playing better basketball over a 10-game stretch, I'd be like, dude, it's Steph Curry.
No, I wouldn't do that. Steph Curry I made the documentary for chronicling Steph Curry's January in which he was shooting poorly.
But that doesn't mean it's disingenuous to say you wouldn't be triggered. I disagree.
No, I wouldn't be triggered. De'Aaron Fox is playing the MVP basketball. The receipts are there. He's playing MVP basketball right now. But so is Steph. But De'Aaron Fox has been great this year. Great. I've been on the Fox
using
train.
the analogy that if you compare anyone to one of the legends, people are going to feel triggered because of the honor of that legend. If you say, just hypothetically, Chet is off to a better start than LeBron James in his career, and even if the data supports it, everyone's like, it's LeBron James. So it's the vehicle. It's Patrick Mahomes. When you compare someone to a guy who's been to 5 straight AFC Championship games, 3 Super Bowls, 2 MVPs, like, people are going to be like, whoa, he's a legend.
And it wasn't even compared to Patrick Mahomes. We got to listen better. It was saying that, hey, this year, when it comes to actions on the football field and throwing the ball and running their offense, Brock Purdy's been better than Mahomes this year.
And what I'm telling you is no one's listening to that argument because of who that person is. We instantly pivot to the resume. It's like saying, hey, Steph Curry this year, for example, is better than anything that Jordan did at 35 years old. People are like, whoa, even if the data supports it, it's Jordan. He's the GOAT.
So that's why you kind of prove my point, is that I don't care what the national media thinks. And like Anthony said, I'm secure in my takes. I'm secure in what I see, and I know that I'm going to be wrong sometimes. I don't really care. I don't really care about being wrong.
Well, I've said this until I'm blue in the face. I do care. And I think the majority of people truly do care what people think about them, and they want to be liked, and they want their team, when they scroll through the internet, they want to see positive takes about their
I care about
squad.
what they think about me. But when it comes to sports, I don't care what the national media says about my teams. I know my teams are good. I know my teams are good.
Like, I'm in a ton of group threads with a bunch of my buddies, family members, etc. And when you see the dumb takes circulating on group threads, it's an eye roll. So when I see good takes about my team and praise about my team on group threads, those are the things I live for. It drives me crazy when I see the accomplishments of my local team get diminished.
Yeah, nationally. But you know what? We know what's happening out here. As long as I know, as long as the team knows, I think our fan base is educated enough to know that, hey, we got something good out here. Let's go to Thomas in San Ramon. Thomas, what's happening?
Hey, boys. Just, I'm a Lions fan since the 80s, and it's funny to listen to you guys talk about the Niners being disrespected. They're a crown jewel of the NFL, and people nationally are just upset that you guys stepped on your own junk and fell into Brock Purdy. They're just mad.
I think there's some truth to that. I think there's some truth to that. The fact that they can't crush Shanahan over the Trey Lance thing and the whiff, just the absolute whiff on that trade and how bold that trade was and how obnoxious that was to a lot of people, and the fact that they stumbled upon Brock Purdy and have the gumption to go with him and roll with him, I do believe there's a lot of people that are like, no. This fairy tale isn't real. I do think there are people that think that. I think there might be Niner fans that might think that.
The same thing if the Steelers, whiffed on Pickett and they go and pick some 7th rounder up and he becomes a god. Everyone's going to be mad at that guy too.
Exactly.
Yep.
I mean, I know when I was watching the Rams, and I brought this up yesterday, when I was watching the Rams, I diluted Kurt Warner for the longest time. Oh, he's not this. He's not that. No way. And then eventually I tapped out.
Well, that's my problem with fans sometimes. We don't respect the opponent enough. They got ballers too. They get paid. That's the one thing with homerism. But anyway, we continue the conversation. We'll continue this. That's coming up, sponsored by Save Mart Lucky, California.
At Lucky, Jenny O whole frozen turkeys, 12 to 24 pounds, are just 47 cents.
is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Let me guess the band. Is it Sublime? Is it Creed? Maroon 5? Are they from the Bay Area?
There's a type of food in the name of this band.
Oh, Red Hot Chili Peppers? Wow. That would have been my 15th guess.
Yo.
That would have been my 15th guess.
Listen what I say.
Does Brock listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Asking that question.
Does Brock listen to Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Well, as an Iowa boy, he's Californication. And what he doesn't do in the game is give it away now.
That's pretty good. That's a 2.
4.
Oh, yeah, I'd give it a 2.5.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Nick and San Jose. How's Nick feeling today after the Warriors win? It's after a 6-game losing streak. 7-8 now, baby. Win against Phoenix, and that's 2 games in a row, and that's what we call a winning streak.
Going to be a 44-win team at that point.
Oh, are we back on the Clay trade?
We're a 43-win team, dude.
Hey, maybe in the 9 o'clock hour. I know Shasky wants to do some hot stove stuff. We could do that. I'm all for laughing about the Giants. Where are we at with Klay Thompson? Because the pendulum swings day to day. Day to day. It's unbelievable. Do we still want to trade Andrew Wiggins? Do we want to trade Klay for Zach LaVine?
Andrew, 12 points a game. Wiggins, where we're applauding effort.
31 points. Played good defense yesterday. Play good defense.
I mean, I don't know. Look, it was a nice win. The Warriors needed it. They got to string together a couple of good weeks here before Christmas. Like that, to me, getting this team, around 500 come Christmas time, then we'll be able to get a good feel for what they are and what they aren't. They need to get Draymond back.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's really hard. All the minutes are going to be adjusted once he comes back and the rotations and everything. It's just, it's tough to get a read on who the Warriors are right now. They're a team that doesn't have a consistent second scorer. And right now it feels like Chris Paul's their second best player. And I don't know if that's sustainable for winning at the highest level.
No doubt. I see some call. I may have to throw somebody in Alcatraz soon. I may have to throw him in.
I'm a dynamic human being.
Is he on the line?
People want to bring back Pandora's Box, but we're going to Richie in Queens, New York first. I want to go to New York City. I want to go to Queens. What up, Richie? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, Richie.
Yeah, I was just telling you, the fellow that answered the phone, I'm listening to New York radio. I call you guys. I don't know if I spoke to you guys before.
I've heard from you, Richie. Yeah, I know who you are.
Yeah, big San Francisco Giants fan and an NFL fan and NFL teams in New York City. I mean, it's just people are jumping off cliffs here. Wilson is gone, and Tommy DeVito's our third-string quarterback who had a good game. But now it's a question of the Giants win or lose because now is Jones our quarterback for next year? Or do we go for the draft? And obviously the Jets are all dependent on Rodgers. So, and I called you a couple of weeks ago and I mentioned, is Purdy the guy? And after a couple of losses and obviously what he's done the last couple of weeks, because, when you think about it, guys, there's not, how many teams can really say that, hey, he's our guy?
Yeah, not many.
5 or 6.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, even Josh Allen was questioned, and obviously Daniel Jones, Zach Wilson out of the picture, and then, C.J. Stroud looks like he's the up-and-coming guy. And your guys still, December 3rd, I'm really I'm in Pennsylvania now. So I look at the Eagles, too, because it looks like the Eagles are going to be the road to the Super Bowl, to the NFC, with their 9-1 record. And that's going to be a real a game that's going to be a real gauge, I think, on
I agree.
Purdy. You feel that way?
Absolutely.
Totally.
Absolutely. And I wonder right now, thanks for the call, Richie. I wonder right now, 888-957-9570. Do we now feel like Brock Purdy's the guy as a fan base? Is he the guy? Is he the guy for the next 2 to 5, 3 to 5? Because you never know what Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I was going to go this way with you. You never know. It's football. Things move so quick, right? They move so quick. Baker Mayfield, Rookie of the Year, out of Cleveland in multiple years, right? Stuff happens very quickly. But if you're asking me today, and this is like stocks, one day it's up, one day it's down. If you're asking me today, whose future are you betting on in the Bay Area for the next 5 years? I think Brock's the stock I'm buying right now.
Yeah.
Of all of the athletes that are in the Bay Area right now, I was looking around and I'm like, what?
Not Nick Bosa?
I mean, Nick Bosa's amazing. He's the quarterback.
Fred Warner?
5 years for a linebacker, so he'd have 11, 12 years in the league, right? So, I mean, you're talking about a quarterback who's 23, 24 years old, has been lights out, and I don't know. Like if you're
Brandon Ayuk. I'm just throwing names out there.
Yeah, these are all good names to throw out there. I'm going with Brock Purdy.
Marco Luciano.
Again.
Kyle Harrison.
We've seen like 6 at-bats from Luciano.
Patrick Bailey.
I've seen 18 starts from this guy, and he's been...
Logan Webb.
He's been
What about Logan Webb?
Love Logan Webb. Pitchers are fragile, though, right?
Ooh.
Like, you know, here today, gone tomorrow. I don't even know if Lincecum had 7 great years. And Lincecum's one of my favorite pitchers of all time, right? So... I'm looking at somebody like Brock right now, and I'm saying next 5-6 years, like, where's this guy going to be at 28, 29 years old?
If there's any athlete in the Bay Area you want to buy stock of right now, who's that athlete? 888-957-9570. Is it Brock? Is it Bosa?
I want Iguodala.
Now,
is it Iguodala?
At one point, I would have probably said the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo, and I would have ended up being very wrong. But the cynic would also say, like, if you were going the other side of it, hey, the team did, achieve wild success with Jimmy Garoppolo. Whether he didn't match that success at all times or not, they did get to 3 different NFC championship games.
You know what? I'm with Drew down. We don't even know if we're going to be alive in 5 years. Shout out Kyle Shedahead. Shout out BPA. Shout out BPA.
I mean, if I took Steph off the table, is there anyone on the Warriors you're banking on just the next 3 years over Brock?
No, I need to see it.
Right?
I need to see it with Kuminga. I need to see it with Moody.
Right?
I need to see it with
Brock's shown more in 17 games than Kuminga has in 3 years.
Yeah,
and I love Kuminga,
no
but like, come on.
No doubt.
It's not even close. And like the Giants, like, get out of here. Like, there's nobody on the Giants that's been that. Look, I like Patrick Bailey. Patrick Bailey's second half went right down.
Kyle Harrison?
We've seen 3.
Marco Luciano?
We've seen 3 starts. One was amazing.
What's my guy at center field? Luis Matos?
I'm not banking on Luis Matos. His launch angle swing, I'm not. No.
Elliott Fox? Casey Schmidt?
I'll tell you, I will keep Casey Schmidt over signing Matt Chapman. And no one else wants to agree with me on that. I am not giving Matt Chapman $250. Get out of here.
You say Wade Meckler?
Wade Meckler. My guy Wade might not be around.
Webb is consistent, though. Logan Webb is consistent.
Yeah,
I'd consider that one.
How many pitchers have had 7 good years?
I'm looking at Shanahan, though. Boy, when he sours on a player, he sours. Now, Brock Purdy looks like he can't be the guy because of the processing, because of his mastery of the offense. So Brock Purdy's a safe bet. It's a safe bet. Let's go to Brian in Palo Alto. Brian in Palo Alto, happy Thanksgiving, my man.
Hey, you too, guys. You too. Shasky, I'm surprised. No late night in Lamont on that list. I'm disappointed.
Dog. If they roll him at first base this year, my head will explode.
Hey, no Giants until sort of indefinite suspension.
Thank you
of the Giants being on any list.
These guys want to talk hot stove, BPA. They want to talk hot stove.
Just 5 targets. I got 5 targets.
5 targets. Why are we doing this, BPA? Why?
I'm not. I don't have any real thoughts on. I mean, what the top 5 targets we'll miss on this?
Seriously.
Don't ruin the bit, bro.
By the way, the content machine around the Giants, sort of enablers.
Oh my!
Literally, you could just cut and paste basically and just change the year, right? So yeah, I would say hey, encouraging night from Clay. That's the minimum every night basically from him. But I was thinking what I wonder what the odds are that they're going to re-sign him now, right? Obviously, he's from all accounts has sort of declined sort of a team-friendly extension. And I'm thinking they could let him and CP3 expire, right? And that would actually legitimately potentially open up a pretty significant cap spot. Because I think, Steph needs a running mate. I think that's pretty clear, right? You look at all the other sort of superstars in the league, they all have a number 2. He doesn't have that. Clay's never going to be that again. And so, yeah, I think that's interesting. I think I'm handicapping what are the odds of an extension and what would you pay him?
What? Let me ask you something, BPA. I got to ask you. What is it about Klay Thompson that just irks the living hell out of you? Because I get a tweet from you every night, or I see you on Twitter every night, and it's all Klay.
That's me holding off on putting it on you, okay? I would say, he's paid. I mean, he's paid like a max top 10, 15 player in the league. And he's so far from that it's really, really hard to win.
You do understand why. You do understand why he's not that player.
Right? I do understand
All
that.
right.
But when you're going to pay a guy like you're going to pay a guy Giannis money and get 5 of 13 and sort of mid defense, like it's really hard to win.
Brian, I want to know more about you. Can I ask you a question? Number 1 overall draft pick. You got the entire Thanksgiving buffet out in front of you. You can pick anything you want. What are you reaching for? Salt?
Stuffing.
That sounds about right.
Brian, do you like seasoning? Do you like seasoning on your food?
That's not fair.
No, I'm just asking them. Some people don't like seasoning. Some people don't like spice. I'm just asking.
Sure. Yeah, I like seasoning about that. Do you like seasoning about that?
I do like it. I don't know some people like their mashed potatoes dry. I don't know. You seem like a guy who likes their mashed potatoes dry.
No, who likes mashed potatoes dry?
I don't know. There's some people out there.
What are you talking about?
I'm just asking
Spadoni,
questions.
number 1 overall pick, Thanksgiving buffet dinner. What are you taking number 1?
Well, I'm Italian, so I'm going my ravioli that my dad makes every year. So.
Are they veggie, cheese, meat?
Cheese.
Cheese, yeah. Okay, I'm just asking. I had lobster raviolis the other day.
Pretty
Excellent.
good. Lobster ravioli
Costco?
is good.
Oh, man.
Lobster ravioli
I can't get out of
really
Costco
good.
without $3.
Yeah, it's usually go about $500 for
Right?
the family, because little mama.
And then when you go up the aisles, my wife's like, "Oh, I didn't know we needed a heat generator, but we might need a heat generator."
Well, Anna likes to go through every aisle
That's
at Costco
Michelle.
to make sure. And
yeah,
there's like
that's
5 straight aisles where we don't grab anything. I'm like, do we have to walk down every aisle?
That's exactly it.
Every aisle is the same. You know where the toothpaste is. You know where the toothbrushes are.
The 10-pound
you know where the
tub of
piercings
peanut
are.
butter?
Oh my gosh! You know where the honey is. You know where the eggs are. Oh wait, I don't want to get eggs from here. I like them better from Molly Stone's. Okay, great. It's unbelievable.
You know what the worst shopping days of the year are?
Black
Today
Friday?
and tomorrow.
Oh.
No, retail for
retail.
grocery stores. Grocery stores.
Yeah, we will not be going. We'll be packing for. I guess Disneyland's not the best place to be during Thanksgiving weekend either.
No, it's a lot of fun. It'll be packed, but it'll be a lot of fun.
Well, actually, it might be. It might be not as packed.
No,
Actually.
the Friday is one of the busiest days of the year.
Excuse me.
For
Oh,
Disneyland.
so we'll be there Friday.
They're usually between 225 because I did it in 2019. 225,000 to 270
Oh,
or whatever.
God. Oh, my
Max.
God.
It's a max crowd Friday.
I'm sorry, what, in one day?
Yeah, in the 2 parks.
That sounds like.
Wow, I'm trying to process 225,000 people.
That's what they
in Disneyland
estimate
in
go
one
through
day.
the doors on those couple days. Whatever. Maybe it's the weekend, but I thought it was that Friday.
I'm looking at the weather though. Anaheim, it's looking perfect for you.
What is it?
70 degrees, sunny.
Shorts weather.
Yeah, 70 degrees. It
Ooh, I
says
like it,
because
good
we're
shorts
heat
weather.
wave right now and
Good
tomorrow.
walking shoes.
But 70 degrees
Yeah,
the rest of the way.
I got my Adidas, NMDs, and we got Ashby here. She wanted to come by the studio and shadow me. She's working with me at NBC Sports Bay Area. She double dipped with the Kings and Warriors. She's one of those people,
hybrid.
Kings when they win,
Kosovo.
Warriors when they win, light the beam when they win, don't turn the beam on when they lose, all that stuff. So she's sitting in for some reason. Want to come by here?
Your number one pick, Thanksgiving, full buffet. You can have anything you want. What are you snagging first?
The stuffing all day. It's got all the seasonings in there. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. I love the stuffing, little gravy.
Not gonna lie, stuffing's not the first thing I'm reaching for.
Maybe the second. I love good stuffing because the leftovers of the stuffing.
I would agree.
Amazing.
I would agree on that.
The leftovers
I would
are
agree on
amazing. The mac and cheese.
Does yours
all that
need to
stuff.
be? Is it moist, super moist stuffing, or do you like the crunchier,
No,
dried out?
I need it moist.
Yeah,
I need it
okay.
moist.
Everyone's different.
I need it moist. Man, why? What the heck is going on here? Robin in San Francisco. What's going on, Robin? You're on the roast.
Hey, sugar.
Hey,
the
sugar.
moist cornbread is called the moist cornbread is called cornbread dressing. Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
how black folks
Thank
say
you.
cornbread. Shasky, I love you. I was frying the bacon, Shasky, and they was eating the damn bacon while I was frying it. Okay, I was
Feel
pissed
me?
off, right?
Yeah. Feel me? There's nothing like
The
frying
bacon.
up bacon. You got to have at least 1 or 2 slices while you're cooking it for everyone else. I don't care what anyone says.
And then you got to hide it so nobody sneak into the kitchen and eat it while you got your back turned, okay?
Exactly.
So anyway, I love you for that. Hey, so listen, you guys, the Warriors, I don't have no answer, just a thought. The Warriors need to break that up. But you can't get nothing for Clay. What you gonna get for Draymond? I mean, the only assets would be Kuminga, or whatever. It's a disaster. And I just really feel like the offense needs to be overhauled. I'm just sorry. Maybe, when it's time to go, it's time to go. It's like a bad relationship. You want to hold on, but you got to let it go. And that's what the Warriors, to me, that's what it looked like to me.
Let it go?
Okay?
That's a song of Frozen, right? Elsa. Yeah, she
Yeah.
sings
Let
that.
it go.
Let it go. Let it go. Yeah, I know that.
Robin, number 1 overall pick, Thanksgiving.
I love Frozen.
Buffet. What are you snagging?
Say that again.
You have the number 1 overall pick. Any dish in the world that you would normally serve for your family for Thanksgiving, what are you grabbing first?
Dressing.
See, that's 2.
Wow.
That's 2. Dressing is good. You got to have the right dressing, Shasky. Got to have the right dressing.
Is anybody going to go like, I eat the peas first? Because I'm not that person. But is anyone going to do like, oh, I like asparagus first?
Hey, green beans actually get slept on if you cook them right.
Yeah, with Parmesan.
With Parmesan cheese.
Yeah.
You got the crispy onions on top of them.
exactly.
They can hit. Put some gravy on there.
Yeah.
I don't like the disrespect for the greens. Cranberry sauce? I thought BPA was going to go cranberry sauce.
What's the flaky spinach thing that people make?
Cranberry sauce is so.
Well, no, it depends what cranberry sauce.
I don't like the cranberry at all. I don't like it at all.
Well, a little bit's not bad.
Robin's just talking about the Warriors and overhauling things. And one thing I did notice with the Rockets yesterday and what they've done this offseason, the Warriors have tried to bring in these young fellas to mesh them with the veterans, and it hasn't really worked out yet, right? The 2 timeline thing and trying to get it must be hard for rookies to come on a team like this with Steph and Dre and Clay and all the banners and trying to really mesh with them, right? The Rockets have done the opposite. They got all these young players, and then they bring in a Fred VanVleet. They bring in a Dylan Brooks. They bring in a Jeff Green, and that is an easier way to go. So now the youngsters in Houston, like the Shangoons, the Jabari Smith Jr.'s, the Jalen Greens, they're starting to play better because they brought the veterans in to kind of teach them how to do things here where you come into a situation like this, you're like, damn. That's why it's so impressive what Pajimski and TJD are doing. Because it's like, it's got to be intimidating to come on a team like this. It's just kind of a thought I had yesterday while watching
there's
the
no
game.
doubt it's intimidating on their perspective, but also I would say that, it's also imperative for the veterans to just be a little more lenient, just be a little more tolerant of some of the, mistakes that a rookie's going to make out there. Like, Baldy was talking about it. The ones that are good, the ones that are players, when Pete Carroll's got 15 rookies right now, some guys can make mistakes and learn from them. Pajemski feels like that. Now, I don't know how high-end he'll end up being. He feels like a backup guard. He doesn't feel like a starter.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
Maybe years from now he ends up being a starter. I don't know. He feels like he learns from a mistake.
Yep.
Kuminga is committing similar mistakes over and over and over again. And there's only so much that I can tolerate that. It's frustrating. And I believe in the world in Kuminga, but at some point he's got to learn from some of these mistakes.
No doubt. Let's go to Michael in Cleveland. Michael, he believes in the Golden State Warriors like I do, but I'm just a homer. Michael, Cleveland, explain why you believe in the Golden State Warriors.
Hey, how's it going? I believe in them because they haven't failed us in 4 championships. We do have our ups and downs like every other team, but they go blood. And this is coming from a guy from Cleveland. I'm a trader, I'm not a Cavalier.
Man, you're not.
I believe the Warriors.
You must be feeling good about the Brownies, huh?
Yeah, but I kind of want to go with y'all. I'm trying to be full blood,
Oh, you trying to be Niner?
Blood.
Oh, you just want to be a Bay guy.
Hop on the bandwagon.
We got room.
Plenty of room.
We have room. Because, people are going to hop off after another loss, and they'll hop back on after another win. You know how it works, Michael. You know how the sports thing works. That's what we do.
Oh, yeah. I'm from Cleveland. It's tragedy, so It can't get worse than Cleveland.
No doubt. You know what?
Yeah.
I will say this about the Warriors, though. And I'll play the silver lining. I'll do the homerism, the glass half full stuff. You lost in overtime to Oklahoma City. You blew an 18-point lead. You got to be better. Kuminga's got to be better. The live ball turnover is just atrocious in the third quarter. And I'm sure Steph watched that and went crazy as well. He said that he watched the game back. And then Minnesota, you lose up Minnesota there without Steph. Draymond and Clay gets kicked out. It was very encouraging. Pajimski balled out. You had that game right there. And look, we could say you're 0.2 away from losing to Sacramento. You're 0.2 away from going to overtime with OKC. They're close. And the Western Conference is going to be muddled, and it's going to shift all season long. Got to see it when Draymond Green gets back and when they get this rotation rolling. That's the biggest thing. You get Draymond rolling. All right, we know Sarge could play in the system. pick and pop. He's been dynamic. Chris Paul. What's the sad about Chris Paul? Chris Paul's been everything that we wanted and more. Chris Paul, check this out. Since 1977-78, when turnovers were first tracked for individual players, Chris Paul this season is the only player with 115-plus assists and 18 or fewer turnovers over his first 15 games of the season. So Chris Paul's giving you everything. That's a bonus. Check, check. Sarge and Paul. Now you got to get Wiggins to be consistent. You got to get Clay to be consistent. And one of these young players have to pop. Kuminga or Moody have to pop. Can they pop? That's the question.
Is it just those two? Trace Jackson?
Well, TJD is a rookie.
And he's a role. He's like he's a role guy regardless. Like, that's the way I view him. But like, can he take a more prominent role?
Right. Hopefully.
God bless Looney. It's been very frustrating watching him get stuffed at the rim. And I know that was a consistent theme the last couple of years, but he's not having a great start to the year in terms of scoring underneath. Not that that's his like bread and butter, but too many times they throw it to him and he's wide open underneath. And somebody comes in weak side block, weak side bat, alter shot miss, and then it goes the other way. It's very frustrating. The more and more I've thought about it, this could change a month from now. I feel like CP3 has to be in the starting lineup. He really solidifies things for a variety of players, and he's too good to have on the bench right now. They can ill afford to have him off the floor.
So when Draymond gets back, you go small.
I feel like you almost have to. Like to me, he's their second best player. And I don't want it to be because I want other guys to step forward, but he's more consistent than all these other guys, right? Just right now, it could change. He brings too much good to the table. Now the hard part is knowing that, I also feel like I'm running the risk of wearing him down quicker.
Wearing him down, you're going small, so then you wear Draymond Green down when he's guarding fives. You wear Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins down because they're guarding bigger players. I don't know. I understand what you're saying, and I agree.
I don't know if they have a lot of answers, right?
But I don't know.
They just don't have a lot of answers.
I don't know if I want to start small like that. I don't know. And then if you do remove Klay Thompson or Andrew Wiggins, then you're going super small in the backcourt, and at the point of attack, your defense is going to be compromised.
I mean, they already are.
I mean, they are. They try to run a zone, and it's just not looking good.
Well, because they just don't have good defenders, period.
So
you got to have two good defenders at minimum for a zone, and even then, people are going to find it. Like, the zone doesn't work in the NBA because there's too much good shooting and too much athleticism.
Yeah, I may have to keep Paul on the bench, knowing that he's going to get his minutes. He played 34 minutes last night. That's not the plan for him.
No.
In the season. He's got to get that down to 26 to 28, not 34. That's a lot of wear and tear there. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? No, Bonte, you're out there every night, so I'm going to ask this question to you. If this team was 100% pure, healthy, pure, no technicals, no none of this stuff, could they win a championship with this squad against the NBA?
I don't know if it's a championship squad.
My second question.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll answer the first one. I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay. So my second one is that these guys, I'm 40 years old, so I have had mud thrown in my face when the Warriors out there on the court. Horrendous basketball. So I'm more of a blessed that they brought home 4 championships rather than my son, who was born into this. He's 21 now. This is all he knows, and now he's pouting, saying, "Man, are they going to get back? Are they going to trade something else?" You got to get mud in your face before you win championships. That's just the bottom line.
So, like,
the sun will always shine.
All right, 2022 when they won it all, Bonte.
The bonus championship.
They started off the season 18-2. Recalibrate for me. Remind me. Did we think they were a championship team at the first 2 months of the season?
I did. Guys called me a homer, so I don't count myself. I don't know. Did the fan base believe it?
I can't remember. I don't remember.
I believe the Warriors were back. I thought the Warriors were back. I was like 18-2. Wow, this is coming together. And Klay Thompson's on the way.
That's right. Okay. No. It's just
so I thought. And then 18-2. I was like, okay, they're back.
The Draymond back injury. Then you had the Steph injury that year. So I could see where it got a little murky, especially after January. And then they were like reintegrating Klay Thompson. So I don't know. Maybe you thought it was a championship team, but I know for myself heading into the playoffs.
Oh, I know.
I wasn't sure.
That's why the panic meter came out.
Yeah,
the panic meter was
I know it should be my
because,
face.
No, it should be. It should be my face.
Well, I remember it came out right after we did the arrogance meter. Then Steph.
Oh yeah.
Then we brought
the
out the
meter.
panic
Yeah.
meter.
I deserve royalties for that.
Actually, no, you don't.
Pivot don't panic was my phrase.
No,
the arrogance meter. Or the panic meter?
We didn't pivot. It was just a panic meter, and for a long time, I never panicked. I never went above 5.
You did that last year, too.
I know, but last year I got a little murky. But that year, that year, I was trying to keep the season alive here, folks. Yeah, let me panic, and then there goes our shows for March and April. But listen, the championship year, the last one, I felt really good. Really good. It was like, all right, you got enough wins. Guys get healthy. We'll be okay. They went on a run towards the end of the regular season. They got healthy, won 5 straight going into the playoffs. It was like, let's go.
But wouldn't you agree the Memphis series, it was
I never fear. Oh, no. Matt Dehegan and I did a Spaces. It's like, I don't fear Memphis. Give me Memphis in the second round. I wanted the Memphis Grizzlies so bad. They were so fraudulent.
Ja did go down that year.
But they were so fraudulent. We would have beat them with Ja.
I mean, it did go 6.
I mean, we would have beat them with Ja. 6 games fine. They had a home court advantage. The Warriors built in game 5.
Like they swept them. I don't know.
I'm not acting like that. More. I just said I knew we were going to outlast Memphis. I didn't say sweep. I didn't say 5, but I knew we were going to win that series.
Okay.
Like, I just didn't fear Memphis
that year,
like
I remember the Suns being excellent, and I thought the Suns were the team that we had to go through.
Right. I did, too. Now, I did believe it. I was like, boom, Western Conference Finals, Phoenix, Warriors. That was going to be juicy.
Right? And so, like... I thought they were in the mix. This year, I'm not sure right now that they're in the mix.
But Memphis, isn't it funny with the Memphis Grizzlies? They had the next dynasty coming, and they get bounced by the Lakers last year in the first round, get smoked in the first round. They weren't even close. Remember that? What game was that, Spinoni? 2 minutes into the game, I said, this is going to be a 30-point loss. Or it was like 5 minutes into it. It's like game 4.
You did do that.
It's like Memphis, they were so fraudulent. It starts with their head coach, Taylor Jenkins. Now you move off from Dillon Brooks. Josh suspended.
Well, I still love Jaren Jackson. Jaren Jackson's a nice player.
Jaren Jackson might be a little overrated.
Well, I mean, I think he should be on a better team.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see him on the Warriors. He gives you a lot of the elements
He's
you're
nice
missing.
on the Warriors.
What?
Not as a cornerstone.
No, but I'm saying like as a guy that as a rim protector, as a guy that you could funnel, he would be excellent. I mean, he's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Before we hit the legal, let's go to Mr. D in the city. Mr. D, what's happening?
Well, I tell you, I got to give you your props, man.
What I do?
You said 14 games for Wiggins, and I'll be doggone.
14th game, he balled out. Saved me.
He balled out. But you know what?
Broken clock is right twice a day.
Glasses. He might need glasses.
Why?
He might need glasses because his shots was off. And then the last 2 games, they was looking straight.
Hey, man.
He needs Dr. Bindi?
Yeah, he may need Dr. Bindi, but somebody needs to tell Clay he's not a ball handler.
Yeah.
Catch and shoot. Catch and shoot.
Yep. Hey, Mr. D, I'm with you with the catch and shoot. And you know what? You have to give credit. This is where you have to give credit to the opponents. They understand who Clay is. He's a great catch and shoot guy. But when it comes to putting the ball on the floor, ball handling is not his thing. And teams understand that. The Kings understood that last year in the first round. The Lakers understood that. Make him put the ball on the floor and turn him into a playmaker. That's not Clay's game. It's not. So you're making him do things he's not accustomed to doing, that he doesn't like to do. And so that's the book is out on him. It's been out on him. But now with the injuries and where he's compromised, he doesn't have the same movement as he had before the injuries. Yes, teams are making him put the ball on the floor. That's a detriment to the Warriors' offense. It is.
Well, the way I would be viewing it is, all right, well, then how can we make the best of this situation? What's the best version of him? What are the lineups that, complement what he can do? Well, because everybody wants to tell us what he can't do. What can he do? He can still knock down shots. The pick and pop game was there with him and CP3. CP3 found him multiple times early in the game. And I liked when CP3 was pushing the pace, because he rarely does, pushing the pace and throws it to him in the corner. And Clay was hustling on down. I really liked his turnaround, little mid-block shot that he had. Like, he hit a couple of big-time shots for the Warriors in the fourth quarter.
Here's what Chris Paul said about assist. He got 5 of Clay's 7 shots.
Analytics is crazy now. I would have never known that. You know what I mean? We just hooping, you know, and I tell Clay all the time, I played against him for a long time. Every time he shoots it, I think it's going in. You know what I mean? And he's a big part of our team and everything that we do. You know, sometimes we're going to need him to, you know, cause 2-3 people to guard him and find the next guy. But every time I'm pushing the ball up the court, I'm looking for him.
And then Clay was asked about the last practice where Chris Paul was chirping.
It's very helpful. I mean, anytime Chris Paul speaks, you must listen. Man's been through it all. I actually watched the Redeem Team documentary last night, and it was cool to see a young Chris getting kind of rookie hazed by his teammates, and for him to still be here just balling, it's insane. It makes me respect him so much, and anytime he speaks and he sees something out there, we must apply it because he is a basketball savant.
Basketball savant. Klay Thompson. And then you got to love paper airplane, Clay.
Chris talked about a practice a few days ago where you guys kind of dug into some of the offensive issues you're having. I mean, mostly via conversation more than on the court. Did that practice help?
What was the last part of that question?
Just how helpful was that practice?
It's very helpful. I mean, anytime Chris Paul speaks, you must listen.
It is incredible how this team has turned and pivoted on CP3. If I would have told the Warrior fan you'd hear that out of Clay's mouth 4 years ago, no way.
Yeah, that's wild.
Anytime he talks, you listen.
You know, the Clay thing, because it's going to be around all season long, and we understand he's not the same player. But this is where just the outside looking in with some fans is how quickly we crushed this guy. Like, listen to Clay. Like, he's a lovable athlete, right? In terms of athletes who give you something at a podium and have fun, Clay's the most carefree athlete I think we've ever seen in the Bay Area. He's up there with Dwight Clark, right? Just like, hey, I'm just going to live my life. I'm going to play basketball. I'm going to get on my boat. I'm going to make an paper airplane. He always gives you some quotes. It's kind of funny. I don't know, man. That's why I do kind of get crushed a little bit when I just see people so quick to just, man, get this dude out of here, da-da-da-da. Especially for a guy who's done so much for this organization. Like, it's kind of wild to me. That's all. I just stepping aside when I try to understand fan bases and fans and their psyche or whatnot.
Well, why is it okay for us to all, you and I have traded Draymond away 1,000 times. Why is there a differentiator between
Because
the two?
Draymond has affected wins and losses more so than Klay Thompson, I believe. And it's the behavior. It's the way you conduct yourself at times. And look, I get that's what gets Draymond Green going. But it's sometimes like when you see some of the things that he's done, you punched a teammate.
I mean, that's I'm not here to say they're on equal footing. I'm asking, why is there a difference?
Yeah, and that's your difference.
Because Clay never punched anybody,
at all,
that we know of.
No. I mean, I don't think he would. Look, I think there's levels to criticism, right? Like, is he the $45 million? No. Do I want him dribbling? No. Do I want him guarding guys on the perimeter who are elite offensive skill player? No. Can he still be useful? Yes. Right? Like, there's lots of different levels to the criticism. Do they need to trade him away yesterday? That's not going to happen, right? It's not and when you see Steph Curry hug him like when he did after he hit that game winner against Sacramento, you think Steph Curry wants him out of town?
Hell no.
No. So I think there's a middle ground. Like, there's a happy middle ground. Right. We want him to play better. I think the majority of normal Warrior fans just want him to play better.
We do understand he's gotten off to horrific starts to seasons, even in his prime, right? It just looks bad because he's a lot older and he's closer to the end as opposed to being towards the beginning of his career. But he's gotten off to horrific starts over the course of his career.
Yeah, but this feels a little different, right? Because obviously,
that's what I'm saying. He's closer to the end.
Yeah, and I would say that.
And it's a contract year.
Also, the hardest thing to watch in sports is a beloved player just not have it the way they used to. Like, I look at Navarro Bowman, and I brought this up to you a while back. Like, when Navarro Bowman came back, it was like, I can't even believe he's playing football. Yeah, right? And then, like, the first 7 or 8 weeks of that year, it was just remarkable. We were just thrilled he was back out there, and he was making all these tackles and everything. And then we all started to get, like, discerning, and we're like, a lot of these tackles are coming 9 yards down the field. Like, he's missing this one, he's missing that one. He just wasn't the same guy, and how could he ever be? But my respect for the player, the human, the grind to get yourself back in position through the roof. I still to this day think that Navarro Bowman is an all-time legend in 49er lore.
Right.
He didn't even play that long.
Right.
Right? And I put Clay in the same thing. I have a hard time watching them play at times because it makes me sad how a guy who was so amazing and so next level in all of the things that I look for in my players. He's my mom's favorite player.
Yeah.
She loves Clay more than she loves Steph Curry.
Right. A lot of people do.
And she's like, it's sad to watch him play because I could feel the pain when he misses a shot. You could feel it on his face when he's running back. Like it wears on him. And every shot feels that way when he's missing. And it's like you can feel the crowd is pulling for him.
He wears it on his sleeve.
Absolutely.
No doubt. He wears it on his sleeve, his emotions. And I think that's what makes him so lovable. It's that the guy, the guy cares. The guy cares on how it looks. The guy cares about basketball. He's a basketball lifer. But, the contract maybe is wearing on him. It's got to be tough. They can downplay it all they want to. But every game that goes by could be in the war. Because, I'm thinking about Klay Thompson. I was talking to Willie about this yesterday. Klay Thompson on the LA Lakers, right? Spadoni's Lakers. If Klay Thompson was playing with a guy like LeBron James, he's the type of guy that can extend Klay's career.
Yeah, but in that setting,
shots,
he's not starting.
Yeah, no, maybe he is.
Okay,
maybe he is. Cam Reddish is starting for the Lakers right now.
Is he taking on the same usage rate that he would here in a normal setting?
Maybe not, but Cam Reddish is starting with the LA Lakers.
Yeah, Cam Reddish got a 2-year, $4 million deal.
Forget all the money. Forget all that for a second.
Baked in.
Yeah, no, not in my equation. Not right now, because we don't know what type of money Klay Thompson's going to get.
Well, depends on the money he's not taking a 2-year, $4 million deal from the
You
Warriors.
never know. He may have to.
Insult.
He may have to, but you don't think LeBron James could convince Klay Thompson, come down here, come play with the Lakers.
No, that's
you grew up watching the Lakers.
I know, but
my point was that a guy like LeBron James can extend his career.
Well, yeah.
Players like that. That's all I'm saying here. So his shooting will always be valuable as a catch and shoot guy. So what does the money look like? I don't know.
Well, and what does he value himself at? That's the question.
Go be what pops out in L.A.? Maybe that's something. Maybe that is something. I don't know.
I mean, I look at it this way. We want to believe that the big three will stay together and finish their careers out together, holding hands as they walk off the floor. Chris Mullin, my favorite Warrior of all time before this version of the Warriors, played in Indiana. Jerry Rice played in Seattle and in Denver. Joe Montana played in Kansas City. Yeah, pick the guy. Will Clark played for the freaking St. Louis Cardinals, for crying out loud, at the end of his career.
Yeah.
Tim Lincecum with the Angels.
Yeah, no.
The majority of athletes don't go out the way we want them to.
No doubt. And
that sucks.
I understand that completely. I understand that. Ronnie Lott was with the Jets and the Raiders. Roger Craig was with the Vikings and the Raiders, for crying out loud. Athletes move on. It's a rarity. It is a rarity. But I'm just saying, Klay Thompson, if he's around the right personnel, his career can get extended because of his ability to catch and shoot. There's still value there in this league. And if he gets around the right, a contender, who's you know what, we can use an extra shooter. Klay Thompson's going to be sought after.
Well, no,
but not for the money that he wants.
I agree with
and
that.
And he may get humbled with the market that he has. But boy, there's going to be some contenders out there. If the market does get depressed for him, there's going to be some contenders who are like, Klay, come down here and play. We could use your 3-point shooting.
There's no doubt. When we were talking and everyone got mad at me because I said, hey, he more resembles, and these were the two guys I said, Kyle Korver and Ray Allen.
Korver sucks.
In terms, what's
Kyle Korver stinks. Kyle Korver stinks.
Okay. My point is that as an off-ball shooter that you have to account for in a half-court setting, yes, and when Ray Allen went to the Miami Heat, he was not a starter. Right, he was a very valuable piece off the bench that played in certain lineups and certain matchups depending on who was on the floor, and he was a deadly sniper for them. Didn't play all the time, but played enough to be useful, and then come playoff time was extremely valuable for them and hit one of the biggest shots in Miami sports history.
Kyle Korver, Ray Allen's a different player. Kyle Korver's not on it. I get triggered when you put Kyle Korver in the same sense as Ray Allen. Isn't Kyle Korver the same guy who missed a wide open quarter three, game 3 against the Warriors in the finals? Okay. Teams will be willing to leave Kyle Korver open all day long. Kyle Korver, what do you average, 10 points a game?
I respect him. I'm just saying I respect him as he's a shooter that you had to account for. I'm not triggered by the name. I'm looking at the player and what he brings to the table in terms of skill set. And the skill set is comparable to what Klay would be bringing to a team next year.
I think he's a lot more skillful than Kyle Korver ever would, but that's just my opinion. what's coming up in the game. We go wherever you want to go. You want to go Giants hot stove? You want to go Brock Purdy? You want to go Golden State Warriors? We could go wherever you want to go. It's Thanksgiving weekend. The holidays are here, folks. Good food is on the way, although I don't know what's at the Disneyland Resort.
Probably some good food. It's Disneyland.
Disneyland have good food? I haven't been to Disneyland since I was 18 years old.
Oh, Disneyland doesn't skimp out. They have money to spend.
All right. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Flag and Anthem.
It's game time at Flag and Anthem. Get the best prices of the
listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out to the Pajimskis. Got to meet his family the other night. Really good family. Actually, listen to the station. So if you slander Brandon Pajimski, you better be careful. Really good dad. Father was really cool. Good
His
family.
nickname should be Jack Harlow because of the hair.
Brandon Podsmisky.
Is Jack Harlow the only one with that type of hair?
Well, that's the one. That's what all the kids call each other when they have that kind of
Jack
mushroom
Harlow?
hair. Yeah, they call each other Jack Harlow.
He's performing Thanksgiving Day at the Detroit Green Bay game.
All 2 of his good songs.
First class up in the... That song is good. I do feel that one. That's the only song I know. I also like the video of him and Drewski.
Yeah.
We got to find that song.
So on Drewski, just a second, what is he popular for?
He's just a funny dude.
Oh, it was just okay.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
All right.
A lot of memes.
Okay. It was okay. I know. I just didn't know.
He has this it's not Cash Money Records on Instagram, but he does something where he has people sing and laugh at him. He's a funny dude.
No, he is very funny. It's just he's in all kinds of commercials.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him.
No, I just didn't know what he was famous for.
Yeah, he's cashing checks. He's cashing checks.
I find him
man.
infinitely more funny than Pete Davidson.
Yeah, not even close. Not even close. I don't get. I don't get.
Feel me?
I don't get that at all.
Hi,
Kim Kardashian.
I'm Pete Davidson.
Right.
I'm selling you Burger King.
By the way, shout out to San Jose Jazz fan. He says I need to smile more. I was happy. I'm always happy. You want to smile at the Giants? Smile. Let's smile at Farhan and hot stove season. We'll get to that. But let's get to Brady because Love is saying we learned the Brady sound. We've been doing this every hour. So here's Tom Brady.
I mean, you sent it to us this morning so we could play
I did.
it, so.
Well, yeah, it's true.
This was
true.
Bonte told Loveman to tell Bonte.
But this show goes in so many different directions that sometimes you just got to go with the flow.
That's why I come in and say, hey, we got the sound.
Hey, Sam.
You're finally producing.
Sam, you don't need a paddle. Just hop in the boat and see where the river takes you, where the current goes.
Unlimited possibilities. Unlimited possibilities. Unlimited.
Hey, they're 5-5.
They'll lose to Cleveland on Sunday. That's coming. I'm going with the Browns.
Couldn't have happened to a
No,
better
actually,
duo.
Actually, I don't know if Cleveland's going to win that game. Weird things happen in the Mile High City. The stadium starts rocking, and they start, what is that chant? Incomplete. I hate that. It's so stupid.
It's so dumb.
But it's tough to win in Denver. Tough to win. Tom Brady on the Stephen A. show. Stephen A. Smith show. And no, we're not talking about the bit with the sex and all that stuff. We could do that. We don't have to work Thursday, Friday. This is what Tom Brady says he sees in today's NFL.
I think there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL. Yeah. I don't see the excellence that I saw in the past.
Why not?
Why not? I think the coaching isn't as good as it was. I don't think the development of young players is as good as it was. The rules have allowed a lot of bad habits to get into the actual performance of the game. Mm-hmm. So I just think the product, in my opinion, is less than what it's been. I look at a lot of players like Ray Lewis and Rodney Harrison and Ronnie Lott and guys that impacted the game in a certain way, and every hit they would have made would have been a penalty. You hear coaches complaining about their own player being tackled and not necessarily, why don't they talk to their player about how to protect himself? We used to work on the fundamentals of those things all the time. Now they're trying to be regulated all the time. Offensive players need to protect themselves. It's not up to a defensive player to protect the offensive player. A defensive player needs to protect himself. I didn't throw the ball to certain areas because I was afraid players were going to get knocked out. Mm-hmm. That's the reality. Wow. I didn't throw it to the middle when I played Ray Lewis because you knock him out of the game, and I couldn't afford to lose a good player.
Wow.
I think there's layers to this. He's talking about how the game's not the same. Just from a quarterbacking standpoint, we have to acknowledge, we just came out of one of the better quarterback eras.
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, I would go since Peyton retired, you've lost Phillip Rivers.
Yep.
Matt Ryan, Drew Brees.
Oh, Matt Ryan's in that list.
I put him in there for you. I literally put him in there for you.
No, not for me. Don't do it for me. I'm not a Matt Ryan fan. Just kidding. I'm just busting.
Eli Manning, Peyton Manning, Brady, Rodgers, I'd put in that category, even though he's still playing, and Big Ben. I mean, that's a lot of really good quarterbacks. That's a lot of really good quarterbacks.
Tom Brady basically had the NFL cater rules towards him. I mean, we got the Tom Brady rule because of Tom Brady. Well, now it's safer, But you know what?
You're talking about the knees.
The knees and everything. And
Well,
Pollard,
the helmet one, the hole over the middle, that's because of the lawsuits because of concussions and them not wanting to have to pay for health care for life for the majority of their workforce. Like that one's a little more nuanced and layered.
Tuck rule. I don't like when old players do. I don't like that.
When
you know what? Now you're disrespecting the game. You just came from this game.
No, I agree.
I could have said this 5 years ago that the play was mediocre. That there was 5 teams.
I don't think the play is mediocre. This is what I think is
That's
happening.
what I'm saying. I'm saying Tom Brady is kind of that old man, get off my lawn, I'm out of the game. But I see a lot of mediocre. You know what I see this year? I see a lot of good defenses.
Yeah,
the defenses are starting to catch up to the offenses again.
Because of the pass rushers
right.
that are coming into the game. I would say this to Tom. The game has never been more cerebral, and you've also had every blade of grass that you could throw to now as opposed to generations before. So, like, for Tom, like, it used to be much harder back in the day. No, Tom, it actually got easier. That's why you kept playing.
Right.
In terms of quarterback play,
right.
Got a lot easier. We would never see a C.J. Stroud step into the league and play like he's playing right now. Passing camps, the freedom of being able to throw to all these guys, and then the league itself mandating less practice time, less players that stay on their teams year after year after year. Think about what free agency is now. It's a frenzy. You cut a guy left and right. You don't see the same offensive lines 2 and 3 years in a row. What college program is pumping out elite offensive linemen left and right?
Right, nobody, because the trickle-down effect with offensive linemen being in a 2-point stance instead of a 3-point stance, and all these teams running spread offenses to where offensive linemen are on the island by themselves.
Exactly.
They're not getting better. You're throwing quick wide receiver screen, quick drag routes, quick in routes, bombs, fades. Offensive linemen, the offensive line play has never been worse in the league. And I think for 5 years now on these airwaves, it's trickle-down effect. I see it at the high school level. I see it at JUCO. I see it in college.
Well, if you listen to all that, and I highly recommend listening to the entire interview with Tom Brady on the Stephen A. Smith Show, he actually goes into college, and it starts there, and he goes and discusses there's no legit programs anymore outside of maybe Alabama and a couple others that are teaching these things. So it's constantly coaches. Lincoln Riley going from Oklahoma to USC, Brian Kelly going to Notre Dame. Like all these coaches
Kiffin's been everywhere.
Like exactly. So all these coaches are moving around. There's no like sustained programs like there used to be. Like who? Like Iowa with Kirk Ferentz. Like
come on,
that's
man.
it.
They
Like
score 3 points a game.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
3 points a game.
Well, no,
their over-under was 20.
Oh, I know.
I couldn't believe it.
And the under hit.
20.
Like you can go like programs like in Florida with Urban Meyer, stuff like that. They had like legit programs that catered to these NFL type of players.
Right.
Alabama's like a dying breed now. Like you're just not going to see this anymore.
No, it's a really good point. I would add to that the transfer portal is great and bad. Right? It's great in the sense that, Joe Burrow is sitting behind somebody at Ohio State, Justin Fields. I'll go to LSU. Justin Fields is starting in Georgia. He's going to go up to OSU. Like, that's great. But then I look at someone like Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels, I feel like, has been playing college football and Bo Nix forever.
Yep.
Forever.
Yep.
So they come into the league at 24? Burrow came in the league at 24. And then you have someone like Trey Lance coming into the league at 20.
Mm-hmm.
Literally 20 years old. They're not ready to play.
Yep.
Was Zach Wilson ready to play?
Yep.
Zach Wilson had 2 years as a starter. Not ready to play. But because of the system and everything that's in place, you put together a good year and boom, you catapult to the top of the charts.
My guy Wet just texted me. He goes, man, that's crazy because he's with Omari Green, OG, coaches at San Mateo, coaches the DBs down at San Mateo, and they've got a great program. They beat up on my City College Rams a couple weeks ago, 44-17. Jimmy Collins, I know you guys are going to bounce back and kick their ass in a couple weeks for a state championship or NorCal championship. But he said, OG, and I've been on the phone with him a couple times over the last couple weeks. He says the coaching needs to evolve. These coaches are stuck in their ways. They're stuck in their ways.
What does he mean by that?
They're still coaching. It's their way or the highway. Like Lincoln Riley, I don't think he has a counter. I don't think he has a chess move. He's going to be stuck in his offensive ways and not evolve. And now you look at UCLA, that Latu kid from UCLA coming off the edge. Oh, look, what's his prospects? That kid was coming after the quarterback. But their offense got worse and worse. He doesn't evolve. He doesn't stick to one thing. And he doesn't. So that's a problem.
Well, one thing that I've worried about is, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Like
Nick Saban has evolved for that point.
I mean, think about
his offense is morphed. Milroe. They saw Milroe. Okay, he can't run our offense. Let's cater our offense to him.
Have you seen the Milroe numbers compared to Jalen Hurts the year he won the Heisman?
It's been unbelievable.
I couldn't believe because he couldn't throw at the beginning of the year. He's been unbelievable. you can make an argument this might be Saban's best coaching job because he doesn't have the best talent
Hopefully
this
they
year.
beat Georgia. I want to see him beat Georgia.
I'm rooting for Alabama. I can't believe they become an underdog. No, but there's a point that I do want to make regarding like the redundancy of coaching. One thing that I've thought of is like if everyone's doing the same thing, is anyone truly innovative? So, for example, with Kyle Shanahan, he runs this offense, his way. Well, LaFleur is running a version of his offense. Zach Taylor is running a version of his offense. McVay is running a version of that offense. Now, they're all slightly different, and they all have their own spin on it. But it does feel like everybody's running the same stuff.
Yep. And that's the thing. It's redundant. So that's why the defenses are caught up. So I just disrespect. I don't like when veterans, when they retire, they start disrespecting the game that they paved the way for. And a lot of veterans do that. So how about you uplift these youngsters? Hey, maybe we want to see a little bit more of this. Maybe we want to see a little bit more of that. Let's highlight some of the strengths. Let's highlight some of the good that they're doing. Like quarterback play, the processing of quarterback play has never been better. It's never been better. Now you get some mediocre quarterback play because these defenses are getting better. And you can't equate, no matter what you do in football camps, whether it's 7-on-7, flag football, no pads, you cannot practice against a good pass rush. It's hard to practice against a good pass rush. So when you get these game situations and you get the Myles Garretts of the world breathing down your neck, things get differently. Quarterbacks get hit, all of a sudden, boy, I'm looking at the pass rush. I'm not looking 15 yards down the field. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when you look at like team salaries, obviously quarterback absorbs a lot of the salary cap. Second, pass rusher. League-wide. I'm talking league-wide. Now, yes, guys who protect the quarterback get paid as well. No one is denying that. But in terms of what's soaking up people's salary cap, defensive line. Defensive line is where people are spending a ton of money and weapons.
Here's what Steve Young said on the Dan Patrick show about how valuable offensive linemen are.
A tackle like Trent Williams of the 49ers, you can see it when he's in the game, when he's not. It's like a shutdown corner. Would you rather have a shutdown corner or a great edge rusher? And I think you'd probably say, look, a shutdown corner allows the other 10 guys to do things that are just unavailable without it. And so a great tackle, it's the same as a shutdown corner. You now close down a side, and that allows the other 10 guys to do. So if you don't have a Hall of Fame receiver, but you have a Hall of Fame tackle, your all-pro receiver now is a Hall of Fame receiver. Like, it elevates everybody. And I think that's the point you're making. I think I agree with that. I mean, Trent Williams is probably, people say he's the greatest football player ever. I've heard that been said. And I can't say that that's not true at this point, because there's no one that's ever dominated the position like that.
So the way I view this, like, it's like value, right? Scarcity. What is there more scarcity on? Tackles or edge rushers?
Tackles.
I think so too. Like, if I asked most football fans, name 5 tackles.
Right.
I mean, they're going to go Trent Williams, Lane Johnson. Then where are they going to go? Maybe Tunsil?
Got some tackles out there.
Colton Miller.
Terran Armstead, Colton Miller.
Mulata, or what, how do you pronounce his name?
Dickerson's a guard.
I think Tristan Wirfs is going to be a guy people are going to reference, right? But like, if I say now go edge rushers, Michael Parsons, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Nick Bosa, people are just going to keep going.
It's interesting because in the Blindside book, it starts off discussing Bill Walsh and what he wanted to do against Lawrence Taylor, and how Lawrence Taylor was just destroying the Niners. And what he used to do was pull his center out to block Lawrence Taylor. Then later on, he's like, I have to get a big left tackle. And he ended up drafting Bubba Parrish, right? And later on, it was Steve Wallace. The left tackle, the importance of the left tackle position really evolved in the 80s. And then you saw in the 90s, a lot of guys started going number 1 or top 10, top 15. You get to Jonathan Ogden, you get the Orlando Paces out of Ohio State, who's a Heisman Trophy finalist, Walter Jones with the Seattle Seahawks. So you get these left tackles, and there's been a big emphasis. Dwayne Brown, who's now, longtime Houston Texan. So you get these left tackles who are priority. That's why the Niners, Staley leaves, he retires, let's go get Big Trent. What's up with Big Trent? So when Trent retires, with Shanahan and company, where's that left tackle at? We need that left tackle. So Steve Young makes a great point there. An all-pro receiver can't turn into a Hall of Famer when you have an all-pro or an all-world left tackle. That's a good point.
Well, and I think the other thing that there's like a scarcity of in the league right now is lockdown corners.
Well, it's so tough to play corner.
So hard. I mean, even Sauce Gardner, for as good as he is, he gets beat.
Oh, he got cooked last week.
Who
was that? Gabe Davis?
Yeah, it was Gabe Davis.
Yeah, he got cooked on that play.
I mean,
and I watched Sauce. I watched Sauce a lot in that Raiders game on Sunday Night Football. He don't really want to tackle. He don't really want to tackle.
He wanted to hold Devontae the entire game.
Dude, he was holding, and Josh Jacobs popped him once, and the next time around, Sauce didn't want that smoke.
So how many great corners are there in the game right now? Surtain. Most people are going to say Surtain.
Patrick Surtain Jr., Jalen Ramsey. I tell Jalen Ramsey came back.
What a pick the other day.
Yeah, he had 2 picks. Did he have 2 picks in that
one to
game?
close the game.
Yeah. I mean, Jalen Ramsey's really good. There's not many shutdown. Darius Slay's a good corner.
Yeah.
Not a shutdown.
Yeah.
You know, Trayvon Diggs was in that category.
Sweet in Seattle.
Well, this Witherspoon kid.
I know. But he's a hybrid. He plays a lot of spots for them.
Yeah, we'll break him down tomorrow. But this Witherspoon kid in Seattle has a chance to be an all-time great.
It just feels like to me, like we've had I feel like I'm watching way more elite wide receivers than I've ever seen. And really, really, really good pass rushers. But then like the meat and potatoes of football, the tackling and the blocking, you know, I don't see a lot of great linebackers right now. Because they're not practicing tackling. I don't see a lot of great offensive line play. That's what separates the Eagles right now. When I look at the Eagles, there were 3 plays. I'm watching Jalen Hurts. There's no one within 4 yards of him.
Well, that's why it's funny, because when it comes down to the trenches, you know, when it came down to the Tampa Bay Kansas City Super Bowl, right? Remember we had the betting expert out. He was talking about Kansas. Everybody was picking Kansas City. What did I keep saying, Shasky?
They lost both of their tackles.
The trenches.
The day before.
You know, and in the NFC Championship game, Aaron Rodgers didn't have Bakhtiari in that game. And he got smoked in that first half. So the trenches is what wins your games. And so I don't know why offensive line play hasn't become a priority for these coaches at the high school level and the college level. And then shut down corners. I think it's so hard to play corner in today's game. With the way the rules are dictated, you can't touch receivers after 5 yards. You can't really bump them. They call, if you breathe off some of these wide receivers, you get called for a holding call. You get an automatic first down. It is so hard to play corner in today's game. So the life, you know, the Deion Sanders and Darrelle Revises, all these shutdown corners that we've seen in the past, we're not going to see a lot of them anymore because of the way the rules are dictated towards offenses, because the casual fan wants to see points, right? They'd rather see a 45-42 game as opposed to a 21-17 game. Like a game like yesterday, one of my favorite football games in the last 5 years was when the Patriots went up to Buffalo and ran the ball damn near every single play. That was so fun for me. I was like, that's old school football. Like, forget the 45-41 games. We see that all the time. So, give me a good 20-17 football game.
So did you enjoy, you know, Michigan running it 8,000 times in a row?
I did like them running 32 times in a row. That's the most disrespectful thing in football.
Yeah,
when you could run it down somebody's throat every single play. They know it's coming, and you can't stop it.
Do you respect the Jets? 1 touchdown in their last 40 drives?
That's just ineptitude football. That's just nasty.
Is that
football.
the good football we're looking for?
That's not the football we're looking for. We're looking for, I want to see defenses challenge offenses. Now, Steve Young also touched on pressure to quarterback and how that's not changed. This is a very interesting answer from Steve Young about this concept.
Trent is unique. He can, on the run and the pass, can just completely dominate a game. And that's why, and quarterback, you've seen it every week. The only thing that stops quarterbacks in today's game is pressure, because people are open. There are open spaces, and then quarterbacks can go run for a 3 yards. So it's like a fun game to play. I mean, I've said it to you before. I'd love to play today. It'd be a lot of fun to go run around and make it happen. The only defense that defending NFL defenses have today is 4 guys to rush the passer. That's because the game hasn't changed in the pass rush. It's changed in coverage, it's changed in tackling, but it has not changed in pass rushing. The safety protocols have not affected the pass rush, and that's why it's been leaned into by defensive coordinators and everybody. So we got 4 guys, and they got to bring the heat, because that's our only shot.
That's the one constant.
100%. I mean, look at who was dominating last year with the 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles in terms of the NFC. Look at what's going on right now in the AFC. Like, Baltimore quietly has an elite pass rush. Cleveland has an elite pass rush.
Pittsburgh
is a player because of their elite pass. By the way, Kenny Pickett's advanced numbers worse than Mac Jones.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Now let's see what they do.
Speaking of how great their defense is, the fact that their quarterback play is that bad.
Yep. They've been outgained in every single game this year, yardage-wise, and yet they're 6-4 because of that defense. That defense is filthy.
I mean, there's a reason, the Niners said to Mike McGlinchey, we don't want you anymore. And Sean Payton, who I still don't get it, he paid $50 million for Mike McGlinchey. You know why? Because protecting the quarterback is that important.
Yep.
Even though we all agree it's an overpay.
Yep. Mike McGlinchey.
Underrated part of that Broncos offensive line, they started every single game this season. No change in the offensive line. No injuries.
Continuity does matter.
It does. It does.
I mean, shouldn't overpay Mike McGlinchey, but,
Well, I think that's also what quietly has made the 49ers last couple of weeks pretty impressive is they've done this without Aaron Banks, who's a good player.
Tomorrow we're going to get into, like, Thanksgiving food and all that rah-rah stuff. And
I know, food with Bush tomorrow. Can't wait.
We'll do all that. But we are playing the Seahawks this week. Does that still hit for some people? This rivalry still hitting? And at 895-79570. It's a big game Thursday night in Seattle. Niners are in first place. Seattle just lost one to the Rams. Maybe they were looking ahead, maybe not, but they missed a 55-yard field goal at the buzzer. Does this rivalry still, or have we catapulted Philadelphia to the top dog, our top nemesis in 49er land?
No. Seattle, once the game starts, I'll be fired up for it. I'm not going to lie. My hatred for Pete Carroll has diminished. I actually respect him more in his old age.
Why?
A variety of things. Number one, I've realized that I'm probably more like Pete Carroll than I want to admit in terms of his personality. I respect the way he's aging. Like, he feels like a guy who connects to young people, even as he's getting older, in a way that Belichick could never. Like, Belichick's cemented as one of the greatest coaches of all time. But the way he's aging is it's not a good look. I look at Pete Carroll. I thought Pete was done 3 or 4 years ago.
Right.
He has, like, what he's done here without Russ and what he's done to kind of reset that organization, tremendous respect.
Well, I asked that because it felt like a couple years ago, the Rams were trying to become that top dog. The Rams have never been, they haven't been it for me. I mean, granted, that year was special in 2021 where both teams played, but the Niners have dominated the Rams, and they just got that one damn game on us. That one damn game in the NFC Championship game. And they can laugh at it and say, hey, you beat us 10 straight times or whatever it is. But we got the one NFC Champion. And that's all they said when I was walking out of SoFi Stadium. Hey, we won the one that mattered. We won the and it drove me crazy because it's like, dude, this was just our unofficial home game. Home opener at SoFi. You don't even have fans here. It's all red. But Seattle and Philadelphia. I wonder where Niner fans are ranking. And we're going to find out over the next 3 weeks. Because I feel like slowly but surely, Niners and Eagles have a chance to be the 90s version of Niners Cowboys.
It does feel like that. It feels like the only thing that matters is that game. And not even for the seeding. Forget the seeding.
Right.
I'm talking about bragging rights and point of view heading into the playoffs. If you can beat Philadelphia, even if you don't get the number 1 seed, don't you feel better about being a Niner fan?
Absolutely.
Like, check that box. I know we can do that. Like, we need to do it before we can actually do it in the playoffs. I feel like we have to prove it to ourselves.
We got to win that game December 30th.
It feels like a must-win. Yes, for the psyche.
Ooh.
Because then you would be 2 games that you've lost them in back-to-back, one in which they knocked your quarterback out. I need that win for the soul.
I hope we're not becoming the Indianapolis coach to Tom Brady's New England Patriots in the 2000s.
Why are you going there?
It took them so long to get over the Patriots up
to the Warriors.
You know what I'm saying? The Portland Trailblazers to the Warriors. We're going to find out soon. And you got to go to Philadelphia to do it.
I don't even want to think about that. Why you got to do that?
Well, you got to go to Seattle, then Philadelphia. So we're going to find out.
Seattle, Philly, then back home against Seattle.
And these games are going to be tight. Division games are just different.
I mean, look at the Bears in Detroit over the week.
I know. The New York Giants goes to Washington and beats up on the Commanders. Easily with Danny DeVito or whatever the hell his name is. Is it Tommy DeVito?
It's not
Tommy.
Danny DeVito.
Tommy, yeah, I know.
Danny DeVito is the Penguin.
Yeah, maybe his nephew.
I know.
Was that his best role?
Penguin?
It was really good. It's actually underrated. Danny DeVito.
Wasn't he twins?
Yeah, twins.
Well, twins, yes,
What
absolutely. Tons of Always Sunny.
Always Sunny. Probably.
I didn't watch Always Sunny. What else was he in? Twins were good. Twins was fun. Arnold Schwarzenegger?
It was classic.
888-957-9570. Favorite Danny DeVito movie?
You know what's funny?
The Lorax?
Schwarzenegger was on the Mandycast a couple weeks ago, and he has a donkey, a pet donkey.
Taxi.
Pet donkey, right? And Eli's like, yeah, man, I heard the name is Peyton. And Arnold goes, ha, ha, ha. How do you know? Of course it's Peyton. It's some you know.
He's been living in America for like most of his life and still has the thickest accent imaginable.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Do your Arnold one more time for me.
Hasta la vista, baby.
That is the best you could do?
Yeah. I don't have
I was just doing noise.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The grunt.
Hasta la vista, baby. Yeah, I can't do it, Arnold. I'm terrible at the Arnold. That's why, Stop my lane. But he basically had a pet donkey, and he played it off very smoothly. How did you know the name was Peyton?
Legal to have a pet donkey?
Yeah, I don't know. He has one. He started a swim today. I guess he can do what he wants.
Not Tiger King, Donkey King.
Yeah. By the way, not going to Philadelphia. Baby Chez's birthday is the next day. It would have been a little aggressive to make the 24-hour trip cross country and then come all the way back. If I was 30, I would do it. If I was 35, I would do it. If I was single, I would do it. But I can't pull that one off.
Just stop while you're ahead.
I can't pull that one off.
John Canellis on the YouTube chat. Jersey Mike's commercials. He's all of them for Danny DeVito.
That's right. He is all the Jersey Mike's. The only Jersey Mike's that I had ever been to was the one at the Metreon.
Damn, have I ever had Jersey Mike's?
They always
have one
samples.
down the street?
Yeah, it was on. Is it 5th and Mission or whatever?
No, but I thought they had one on like Sutter or something.
Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Matilda. He was in Matilda.
He was the dad, yeah.
That's right. He was in Matilda.
Bag, yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Are you ready for not King of the Hill, but Shasky's top 6 free agents?
Oh gosh.
Technically, it's top 6 trade acquisitions and top 2 free agents.
I'm gonna eat some Doritos real quick. You go ahead.
Are you ready for this?
Not
San Francisco
really.
Giants?
Not really.
Hot stove?
Not really.
Hot stove?
No, I don't know if our chat's listening.
Hot stove?
Our chat, I don't know.
Sam. Garlic Fries Baseball guys, subscribe wherever you find podcasts. Are you ready for this?
I'm very much ready for this.
All right, well, there's really only 2 free agents that I want. I'm going to be honest with you. There's 2. Don't give me Sonny Gray and Jack Flaherty and, all of these guys that you could sign on the bargain bin. All right, I don't
Sonny
want
Gray
those
was
guys.
really good last year.
Blake Snell's available. He's going to command 5 years. I don't give 5 years to a 5 and dive guy, although he won the Cy Young. That's not who I want. I want Yo-Yo, a.k.a. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, 25 years old. He is the back-to-back Cy Young in Japan and back-to-back Triple Crown winner of Japan. He is the high-price international free agent that you got to have this year. 25 years old. Get him. Why not? Did you watch the World Baseball Classic? Guy was outstanding. The curveball, it's called the yo-yo curve. Have you seen it?
I've seen it.
Is it real?
It's real.
Is it spectacular?
It's great.
The only other free agent I want, Shohei Ohtani, of course. 29 years old. He will not be pitching for you because he's going to have Tommy John, but he will be a hitter. So I think you can get him for a 3 or 4 year deal with the opt-outs. I'm thinking $125 million, $150 million. That's for 3 years. 200 for 4. You got to be in that $50 million range. If he's not going to pitch for you, $50 million's about the number.
All right, I'll play along now. The Giants really in on these guys.
No, those are the only 2 free agents. Those are it. I'm going to give you the trades in a second.
All right, trades. Oh, trades.
You want my trades?
Trades.
Top 6 trade pieces that I think the Giants should be sniffing around. Number 6, Dylan Cease. 27-year-old right-hander, Chicago White Sox. They're not going to pay anyone. They're in rebuild mode. They got a whole new GM, whole new system there. Why not? They need starters, do they not? Now, why would Chicago give up on them? Because they're rebooting completely. You've done really good things with some of these former Chicago pitchers. Remember the guy that they had a couple of years ago? Your boy, Carlos Rodon?
You already forgot his name? He was here and poof.
Thought you were going to mention Jeff Samardzija.
Oh, my God. The Shark.
I thought you were going to mention Danny Darwin.
I thought you were going after Drew Smiley.
Or Francisco Alvarez.
Wilson Alvarez.
Yeah. Whatever his name was.
That's
In a 3-team deal.
Very, very close.
You like that?
Yeah, I did like that. He was also a Marlin. Number five. Number five. Tyler Glasnow. Tampa Bay says that they're trading him. They're going to have to save some money. This guy's a hog. Absolute beast. You're telling me him and Logan Webb wouldn't look great at the top of a rotation? No?
He was also great in Batman, Cillian Murphy, a.k.a. Tyler Glasnow. He's good, though.
He's a stud.
His velocity's not there, but all of his off-speed stuff is very impressive. But he made me a little nervous in that Rangers series, not going to lie. He got kind of lit up.
The Giants are dying for another guy to get 175 innings in their rotation. They need this guy. You're going to have...
Wait, didn't he just have like 2 Tommy Johns?
He did have lots of wear and tear.
He's had multiple.
Yeah. I don't want to deal with that. We already have Anthony DeSclafani. We already have Ross Stripling.
Okay.
I mean, we need another injured pitcher.
I'm glad.
There's a reason why Tampa Bay's trading him.
Well, the Tampa Bay's in a lot of, because of what happened with Wander Franco, they're in a weird spot. Okay.
They are.
So, and they're moving into a new ballpark. They're going to try to cut some costs. The other guy, number 4. Corbin Burns. Corbin Burns, $10 million a year. All right. Yes, he's pitched a ton of innings. Milwaukee, another team in transition. They lost their manager. I'm telling you right now, Corbin Burns has been on the block. The Giants have been sniffing around. I think Corbin Burns would be perfect in a San Francisco Giants uniform.
No, I could get down with that. What are you giving up?
I don't know. I'll tell you right now, the only guy who's a keepable for me, there's two guys. I want to see Harrison for a full year. I want to keep Luciano. Anyone else is available. And that includes Patrick
Why
Bailey.
are we doing this?
What?
Why are we doing
What
this?
are we doing what?
Why are you setting yourself
I think in this
up?
situation, Matos becomes probably your most
my
valuable
God.
trade chip, right?
Absolutely. And I'd give him up in a heartbeat. Number 3. They'll never do this. That's why I have him so low. Fernando Tatis Jr. Look, the guy's got problems, all right? He rubs teammates the wrong way. This dude is an absolute baller. Sign him up for 25, 100, and a 285 batting average.
Hold on. So Bob Melvin, I know he had funk with the GM, but he couldn't even corral that clubhouse whatsoever. Now he's going to come to San Francisco and all of a sudden check Fernando Tatis and make him a team guy?
Sam?
You couldn't do that down in San Diego.
Sam, as our Padre insider, what did you hear about the Padres clubhouse?
Oh, I just heard that the guys like Tatis, Machado, Juan Soto, Xander Bogaerts, none of them really got along with each other. They all want to be the superstars. They all want to be the top guy.
And Bob Melvin can make break peace or break bread or have them.
Is that on Bob Melvin or is that on the four of those knuckleheads not getting
couldn't get them on the same
Those
guys are all worth
well, sometimes guys just don't want to listen to
$1 billion worth of egos.
The manager couldn't get them on the same page, so he's going to do it up here in San Francisco?
Well, sometimes it's hard for the boss to get guys on the same page, you know?
Our boss would know.
Some guys just don't want to listen.
Exactly.
Wow. So he's going to listen to San Francisco.
All right, my number 2 trade piece that I'd go after. They have been looking for a right-handed power bat of this magnitude since Jeff Kent. It's the polar bear. It's Pete Alonso, New York Mets. Come on, Bonte. You know you want the polar bear.
I've always wanted the polar bear. I'm surprised you want the polar bear now.
I'm all in.
Oh, you're all in?
I'm all in.
Oh.
And I want to be able to watch the home run derby with a giant in it. As he's meditating, as he's trying to make smoke, gripping the bat, waiting to hit. The polar bear would be so much fun. DH, first base, right-handed power bat. Put him right in the middle of the order for the next 7 years, right?
Pete Alonso's intriguing. That's the one that I'll buy in on.
All right.
That's the one. That's the one I'll buy in on. That's the one guy I've wanted for a long time. I get that he strikes out a lot, but you're getting 40 home runs automatically. You're getting a presence in the middle of your lineup, which they don't have. They haven't had for a long time. All of a sudden, Yastrzemski and Haneker look a lot better with Pete Alonso batting behind them.
And more importantly, think of all the polar bear hats they'll be able to sell too. The deal pays for itself.
The polar bear hats.
Oh, my God.
Oh, the polar bear hats. I can't wait. That goes perfect with the Chronocraw candlestick pins. Let's go.
Bonte's so upset.
Let's go.
I'm not even upset. I'm just looking at the clock.
And
Keep
you know what
going.
else? That polar bear, it goes with the Coca-Cola bottle.
Hey, Matt Nahigan, you just paid me for the last 15 minutes to say 5 words.
All right.
It's all good, my hood, baby.
My number one. Sadly, with the passing of the Padres owner, Peter Seidler, they are going to be trimming payroll significantly. They have had a big problem with their RSN not giving them money. They're going to have their own broadcasts. They have to slash payroll, and they will not be able to afford this guy, and they need to get cheap minor league options in return. It's Juan Soto. Juan Soto, left-handed. He needs a $500 million deal.
Hold on. So we want to trade for Tatis Jr. or Juan Soto.
Yes.
2 guys. Okay, all right. I'm in on Juan Soto. I wanted him a couple years ago. I wanted to deplete the farm system a couple years ago for him. I'm all good with Juan Soto.
Juan Soto is one of the best baseball players on the planet. And, yeah, you'd have to hide him out in left field.
Let's be real. The Padres aren't trading with the Giants, right?
I mean, why
Not a
wouldn't
premier
they?
player.
Why wouldn't they?
Not a premier player within the division.
Why wouldn't they? They just traded us their manager.
Dude,
they just gave granted permission to come to us.
Well, Joe Spinoni is a resident A's fan, and we could get his take on Bob Melvin.
Oh, you wanted it now? It's just you just can never get it done.
Okay.
He had all the talent in the world, multiple years.
I don't care about the manager. I want to get the team better.
But the manager does matter.
Oh,
we just saw that Bruce Bochy in Texas.
I agree. But they have players. They have a $500 million
Why would the
infield.
Padres trade Juan Soto to the Giants and have to face him within the division for the next 10 years?
Why not? Because they have to replenish their own
They can
farm.
go trade him somewhere else. Trade him to the American League.
Look, the Giants are going to be one of the teams that's going to be throwing prospects at a trade. They need to ink someone up. This is the way to go. Juan Soto, number one, hands down, without a doubt.
All right,
make them an offer they can't refuse, Godfather.
All right.
I'm going to make you a fast 5 you can't refuse.
My final thought is, Roasters, I promise you tomorrow there will be no baseball talk. It's Seahawks week.
I give you 8 minutes.
What are we doing? Spending 8 minutes on the damn Giants.
Hot stove.
When it's Seahawks week and the Warriors just won a game. But I'm going to be a team player. I'm a team player. They say I have a lot of egos and I don't like to pass. Why don't you just drop some dimes and let Shasky allow him to talk hot stove baseball during Thanksgiving week when the Niners are playing the Seahawks?
No, Food with Butcher is not today. It was yesterday or tomorrow, excuse me.
Well, I thought it was today. We started talking about mashed potatoes and stuff.
No, it's because I was cooking.
Oh, we just mailed it in. That sounded like the morning mail-in on 95.7 The Game.
All right, my final thought is this. Boy, the Warriors needed to win. I don't know what it means big picture. They just needed to stop the bleeding. CP3 has been the second best Warrior this season. I hope it doesn't continue because someone else needs to be the clear-cut number 2, but he's been awesome. Awesome acquisition.
Who's next?
Guys, my final thought I had last night, whatever happened to picture-in-picture on TVs? That used to be a standard feature on TVs, and now last night, I'm watching Monday Night Football, Warrior game comes on, I have to switch to a completely different channel to watch the Warrior game? Like, we have phones that could do picture-in-picture, but TVs can't? Like, can we bring this back, please? Or is that just me that thinks that?
Lonnie Walker really had a good game last night. Again, 26 points, 9 of 17, 6 of 11 from beyond the arc. This season, Lonnie Walker, and I'm proving it's not a fluke last year. And what was it, Game 5?
Game 4.
Game 4. So I don't even remember. 3-1. It was so long ago. 16.5 points he's averaging, 51% from the field, 45% from three-point land, 3 boards, 2 assists. Warriors could have used Lonnie Walker. I tell you what. It's a missed signing right there. It's tough.
The Lakers could have used him, too, because you guys right now would be in a play-in tournament with the Golden State Warriors. Or I think you guys are the 6th seed.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, okay. All right, 6th seed. Good
tough.
job. That is tough. You could have used Lonnie Walker.
Are we really looking down on the Lakers after they beat us?
Yes, I am. Okay. Why do you cater to the Lakers, man? Stop catering this. I hate the damn Lakers.
History is written by the victors.
Just talk about you got respect for Pete Carroll. It's Seahawks week. It's a rivalry game. Screw Pete Carroll. Screw Geno Smith. Screw John Snyder. Screw that stadium up there. Screw everything in Seattle. Stop giving credit to our rivals, the Lakers. Screw Lonnie Walker. All right? It's about the red and gold and the blue and gold. Let's go. What are we doing here? Bye-bye. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 2G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Evan Giddings, and maybe they'll talk about James Franklin going for 2 when they're down 9. It was a dumb decision. See you guys.
I'm so upset.
You can stop asking that question.
All righty, Warriors back on the winning track. They beat Houston last night. Snap a 6-game losing streak. How we feeling about that game, Warrior fans? I feel like the Warriors needed a win so bad it's not one to really nitpick. Plus, if you're 7-8, are you really a team that can nitpick? You really should only nitpick with teams that are really good. And right now the Warriors are fighting to be very good. So no Draymond Green last night, no Gary Payton II, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And, after they lost the game before Oklahoma City, which I can't remember which game that was now, Minnesota before Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Oklahoma City before Oklahoma City.
Well, they lost 2 in a row.
Correct.
Lost 2 to Minnesota also.
Yeah, and when they lost Draymond Green, you just got to survive right now. And right now they're 1-2 without Draymond Green. They go to Phoenix tomorrow for a game and then come back Friday against the Spurs. So they just needed to get back on the winning track, and it wasn't easy, but they did it. And my question to you, Evan, and to Warrior fans is, did that win last night look any different than any of the losses other than the final score?
Well, I told you this before, and I thought the Warriors played better against Oklahoma City. Like the game they won in overtime, that's probably why the loss stung so much, is because you did play a good game. You had it in the final moments, and whether you disagree with a non-foul or you tip your cap to Chet Holmgren and then Shea Gill just goes crazy in overtime, like you lost the game. And that's kind of where the Warriors are at right now, which is we can't, I'm not going to sit up here and say that was a so-so win. Like they needed a victory.
Right.
They could not go 0-6 on that homestand, and they damn near did if they don't win that game last night. And so it's interesting how the Houston Rockets, especially now the last 2 years, have kind of been almost like a get-right team for the Warriors, and especially Klay Thompson, who finally had a 20-point game. What?
Did he?
Don't be that guy.
Did he have 20?
Yes, he did.
Or did he really have 17?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me tell you something. I'll tell you something right now. If they let Klay Thompson raise up for a jump shot,
why wouldn't they?
Leave the floor, then decide not to shoot it, come down and shoot it again, I think he can get back on track. I think he'll be
talking about that one in the corner. Well,
yes,
it's funny because also Monday Night Football is on last night. We were looking at the Eagles and the Chiefs. And I think Mahomes had a kind of 1-foot hop touchdown throw in the first half.
Yeah, that was nice.
Looked a lot like Klay Thompson's three-pointer from the corner there because he left his feet. But hey, they still gave it to him, which means he's officially got 20 points, and which means, all right, would you consider that a breakout game?
I wouldn't. Not for Klay. For somebody else. But that's a compliment to Klay.
Exactly.
I mean, he averaged more points last year per game, I think, than he had last night. So he still hasn't had a 21, 22-point scoring game this year yet. But it was better. I'll tell you what, speaking of Klay, the thing that I think is kind of interesting is I almost feel like we're treating Klay, or he's being talked about right now like Purdy is talked about after a game. What I mean by that is Kyle Shanahan yesterday was talking about Purdy
or anytime he talks about Purdy, he'll say, well, he threw a couple ones that I didn't like, and one could have been an interception, and that would have been a bad throw. But other than that, he did it. Steve Kerr's doing the same thing with Clay. He said, he took 2 bad shots early where the shot clock had plenty of time, but other than that, it's like, man, Clay's in, his 12th year?
Yep.
And he's got to kind of go, he's kind of lost all his goodwill that he's brought up. I mean, one of the things that Clay will do is he takes tough shots, but he
has made them.
He has made them in the past, and if those stop going in, then yeah, I guess he's got to have to control shot selection a little more. But look, Clay is such a fine line with this team because you need him to score, but he can't be a volume shooter. But he also can't be a 6 for 10 for 15-point guy. You know what I mean? Because you need him to help you as a scorer still more than anything else. So the thing with Clay right now is I think he's obviously trying to find his game. We're 15 games in now?
Yep. 7 and 8.
15.
7 and 8.
Yeah, so next game is the official 20%. The season will be 20% over after the Phoenix game tomorrow. Interesting.
And like with Klay Thompson too, and one of the reasons why Steve Kerr might be talking about him like you're hearing Shanahan talk about Purdy is because I do think there's been an emphasis on shot selection and patience, as there has been for the entire team. Like in a way, Klay Thompson, I do think is kind of symbolic of where the Warriors are at, which is close to a 500 team, a team that's trying to figure it out, and a team that's grappling with the combination of getting older, maybe slipping a little bit, but also knowing that you still do have the ability to go out and shoot yourself into a victory. Like Klay Thompson didn't have a breakout game last night the same way a year ago yesterday against the Houston Rockets on the road. He did have a breakout 40-point game in which he made 10 threes. Like that, to me, is a breakout Klay Thompson game, and the reason why I wouldn't consider last night that. But it doesn't mean that last night isn't valuable, because the Warriors are in a position now to where whether you have Draymond Green or not, you can't afford to lose games that you should win.
Right,
and
exactly.
Even though Minnesota and OKC are good opponents, you might have been able to take 2 of those games, probably just one, the one that they lost in overtime, and that's kind of where we're at. Like the Warriors need to defeat teams that they're better than.
Right.
They are better than the Houston Rockets, especially at home, and it's a 5-point win, but that's a game that you will take considering what's happened the last week and a half.
You have to take it. And I think the way the Warriors have been playing after their 6-2 start, last night was about just winning the game. And that's why I don't want to make too much out of that game, because I don't think all their problems are solved by a long shot. But I also think that they lose that game last night, and now we are getting into look, you do not want to fall out of touch with 500. You really don't. And it's one of those games where you lose last night and now you're 6-9 and you go to Phoenix and lose and you're 6-10. Well, now you better beat the Spurs on Friday. But the win against Houston gives them a little bit of breathing room. But I'm not gonna dissect the game too much, because I don't think you can read too much into it. If you look at this, that was, I hate to say it, and the Warriors have had these too, but that was a scheduled loss for the Houston Rockets. They played last night in L.A. They're coming on a back-to-back, and the Warriors had been rested. So the fact that Houston stuck in that game and the Warriors pulled it out, that's one thing. But this would have been a catastrophic loss if you look at both teams' schedules, because the Rockets have not won a game on the road yet this year, and now they're 0-5 on the road. So Warriors, bottom line, they did what they had to do. And now they got to figure out a way to try to go to Phoenix and win without Draymond Green and maybe Gary Payton II.
Well, and the Warriors also would have been 1-7 at home. Like, that's also something that probably an anomaly this early in the year, but it is weird considering how good they've been on the road. Last year, they were terrible on the road. This year, they can't seem to get a victory at home.
Right.
And I think that does have to do with the caliber of opponent, but I'm with you. To me, last night is a win that you chalk up. I was probably more encouraged by the Saturday game than last night's game, but the difference is you won last night and you lost on Saturday.
Right.
And the Warriors right now, I think if there's something that I've kind of been taking note of, and last night was there again, is just how easy are the Warriors able to score on teams that have athleticism and length. And the Rockets do have both of those. Now, they're pretty, honestly, stupid team. Like, they're not a very smart basketball team.
They're young.
Well, they are. But I also think their veteran core, if you want to call it that, are not necessarily intelligent players. Like, I wouldn't throw Dylan Brooks into that category. To me, Fred VanVleet is, a guy who has been a part of smart basketball teams, but he by himself cannot get everyone on the same page. And that's a team that the Warriors should be able to take advantage of. Like, against San Antonio coming up on Friday, I would expect them to do the same thing. But the test is going to be Wednesday, because also Phoenix, they are coming off a back-to-back. They play tonight. So if you're the Warriors, right now it's about surviving games more than, I think, trying to figure out exactly who they are right now, because they don't have their full set. Like, they don't have Draymond. And Steve Kerr had something interesting, I thought, pregame yesterday about how this is a deeper team than last year, and he's got a 12-man rotation. Well, we don't really know what that looks like, because Gary Payton's also been out. Draymond's missing time. And even when they've had all 12 of their guys, Steve Kerr's rotation doesn't appear to be completely set. So we still don't know who these Warriors are.
Right. No, I'm with you there. The one thing I'm looking at last night that I'll bring up is I'm looking at the shooting percentages. Warriors shot 47% from the floor, 49% from three-point range, 85% from the line. They turned the ball over just 8 times. So they shot it well from three-point range. They shot it well from the line. They didn't turn it over. How come they only won by 5 points? That's one of the questions that it's for down the road, because again, they just needed to get a win, and they got it. But this team is still a big time work in progress. And here's one thing I got to ask Warrior fans about a stat I'm seeing, because I swear to God I can't really decipher what it means. But we're 15 games into the season, and Steph Curry has been vintage Steph Curry, but for one aspect of the game, and that's assist to turnovers. Can someone please explain to me, because I really am struggling to figure it out. Steph Curry right now has 47 assists and 47 turnovers. So he's got a 1-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio, which is by far the worst in his career if it would keep up. But here's what I don't get, and I want you to understand I'm sincere here. He's not handling the ball as much as he used to as a 1. So I get why maybe his assists are down. I think he's being used more as a 2. But then why are his turnovers up, or at least remaining at the same level if he's not handling the ball as much? And I just can't figure it out, other than maybe when he handles the ball more, he can be a little more patient, as opposed to if he's playing 2 and he gets the ball, maybe he feels like he needs to do something, I don't know, quickly or more emphatically. I don't really know, but that's one thing I've kept my eye on this season. And he's obviously less of a playmaker because of Chris Paul. That's obvious, but I can't figure out why he's still turning the ball over as much as he is. And I get it. He gets doubled and stuff like that, but you can't double a guy if he's playing off the ball until he gets the ball. So just something I'm throwing out there, but that's a number I'm not crazy about. It's a couple numbers I'm not crazy about as it relates to Steph, and I'm trying to figure out why. 888-957-9570 is the number. You all know the number. Some people have said, you know what, guys just aren't cashing in Steph's assists. That's probably part of it.
Yeah, to me, the assist figures are more concerning than the turnovers. Like, the turnovers are kind of around the same rate
15.
as
Yeah,
been in the past. Like,
True.
it hasn't been too outlandish for Curry, but the assist totals are not even close to his career low, like our previous career low. So I think it's kind of because of Chris Paul's presence. And to me, Chris Paul's been the guy that's been asked to initiate a lot of things. But it's interesting, too, because Chris Paul hasn't been starting. So when you are at the beginning of games for the first 6 or 7 minutes, even then Curry has not been able to rack up assists. Like last night, he had a 1-to-4 assist-to-turnover ratio. And the turnovers we've become accustomed to that. But the fact that Curry has not been asked to create for others this year, I do think has resulted in maybe a little more efficient shooting. I mean, if I told you that Steph's shooting 48, 44, 90 from the splits, like that's incredible.
Right.
And so he's had some taken off his plate. And that's something we talked about in the offseason also, that not just Chris Paul, but combined with Draymond, who granted has missed the last couple games. But when you have multiple passers on the floor, then Curry isn't asked to do as much in the playmaking aspect for others. And I don't know if that's necessarily hurt the Warriors or not, but I can't recall too many times, and except for maybe outside of end of games, in which they've just put Curry in pick and roll and asked him to either get to the basket, take a shot, or deliver the ball to the roller. And to me, he's more of a two guard than he's ever been.
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Like right now,
unless somebody can tell me different analytics, I think it's the eye test is telling me that he's playing more off the ball now than he has in the past. That's what my eye test is telling me, and it should be pretty logical because now they have Chris Paul on the team. This is a good one. 408 from the Comcast Business Text line. That number shows that Steph needs some more scorers around him. I don't disagree with that, or at least guys who scored like they did in the past. I think that's fair.
Guys, particularly in the five-man lineup, that was quote-unquote the best five-man lineup last year in the NBA. Like, that is also one thing, too. If you take a look at the start, like the bench has been outscored, I think, once or twice so far this season.
Right.
But the starters, and it's been primarily Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins outside of the last couple of games that haven't really carried their weight. And so if Curry's been out there with them, not to just start games, but also close games, and Chris Paul's been in there also, but if guys are not making shots and not being able to hit them when they're delivered, then I am kind of... So to me, I guess that is a good point from the 408. Is it more just a reflection of how much scoring the Warriors don't have around Steph and Curry?
I mean, maybe the answer is, well, Steinmetz, what do you expect? Wiggins can't make a shot, and Klay hasn't been making any shots, and Chris Paul only recently has started making shots. It may be as simple as that. It very well may. This also from the Comcast Business Text line from the 650, and I agree with you, 650. Is missing Draymond Green and Gary Payton II, an unusually cold Klay Thompson, CP3 and Wiggins, meaning they're all shooting poorly, is that something to consider? If you want to know the potential of the team, why not wait and see after the next 10 games? And that's exactly what I've been advocating, particularly after Draymond got suspended for 5 games. When Draymond got suspended, to me, you go into survival mode for 5 games, and you got to try to somehow win 2 of the 5 that Draymond doesn't play in. So you got to win 1 out of the next 2, and you can stay in contact with 500. But no, I'm with you. They got to get Draymond back and Gary Payton II back. They got to try to get healthy, and then they have to try to put 10 or 15 games together where they feel like they're playing not necessarily their best basketball, but where they feel like they're coming together and they're getting better. And then at that point, and I don't know what that would be maybe the end of December now we're talking, then you can start to figure out where this team is. But I agree with the 650. They've been too erratic to determine which is the real Warrior team. You know what I mean? They were 6-2. They looked pretty good. We were all feeling pretty good. Then they lost 6 in a row. And they looked pretty bad at 6 during their 6-game losing streak. So settle. You know, it's that old thing where you're not as good as you think you are. You're not as bad as you think you are. So they need to get back together, get healthy, and then see what they got. And I think at that point, we'll be into mid to late December, and we'll have a much better gauge of this team.
But the only thing that I'm concerned about would be if you are expecting health for an extended period of time for someone like Steve Kerr to figure out which rotation he trusts. The young guys have kind of pushed some of the not older players, but say, Pajemski's pushing Moody for minutes, or Kuminga's battling for minutes with GP2 or Šarić. And I do think there are a lot of moving parts right now that the Warriors just haven't, they thought they pieced them together at the beginning of the season, and then once you ran into some better teams, there needed to be a recalibration, which is also around the same time Draymond Green got suspended for 5 games. Now Gary Payton's out with an ankle injury. Stephen Curry missed a game with a knee sprain. Those things, as much as you would love 100% health from everyone the entirety of the season, there are going to be things for the Warriors that shake things up, whether it's a missed game, back-to-back, guys being out. And so what I'm worried is that we won't have a full idea of who the Warriors are until maybe December or January. And by that time, you're also going to be in a position where you could be hovering around 500. I hope not. But the Warriors haven't shown a consistency yet. And right now, they appear to be a pretty streaky basketball team.
Yes.
When they shoot the ball well from the perimeter, they have a great chance of winning. But the one thing they cannot do, at least so far they haven't done, is get easy shots, and particularly in the paint. If you look up and down this losing streak, last night, Houston, points in the paint, 56-18. The Warriors did not get anything inside the lane. OKC, 50 points plus. Minnesota, 62 points in the paint. Cleveland, 50 points. Denver, 52 points. They're giving up a lot inside. That means that their opponents don't have to shoot it as well as the Warriors do. And if the Warriors have guys like Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins, among others, who aren't hitting shots consistently, then they're going to be in a lot of tight basketball games, and you might win a game like last night that you control for the majority of the second half, but you also might run into a game like OKC where a dude who's 7'4" hits a ridiculous shot, and then they take advantage in overtime, and you look up and you say, how did we lose that basketball game? Those are the games that frighten me the most, because I think the Warriors do need to be able, they haven't shown me yet that they can close out a quality opponent, and it's probably a reason why they're 7-8.
Yeah, to me, the biggest concern with the Warriors at this point, outside of individuals and how they're playing, is what I don't like is, by and large, they don't have any finishers at the basket. Obviously Steph can finish when he gets in there, but he doesn't get in there a lot. Wiggins, if everything's clicking and he gets to his right hand, he can finish. But then their big guys don't finish. Draymond doesn't finish. Looney doesn't finish. Šarić has a lot of trouble finishing inside. So the one thing I look at with this team is, how can we not have a problem when we don't have rim protectors and we don't have finishers? So we're getting hurt at both ends of the floor on the interior, because either we're a little bit smaller than other teams, we're a little bit older than other teams, or a little bit less quick than other teams. That's the one thing that worries me, is where are the easy points going to come from for the Golden State Warriors? And the one thing I always tell people, Evan, and you know this, is when the Warriors were at their best, and I get it, they had Durant, everybody thought they were a great three-point shooting team, and they were. But remember, they always led the league in layups and points in the paint, because they spread the floor and their three-point shooting was so dangerous that the lane had to open up. So that's the one issue that I'd be most worried about if I were a Golden State Warrior fan. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors back on the winning track. They beat the Houston Rockets last night at Chase, 121-116, and they end their 6-game losing streak. Steve Kerr talked about something that he's seen in the last 2 games that is very, very encouraging. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. But also, the question for Warrior fans is, how are you feeling now that this 6-game losing streak is ended? Fool's gold last night, or combined with the Oklahoma City loss, some progress restarting for the Golden State Warriors? What do you think, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by AC Transit.
Chris Paul quickly to Thompson. Pump fake. Fires a three. It's up and good. Pump fake. He almost left his feet. He was up on a toe on the left foot.
Try 8 inches. He left the floor by 8 inches, Timmy. I tell you what, he can get back on track.
They need him
They don't call that. By the way, there's one call right here from a guy named Steel Toe in San Mateo. I'm going to get to him.
Okay, Steel.
But the topic that he wants to talk about, or she, is clearly not a positive one.
Oh, no.
So
we'll you want to take that?
We'll get to that in a second.
I know you do.
You think the ball movement's been better the last 2 games? Steve Kerr does.
Oh, are you going to play the sound, or you just asked for my opinion?
Okay. Well, if I play Kerr, then your opinion doesn't matter.
You don't have to ask that again.
Because he's right.
Well, I can also disagree with him in a sense, and I'll tell you why.
Okay. All right, here we go. Just take a listen and we'll comment. How about that?
Yeah.
He was amazing. I mean,
Chris Paul.
just getting us organized and, down the stretch. This is kind of what happens when you're in a rut and you've lost a bunch of games in a row. It's just hard. You don't get a 20-point blowout. You got to grind it out, and that's what happened tonight. But having Chris down the stretch, getting us organized, he got the ball down low to Dario late, and he got fouled for the 2 free throws and called another play where Steph got a layup. That's the beauty of having Chris out there is he's a true point guard, organizer, game closer. So he was great tonight.
That was Steve Kerr on Chris Paul. He didn't really address the ball movement issues, but
it's kind of it's all connected to Chris Paul and the ball movement. While I agree, like if you just looked at the passes, they're probably more on point. They're concise. Like each possession, they're more mechanical than I've ever seen Golden State Warriors basketball, and that can be a good thing. But one thing that I noticed just watching the game last night, I've kind of taken note of. Last year, the Golden State Warriors were second in pace, like the amount of possessions that they get per game, and that's kind of been a hallmark of them. They play up and down. Outside of a couple seasons, they've had some outliers, but generally they're in the top half as far as moving the rock, getting up and down, playing the game quickly, and turnovers are a result of that. But you can live with it, with how much controlled chaos that they bring. They're 19th this year. Like they do not or have not shown themselves to want to play an up and down game, specifically when Chris Paul's on the floor. So while, yes, I agree that the passing has been more crisp, Chris Paul, especially down the stretch of games, you want the ball in his hands because he's generally, outside, I guess, Minnesota, he's not going to turn it over and make a poor choice with the rock. You also kind of swing in the opposite direction of what we've come to know as Golden State Warriors basketball. And maybe that's just the new identity of this team. That's the new iteration of the Warriors. But to me, Steiny, that is something that it's foreign for me to watch, especially with a guy like Steph Curry out there and then seeing what his assist numbers have been this year.
Chris Paul, to me, has been he's been pretty good. He hasn't made enough shots. But the one thing about Chris Paul that I feel like is he does still feel a touch out of place, and he does impact the Warriors' mojo in a way. Now, he can help by changing the pace and by playing the way he plays, by getting them organized and by making sure they're not turning the ball over. But there is another side where the control and the regimen doesn't really play into what the Warriors do well. In other words, if they're the Warriors are not as good in the half court as they are in the open court. So if they're playing in the half court, even though they're controlled and maybe getting shots, I'm not sure that's their best style. So to me, they've got to figure out when are the perfect times to slow it up and, bear down and get a half court possession. But I really do think you got to try to play not that way for as long as you can, kind of before you have to. Because look, I'm looking at the Warriors right now, and I don't see Klay Thompson as a great half court player. I don't see Andrew Wiggins as a great half court player, and I really don't see Jonathan Kuminga right now as a great half court player. So Chris Paul's strength is to play that way. I'm not sure all the teammates of Chris Paul want to play that way, but I will give Chris Paul this, that he's likely to get them to play the best half-court version of themselves of many other players.
Yeah, and that's why I think that Chris Paul, like if you just look up and down, everyone plays better with him on the floor. I mean, he gets guys open. Defensively, they don't lose much. I mean, he's a fine defender at age 38, and he can hold his own. But to me, if they're a team that right now is struggling to get looks inside and they're not getting too many easy baskets, whether it's in transition or in the half court especially, well then I do kind of want to see every once in a while the Warriors push the pace. And it's look, last night's a difficult team to run against. Like Houston wants to play an up-tempo style of basketball. They want to create turnovers, and they want you to essentially beat themselves. Chris Paul doesn't allow the Warriors to beat themselves against teams like that.
Right.
But against a team like Minnesota, OKC, teams that are going to kind of constrict you if you get into the half court with the way that the Warriors are currently with the roster, then like being 29th in fast break points is not going to help you. And that is something that, to your point, I think will ideally swing back in the opposite direction. But to me, Chris Paul and the style of play of the Warriors right now is a response to what, unfortunately, the second unit was last year, which was erratic, inconsistent, and it wasn't just because of Jordan Poole. It was because of some of the younger players, Kuminga, Moody, guys that were still gathering themselves. And now the Warriors have swung, it seems, completely in the opposite direction of, we want to make sure at all costs that every possession is valued and that it's kind of robotic. And Chris Paul brings that in a positive fashion, but you're giving up, I think, something that they have exploited in past years, which is, yeah, you play in the half court, but you can also play an up and down game if you need to, and that's where we see those flurry of threes come in. That's where we're seeing the long rebounds and leak outs, and there hasn't been a lot of that this season for the Warriors.
Somebody can disagree with me out there, but I feel like if you look at the last 10 years of the Golden State Warriors, let me just throw this out at you. Do they get their best three-point looks in the open court or in the half court?
And I'd say it depends who's on the floor. Because for example,
let's say before this year.
Before the transition.
Exactly. That's exactly, I think. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
In a free-flowing style of game.
Right. And the one thing that Chris Paul doesn't do is when they get a rebound, he really doesn't push it. He can try. He
tries to shrink the game.
Exactly. Exactly. So, that's something that they got to figure out, one way or the other. Let's go to Steel Toe in San Mateo. He's going to bring up a player. Hey, Steel Toe, how you doing, man?
Thank you, Siding. Thank you, Evans.
Yeah.
Yes, the reason why I'm noticing they're not getting good inside scoring or scoring on the fast break. It's really Jonathan Kuminga. He's supposed to be the rebounder to initiate the fast break that may help rebound and throw it out there for Moses Moody to go get a fast break dunk. But he's not doing that, and he's not scoring in the paint on the half court set with Chris Paul. If you can't score in the paint with all that athleticism with Chris Paul, you're not the guy. It's been 3 years now. He's kind of a lost cause. He doesn't have a high IQ for basketball. I think we kind of should have cut him. And I think even Christian Wood, we were trying to get Christian Wood. Christian Wood would be a better inside scorer and rebounder than Kuminga. And I think the Kuminga is really the problem. And that's why we're at the record we are. Thank you.
Thanks, Steel Toe. I appreciate that. It's tough for me to blame a guy who's only playing 20 minutes a night for the team's struggles. That being said, I watched that game last night, and something does seem a little fishy. And what I mean by that is when I saw Moody come off the floor, it was before Kuminga came off the floor. I want to say in the third quarter. And Moody gave him a little bit of energy, and Steve Kerr pops up off the bench and gives him 5, and you can tell says, heck of a job, Moses. That's what we need out of you. And then shortly after, Kuminga gets a technical foul, and I don't know what else, and he gets subbed out, and Steve Kerr didn't get up at all. In fact, Steve Kerr stayed seated and didn't really even look at Kuminga as he came off the floor. And I think the bottom line is the Warriors are really starting to get frustrated because they need Kuminga to be more consistent this year especially, and he hasn't been. And my question would be, whose fault is that, or why is Kuminga so far not taking that third-year leap? Again, we're essentially 20% through the season. Still early, but it's not that early. So why hasn't Kuminga shown that third-year step that we were kind of counting on?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons, but they don't really make sense to me during this span. And the reason why is Draymond Green is suspended. Like, last year when Draymond was out or when there was, because Steve Kerr has described Jonathan Kuminga as more of a 4. So when those 4s are out, and there were honestly 2, I know GP2 is a smaller player, but he kind of plays more of a forward position for them. So both of those guys are out, and Jonathan Kuminga can only get on the floor for 18 minutes. And I thought he was pretty good in the first half. But in the second half, because of those mistakes that really piled up to me, I think it was in the fourth quarter, there's about 7-8 minutes left, and Kuminga, I think one thing he also did, which the broadcast pointed out, he took a quick 3.
Yeah.
So he takes a quick 3, comes back down, commits a personal foul near midcourt, doesn't like the foul, honestly, I thought it was a cheap foul.
Yeah, it was.
But he gets called for it.
Well, it was a cheap tee then, but.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because then he claps in the ref's face because he's frustrated, gets teed up, and then on the next inbound, commits a foul before the ball is inbounded, which is a free throw. So you've taken your offense out of one possession, even though you probably should have been called for the foul. That turns into 2 points for the opposition. All of a sudden, it's an 8-point game with 7 minutes left. And then Steve Kerr has no choice but to go back to his bench, and Andrew Wiggins comes in, and that's where you see maybe the frustration or lack of, emotion from Kerr spew out. And this is why I think it's been so frustrating to watch Kuminga. I'm not saying that instance is who he's been, but when the Warriors are 6-8, and when they're trying to get off the canvas, and they're a team that's battling for wins right now, as a head coach, you probably just can't have spans like that. You can't have mental breakdowns like that because games are so close and are in such a balance that a possession here, possession there might matter. And it's unfortunate that Kuminga has, for whatever reason, become the poster boy for these situations for a lot of people because, again, I thought he played well. I thought he gave them good energy in the first half. But in order for him to be trusted by Kerr, and for whatever reason, I don't see that from Steve Kerr right now. I still don't feel like even in his third season, he trusts Jonathan Kuminga for long, extended periods of time. And it's tough because I think Jonathan Kuminga gives the Warriors their highest ceiling because he's one of the few players that actually has elite athleticism on that team. He's one of the few guys that can get up and down with a team like Houston, that can stay in front of someone on Minnesota. But for whatever reason, he has not earned the trust of his head coach to essentially be given the leeway to do so.
I think that's, you just reminded me that one of the things I think is the issue with the Warriors is, what do they need more than anything? Or what's one thing they really, really need? Athleticism. The problem is they need more than just athleticism. They need athleticism combined with know-how.
Yep.
And Kuminga can't give you both. I'm looking at his numbers right now. He's in his third year.
He hasn't yet.
Right. I'm looking at his numbers right now. So in his rookie year, he played 17 minutes a game. Last year, he played 21 minutes a game. And this year, he's playing 20 minutes a game. So the bottom line is he hasn't really emerged yet. He's only playing 4 minutes more a game than he did his rookie year. Okay. So now let's look at the numbers. Well, he's shooting 43%. The last 2 years, he shot 52 and 53. He's shooting 18% from the three-point line. He shot 33 and 37 the last 2 years. He's not rebounding any better than he has. He's not passing any better than he has. He doesn't block shots. So this is really hard to ask, but has Kuminga gotten better? I mean, I hate to pile on the people who say the Warriors don't develop, but I'm not sure I've seen a ton of growth out of Kuminga, especially because 2 years ago this was a championship team. I get it. Maybe remember that year, everybody, a lot of people wanted to play more, but it's a championship team, so the standards are higher. I think what's most troubling now for the Warriors is they're 7-8, and Jonathan Kuminga is still having trouble emerging. I can see why he couldn't have emerged on a team that won the title when he was 19, but now we're a 500 team, and he's 21, and I'm not sure where his career's going. I'm not saying he's in trouble. He's going to be in the league for a long time, but he has not yet translated his talent into consistent effectiveness.
Yeah, and look, and I think Moody's also kind of an example of that. Like, if you look at his numbers, they're a bit better because he's playing more, but he's gotten a little more opportunity. And there was a question to Steve Kerr about Moses Moody specifically if he's going to play more minutes, and he did last night. But for whatever reason with Kuminga, and I don't think that's unfair to say he hasn't gotten better, but to me, I think it's because of the residue of the first 2 seasons, which is, okay, so last year, he knows he's starting sometimes if guys are out. But the moment that a big boy's back or that a veteran returns to the lineup, well, you're relegated to 8 minutes and you got to play for 4 more. Or you got to earn the next 10 minutes that you get. And if Jonathan Kuminga is playing with a mentality that's almost like especially during this losing streak, and I understand losing turns everything on its head and winning cures all, but Kuminga just looks like he's almost playing kind of shackled. Like last year he did it too, where he makes a mistake and it's almost like, you're playing for your parent, you're playing in front of your parent, and you make a mistake and your dad's really hard on you or your mom's really hard on you, and you immediately look to the stands for some sort of affirmation or to see basically what their face is saying. And I feel like there's a lot of that with Kuminga. If he makes a mistake and he knows that either Kerr might give him the hook or that he's got to do something to make up for his mistake on the opposite end of the court, and that just compounds and it rolls. And I think it's a product of being young. I think it's a product of having been shackled the first couple of years, and a product of knowing that guys in front of him are going to get trusted more than he is. And so right now he's stuck in this weird space to where everyone, I think, understands that Jonathan Kuminga can help the Golden State Warriors if he is playing well. He can help them win games. But when he's not, there seems to be some tug and pull about how much he hurts them and how much he affects losing games. And for him, I think that's just unfair for a third-year guy who didn't play in college and hasn't, like, Brandon Podziemski has played more organized basketball between college and then now than Jonathan Kuminga has. Mm-hmm. And Kerr trusts him more, or at least it appears like he's starting to trust him more. And that probably also irks JK because he's been here for longer and still feels like he hasn't gotten ample opportunity.
This from the 415 on the Comcast Business text line. Kuminga's getting better all the time. He still lacks maturity along with his basketball IQ. All right, I'm going to ask kind of a rhetorical question here. How much better can you get as a player if you continue to lack maturity and your basketball IQ is not rising? How can you get better? The only way you can get better at that point is just naturally by getting older, more experienced, and stronger. But I don't necessarily see Kuminga as, he's still just playing. It doesn't feel like he's going out there with a huge sense of purpose. And again, but I get it. He's only 21. But whose fault is that? What's his role?
I was just going to ask you, do you think he knows what his role is? Because it is hard to play when, would you say Jonathan Kuminga is in the top 10 in the rotation?
Yes.
Is he in the top 8 in the rotation?
Yeah.
Is he in the top 7 of the rotation?
Well, Chris Paul.
Some nights, like last night, maybe.
About 7.
But that always is fluctuating for him. And I'm sure that's got to be really hard, especially when, to your point, you are a player right now that is probably playing more than understanding exactly why you're going into the game. If he's going in to try and check Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, that's one thing. But watching him right now, there isn't as much purpose with him as I think there probably should be at this point.
Yeah, I thought he would have more comfort by now on this team. But so far in his third year, he just hasn't been a seamless fit. Let's go to Joe. Joe's in Walnut Creek, wants to talk about the Warriors. Hey, Joe, what's going on, man?
Not much, man. Enjoying your guys' show.
Thank you.
Hey, every year we do this. Every year we're doing this, man. We're blaming the young guys every year when the problem is not the young guys. Look at the plus minus of that starting 5, especially without Draymond. But even with Draymond, what's been happening every game is they go in a hole. Chris Paul gets on there with the athletic young guys. we dig our way out of the hole, and then at the end of the game, you put that same starting 5 in, and they choke the game away. 2 games ago, we lost that game because Clay turned the ball over twice in a row and was forcing up a bunch of garbage. We got to be looking at our team with a realistic viewpoint. Those old guys are great, but they need a little athleticism. I really wish Steve Kerr would mix in a little bit of the young guys with the old guys so that, A, they can learn, and B, their athleticism can help the old guys. But the way it is now, he keeps going with that same starting 5, and it's just not working.
Appreciate the call, Joe. Appreciate the call. I've said this. I'm telling you, it's not easy. It's not easy. I mean, it's funny. What's the word? It's an incongruity. On the one hand, Guru will say this a lot. If the Warriors get Zach LaVine, it'll be the easiest basketball he's ever played. I'd say he's half right. The other half is it's going to be the hardest basketball Zach LaVine's ever played, or any player who plays with those guys. Because when you play with Steph Curry, you have to make a judgment virtually every possession of, is your shot better than the one that Steph Curry can create or the one that we can get Steph Curry? And if you're a really young player with a conscience, it's not easy. It's not easy. And I don't know.
Especially if you're not even the second option.
Exactly.
On most possessions.
Exactly. So that's one thing that the Warriors, how many young players for the Warriors over the last, during the dynasty have been able to come in pretty quickly and help?
There's only one that I can think of.
Jordan Poole?
Yep.
And even he took a couple years. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And, hey, with the holidays right around the corner, now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments like the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger or Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr and much more. Get it all on the Odyssey app. 888-957-9570 is the number. Give me one thing that you see with the Golden State Warriors that leads you to believe this team is going to get better. And it could be one thing that you're concerned may hold them back. They're 7-8 right now. And the number is 888-957-9570 if you want to join the discussion.
Looking for the best turkey prices?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's called reactionary. It's not called a good organization. It's called reactionary. By the way, we haven't talked about that yet.
What?
The team that is getting exposed.
Which team?
Steelers.
Please.
My Browns went in there with Darnell Tillman Robinson and won that game. Mm-hmm.
Because of the defense.
Just fired their offensive coordinator, Matt Canada. Steelers are, oof.
It's called disarray,
water.
Joe.
It's called
disarray.
Gutsy.
Please.
Only one head coach in the NFL would make a move.
He's starting to lose his voice.
With 2 games above 500 to play with because he knows what's important. If this offense gets on track for the Steelers, Stanley, watch out.
Do they even play offense?
No.
Well, they haven't outgained an opponent yet. They scored 160 points.
You want a wild stat here? I guess it's a stat I don't even know. First time in the franchise's history they fired an offensive or defensive coordinator during the season.
Oh, nothing to see here, though.
Since 1941.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
In this century.
Jeez. Wow.
Mike Tomlin, he's just coaching circles around the league.
Yeah, I think he's on his way out, quite frankly.
Not unless he goes for sub 500 season. Hasn't happened yet.
You can stop asking that question.
Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings in with you. Darryl the Guru Johnson. It's Thanksgiving week. Holiday week, everybody.
Yeah, I'll be back next week.
I heard Joe Shasky this morning. He's also known as Butcher Boy.
Those are facts.
He works on the morning roast. He says it's the third least productive workday of the year.
Tuesday? Today?
Thanksgiving week. Tomorrow's the second. Although I had almost put tomorrow as number one.
Number one's day after the Super Bowl, right?
I would have thought something with Christmas, but I mean, listen, I'm looking, guys, let me tell you something, Bay Area. I'm a little older than the guys I'm looking at right now. I think we got 30.
I love the young
30,
Thank you.
And 30. You guys excited about tomorrow night?
Party for 30. Oh, yeah, of
I
course.
remember it as the greatest party night when I was younger.
It is actually the biggest bar night of the year.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in Alameda, John. Say what's up.
You're going to be in the Meta?
Yeah. Well, Wednesday before Thanksgiving. It's
Shout out Clubhouse.
Everybody comes home from wherever they're from, and all the high schoolers get together. A lot of frolicking and hydration.
Yes. Yeah, I know my...
Back in Reading?
Oh, at Third and Spruce Tavern. Woo. It's either Third and Spruce Tavern or Kaylee's Corner. Made it happen either place. Mm-hmm. Hey, Warriors won. Warriors won a game last night.
Won by 5.
121, 116. You were going to ask me something about the starting lineup.
Yeah, so before the break, a caller was talking about some of the shortcomings of the starting 5, and it's pretty apparent. I mean, they haven't been bad, but they haven't been the best starting 5 in the NBA via plus-minus, which is what they were last year, and a big reason why anytime people brought up benching this guy or bringing this person into the starting lineup, it was always immediately shut down because why the hell would you do that? Why would you mess with the best starting 5 in the NBA? Well, something that you would always reference is, well, if they're the best starting 5 in the NBA, how come they don't close? Like, how come Looney or Draymond are not on the floor together? Because usually it's one of those two guys, that mainly Looney, that comes off in the final 5 minutes of a game. And even this year, we're seeing Chris Paul in with either Draymond or Saric or Looney, like whichever one big they have out on the floor, along with typically Thompson, Curry, and then Wiggins, or maybe not Wiggins. But, so if you're looking at the Warriors starting lineup, how do you think that they can correct that? Or do you think that things will just correct themselves because Klay is inevitably going to shoot better, Wiggins is not going to continue to shoot 25% from 3? Or like, do you think those things are just going to happen by themselves? Do you think the starting lineup needs some juice?
Well, I don't think you can do anything till Draymond comes back and you get another look at it. But I do wonder about have we reached a point in the NBA where you can't play, or at least the Warriors can't play, 2 non-scorers at the same time? And right now, and I know Draymond made some threes, but he's treated as a non-scorer. and Looney is a non-scorer. Okay, so now you're going to start a game with two guys who don't score a lot. Okay, they've done it in the past. They're still good defensively. But you got to look at the next two players, Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins. If they continue to play like they're playing, this team's going nowhere. And then the starting lineup is going to be terrible because it's one thing to play two non-scorers, but the reality of the situation is then you've had two scorers who haven't really scored in that starting five in terms of Wiggins and Klay. So I think you have to live with waiting for Wiggins and Klay to at least start to get better. And again, so you can assess. I think the question, are we asking the question of whether to put Chris Paul into the starting lineup or not? Is that what we're...
Well, that's what I'd suggest because there's only one player that has positively impacted everyone. And honestly, all that matters is how Curry plays with particular individuals, and no one's been a better fit alongside Curry this year than Paul when they're on the floor. Now, we haven't had a ton of minutes because Draymond's either been suspended or he's been hurt to look at, is it just a blip on the radar? Is the starting lineup actually losing a step? But if you have a slower starting five, whether it's because of age or lack of production than ever before, and the Warriors are playing at a 19th in the league pace, then why not just lean all the way in? Why not bring Chris Paul into the starting lineup? Because last night he was setting up shots for Klay Thompson, even though Stephen Curry's not, his assist numbers are not there. He's shooting through the roof. Like, Chris Paul does make guys' jobs easier in the half court, and if they're not as fast and quick and athletic as they used to be in the starting five, then Chris Paul could be an answer to unlock that group.
Who comes out?
Looney.
Boy. There's something I don't like, even though for the last 2 or 3 years I've said, well, if that lineup's so great, how come they can't finish? I'm now saying, boy, man, that's a small team. That's a small team. And
that's what they're ending games with.
I know. And then you're
this is Kevon Looney.
Aren't you rewarding Wiggins and Klay and demoting Kevon Looney, who's always been Kevon Looney? You know what I mean?
Yeah. But if there was a guy in that starting five that would take it the best, I think it would be Kevon Looney. In fact, he'd be the only guy, I think, that maybe Wiggins, just because he doesn't show much emotion, but he'd be the only guy that wouldn't throw a fit or have the inkling to throw a fit.
I don't think there's any doubt if we found out that Wiggins was going to the bench, we would never be able to tell it by Wiggins' body language or anything he said. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. I'll come off the bench.
Now,
how'd you think Wiggins played last night?
Well, he grabbed 4 offensive rebounds. I mean, he didn't shoot it great. I think he was 3 of 10, but he made a couple threes. To me, Wiggins, it's thanks, but don't. Like, I know everyone was pointing at his 30-point or 31-point breakout on Saturday against Oklahoma City, but to me, he was a little bit better in that game than he was last night because he was more active last night. I mean, he was trying to tip slam balls. He was trying to get into the paint and muck it up, whereas it just felt like he was floating around the perimeter for the first 7 or 8 games of the season. And at least now in the last 6, I know it's not a hallmark or something you should be writing home about, but the fact that he continues to show life more consistently means that maybe it was just a small slump, and he's trying to figure out where his place is in the pecking order because Chris Paul's in here, and now he's running the show, and Wiggins might feel like, you know, the rest of these guys got to figure it out, and Klay Thompson's trying to get on track, and I'll just be the one to kind of be the last one to do my job. But I thought Wiggins last night I thought he was good.
How many do you have? 10?
He had 10 points.
Yikes.
7 rebounds, right?
Like, my question is, can Andrew Wiggins be even good if he's only getting 10 for this team?
Well, I could also ask, is he good if he's scoring a meaningless 28 in a 10-point loss? Like,
True. I got you. Just not for nothing, the 707. Hey, Evan.
Yeah.
Quit extolling mediocrity with Pittsburgh. So what? We go 8-8 every year. Well, they won't go 8-8 this year or last year, but
Still got a lot of Super
That's a
Bowl
Steeler
rings.
fan.
Yeah, from like 40 years ago.
Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland.
2000?
Big Smooth, what's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey.
Early happy Thanksgiving. But listen, man, I want to first of all, great game for the Warriors last night. I think the tide has turned. J.K. said it a couple days ago. We're fine. 14 days in. I don't like the conversation of Chris Paul from you guys. I don't like it because you were the same guys when I was calling in to say everywhere Chris Paul goes, there's an uptick that first or second year. And you guys were the same ones saying, I don't know why we got Chris Paul. He plays a different style. Now you're talking about inserting him into starting lineup, which I completely am for. But I'm saying, man, stop being prisoners of every single moment. It is obvious that Chris Paul does this. And guys are only what they've been. That's why the Warriors are patient, because they know who Klay Thompson is. They know that he consistently gets off the slow starts. Wiggins is going to be who he's been. He's not going to all of a sudden be Jonathan. He's not going to all of a sudden be Ant-Man. But he's going to be who he's been until he's out of the league. So I think the Warriors are just saying it's 14, 15 games in. Let's get the game about 35 or 40 and then decide, who we are, what we need. Can't decide that right now. These guys haven't played with each other long enough. They still don't have the forced identity. It's going to take time. It's just funny how let's trade. We're trading people. We've got people that want to trade people game 14 and 15. I'm just saying, take your foot off the gas.
Smoothie. I don't necessarily think Chris Paul should start.
But it sounds like you do, Big Smooth.
Huh?
No, well, it doesn't matter. Chris Paul is a professional. Chris Paul will do whatever needs to be done. That's my point. There was never an issue with could he work with Steph Curry, because these guys are, guess what? Professional basketball players. Chris Paul knows how to make it work. He's not some guy who has to prove anything. He gets in there, he plays. Look, one turnover. The guy had 12 rebounds, 15 points, 3 for 4 from the three-point line. He's starting to get comfortable, but it's so early that it's still going to take a while. I love who Chris Paul is. I knew. Listen, remember when they sent him off to Oklahoma, we all thought, oh, his career is over. He's over. They've jetted him down to OKC, and what happened? OKC, I believe, ended up going to the playoffs, or I believe it was, or playing or something.
He's right. I mean, Chris Paul he's won wherever he's been, and look, the reason why I brought it up is just because it's apparent. Like, people play better with him in the game, and even though he also conversely does impact the pace with which they play at, the amount of assist numbers as a whole, kind of the Golden State Warriors basketball of years past is not as quick, and he is going to slow down the game, but I just also don't know. Like, to me, Chris Paul, one of the reasons why he is coming off the bench at full strength is because I do think they also want to take care of his minutes. Like, that'd be my biggest concern about him being in the starting lineup, is that he would probably be playing closer to 35 minutes a night as opposed to 30. And is that going to work for 82 games when you also need him for a potential postseason run? Because he's had a past of getting hurt and not being available. So that'd be my only concern about it. And that's, I think, why it was one of the reasons they decided to do it in the first place. Also to try and get more out of the bench, which they have. And now the question is, how can you get more out of the starting lineup? I think Chris Paul is an antidote for that.
I think that I'm not advocating changing the starting lineup. In fact, I would say that I wouldn't change the starting lineup right now for any reason. You've got to get Draymond back. Not necessarily because Draymond is the greatest player in the world and you can't win without him, and when Draymond comes back, you're back to a championship team. But with Draymond back, you can better assess who you are. I'm not sure do we know who this team is?
Did we know who they were all of last year? Like, I don't think they had much of an identity last season, and so far I haven't seen one to this point.
Right. So that's kind of like, and to me, if we don't know what the identity is, or we're still trying to figure out, you know what that means? That means they're a team that's going to win between 38 and 45 games. If this is who they are. The thing about Chris Paul in the starting lineup is I just wouldn't do it now. I wouldn't do it now. And because I don't think there's any reason to do it now. If you do it now, then what happens when Draymond comes back? So, again, I think you just got to sit tight and try to win as many games as you possibly can until you get healthy. You said something interesting, though. Well, what if they keep getting nicked? Well, if they keep getting hurt and suspended, like the Warriors can't afford to play a lot of games without two players. Even one player hurts. But that's why I just don't think, if they're not whole, I don't want to make any decisions about how good they are or how not good they are.
Okay, sure. We can dismiss the starting lineup if you want. That's fine. To me, and to the caller's point, Big Smooth was asking, we need to wait 35 or 40 games, and I think hopefully by then you'll know more about who this team is. Well, you better, otherwise I think you're probably in trouble. But the question is, what if you're 18-17 or you're 22-18? Then you're a little bit above 500, but you're still kind of in that we don't really know exactly why some of these games are going in the L column. I know we have the ability to win some games, but to me, the Warriors right now are a pretty streaky team. They started out hot, and then they lost 6 in a row, and now we'll see if they can get back to playing some sort of consistent basketball. I think one of the reasons it was so difficult to determine who the Warriors were last year is because they didn't have any streaks. They couldn't put together a 5 or 6 game win streak for us to, during that time with a starting 5 that's consistent. Curry missed a lot of time. Wiggins obviously missed a few months. Poole was erratic. It's different, but so far it's kind of been the same thus far, in the sense that Draymond's been missing games and Curry's missed one here and there. GP2's hurt. You can never assume that those things are going to linger, but if they do, then you might find yourself in the same place. And I'm just afraid that over the next couple of games that the Warriors are, I don't know, just going to try and stay above water? Is that basically the goal at this point?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Till Draymond comes back. But I'm not saying, and then when Draymond comes back, we're going to be good. I don't know. I don't know.
Because you were also the one that was saying that Draymond is not as important as he used to be. And I do disagree with that.
Well, it's not this is and I acknowledge this, that I don't think Draymond, obviously Draymond's not the player he was. They still definitely need him to reach their potential, but I'm not sure that his days as a difference maker are still out there, or if they're out there, not to the extent that they used to be, that they used to be out there. I want to just quick do some numbers here. 36, 27, 44, 38.
Yeah.
What are they this year? 7 and 8?
Yes.
8, 8, 24, 23. Put the 2, 4 plus 7 is 73. 10, 7. One up there, 87. You know what the Warriors' record is?
You're doing long division right now?
You know what the Warriors' record is since they started 18-2 2 years ago?
I don't know.
87 and 73. That's their record.
87 and 73?
Yep. 87 and 73 since they got off to an 18-2 start 2 years ago. And that's more middle of the pack than championship.
I agree, but they also won the championship.
They did.
So, and one of the reasons why I think that...
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
Especially without Guru here.
Well, he's listening.
I know, but he's not here. Do Warrior fans really believe at this point, and I'm going to use the phrase recapture the magic. So 2 years ago, the Warriors recaptured the magic.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But remember, again, they started 18-2, and they showed that at least early in the year there was potential. How many Warrior fans out there believe that this team right now has the capability to capture magic again? And the thing is, if I were to have asked this question 2 years ago, the answer would be yes, because I would have been asking it when they were, 13-2.
Yeah.
But I'm asking it now at 7-8. Because that to me is the essence of the conversation. If Joe Lacob before the season believed that the Warriors could capture magic again with this team. I don't know where he is right now. I don't know if his mind has changed or not. I'm asking Warrior fans, do you really, is the only logical thing to do to simply give this team a chance as is, and if something comes up later in the year and you can make a move, you make a move. But the bottom line is that do you think this team really does have it in them to win a title? To win a title. And if the answer is yes, then there's not a lot to discuss. We just gotta forge ahead, get Draymond back and see if we can roll. If the answer is no, is that okay? Is that okay?
Well, let me ask you this.
888-957-9570.
I think that if you're talking about what matters in Golden State, the sun revolves around number 30.
Correct.
And if I told you that Steph for this season, I'm not talking about games played, but is going to give you 30 points a game on 48, 45, 93% shooting, would you say that team led by that guy with those numbers could win a championship? Because
that guy?
Stephen Curry.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Stephen Curry this year is averaging 30.4 points on 48.4% shooting from the field.
Right.
45.3 from three.
Okay.
93 from the line.
All right.
Is that a guy that can be a number one on a championship team?
Yes.
Then to me, yes. Your answer is yes.
But when they won titles, for the most part, Clay was a 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
Can he get back to being a 2 or 3 in terms of kind of pecking order and offensive threat?
And this is why when you're talking about forging along, to me, you have to. Well, you made your bed this offseason. Like you chose by giving Draymond the 4-year deal. So you have no choice, in my opinion, but to forge ahead and see if these guys can figure it out. And who knows if they can, if they can't. But to me, that decision was made over the summer. And if Stephen Curry is going to give you the statistics that he has thus far, and he's, to his credit, he's only missed 2 games thus far, then the answer to your question for me is yes.
It's time for the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
Chris Paul puts on the brakes at midcourt. Game clock down to 10. Shot clock at 7. Off the screen. Gets doubled. Feeds Curry. Left alone. Left sideline. Shot's good. It's a 3 and a foul.
That was Steph Curry with the 1-2. Not 1-2-2. That was Steph Curry with a 1-2-3-4 last night. All right. 888-957-9570. Just a frank question. Do you think the Warriors can recapture the magic they captured 2 years ago? And my thing is, if you don't, you still got to try, right? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back to talk about it on 95.7 again.
From Friendsgiving to family traditions, prep for your Thanksgiving.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl, the Guru Johnson.
You got your camera?
Oh, yeah. Camera's locked in. Steiny's locked in. Warriors?
Locked. Maybe?
Huh? Lock in, Warrior Nation. No, Dub Nation. Lock in.
An interesting question, though.
Oh, it was a great question.
During the commercial break.
And I must admit.
I think we got full lines on it, too.
Yeah, but I didn't even ask the question. I only answered it during break.
Well, but it was an extension of your question before the break.
It was more refined, and it was a better question, I feel. Now, you may feel differently, and you're entitled.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
So far, all right, Warrior fans, I'm going to ask you to look in the mirror as a Warrior fan. I need you to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
This team that we've seen through 15 games, do they remind you more of the team that won a title 2 years ago? Or the team that went 44-38 last year with some issues? 888. You know the rest.
What if they don't?
I don't know. 957. Take it down. Jot it down. 888 957 9570.
Well, it's interesting because to me, this team, like this roster, I don't know about you, but it feels like a very different roster from last year. But so far,
interesting.
So far, the results have reflected a lot of the inconsistencies that plagued last year's team as opposed to the title team you're talking about from 2 years ago. So if I had to choose, I would choose last year's team. But it's interesting because I do think the roster is very different. And I think their approach to this season has been very different. And for some reason, at the start, they have come out of the gates and they've had a better start to this season than last year. They were terrible on the road, and I think they started out with 10 losses in their first, I don't know, it was like 16 games. But this year's team is right now 7-8.
Well, and tomorrow, in terms of the bet with Guru,
you're in trouble.
With which one?
The Warriors won on the road.
You really think the Warriors are going to win 24 games? By the way, that's the other thing that pisses me off.
You should have bet him on the home.
The bet was 25, and all of a sudden he comes in 3 days later and says 24, and I just don't need the hassle.
I don't need the
hassle. I don't need the hassle of saying, Goo, it was 25, and then do 9 minutes on him denying it. So I said, fine.
System of this show.
24. Fine. Go win 24 then.
Well, yeah, because I had a conversation with him. I told him, Goo, you do realize that the best road record in the NBA last year was 25 wins. And he goes, oh, okay, well, 24 it is. Which, of course, you would just start to, sink your teeth into, like, giving up one game when I think it was it Sacramento last year, the 25? It was either them or Milwaukee. Milwaukee might have had the best road record.
Milwaukee had a good road record. The Kings had a really good road record.
Kings are the best West road record. I think Milwaukee and maybe Boston had 24, 25 wins.
Sounds about right.
But the fact that you wouldn't be able to come off of one win, that it just has hurt your soul so much, is a little concerning.
I just don't like the lying. That's all.
Well, but now you also have evidence because there was not just one discussion. Like last year, remember, there was, the bet about the Lakers, and we couldn't really remember.
I can't remember the last bet
Chavez had to go to the tape.
Right.
So at least now you have a recollection of, well, yes, I gave you 24. It was originally 25, and now there's no way he can bring it any lower than that.
I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
You know what? And you know what? That's fair. If the Warriors win 24 games on the road, that's a damn good year on the road. He should win that bet. Let's go to Steve in Oakland. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man? How you doing? Welcome.
Nothing much. Thanks for having me. I'm just driving to work right now, and I heard the topic as soon as I got in the car and decided to call in. The phone rang, so here I am.
All right.
I think with this team, they're not capable of winning the championship unless they make a trade later on. They need size, they need length, and they need some IQ on the bench as well. I think a lot of these young players are overly coached by Steve Kerr. They're a little paranoid to get on the floor and make a mistake because they know if that happens, they might come off. So they're always looking at the bench when something happens. If they play with a little more free spirit, it might be a better outlook for these younger players, in my opinion. You need Draymond back on the floor. He's the glue to the team. Obviously, we have, I think a lot of Warrior fans are good judges of talent. Like in 2015, you knew that team was going to win some championships because of their length, their IQ, and their basketball ability.
Right.
It's not obvious with this team, So I wish them the best of luck. I'm a hardcore Warrior fan, but they need to make some trades. They need someone to back up Draymond in the middle, someone with length. Unless they make that trade, it's not going to happen this year because all these teams out there followed the Warriors' blueprint of 2015 to 16. All these teams are long, athletic, and they're cohesive. So Warriors have to step up their game plan because now the whole league knows their
MO.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. And remember, when that team would go small, they still had four guys who could score. They still had Curry, Clay, Iguodala could still put the ball in the hole a little bit. Draymond and Durant. So really, Draymond was the only non-scorer on that team. And I feel like other teams now know that they can't play with two non-scorers on the team, and that kind of is something that evolved from the Warriors.
Yeah, and they are also, they're still the same players now, Curry, Dre, and Clay, but back then, they were also players that gave you maximum production on both ends of the floor. Whereas now, and I'm not saying that they don't have the capability on a given night to score and defend, but all three of those guys are leaning more one way than another.
Right.
And Curry's always been more offense than defense, and that's fine. But in the championship year, you can make a case he was able to hold his own against a Marcus Smart or Derek White or a guard from a team that they had to go through. And now with Klay Thompson, he's perhaps more offensive-minded, or he hasn't been shooting well, but last year was more offensive-minded than defensive. Draymond's more defensive-laden than offense. He doesn't help you as much on offense. And so now they have less versatility among their big boys, and it could be because of age, probably is, but I would push back against the caller, and to me, as presently constructed, I think is a little harsh for 15 games in, but as presently producing, I'm with him.
No doubt.
They cannot win a championship if they continue to produce, and specifically the starting lineup like this.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and even if everybody starts playing to their potential, that's to me what I have to wait for the Warriors. If I'm Kerr or Dunleavy or Lacob, is you got to see if you can get whole and then start playing well. And then once you start playing well, then you can look at your team and say, is this good enough? Because it might still not be good enough when they're playing pretty well. Let's go to Steve-O in San Francisco. Hey, Steve-O, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, I'm here at work, just taking a little break to call in. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I agree with the previous Steve, the caller just before, to a great degree. As they are constructed now, as you just said, they're looking like last year's team. The way in which they dig out of it, though, is kind of what we've been talking about all along this season, and that is Kuminga needs to have his breakout year. Wiggins needs to return to his past best form, which we're starting to see glimmers of. And I think with that, you're going to see a lot more productivity on offense. That's going to lead to better defense. And I think that then we can start having a championship run conversation.
Yeah, I agree. I'm right with you, Steve-O. You got to get healthy, and then you got to try to at least put together a stretch like you think you can play to judge yourself. Now, this just came to my, and it's easy to look back, but it's just something I thought about. And I think it's something we're going to look back on and say, it's really where the Warriors did something that they'd probably like to have back. And here's the thing. So the Golden State Warriors 3-4 years ago played a style that was different than everybody else, offensively and kind of defensively. On offense, they were ball movement, which meant you have to play with instinct, you have to play with know-how, you have to read defenses. And then on defense, they switched everything. So it was complex defense and a different kind of offense. I know this is an easy question to ask now, but why would you draft two players in Kuminga and Wiseman who essentially had no experience playing basketball, and you drafted them onto the most sophisticated team, the most ready-to-win team immediately? And it's just, to me, it's just no surprise why, of the three, Moody has played the best over his career. It's because he just knows how to play. Like, they drafted two guys who were so raw onto a team that was so defined and refined. That's the one I think, those two are the ones that.
But
easy to say now, Stein. I get it.
I was going to say, but you also know the answer, at least from the actions.
I think I know the answer. What do you think your answer is?
My answer would be is because they thought that defined and refined iteration of Golden State Warriors basketball was no longer going to be able to get it done.
I agree.
And they felt like that was going to be the beginning of them moving forward. But then that iteration showed up again. And they did recapture the magic in a way that maybe maybe it's not as clear as that. Maybe it's also they felt like that iteration of basketball was good enough to win with the cherry on top of these two high-profile, high-ceiling potential picks, or three. And, if they won, great. If not, well, then we're ready for the next generation. Well, but that didn't work because you really only have 2 or 3 years to figure out if those guys can play. And that's one thing, too, I think, in the modern game with how young players are and how large the contracts become very quickly, like you owe it not only to the player themselves, but you also owe it to your organization to evaluate what you have at a very young and kind of juvenile time in their careers, especially if guys haven't played a ton of organized basketball. That doesn't mean that you can keep just pushing them down the line, and we'll figure it out, because eventually you're going to have to pay them to keep them around to figure out if they are worth a second or third contract. And that's where I think there's been disconnect and where the Warriors failed ultimately with James Wiseman. We're still figuring out about Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, but with James Wiseman, they just decided that they were going to abandon ship. And there wasn't a whole lot of time to determine whether or not that was going to work because of injury, because of lack of playing time, because he just wasn't the right fit.
No doubt. And that's why there's something about Podziemski that I like a lot. And that is, and here's what it is. I think, what did he play, 1 or 2 years at Santa Clara? I think just 1, right?
I thought he was 2 years in college because he transferred from Illinois.
Nevertheless, I feel like Podziemski's got a game, all right? He's got a game that he knows. And I feel like the Warriors scouted him in college, saw his game, and said, you know what? We like that kid's game, okay? Fair enough. Then he comes on to the Warriors, and what does he do? What's he trying to do? He's trying to play his game, and it can fit right into what they do. The Warriors liked his game. Now his game's fitting in, and he's getting playing time because he's doing what he does well, and he knows how to maximize it. Kuminga and Wiseman came in without a game. They came in without a game, without any foundation. So that's the one reason why I really like, I give Podziemski a shot at it in terms of being a guy who can help, because he really understands his game. It doesn't mean he's going to be great every night, but he just knows how to lean on what he has, and he's very, very consistent in the way he plays. Not consistent in, well, he's great every night, but that could be the next step for Podziemski.
Well, and that's
why he's very good every night.
That's another reason why I think you also could, if you wanted to, and looking back on it, I agree with you more and more about waiting to potentially alter the starting lineup after Draymond comes back and you see. But if you were to move Chris Paul into the starting lineup, I think with what he's shown, and if there's more runway given to him from Steve Kerr, like, do you think Brandon Podziemski could run that second unit and could be the point guard there? Because that's a lot to ask of a young guy in his first season, but he's also he's more steady than any other ball handlers that they have outside of Curry and Paul.
Believe it or not, when I think Podziemski's got a shot to play the Chris Paul role in a year, to be the guy who comes off the bench. This is what Steve Kerr and Dunleavy would know more than I, but I think he can play. I think he can play point guard. I think he can do that.
I feel like he's more of a one than,
I do too.
Than a two.
I do too. This is a good one from the 510 Comcast Business text line, and I'll throw this out to Warrior fans. Steiny, quit trying to explain the Warriors' failure in developing Kuminga by blaming Kuminga. That's fair. That's fair. In other words, what I'm saying is they drafted a guy who was so far away that he kind of didn't have a chance. And what the 510 is saying is BS. That's if you draft somebody that's raw, by year 3, they should have shown more growth than Kuminga's shown. Is that fair?
I think it is, and I'm sure it's also got to be difficult for him to see the Warriors shift that sort of drafting mentality, and maybe it's because it's the first year with Mike Dunleavy Jr. This is his first draft class, but to go from not just Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, but then also Patrick Baldwin Jr., who's a 19-year-old who only played 1 year in college and didn't play a whole lot. He's more of a ceiling prospect. So now having those high upside guys be the whatever ideal future core, to now this year, Brandon Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis, who is you have to throw in there because of what he has shown himself to give you and how much trust, honestly, Steve Kerr's given him right out of the gates. So if you're Kuminga and you're seeing that, you might be wondering what your status is. You might be wondering how you fit, especially when those guys have already been given opportunity in their rookie year the way you were not. And it's a different team. That team was one that won the championship. So Kuminga comes into a different situation. But if he hasn't seen his role grown enough that he's happy with, and I'm not trying to say that it's his fault. What I'm trying to illustrate is that it's an extremely difficult situation for him to be okay with. And then there's 2 new players that come in.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And you're seeing them get some run.
Real good. That's a real good point. And Kuminga feels like he's fighting or swimming upstream.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dre. Our buddy Dre's in Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How are you, buddy?
Good morning to you guys.
Yeah, right back to you, buddy.
Hey,
hope you guys have a good Thanksgiving.
Sure, you too.
I never thought I would say this. But I think Clay's lost it. I missed last night's game. I didn't see him get 20. But what I've seen thus far, I don't know, guys. And if I was Kerr or the general manager, there's no way I could cut him. He's gave us too much. Hopefully he comes through. As far as the rest of the team, I really hated Chris Paul. I always have. I still don't like him. But I was really encouraged the way he was being a calming presence, and there was a lot less turnovers on the floor. But that game where Draymond got kicked out, in the last 2 minutes of that game, Chris Paul folded like a chair. Turnovers, not shooting the ball. I don't know. I don't know if this team can. There's stop shooting themselves in the foot. And you guys are right. They don't have enough length. I just, I don't see it happening. And I'm a homer. I don't see it.
No, I know. Hey, Dre, and I know you're. Get out of here, Lucas. I'll fix it.
Then fix it.
Hey,
does he not see it, Bob?
No, Dre's usually optimistic, and
Thanks,
the thing with Clay. To me, what stuck out last night is is Clay just catch and shoot right now?
That's
do you tell Clay if you put that ball on the floor more than 1 or 2 times, don't shoot it. Just wait till be a catch and shoot guy.
I mean, that's the way I watch games. When you watch Klay Thompson play and he dribbles more than 3 or 4 times, do you feel confident that the Warriors are going to get a good shot or that he's going to create a good shot for himself?
No. In a way,
and I'm not saying he used to be able to take a guy off the dribble.
No, but he could take one dribble and spring.
He could get to his spot, and it doesn't feel like now more than ever he can get to his spot. I mean, I know everyone is just going to take the low-hanging fruit, but the one possession against Cleveland where he caught it against LeVert and tried to maneuver around him, and then I'm watching Cleveland play the next night or 2 against Sacramento, and Herter's going past LeVert. Fox obviously is going past LeVert, but there are players that have never been at his peak in Klay Thompson's league that are operating with success against the same guy that just tossed Klay Thompson into the first row off the dribble. That's hard. It's hard to watch.
It is hard. It's absolutely, it's not easy. I know that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Asked a question at the beginning of last segment. Does this Golden State Warrior team give you the hope that they could be the team of 2 years ago? Kind of find some magic as the season goes along?
I also wonder, like, do people honestly believe that it is a construction issue? Because I don't know about you, Steiny, but I feel like it's hard to envision the Warriors making a move, or a big-time move that would shake up this roster. I know people are clamoring for Levine or maybe or Siakam. I don't know which player they think is going to come in and change that. But as constructed, or is it just because you feel like, I don't know, like, does this team have the ability to get better, or is this who they are? Like, do you think that they're a close to 500 team, or do you think they're just 7-8 because they haven't been able to shoot it well?
I got to see more, and I think that's the question we got to ask. I'll tell you what I'm not what I wouldn't give up on. I know it's easy to say, well, who wants these Warriors players, but it's not that cut and dry. You find a team out there that wants to reset their salary structure, and the Warriors have some players that you'd be interested in. Chris Paul and perhaps Klay Thompson. Now, I don't want to talk about trading Klay Thompson right now because I think it's a little too early for that. But you might be able to get a solid player that fits on this team very well by giving up an expiring contract, a role player, and then maybe a draft pick. That's for down the line. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. This Warrior team, can they turn into the championship team of 2 years ago, or do they look more like last year's 44-38 team? That segment, let me see, was brought to you by, I'll tell you who it was brought to you by, Flag and Anthem.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
It's game time at Flag and Anthem. Get best prices of the year with up to 65%.
It was more refined, and it was a better question, I feel. Now, you may feel differently, and you're entitled.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what.
You need help.
I don't need help. I know how to do
It's
the
a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
You know what, Bruce?
It's four-time World Series
champion. You're not a bad little
Bush,
manager.
Little.
Not a bad little manager.
My camera's off, too, actually.
See? Mm-hmm.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
You can stop asking that question.
You know, one of the reasons that I can't stand my parents is because they've turned me into an overly literal human being. And there's always something that people say that sounds great, but because I'm literal, it doesn't mean it's true. And it's this one. Well, as long as the Warriors have Steph Curry, they got action. That's not true.
What do you mean?
That's not true. They need Steph Curry and players around him
to win a championship.
Exactly.
But action could be the playoffs.
No, action is not the playoffs for the Golden State Warriors. Action is final 4 to 6 to 8 teams in the league. There's no one player right now that guarantees, well, Jokic alone can get a team to the playoffs. I still think Curry pretty much could do that too.
But also if Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. miss an extended period of time, I think they would struggle.
Well, they made the playoffs. They were a 6 seed, right?
Yeah, but they didn't miss the whole season, though.
True.
Those two players.
No, you're right.
Yes, even the great players need help at times.
All the time.
Not in Game 7 of the first round last year.
Game 7 of the first round last year.
In Sacramento, when Curry dropped.
You're talking about a first round series.
Okay, not in
we used to scoff at those back in 17 and 18.
Not in Game 4 of the NBA Finals, then 2 years ago.
I can't remember that.
That's when Curry went on the road and just ended the Boston Celtics. Virtually single-handedly.
Memories like the corners of my mind. Misty waters coming.
Who are you?
Barbra Streisand.
Oh.
Come on now.
It's my mom's favorite song.
It's a great song.
That fits.
The Way We Were. Whoo, is that a tearjerker?
I know the Timbaland.
Robert Redford and Barbra Streisand.
Nelly Furtado.
Oh, by the way, did I tell everybody out there I'm old? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's good. Thank you. Mark's in San Francisco. What's up, Mark? How you doing, man?
Hey, good, Sonny. How you doing? How you guys doing? I just wanted to I love Clay, and I think Kerr's the best, but Kerr is starting these guys based on seniority. Clay takes too much volume of shots, and he gets too many minutes. I mean, these young guys on these athletic teams, they look at him when they have the ball, and they just salivate. They take him to the hoop. And it's sad, but I really wish whenever Chris Paul's playing, that's when Clay should be playing, because like you said, he is a setup shooter. And also, Stein, lastly, to your point when they were really rolling their championship year in the beginning, guess who wasn't in that lineup? Clay. Taking that volume of shots. So it's hard to pull the trigger. I understand it, but that's my take.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, it's true.
It's a good point. It's a damning point. But I also...
It is a damning point, but they did win it with Clay being a significant player.
And contributing. He wasn't bad. So,
yes.
But the interesting part of it, too, is if you do think that Clay is playing too many minutes or taking too many shots, he's playing the fewest minutes of his career in a long time. He's taken the fewest shots in his career, probably since, his rookie year, if that. I mean, he's taken 13 shots a game.
I know.
Clay is usually up around 20. And that's sacrifice and bleed.
And that's my bigger issue with Clay. Not necessarily Clay, but the nature of his game. It's great that he's being more discerning, but how good can you be if Klay Thompson is a 6 for 13, 3 for 7 guy? I think that's a problem, because you need Klay to score 20 plus a game. You need Klay to be a threat to get you 30 on any given night. And if he's going to become more of a 16 point per game guy, which is great, there's two things going on. One is the Warriors need more scoring out of him. And then two is, so wait a minute, you're playing, like this is where it's I'll use a guru, it's no shade against Klay Thompson, but how does he help you if he's only taking 13 shots in 31 minutes?
And if he's shooting 40%. And that's the other rat on the table.
But I'll give him I'll give him his regular numbers.
Presented by ACO.
I'll give you, Klay, let's say Klay's average game turns into 6 for 13, which is 46%, and then 3 for 7, which is 42.9. Like, that's great that he's continuing to be efficient, but, 4 years ago, he could also lock down or 5 years ago could lock down ones. Now he can't. Like, that's another thing you got to figure out. And that's why bringing him off the bench at some point may make sense.
But even then, you can't have Klay Thompson whether it's in the starting lineup, the closing lineup, off the bench. If he's playing significant minutes, which I assume if Steve Kerr's the head coach, Klay Thompson will always play significant minutes. He cannot not be a threat to shoot and score with how. Unfortunately, with how much he's slipped defensively, because especially if he can only guard fours, and I know last night they put him on Jabari Smith, who is doing fine against guys but also there's other players on the Warriors that are also, because of Klay's sliding down the defensive ladder, that are going to have to step up and be in compromised positions. Like, who do you think the Warriors' best 3 on-ball defenders are right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
Peyton.
Yep.
Wiggins.
Yep.
I really don't want to say Kuminga. I just don't, but it may be him.
It's him or Draymond, I think.
Okay.
But Draymond's probably going to be matched up against a big, so I wouldn't say it's Kuminga.
Okay.
So that means if 2 of those guys aren't on the floor, which Peyton and Kuminga generally aren't, then you only have one guy who can really guard the point of attack on the perimeter, and that's Wiggins, and that's only when he's checked in, and he hasn't looked like that so far. So to me, defensively is where Klay Thompson has been maybe more compromising. I know offensively, but the other part of it too is if he's not a threat to shoot, then when you have 2 other non-shooters on the floor like Looney and Draymond or some other combination, I think that's one of the reasons why we've seen a ton of Saric, is because if Klay's not making shots and Wiggins is not out of this either, Wiggins is not making shots, then the only person you have to respect on the perimeter is Stephen Curry. And you can take the ball out of his hands easier than you can someone else.
Yeah, I sometimes I look at it just as simple as possible. And, okay, who you just asked me, who are the best on-ball defenders?
Yeah.
Okay, Peyton. Yeah, he's good. He can't score. Draymond Green, he's good. He can't score. And I'm using can't as, hyperbole, but
they're not threats
Jonathan
that are respected.
Kuminga, he can't score. Now, he can score more frequently than those other 2 guys, but he's not a consistent scorer. To me, that's the biggest problem with this team, is they have too many one-way players at this point. And the problem, and even though Wiggins, and a bigger problem is even though Wiggins and Klay are becoming more one-dimensional offensively, their efficiency's dropped. So they're not playing as good a defense, and their efficiency's dropped on offense. So they got to figure some stuff out. It's only 15 games in. D is in Washington, D.C. Hey, D, what's up, man?
What's going on, Frank Sinatra?
Oh, yeah.
Don't give him that.
Summer winds.
Stein sand.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. First of all, hell no. This team is not ready for championship-level basketball. First of all, Kerr and Bob Myers, they spent years devaluing the center spot. by drafting nothing but 6'7" with 7-foot wingspan who are not even basketball ready. All right. As a result, now this team is paying for it. It's funny that we struggle versus nothing but a bunch of teams with 7-footers in their front court. So until they fix that, man, we may not even make the playoffs. Specifically, if Thompson and Wiggins continue to struggle as they are right now. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say, man.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, D. If this is, it's easy to say, but if this is who the Warriors are, they're probably not going to make the playoffs. But I don't believe that this is their team. I think Clay's going to get better. I think Wiggins is going to get better. Is it going to be enough to vault them to championship level? I don't think so. But this is where the organization is, Evan. If there's a sliver of a chance, they've made it clear they're going to try it. For how long? I don't know.
Yeah, and the question becomes, how long is that amount of time? Like, how long do they deserve to either prove themselves right or wrong? And a lot of people, and maybe you're included in that, felt like last year was the last you needed to see. Or, that kind of ceiling from that team was not good enough to give these guys a second chance. I think you have to at least, and it's partially because of the contracts and the way that they're set up, which is another big part of, I think, the Klay Thompson equation, is he's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. Steve Kerr still doesn't have a contract. So in many ways, it does align for the Warriors to figure out this season if those guys, if the big three, deserve the chance to earn another year, essentially, because you still got Draymond for 3 more years after. I think Curry's got 2 more years left on his deal after this. Do you align Klay with him? Do you not? The one thing that gives me some solace when it comes to Klay Thompson is the typically slow starts to his seasons.
Yeah.
And if you just take last year's, and last year, for example, a year ago yesterday was the day that Klay Thompson made 10 threes out of 13, dropped 40 on the Houston Rockets on the road, and that was his breakout game. But even with that game, he was still shooting. I know. He was still shooting 38% from the floor. He was shooting 37% from 3. But if you take that one big game away, the first 13 games of the season, he was 36%, 33%, and 81%. Like, he was not shooting. He shot them out of basketball games last year, and I don't think he's shot them out of basketball games this year. He's just not shooting well.
That's a fair point. I think last year, you're right. There were games that unequivocally Klay hurt you.
Now you might need him more this year than last because Poole isn't there anymore. And Poole, whatever you think about him, would give you 20 a game off the bench or in the starting lineup, whatever. So there's more of a scoring void on this year's team that Klay Thompson needs to fill, which I do think is interesting because he's almost gone in the opposite direction, that he needs to temper himself at the beginning of the season. And maybe it's a result of how badly he shot at the beginning of last year, and he's trying to get himself ready for another January, February type run, in which we're talking about, is he playing his best basketball? I know that these guys, the older players on the Warriors, probably have the long game in mind more than we as fans do. And they're 15 games in, and who knows? I mean, maybe Klay Thompson thinks he's in the right place mentally right now, and that's all that really matters. Like, his shot, he believes, is just going to fall. And I mean, you might not want to hear it, but the Warriors are kind of going to live and die with not just Klay Thompson, but Andrew Wiggins returning to form, Draymond Green getting his head and getting himself right to not get suspended or thrown out of games or fouling out or making dumb decisions, to help that Jonathan Kuminga can take not maybe the significant third-year leap that everyone wanted him to, but to make enough of a leap to close that gap to where Moses Moody can play more minutes. Brendan Pochemski and TJD can help you. Gary Payton can stay healthy for a season. Those are a lot of factors that need to go right, but the Warriors might not think those factors are as outlandish as we believe them to be right now.
So I'm just looking at some numbers, and last year Klay Thompson made 5 or more threes about 25 times. 25 times. And, of course, that's just 5 or more. He had a couple games over 10. This year, Klay's had 2 games with 5. In other words, the minimum of the stat I just used. So he's had 2 games where he's made 5 threes in 14 games, where last year in 25 games, he played 70. So that's 1 out of every, let's say, 2.5. He had at least 5. That's dramatic in terms of a difference. Not just in that I'm talking production.
Yeah.
Production, Evan.
And it's another reason why I think Chris Paul, and maybe it's not in the starting lineup, maybe it's just more minutes with Klay Thompson, because when Chris Paul was starting last night, he played 34, so whether he's starting or not, when he was on the floor with Klay Thompson, Klay looked more at ease. Paul was able to get him open. Now, he probably shouldn't have had one of those threes that he traveled on.
That's all right.
But that was a beautiful outlet pass up ahead into the corner, right into Klay's shooting pocket. And that's something that Klay Thompson also mentioned before the season. I remember in a press conference basically saying when Chris is on the floor, you get easier shots. And if Klay Thompson can't create his own shots and we don't ask him to be as much of a driver or, stop and pop shooter, and nor should he be, if he is more of a spot up shooter than ever, then I think it would behoove him to have CP3 in the game.
That certainly makes sense on the surface. I don't think there's any doubt. Chucky's in Oakland. Hey, Chucky, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Good to hear you guys' conversation.
Thanks.
I got a few things, man. First of all, I just want to say, Scott, you was spot on because previously you mentioned, man, I'm talking about a couple of months ago, maybe, that you had said that, you wasn't buying into the Warriors, being championship contenders. And I feel the same way. I'm not casting no shade on the Warriors, man. It's been a great ride. I remember I spent $695 on the final ticket in the nosebleeds June 1st, and they played Cleveland.
Nice.
And so I enjoy all that they gave me, man. And so now, hey, like you said, Sonny, dynasties, they break up, man. And so I'm not going to cash in, be trying to dissect and trying to prolong something, longer than it should be. It's just, it is coming to an end. And I feel Kuminga, he's not performing this year because I think he's out of position. I don't think he got no business shooting threes. Somebody with legs in basketball, a valuable commodity in the game of basketball is somebody that can jump out the gym. This dude should be on the block, working on I think he could be a real good scorer working on the block. And you guys burn me up when you talk about Kerr being a top 5 coach. I'm not going to say that he's a top 5 coach. Reason being is that Kerr, when you guys be talking about Brock Purdy, and you can tell that Brock Purdy is a good quarterback when he has to play from behind, and it hasn't happened yet. Well, use that analogy with Steve Kerr. He's played from behind a few times, and he hasn't come through. And what I mean by that is when Draymond and Durant got into it, he wasn't able to diffuse that and keep Durant from leaving. When Jordan Poole got into it with Draymond, he wasn't able to settle that and make sure things got back smooth again. And like Phil Jackson had Dennis Rodman. If anybody can be controlled, I mean, come on. If Kerr can't control Draymond, it's a problem. So that's why I feel a good coach is able to relate and communicate and get players to come together as one.
Good stuff, Chucky. Appreciate the call. He brought up something with Kuminga, and I agree with him. Let me. This has always been my thing with Draymond Green, but it's also now with Kuminga. Kuminga makes some threes. They shot 37. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
How many threes does Kuminga have to make before you would guard him on the other team?
3 in a row?
I would say
4.
Thank you. 7. I'm with Spadoni. If he makes 9, we're going to lose. But I'll give him 9. I'll give him 9, and I'll never come up on him. Ditto with Draymond Green. I don't care. Draymond can hit all the threes in the first and second quarter that he wants. Until he starts making 2 or 3 in the fourth quarter, I'm never going to guard him, ever. Like, there are certain players in the NBA that, and this goes especially for the Warriors, because you got to guard Curry. You've got to guard Klay Thompson. You had to guard Durant. Guess what? Kuminga can't make enough threes for it to really matter, if you know what I mean.
Well, I think part of that is because he's not ever going to make enough threes within 20 minutes off the bench to hurt you. So I'm with you there.
I mean,
but I think it's also a little bit like Iguodala. Like, no one would ever close out on an Iguodala 3. One, because you don't believe he's going to make that shot enough for you to have to respect it. But 2, Kuminga, as opposed to Draymond, and this is where I push back a little bit, at least Kuminga, he can get to the rim. Like, if you close out and he gets around you, he can finish at the basket. Iguodala could finish at the basket. I don't know if people really believe Draymond Green can finish at the rim.
No. But to me, with Kuminga, Kuminga will never, it's going to take years before Kuminga is ever defended at the three-point line, because he's never going to be able to make enough shots consistently, at least right now, that'll make another team say, we got to take away Kuminga's 3. No, you don't have to take away Kuminga's 3. If he shoots 4 and he makes 2, then we move on. That doesn't kill us. So I do think there's players that, he makes some threes. So, okay, that's great, but it impacts the defense 0. When Draymond Green makes 2 threes in the first quarter, it means nothing to the team that's playing defense in terms of a strategy adjustment. You want to make 2? Let's see if you can make 4. Oh, you made 4? Oh, is this one of those games Draymond goes 6 for 10? Well, guess what? We're going to lose that game. But would you rather see Draymond go 6 for 10 1 out of 9 times, or you leave it up to Curry?
But I think you're also, and I don't mean to make this about Kuminga, but with the respect of three-point shooters, I also think you're associating Draymond's big three-point games with the best version of the Warriors,
yes,
which is like, if Draymond does make 5 threes and it's 2017, you're losing that basketball game, but you have to let him shoot, because you also got to guard KD, you got to guard Curry, you got to guard Klay. One thing I would ask you, I know we got to get to break, but one thing I would ask you is, how many players right now on the Golden State Warriors shots do you have to respect? How many players on the team right now, if you're talking about, okay, you wouldn't guard Kuminga, you wouldn't close out on Draymond Green, how many guys right now on the team do you have to respect their jump shot?
I think that's a great question to ask the Warrior fans. Whose jump shot, deep 2 or 3, do you really have to respect if you're the Golden State Warriors? I'll tell you my pecking order on the other side. 888-957-9570. I see Gianni, I see Mike, I see Murillo. We'll get to your calls on the other side. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Also, one more thing, I want to tell you about the Odyssey app. With the holidays around the corner, it's the best time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru, plus outstanding segments on the Morning Roast with Brian Baldinger. Willard and Dibbs have Steve Kerr every week, and much more. Get it all on the Odyssey app. You know, one of the reasons that I can't stand my parents is because they've turned me into an overly literal human being.
Tune into 95.7.
don't know if you used that one last night talking about the Rockets, but
boy.
No, honestly, I do want to get into the Eagles a little bit later, but
okay. There's one other thing, and here's the problem with being on the radio. Is I said something to you last night that I was ready to go public with a big take.
And now you're gutless.
Well, I feel like I still want to do it. The problem is that everybody out there, especially Ernie Chavez, they're going to take receipts and then they're going to say I was wrong, even though what I predicted was a long shot.
That the Steelers won't make the playoffs?
They're not making the playoffs.
You sow, brother.
They will.
What if I told you? Oh, boy. Just do it, Steiny. Just do it. Just do it. I think we've got another championship contender in the NBA.
Oh, God. I know where you're going.
You do know where I'm going.
Talk about prisoner of the moment.
Timberwolves are a handful.
Oh, my God.
They're a handful, man. I'm just telling you. They got a really steady point guard. They got a dynamic.
They have an old point guard.
2-guard. They've got an unusual front court that presents its own set of problems. They got athletes in Naz Reid and McDaniels. I don't know. Better be careful.
I think you're judging him off the Warriors.
Well, I'm judging him off a 10-3 start. I also like they just go into Chris Finch he doesn't care about Madison Square Garden. Timberwolves went in there and blew them out of the building.
When was the last time the Garden was a hostile environment?
Oh.
MSG hasn't been the same since the 90s.
Please.
Oh, although Dolan, I think, stepped down today.
He did.
Yeah, it's about freaking time. Maybe Curry
I
would
think
want
he
to
stepped down from some. He's not stepping out as owner.
No, he's not the owner, but he's no longer like the general managing partner. Can't put his fingerprints all over that organization the way he's like. Honestly, the Knicks have everything that you would want outside of him. If you're talking about a place that can attract free agents, can produce money, is a big name, huge fan base, loyal fan base, and Dolan just doesn't give him a chance. Kind of like the T-Wolves.
Chris A. on the YouTube chat, taking a page out of my book, says, all right, Steiny, I'll bet you. You take the T-Wolves, I'll take the field. You think I'm guru?
You know the Kings kind of remind me of, Freudian slip. I was going to say, the Wolves kind of remind me of.
Who?
The Kings from last year.
Well, I'll say this. The Kings won, 48 last year, and I bet Guru that they wouldn't win more than that.
Yeah, you had them 47.5.
Okay, so.
Or was it over-under?
48, he does not win the bet. 48, let's just call it a push.
Sure.
So what are they, 8-5?
They are.
I could be wrong about the Kings.
Took a loss against the Pelicans, who are surging.
Still got to win 50. Still got to win about 50 though. That's not easy.
That's won 6 in a row.
Yeah, they did. Let's go to Gianni in Santa Rosa. Of course, Santa Rosa, a place where I cut my professional teeth. It's kind of where it all started for Matt Steinmetz, to tell you the truth, at the Santa Rosa Press Democrat. But enough of that. Let's go to Gianni in the Rosa.
Hey, Gary.
Hey,
Thanks
buddy.
for taking my call.
Absolutely.
I just want to chime in on Clay, man.
Okay.
I ever since he's come back from the injuries, I just feel like it's been Clay against the world and against himself, and it doesn't feel like it's team basketball with Clay right now. The contested shots, the hunting shots, I just feel like it's not working. And I know it's probably a lot easier when he's got Kevin Durant on the other side, and but I just wish Clay would just relax, man, and maybe he can score 15 points a game, and Kuminga can get 16, and Wiggins can get 18.
Right.
And that would probably make us a better team.
It might.
Interesting. I hear that, and there's been points, I think, overtime and on Saturday against Oklahoma City is probably the most glaring example of Klay Thompson trying to do too much. But it's interesting that some people feel like he's more aggressive and that he's making poor decisions, or I don't know, he's dribbling too much. But if you look statistically, he's being more passive of a player than he ever has when it comes to shooting the basketball. And I do think he's made a concentrated effort to try and take better looks.
I do too.
But for whatever reason, that doesn't seem to be working. And that's why before the break, when I asked which player you have to respect on the perimeter, which player's jump shot do you have to respect, I still do think you have to respect Klay Thompson. In addition to, obviously, Stephen Curry.
I mean, if we're talking about a guy you got to leave, we have to leave somebody open, there's still no chance I'm leaving Klay Thompson open. Wiggins right now, I would beat me with, 3 or 4 threes for sure. I will not. I mean,
Klay Thompson's still a player I'd be fearful of making his first few, and then he might have a big night.
Absolutely. I would never go into a game and say, if Klay's firing from 3, let's not worry about. Like Draymond Green Draymond can't make enough threes for me to guard him. Saric even, I'm not sure I would guard him other than to see if I could rush his shot just a hair. But Klay, here's where I'm at with Klay. I'm more likely to try to shut him down than just let him play because he might get going. Like, I think right now what's happening with the Warriors, and it's even happening to Steph to a little less of a degree, is these guys are starting that you can guard him. Mm-hmm. Klay Thompson can be guarded now more than he's ever been able to be guarded. So if he can be guarded, I'm saying, well, let's guard Klay Thompson, because if you're telling me I can put a conscientious defender on Klay Thompson and he won't beat us, I got to do that. I got to do that rather than, Klay's struggling, let's just see. He's proven too many times that he can, win games for you with big nights. So
that's why I don't think last night was a breakout game.
I agree.
And he even tried to deflate that after the game. Like, he was basically saying, I've scored more than 20 points in a quarter. Talking about a game? We're talking about a game.
Yeah. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Hayward. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Okay, I wanted to talk Warriors, but you brought up the Niners.
Okay.
And you said that Philadelphia is the best team in the NFL.
Right now.
I totally disagree, because the Niners lost 3 games when they didn't have Trent Williams, but with Trent Williams on the field, the Niners are undefeated this year. So that kind of, puts them a little ahead of Philadelphia.
I tell you what, Mike, you're catching me in a good mood. And you know what? I'll give it to you. Okay, you know what? 49ers are the best team in football right now. Still doesn't matter.
You're right, because it's halfway through the season.
Yes, sir. You can talk. You can.
They're also 2 games behind.
Hey, talk about Steve Kerr, because I know you wanted to bring him up for a sec.
Okay, Kerr needs to be more he needs to be connected with this team. He's not learning anything in practice. Okay, the fact that he doesn't know who Klay Thompson plays good with yet is come on, man, come on. You're the coach. What are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, I think the one thing we know, and this is always my thing with Steve Kerr, is, if you want a coach, if you're he's not, and when it comes to developing, it's not that, I don't necessarily say he doesn't develop players. It's just he now has a track record of he's going with the champions. The champions always are going to get the benefit of the doubt, and guys he trusts. That's who he is. And that's just that's one of the reasons, the biggest reason why I always say, well, if you're not going to go for it with the core, well, maybe he isn't the right coach for a team that needs to be a young team that needs to develop.
I think also, too, I don't know how you feel about this, but I generally believe it's hard to develop top-tier young talent without minutes for them to get on the floor, or the required amount of minutes. Like, Jonathan Kuminga was never going to come in, or Moses Moody, or James Wiseman's a little bit different because that season was lost and he got to start.
Right.
And that conversely actually might have hurt him in the long run. But Jonathan Kuminga was never going to come in and play 30 minutes a night. Like, one of the reasons why, if you look at, probably the best example of a young guy who helped an aging core get to a championship and be the best player was Kawhi Leonard. But when Kawhi Leonard came to the Spurs, he got to start. He got to play big minutes in playoff games. And that's because, number one, he was good enough. And number two, they needed him to. You can make the case when Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody got to Golden State, they didn't need them to play. Well, they literally didn't need them to play big minutes because they won a championship without them.
Right.
But there's been not enough runway for them. And that, as much as I wish that they had gotten further along and that Curry then at some points last year had leaned more into them. At full strength, both of those guys always knew that they were going to be on the bench. And there was, is Jonathan Kuminga ever going to usurp or was ever going to usurp Andrew Wiggins or Klay Thompson or Draymond Green? The only guy who might have been the odd man out was Kevon Looney. And we talked about him earlier, potentially going to the bench for Chris Paul, and some people would poo-poo that as well. So as much as I hear the lack of development argument and they should be better, they should be further along, it's not their fault, but I find it hard to come down Kerr's road because you're going to stick with what's gotten you here. And those guys now they're starting to flame out a little bit, but 2 years ago they weren't.
Hey, who was the caller who said the Niners are still the best team?
Is that Mike?
That was Mike and Hayward.
Hey, Mike and Hayward, thank you, 650 on the Comcast Business text line. Hey, Mike and Hayward. Trent Williams was there when they lost to the Browns. Oh, I don't care if he wasn't 100%. He played. Hurt. He played. Mike.
Well, it's kind of funny because I thought the guy who was going to use was Debo. Debo got hurt first possession of that game.
That's true. It's true, he did. He absolutely did. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors at Phoenix tomorrow. I can't believe I almost said that's a big game.
Every game's a big game right now.
I know.
That might be a problem.
Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, how you doing?
Hey. Everything is swell, guys.
It is?
Swell. How are you doing? Can't complain.
Murillo, we're a game under 500, and we're the Warriors.
Let me check my phone here. Today's the 21st of November, right? So let's hold on. Let's hold on to it. Right. Guys, hey, thanks for taking my call. Thanks for keeping it freestyle because I kept this thought for a while. I wanted to call. Okay. Kuminga, I relate to him on this sense, and I think what's missing for Kuminga since he got here, and I've noticed this, I've told you guys before, I'm a soccer player, so I relate to it, and this hurts him specifically on the Warriors, because the Warriors, they have a specific brand of basketball they play, right? Many players, basketball players, even high level, and I'm going to make comparison to two guys, I'm not saying Kuminga, who knows where he's going to get, but Giannis and Pascal Siakam.
All right.
I noticed two things. These guys come from countries with soccer background. They played soccer. In the beginning, they always show promise with their footwork on defense. And I felt the same thing here. I played ball when I'm a great soccer player. But I also played basketball at home in Brazil before coming
Sure.
here. Yeah. So, and I always felt that I could play. When I came here and I joined the gym and I was playing with these guys, I always felt like I missed rhythm and form. I could defend, I could stay in front of everyone, I could get some layups, but the guys would give me that side look whenever I was about to shoot because they didn't feel that I had the form to play basketball the proper way. And I think Kuminga lacks with that. It messes with his rhythm, messes with his rhythm, with his drive to the basket. He has a great potential, but he needs to play a little more basketball, the timing of basketball. And I look at Van Vliet last game. He had a bad game, but he had a good 4 game.
Yeah.
He had a good 4 game. They could win the game with him having that game because...
Murillo, he seemed mad last night. Van Vliet seemed pissed about something.
I know, but the thing is, he could still run the plays for his team because of the form and how he can control. I don't think Kuminga can do that. And players that come from that background, it takes some time from them to get the rhythm of basketball, the shooting, when to shoot, when to drive, when to move.
Murillo.
And you mentioned before.
Yeah, Murillo, thanks. Appreciate the call. Let me help you. He has no feel. Kuminga doesn't have a feel for the game. He just doesn't. It's what happens a lot of times when you haven't had the development.
I remember.
Can he get it? Well, that's a damn good question. It really is.
Well, it doesn't feel like it's just going to all of a sudden appear tomorrow. No, it might by the end of this season. But if he continues to get 18 minutes a night and he gets pulled if he makes a couple of boneheaded mistakes, I find it hard to believe that he is going to acquire that feel. Like you acquire, well, I don't know if you can even acquire it. It's something that a lot of people it comes naturally to them. But if you are to acquire it, means you need to fail first. And the Warriors, for whatever reason, don't feel like they're in a position to allow Jonathan Kuminga to fail in the same way that Klay Thompson's allowed to fail, or that Andrew Wiggins is allowed to fail, or that Draymond Green is allowed to fail. And that's their choice. But I find it hard to believe, because one of the reasons I want to see Kuminga on the floor is because I think that if the Warriors are to make some noise this year in the postseason, to me, Kuminga is one of their, we talked about, he's one of their 3 best on-ball defenders. You have to be able to keep people in front of you at some point in a playoff game. And if Kuminga's not out there, that means you're probably going to have 2 or 3, if not more, non-defenders, non-plus defenders on the floor. And it's going to be hard to stop opposing teams, nevertheless score. So, to me, Kuminga is a necessity for this team, but they're stuck in that give and pull of he might hurt you more than he can help you at this point.
I'm with you. Hey, by the way, Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. So Willard and Dibbs, we'll get some answers from Steve Kerr. Hey, maybe this analogy won't work perfectly, and maybe some people won't exactly get it because I'm going back a few years. But when the Detroit Pistons were really good, and they were at the point where they were breaking through to become a championship team, they had a great veteran team, and they picked up Dennis Rodman and John Sally. And they were 2 raw guys. They were raw players. But Chuck Daly somehow got them on the floor and said early in their careers, it's simple. We can use you guys, but you have to do 2 things. 3. 1, 2, 3. You have to defend, you have to rebound, and you have to block shots. And don't do anything else. Like, Jonathan Kuminga's still playing, working on his 3-point shot. I think maybe if the Warriors had it to do all over again, they would have started Kuminga and said, not started him, but said, you're gonna play 8 minutes a game, just on the ball defense. That's all we want you to do. And built from there. But he still hasn't mastered one task consistently during his 3 years in the NBA. He may be an all-around player down the line, but he wants to be one right now. And he's not even close. And that's one of the things they got to figure out.
And as opposed to the late 80s, early 90s, the game is far more perimeter-based than ever. And so you have to do, like, Dennis Rodman was asked to block shots, defend, and, rebound?
Yeah.
Like, you have to do more than that now. You also have to be able to score. If you are a liability on one side of the floor, or maybe a liability, but if you can't consistently get your own shot, if you can't consistently be able to pass the ball, if you can't do the things that the Warriors right now need on offense, and sometimes you get lost on a back cut. Sometimes a guy's able to get by you. Sometimes you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar. You commit a dumb foul, and then you compound that by making another mental mistake and getting a technical. Like, those are all things. You can't do all those things, or you have to be able to at least have mastered 1 or 2. And right now, I mean, I don't think it's just a Kuminga thing too. Like, I think even though Moses Moody is viewed as a much more solid player, a floor-like player,
right,
he still gets caught in some of those situations also to where he's inconsistent offensively one night, or he's really good on defense, but he can't get you a bucket, or you need him to be a spot-up shooter, but he hasn't hit enough of those threes consistently for you to trust him, or maybe he's not as quick laterally as a lot of teams or a lot of people believe him to be, and so he can be taken advantage of by a team like OKC. Like, it's not just a Kuminga thing. And to your point earlier, I think it's a team-wide thing that they do one thing or maybe two things, but they don't do enough together to make you feel like they can consistently play high-level minutes against good basketball teams. And they could take advantage of Houston, but if they continue to play, even like last night's game, if they play that same game against Phoenix, I would assume on the road that Phoenix is probably going to win that basketball game. Now, if they play more together, if they hit more shots, if they're connected on defense, then I think they do have a chance against Phoenix. But we haven't seen that enough yet to trust that it's going to appear when they needed to.
No, I agree. And for all those people who say, look, we're only 15 or 16 games into the season, we still got a ways to go. You're absolutely right. But to me, there's a big picture issue here. Again, when we're talking about the Warriors from years back, they had done it, and you knew that they could. Even 2 years ago, they won it as a 3 seed. Now they're 7 and 8. I get it's early, but this is twofold. If the Warriors want to win a title, to my way of thinking, they have to have a pretty good regular season and a great postseason. They're not going to. Of course, I don't know this, but they're not going to win it as a 6 seed. I just don't see it, Bob. And so if you continue on this pattern and you're 7 and you're 8 and you're 6 and you jump up to 5 and now you're back to 9 or 8, I just don't think that's a recipe. And I get it. The Heat got to the finals last year, but the Heat were infinitely younger than the Golden State Warriors. So we'll see. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Golden State Warriors, they snap a 6-game losing streak. They beat the Houston Rockets last night, 121-116. They shot the ball well. They moved the ball better. That's something that we haven't talked about. It has been a point of emphasis. But how can you move the ball better long term if you want to keep Chris Paul in your lineup? He plays a style that's a little different than the Warriors style used to be. Maybe they can blend the two, and this team can get back up near the top. What do you think? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Lucky California.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit Consumer Cellular.
sorry, I was on the Peloton.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Who do we got with dibs today? Do we know? Is it Devone?
John Dickinson.
JD. Okay, JD coming in today and going to work with Dan Dibley. They got Steve Kerr on at 5 tonight. You don't want to miss that.
Yeah, we talked to JD yesterday. I know we didn't get to the Warriors, so I'm sure he's going to be hot.
Why? They won last night.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying JD's seen each and every minute of this basketball team, so I'm sure he's going to have some opinions.
So have we.
Yeah, but they've been listening to us for the last 3 hours, and they can listen to Dibs and JD for the next 4.
That's true. You're right. We got City Boy out there. City Boy, do we have his drop?
Yeah, he had one of
the greatest drops.
Incendiary drops.
Yeah,
it's revolving around Draymond.
He said basically Draymond's that's all right. What's up? Push the button, Lucas. What's going on, City Boy? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? What's up, Matt? What's up, E?
Hey.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, first and foremost. I hope you guys really enjoyed a long weekend.
My man.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just wanted to – this Warriors team, I mean, I'll tell you, I've kind of given up on baseball. So, for me, I take a real nice respite after – yeah, sorry. But it's a real nice respite from sports for me, kind of waiting for the NFL and the Warriors season. And boy, I'll tell you what, the start to this Warriors season it's just not been fun, right? And I mean, yeah, they did start off well, and that was, nice to see. But, they had buzzer beaters. It wasn't like they were looking great. They were winning games. They weren't looking great. And I was kind of waiting for the Chris Paul thing to evolve and settle in. And I was trying to get behind it, and I'm just not. And it's not Warriors basketball that we're watching. As I've been watching the Warriors since Purvis Short, and so I love my Warriors, and I'm rooting for Chris Paul. I really am. I'm not a hater. He's not a fit, Matt. You said it about an hour or an hour and a half ago. It's just something isn't right. He doesn't seem to fit. And yes, he's a Hall of Famer. He'll make it work on any team, right?
Right.
But do you want to? Here's the deal: we want to win a championship. I mean, that's the goal, right? Whether or not this team is capable, I think we all feel right now like they're really not today, right?
Sure.
We're hoping they'll evolve, get better, and maybe take a run at it this year or next year, because we want to see this group get a 5th ring. Not just for ourselves, but because we love Steph Curry, we love the Warriors, we'd love to see that 5th chip, and we know that they can, catch lightning in a bottle because we saw it 2 years ago, even though that is now 2 years ago. Chris Paul isn't a fit. It's not Warriors basketball. It's awkward. It's disjointed. It's like they're trying to make, the square peg fit in the round hole. And God love him. He has a $30 million contract, which is an asset, expiring contract. I think you just got to bite the bullet and go get somebody. And who that is, I mean, listening to fans talk about trades is a little tough because, we all spit out the same names, whether it's Vucevic or Caruso, but you got to get some people that fit,
Right.
And you got to get a little more athletic and a little more size. The Warriors, they don't need size. Thanks. Yeah, I'm here to tell you the Warriors need athleticism and size because the league has gotten better, by the way. 2 years ago, the league is better than it was 2 years ago, in my opinion. So, hey, fellas, enjoy your Thanksgiving. We'll talk soon.
Good stuff, City. Appreciate it. I should ask City about his son. Son plays hoops back east. He's coming home for, hopefully he's coming home for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, North Carolina. He's out in Nashville.
Asheville, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Asheville.
Nashville's
Tennessee.
That's true.
Yeah, Asheville's North Carolina.
Have you ever been to Asheville?
Been to both. In your face.
I didn't think you made your way out there. Oh, Asheville's incredible.
Asheville's got a lot of breweries.
Highest microbrewery per capita in the country.
Yeah, it's cool.
Those are facts.
Unfortunately,
shout out Sierra Nevada.
It's true. They have a brewing company out there.
In Asheville?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they just opened a huge complex a few years ago.
I don't like that.
Who knows Asheville?
I don't like that at all.
John does. From up his way.
Originally from Chico, California.
Yes, sir.
Was that the original pale ale?
That was.
What? When did it? You know what? When did it? Like when was its inception?
I want to say 89.
Because, look, back when I was drinking in high school and college,
Yangling?
We didn't have any choices. Everything was a draft beer or a lager, maybe a Pilsner because they didn't know the difference. We had no IPAs. We had no pale ales.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why Sierra Nevada is such a staple is because it's one of the longest standing just kind of bland beers.
Oh, boy.
Now everywhere's got a microbrewery.
Who's that, Valdez Scantling?
MVS.
Ouch.
That drop cost the Chiefs the win, and the Niners one game behind the Eagles.
Yeah, it did.
That hurt.
Man.
Especially if you had money on that game.
Although the defensive back was right there.
I stand corrected. 1980 for Sierra Nevada.
Really?
Oh, even further back.
Hey, we got a 50th year anniversary coming up in about 6 years.
That we
What? We do.
It's a long time.
Yeah, it's actually not that long when you get let me tell you something, young buck.
Okay.
The older you get, the faster time goes. Those are facts.
Clock.
I feel like that's that's something that older people say because
you'll feel it. You'll feel it when you get.
I feel it right now. I woke up, my knees hurt.
What's the matter?
Well, I tried to work out yesterday. It didn't go too well.
Wait.
After the cafeteria.
Well, that's a problem.
What do you mean?
You can't do that. You can't go to the cafeteria and then say, well, now I'm going to really work on my body.
That's the perfect time. You don't know any better.
Let's go to B. B's in Oakland. Wants to talk about the Warriors core. Hey, B, what's going on, man?
All right. How y'all doing today?
Dynamite.
That's good. Well, I was looking at, you look at our core now, they done got old fellas. And if you really think about it, you look at Thompson, he's not the same no more. Everybody realized that, and as far as Kuminga and Moody, they not considered enough on either side of the ball. And truly, looking at it, Steph go get his. Wig is not really, one time he's in the game, next time he's not. And, without a big man in the middle, we would not make it to no championship. And as far as I want to speak on the Philadelphia Eagles, I agree with you. Philadelphia are the best team in football right now. And let you know, I am a diehard 49er fan. And I know this for a fact. The only way the 49ers will be able to beat them, they got to match their intensity on both sides of the ball. Because they got good offense and they got good defense.
Yep.
And hopefully that we can match that. Y'all have a good day, man.
Hey, B, I'll tell you what, you're my kind of fan. You're my kind of fan. Tell it like it is. Tell it like it is.
Which part?
Everything. The part about the Eagles are the best team in football right now. Doesn't mean the 49ers can't beat them. But they're going to have to do some things both sides of the ball.
We'll find out in 12 days. I already told you I think is winning that game.
You do. You did.
It's not the Eagles.
Can you guess Tennessee's state drink? That's the Comcast business text line. I'd have to go with...
like a beer or...
I got to believe it's Jack Daniels. Pretty sure that's Tennessee.
Tennessee whiskey, right?
Yeah, I think it's... Or is it Lynchburg? Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it's got to be Jack Daniels. I think I've had Jack Daniels once. It's a strong drink. Hi, Guru and Steiny. That's from the 707. I enjoy the show. I think people, we can talk about this. I think people are off point talking about CP3 not fitting, blaming the Warriors' pace is a red herring. Warriors are old, so how, the idea of Chris Paul fitting or not fitting. I mean, I think it's simple. He fits in terms of he's great. He's very helpful when Steph Curry's off the floor. He's giving you a stability there, so I think he fits perfectly that way. But stylistically, yeah, there's some differences, and that is he likes to play at a slower pace. So the question is, can you find a way to blend the pace you want to play without Chris Paul, and then the pace you have to play at with Chris Paul, knowing full well that Down the line, the game slows down, and that's when he can help you.
And I do think that one of the reasons why the Warriors bench has not been outscored outside of, I think, one game this year is because of Chris Paul. And one thing that Draymond Green mentioned before the year about CP3 and how he helps the bench is like you don't need them to always you don't need them to extend leads. Like what you can't afford is for either a deficit to grow greater or for a lead to shrink. And Chris Paul makes sure that those two things aren't going to happen. Now, City Boys call it, that was interesting because he discussed the fit, the feel, something we were tossing about earlier. It just seems off. I don't know about you, Steiny, but to me, Chris Paul is not at the top of my list when it comes to concerns about the team. Or I should say, the impact of Chris Paul on the pace. Like, last year, they were second in pace. This year, they're 19th. They're clearly playing slower basketball, and it's maybe not Warriors basketball we're accustomed to watching. But I would like to believe that Chris Paul, with how much he's demonstrated and he can adjust, like I'm assuming that number is going to be closer to 2 by the end of the year than it is to 19. So I think Chris Paul will find a way to either speed up the tempo of his own game or fall into what the Warriors want to do. But right now, they are also adjusting to him. So it's tough when they're 15 games in and they're a game below 500. You're wondering why haven't they been able to sustain the 5-2 start that they had. But to me, there are bigger concerns than Chris Paul right now. Doesn't mean it's not one to keep an eye on, but I think Paul's helped them more than he's hurt them this year.
This is Steph Curry on Chris Paul's game last night.
12 assists, 1 turnover, plus 12. And, a game where, like I said, we needed to kind of connect both sides of the ball. It was a masterclass.
Masterclass. By the way, not as much of a masterclass as another point guard. Do you know that after you gave me that stat about that player, 15 assists?
Tyrese Halliburton?
Yeah, he did it again after you even. So he's done it 5 times since 2021-22.
That's 15 assists, no turnovers?
5 times. Tyrese Halliburton has had 15 assists or more, no turnovers. Chris Paul's done it twice. Nobody else has done it. Chris Paul he had a shot last night.
He did.
He didn't get that turnover till late.
So he blew it.
I tell you what, he is kind of a weasel.
Who, Chris Paul?
Yeah.
But you want the weasel on your team.
Yeah, I guess. There were a couple.
You're telling me you would try and sell a few of those fouls?
I guess when I'm 38, I would, yeah.
But it's funny because we were talking about what's happened to Steph's assists, and there's so far down. Turnovers are about the same. I think, he's 1-to-1 assist to turnover ratio?
Yeah.
Well, those assists are going to number 3. I mean,
that's true.
He's the guy that's delivering the basketball. He's also, he took 5 shots last night? 7 shots?
Who?
Chris Paul.
I think it's 9-ish. But he was very efficient. I know that. Well, Curry had taken only
4 of 7, 3 of 5 from 3.
Okay. So Curry didn't shoot at all early in that game last night. I want to say that he was midway through the second with like one or 2 points.
Got to the line 12 times.
Yep.
What was that face for?
No, he did. You're right. You said he got to the line 12 times, and I said, yep.
So, and actually, that is another part about this Warriors team that you've chosen to gloss over. The fact that they are taking slightly more free throws than last year.
But I'll bet they're shooting it worse.
The percentage?
Yeah.
No. They're up.
Really?
Not by much. 79.
Really? It's that high? It just got to whack. No, that's 79 is a good number.
It's about the same, but they're 11th.
How's your guy now. Wiggins? From the foul line.
Well, I told you earlier what he was shooting.
Just say it to the audience.
54.5% from the free throw line. And which is another reason why I don't think that these are who the Warriors are. Like, I don't know about you, Steiny. I don't see a world in which Andrew Wiggins is going to be for 60 to 70 games this year, a 42% shooter, 54 from the free throw line that averages 12 points.
What's he shooting overall? What's he shooting overall? I'll tell you.
42%.
He's shooting 42% twos and threes?
From the floor.
What about threes?
He's shooting 25%.
Okay, here's what he put in the cap. He's going to shoot 44% from the field.
Okay.
His three-point percentage is going to be his lowest as a Warrior. So his three-point percentage is going to trend toward Minnesota numbers, and which is above 33, but not as high as 37 or 38. And also, I'd have to look at his numbers, but I believe he'll have his worst free throw shooting year of his career. I believe. I think his lowest is probably 65, 66.
61, it was last year.
Well, ooh, jeez.
Which was tough.
See, now that's a problem. What do you shoot? Like, give me a shooting
The year he
percent.
was an all-star, he shot 63% from the line. It's not very good.
Should you even be allowed to be an all-star when you can't make 2 out of 3? I'm just kidding. Steiny thinks that CP3 is a weasel now. But when Guru and Warrior fans complained about his antics, you used to get mad at him.
That's true.
I'm teasing about it. It's a good-natured weasel. It's a good-natured weasel.
Never called Draymond Green a weasel.
I don't think about him as somebody did on the Comcast. Somebody on the Comcast business text line did say that Steiny tells Guru not to overreact and has gotten on Guru for saying the 49ers were going to the Super Bowl after going 5-0, and here he is saying the Timberwolves are going to win it after going 10-3. I did not say. See, you guys can't handle it. You guys.
I don't have my phone, but I would read the text right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, you said the Wolves are a championship team.
No, I said we may have it in my good-natured way where down the road I can say I was right or that I was kidding in my good-natured way. I said, hey, we may have a new championship team in the league.
Oh, sorry, there was a lot of Eagles stuff on the Vine last night. Shows where you have your true allegiance.
Boy, what are you talking? Listen.
What?
I have no allegiance to any team.
Apparently it's to the Timberwolves and the Eagles.
Well, those are personal.
Yeah, so that's an allegiance. You have a personal allegiance to these teams. And that's totally understandable. But it's not like you root for Barry team's downfall. You just call them like it is more than you would with the Timberwolves.
The Timberwolves
I kind of like it.
Have a special relationship.
It's
similar to the relationship I once had with Atlanta.
It's like I'm looking through mosaic glass into what your fandom used to be because it's kind of muddled, but you know it's there. We have to bring it out. We have to extract it.
Let me ask you a question. Is there anything wrong with this? Because I do this. I'll admit I do this. In all sports. Baseball's a little less. Although, you know what? I do for baseball. Why can't I let some time play out and then say, you know what? I really like this team after 20 games, and then you start rooting for them because you like them. You're not a diehard, but you kind of like them. And it works the other way, too. You know, a team like the Steelers, they stink. I can't stand them.
I kind of like them.
Well, they're going nowhere, Evan.
And when you say nowhere, do you mean not the playoffs? Because I think they're still in contention.
Oh, they're in contention. They're in contention, but...
Yeah, but it's not like I actually think the Steelers are going to win the Super Bowl.
You kind of talk like that to get under my skin.
Exactly, because I know it pisses you off, which is one of my favorite activities.
It's not an allegiance. No, it's not. It's personal. You have a personal allegiance. LMAO. What am I missing?
I don't know. Maybe it's... I
like to be... You know, if somebody's going to talk language, I'll love them for...
Well, and this is where I defer to you. I'm not sure if personal allegiance is actually proper English, but...
Personal allegiance?
Yeah.
Or is I have a personal allegiance...
Just the same thing.
...to the Timberwolves.
Yes. Is that incorrect?
You're saying it's redundant.
Yeah. But I know it would frustrate you.
Like grave danger. Is there any other kind? You know what? Let's go to Diego and Marin.
Are the Warriors in grave danger, Steiny?
They need to be careful. Let's put it that way. Diego's in Marin. What's up, Diego?
Hey, I think this is I think this is who the Warriors are, and if you compare them to the Rockets, they're almost identical. They both have one player that can score over 20. They both have a player like Brooks and Draymond, who are both dirty players. They both have a point guard like Van Vliet and Paul. And the rest is just role players. They're going to be 10 and 20 after 30 games.
Oh, Diego, you better not become a stranger.
Put in the cap.
Put it in the cap. Diego says 10 and 20.
That's okay. Well, does that mean they're going to win 9 home games?
7 and 8.
Like they won 9 road games last year?
They're going 3 and 12 over their next 15.
I sure hope not.
Okay, an allegiance is a loyalty or commitment of a subordinate to a superior or of an individual to a group cause. Those wishing to receive citizenship must swear allegiance to the republic. That's not personal allegiance. That's just allegiance.
So you can't...
For example, Guru has an allegiance to the Dallas Cowboys.
He does.
He doesn't have a personal allegiance.
Well, but it might have started with a personal allegiance because...
Who does he know? He never met Tom Landry.
No, but his dad named him after Daryl Lamonica. I guess he was a Raider. But
that doesn't count. Exactly. Yeah, see?
But Norm is a Cowboys fan, so that's where he got it from. So it is personal.
I don't think it is.
And now it's grown into something that, quite frankly, he can't control.
925, personal is the adjective describing the type of allegiance. Thank you. It's not a professional allegiance, nor is it a religious allegiance. What type of allegiance is it?
It's personal.
It's personal. That's what the 925 says. God, I love our listeners.
So my personal allegiance to the Chargers would be through my mom.
No.
What do you mean?
Personal allegiance means you need to know somebody on the Chargers.
Okay, Lorenzo Neal.
He's not on the Chargers anymore.
But he is now, and he affirms my...
You didn't know him when you became a Chargers fan. So it's not personal.
Okay, so...
we can move on, and you can just take your L.
Well, I was the one who called yours a personal allegiance, which it is, to Chris Finch.
So they thought you were wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Well, he wasn't.
He spun that on its head.
Oh.
Back to Wiggins.
My bad. You don't like the Timberwolves?
They're fine.
What does fine mean? Are they better than the Warriors?
Right
will they have a better record than the Warriors at the end of the year?
In the regular season, yeah.
All right.
They both might be out in the second round, though.
Well,
do not let the Minnesota Timberwolves play the Golden State Warriors in the playoffs.
I don't want that.
Why?
I just don't. It's too personal.
It's a 4.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got that. You know what we got. We got that 12-minute segment on the other side. Now we're going to do a little crosstalk. Changeover, crossover,
I do have to come down your road for the Eagles.
What's that?
I'm going to take the Niners side.
On the other side?
On the other side.
Evan's taking the other side on the other side. Hey, listen, by the way, no, that's yesterday's. Let me get today's. You know what? It's always a good time, whether yesterday or today, to download the Odyssey app, especially with the holidays coming. That's what you're going to find is now's the best time to download the Odyssey app. One of the things you can do is listen all 4 hours to Steiny and Guru, or in this case, Steiny and Evan Giddings. Plus, there are outstanding segments left and right on our station. You could talk about the morning roast with Brian Baldinger. You want to listen to that? You can. Willard and Dibs with Steve Kerr, who, by the way, will be on at 5 o'clock today with the boys. So we got action here at 95.7 The Game. I don't think there's any doubt about that at all. Exactly. It was more refined, and it was a better question, I feel. Now, you may feel differently, and you're entitled.
Well, tell us what it is, damn it.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile...
Steiny and Guru on
Stevie.
95.7 The Game.
That's Steve Wilkes, no relation to Keith Wilkes, the former Jamal Wilkes. Oh, my God.
But Jamal Wilkes had an E in his last name, right?
Yes, he did.
Steve Wilkes does not.
It doesn't matter.
Sure it does.
It's
Steve Wilkes, by the way, the unsung hero of the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, people just continue to gloss over this guy like he wasn't dialing up all the right blitzes, pushing the perfect buttons, and what might have been his perfect performance for Brock Purdy as it was for the Niners defense.
I still, you can't be perfect if you have 4 incompletions.
Well, one of those was a drop, and
doesn't matter.
Doesn't
matter. I got to get the Warriors' schedule in front of me because Kumar and Willits. By the way, Willits, one of my favorite places. You ever been to Willits?
Where's Willits?
It's in Mendocino County.
It's got to be NorCal, John.
Mendocino County. What else you want to know about the North Bay? Let's just get him in here. Let's get Kumar in here. Willits. It tends to rain a little more up there in Willits than it does down here in the Bay. A lot of tall trees in Willits. A little bit of a rustic environment, but a beautiful, beautiful part of the Bay Area. Let's welcome in Kumar in Willits. Hey, Kumar, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, you should take a look at that strength of schedule.
Okay.
Because before the Rockets game, the Warriors had the hardest strength of schedule in the whole league. And 7 out of the top 10 teams in terms of difficult strength of schedule, if I recall correctly, had records around 500. So it's a real tall task that the Warriors have had in front of them so far this season. I believe they've also had the most back-to-backs, and we all know about that road gauntlet they started out with. So I'm not trying to apologize for them with their problems, but I do think that we have to place their record in context. And I think that there's a very good chance that as the season rolls on and we stop facing these baseball series scheduled against the Timberwolves, who are obviously really good, and the Thunder, who are fantastic, we're going to start to see the real team emerge. Obviously with Gary Payton and Draymond Green coming back, but I do think there's a chance that people are underestimating the Warriors just based on the fact that we've had a real hard run of it so far.
All right, let's take a look, Kumar. Appreciate it, and stay dry.
I mean, to his point, if you look at the next 10 games, only 3 of them are against teams above 500.
Okay, but
3 of them are against the Clippers.
Okay, the Phoenix Suns, they look like they're pretty good.
They are good. San Antonio, they have one good player.
Now, the Houston Rockets are 6-6, but I believe they remain.
Yeah, I don't think the Rockets are a playoff team.
To me, the two biggest losses were the one to Minnesota and one to Oklahoma City. And the reason why is when you have back-to-backs against the same team at home, you have to win one of them. You can't go 0-4. Like those are 2 tangible losses. That shouldn't be. You got to go 1-1 when you have the same opponent at home. Detroit stinks. Let's put that rat on the table right off the bat. And they beat the Kings. Beat the Kings twice.
One time was without Fox.
Yeah,
and it was by a point.
I think their schedule's been, and I guess you could look at it and it could say, well, they've had the 3rd toughest schedule.
The win in New Orleans looks a lot better now, because the Pelicans have been playing good.
No Ingram.
I'm just saying it looks a lot better.
No, it does. So they got Phoenix. That's a tough game. Spurs should be okay. Then they're at Sacramento. That one's going to be a tough game. After you beat, assuming everybody's healthy, I give the Warriors, that's going to be a tough game.
To the caller's point, though, one of the other reasons why the schedule was difficult is because of how sandwiched it was together. Like, yes, the Sacramento game on the road is going to be tough, but you also only have 3 games in the next 7 days as opposed to 4 or 5, which is kind of how they were sandwiched during that road stretch.
This schedule is weird.
It is.
Have you really looked at it? I'm just starting to look at it. So they played Minnesota,
mm-hmm.
Oklahoma City.
Yep.
They played the Rockets last night, and then they go Suns, Spurs, Kings.
Yep.
Then they go Clippers, Suns.
Yeah, they have a home and home.
Clippers. They play the Clippers 3 out of 4 games coming up. Wow.
I'm sure the play-in tournament has something to do with those games.
Probably right.
San Antonio, I believe, is in their group. I know Minnesota and Oklahoma City are. That's why they played them twice in a row.
Well, Friday's game is an in-season game, and I guess Tuesdays against the Kings is. Yes, Tuesdays against the Kings is. However, none of the games against the Clippers are. The next in-season tournament game, that's it.
And then you got to get out of the group stage.
They are.
Warriors are in trouble. I think they're
1-1. They're 1-1. They beat the Thunder, the in-season tournament game. See, they picked the right game.
I think they're 1-2.
Win against the Thunder. I have them with 2 in-season games. The Thunder, which was the 141-139 win, and then the Timberwolves with the 104-101 loss. And then their next 2 in-season games are coming up against the Spurs Friday and then the Kings on Tuesday. That's it.
And then we play for the Cup.
And then we go to Vegas. Somebody asked the boss if we can go cover that in-season tournament game. You know what? Am I the only guy that would like?
You want to be the one?
Well, here's where Goo and I are a little different, and it's why we love each other, and it's why we're so simpatico. You know, if the boss goes, "Hey, you guys got an opportunity to do a little work thing in Vegas. What do you think?" I'm like, "No." Yeah. Goo's like, "Oh yeah." Goo, I love you. I love you.
I'm with Goo.
Are we going to remember?
I didn't get to go to Vegas when you guys went.
I know. That stunk. Neither did Lucas, which wasn't as bad that he didn't get to go.
He was bedridden.
Do you guys remember what I said that to Guru about? When I said, Guru, I love you. I love you. I want to spend more time with you, but.
Was that the Warriors game you guys went to?
Off the air.
No. This was on the air.
No, you said I want to spend more time with you. Off
yes,
the air.
Off the air. Correct. But why did I tell him I loved him? It's because it came right after he said, they should bring Clay off the bench. And it's not a demotion. Not a demotion. They could finagle it and convince Clay. Not a demotion. That's what I said. Guru, I love you. I want to spend more time with you off the air. But you got to be kidding me. Hey, we got JD and Dan Dibley on the other side.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be changeover / crossover time on 95.7 The Game.
What do you think they're hot on?
I'll tell you what they're going to talk a little more about than we did, and that's those Philadelphia Eagles. See, I purposely try to stay away from them because I know how people feel.
Well, no, I think you're just afraid of what you might say and regret. Because you are flying high.
I said Steph Curry was going to stink. I don't regret anything. I never said stink.
EAG, LES. That came through the vine like 6 times last night. I was disappointed in you, honestly.
EAGLES Eagle. It's all right. Hey, Bay Area, just know that your boy Steiny's consistent. When the 49ers were 5-0 and they were the best team in football, I said it doesn't matter. And now, after 10 games, it's clear the Eagles are the best team in football. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Talk to me in January. Mm-hmm.
Hey, folks, this is it.
listen to an overly literal human being?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I love you, Mom. Dad, you're all right. Steiny and Evan in today, and we are joined by John Dickinson and Dan Dibley. They'll be here for the next 4 hours, and don't forget they have Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock. Dibs and John Dickinson. What's up, fellas? How are you, man? Yeah.
Hey. Peter King, 3:15.
Oh.
Yeah.
A couple big boys.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
And Doc Pandia at 4.
Oh, 3 big boys.
Yeah. A lot of guests.
2.5.
Pandia.
That
Who's
hurts.
hurt?
That hurts.
Who's
I
hurt?
was talking about King.
Always somebody. Hufanga?
GP?
Okay, let me tell you something. He ain't giving you more information he's done for the year. Now, how's Pandia going to elaborate on that?
Okay. I'm glad you asked me that.
Well,
Matt.
it's the difference between a 9-month and a 12-month
It's
ACL.
the difference between a clean tear and a dirty tear. When you tear your ACL, as I have, Matt, and you see me, Matt, look at me.
No.
Steiny, look at me. I'll put my leg on your lap. I got the brace on because my tear was a dirty tear. There was meniscal damage in my tear. Hufanga, his tear was clean. No MCL, no meniscus. So what are the differences in terms of return to play for the different types of ACL? And what is the evolution of the ACL repair? Because mine got repaired in 00, and now we are, carry the two, 23 years removed, and the ACL reconstruction is different. That's what we will ask him.
Well, and when it happened, I honestly I felt bad because Rashad White is a tough guy to tackle in space. And when it happened, I didn't think it was as bad of an injury as it obviously turned out to be. And so the broadcast was kind of talking about, he snatched his ankles and this and that. And so I'm assuming you weren't trying to make an open field tackle when your meniscus went down as well.
No, I was trying to go to the hole in a B-League game in San Rafael, and my slightly overweight brother, I'd call him fat, but I'm as fat as he is now. He was trailing the play, looking for a 3, looking for his usual 30-foot 3. He was shooting 30-footers before Steph Curry was even out of college. And so he was trailing ball. And I heard him. We're down 7 with about 1:15 to go. And I'm thinking, we're going to lose anyway.
Quick 3.
You got to pitch a perfect game.
I'm going to get me mine. So I'm going to the hole. Head down, plant the left leg, and my left knee goes from normal spot to, I don't know, about 7 feet to the right, to the right, and I throw the ball up and scream, and as I'm going down, I put my left arm down to brace my fall so I don't break my face. Fractured arm.
Oh.
So torn ACL, fractured arm, and my brother, Mikey 1.0 at the time, and now he's sober, he's Mikey 2.0, but Mikey 1.0 waddles up and looks at me as I am crawling on the baseline at Santa Fe High. It's April 15th, 1998, and I'm literally driving my hands into the pavement. I'm in so much pain. And he looks at me, and I look up, and he goes, "It's not that bad."
Just stretch it out.
Exactly.
Rub some dirt on it.
Totally.
This is why I don't play pickup sports. Like, honestly, I'm so fearful. I'm not that old.
That was my last day of playing basketball.
There you go.
That was it.
Yeah, I'm never going to get hurt.
Because you
playing pickup basketball because it's over.
tapped out.
No
Well,
chance.
and you're smart now. I mean, now
You just get shots up, right? Like you just
Not even
Not
anymore.
even
He's not going to
anymore.
play knockout.
Pickleball.
Did you take the hoop down yet?
No.
In your house?
No.
In your backyard, can you make a pickleball court back there?
probably
Just a little short.
Yeah.
Just a little short.
Either way, right?
But you can still play. It's not the exact
It's
game.
pickle light. The kitchen's a little smaller.
I've heard some
It's more of a
horrific
galley
stories,
kitchen.
though, of people
Dude.
having injuries playing pickleball.
Absolutely,
Be careful thinking that's your way
positively.
out.
No
Seriously.
doubt. There's no
Yes.
doubt. And you know what? After having played it, I can easily see. Shasky told me that, or a bunch of people have told me there's more 50 and 60-year-olds going in for ACL crap now. 'cause of
Achilles as
pickleball.
well?
Achilles.
Oh, my
It's
God.
the Achilles.
So, and I could see it.
There's a lot of short, choppy steps.
Yes.
A lot of choppy steps.
Yes.
When you serve and you try to come up to the kitchen, it's chop, chop, chop. Yeah, the Achilles is the one that's a little bit more vulnerable.
So let's talk a little Warriors. They win last night, 121-116.
Oh, they're back.
Please explain.
They're not. I mean, that's kind of the umbrella of our show is they're back, ... or are they? Because
Gotcha.
last night was I think, a good example of what they can be in terms of they don't have Draymond, but Clay was taking mostly good shots. Wiggins was mostly aggressive. Steph was doing Steph things. Defensively, they were pretty solid. They didn't turn it over a lot. They beat a team that is, it's Houston. Houston's not what Houston was, but Houston's not Denver. They're not Phoenix.
Yeah.
They're not Sacramento.
They're not Oklahoma City or Minnesota.
Correct. Houston's probably like an 8, 9, 10 this year.
Yeah, they're hoping they're a play-in team. They're probably going to end up in the mid-30s.
So to me, the headline,
better than they've been.
The headline for our show, and JD can elaborate on this so much better than I can, but the Warriors are back, ... or are they? Question mark. That's kind of where I am.
JD?
The uphill climb back to 500 continues. Once you get 2 under, I think it gets a lot. As silly as that sounds this early in the season, you got to just get back to 500 to be taken seriously. And so they go in last night 6-8. I thought they played a really nice game. Klay Thompson seems to always hit threes against the Rockets. The Warriors hit threes against the Rockets. They had 2 or 3 of their best three-point shooting games last season against the Rockets. Their top 2 three-point shooting games this season are against the Rockets and Klay Thompson's as well. So it's a nice win, but the climb back to 500, you're 1 under, and you're going to Phoenix. And so if you don't win that game, then you're 2 under, you're right back in the same spot. To me, not to give you everything for the whole show right now.
We got 4 hours.
It feels like they're a different version of the same right now from what they were last year. Like, maybe it's a better version, but you look up and you're under 500.
Right.
And to me, the worst thing, I was talking to Evan about that, the worst thing this team could be is talking about how they're going to get it together. We're going to get it together eventually. Everything's going to be fine. Talk to us in March. And they haven't quite gone there yet, but it feels like unless they can get on some kind of run here in the very near future, we're going to be talking about, nobody's going to want to play us. Nobody's going to want to play. If we can just get that 6 seed, which is exactly what they were doing last year. And to me, if that's what this thing turns into, then they're not winning a title if that's what it is. So
no, I think that's a really good point, because something we were kind of kicking around is if you're talking about Magic or hoping they can recapture something from the championship, you're like, do you think it's closer to that or closer to last season? And I think the way you put it is it's the same, but it's different. And it's not that, I think this is a different roster, and I think they play even a different style of basketball than last season, but the inconsistencies, or I guess the tone of identity or a lack thereof, I couldn't tell you what type of basketball team they were last year throughout the season. And a lot of it's due to injury, it's due to guys not playing very well, it's guys being up and down. But all those things are, yes, there's no punch involved to set the tone, but all of those things could still be prevalent throughout this season, as far as a guy being out here and there, someone missing a back-to-back, someone missing 2 or 3 games, you having an up-and-down shooting night. All of those things are not as glaring as the issues, or glaring as the issues last year, but it doesn't mean that they're all of a sudden just out of the hole. They do have a lot of work to do.
I think they're better than they were last year when they have everybody. But are they going to have everybody enough to where they can actually be better? Because I think, and Steiny, we've talked about this when I've been on with you guys on some of these Monday hits, I really think this team is going to be almost they can't beat anybody if Curry's not playing. And there were a couple of times last night, this isn't going to be you can be 500 without him or 16-14 without him. This is if you had to play 26 without him, you might win 5.
Right.
Yeah, wow.
And so if you do that, how are you going to make that up when you are you going to be 30 games over 500 in the other game? I mean, you're not. I mean, at that point, you have to be 40-10 or something like that.
Well, the other thing that scares me, I mentioned this yesterday, and it is not a shot at Steph Curry, but so they lost 6 games. I don't think he played in 2 of them, but then in the games he did play, one night he was 6 for 17. Not terrible, but not efficient. 9 for 24. He was 11 for 25. They lost all those games. So that tells me, man, you're telling me they can't win a game when Steph does that? That means the only way you can win games is if Steph is 12 for 19. Well, then we got then we have a real problem.
And they're having a tough time winning games, Dibs, when Klay Thompson is 5 of 16.
Right.
Or like it's kind of the same of his bad games, killers. Like they can't win when he's bad.
And you've always said that Clay's bad games
last 2 years,
they're losses. And those games are losses, and if you don't have Wiggins, stepping up and playing better, he's played better the last couple of games, but playing like he's played. And then you look at that next level of scorer where Jordan Poole was a guy for all his warts who might be able to get you 22 or 26 on one of those games and steal a win. You don't have that. So who do you have in that second unit or that second level of scoring right now? Because Chris Paul's not that. Chris Paul is very efficient, and he is the adult in the room, and he can distribute, and his three-point shooting has gotten better, but it's still not, to the point where you would look for him to score. And you guys made a good point earlier in terms of three-point shooter that you're going to have to really close out hard on. It's Stephen Clay, and that's it. Unless you want to, unless Saric gets 3 or 4 in a row. And Steiny was a little bit overdramatic in saying, Kuminga needs to hit 9 in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was a little dramatic.
I don't think Kuminga can make enough threes for him to ever be guarded right now on the three-point line.
I think that he would have to hit 3 or 4 in a game, and then 3 or 4 the next game, and then the scouting report comes out where it's like, you know what? This guy's actually hitting them. And then
you'd have to do it for half a year.
Well, and you could be right, though. But I think that's the bigger point about what JD's saying is if Steph is ordinary,
no doubt,
and Clay's not otherworldly, what are you going to do in terms of getting 110 to win a game?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, the other thing is Chris Paul is he's a guy who he can make them, but you don't really need to guard him because he doesn't want to take a lot of them.
He doesn't, and even
he
he's
will
been
if he has to.
A lot better.
Yeah.
Like he's, I think, 17 of his last 32 from 3.
Okay.
But even that, I'll bet's over 5 games. I don't feel like Chris Paul's going to be.
Yeah, probably.
It's probably a little more than that.
But I don't believe Chris Paul's going to. Very seldom is he going to make 6 threes in a game. I know 6 is a lot.
No, but
it's actually not a lot for Warrior players.
They really need him, though, to be 2 of 5
I agree.
in a lot of
that
games.
I do
to
agree
me,
with.
that's and obviously 40% is probably a little higher than he's going to be consistently capable of.
No, but even 3 of 7.
Yeah.
Because he's going to have open shots. So, 3 of 7 to me is better than 2 of 5.
And they need the points. That's the other thing. They need those extra. Chris Paul, it's funny. He got into this, I think, realm with Phoenix toward the end where, even though they had Durant and Booker was pretty good, it became, they still needed him to score. And I think part of their issue was he became less able to score consistently. And then they would bog down at times. And I think there's a little of that with this Warriors group where, as great as the bench had been top to bottom, I still look at, and we'll see when Draymond's back if Steve Kerr goes to this group again, but that group where he had Chris Paul and Gary Payton with Moody and Kuminga and Saric, look, the numbers have said the bench overall has been dominant, but there have been a few individual games where that 5 could not score at all and flip some games to the negative, and Kerr made some adjustments, whether it was Wiggins or Klay Thompson in the second half, to try and get it on track, and they performed better. But that, as much as they're riding on that group, that group's going to have nights against other teams where they can't get it done either, and you're going to have to try to overcome it. So,
yeah, that's why I wonder the ceiling of this team. Is it going to be based more on what they do offensively or defensively? Because they they have questions on both sides of the ball. But to me, during the championship year, they were pretty. I think they were an average offense as far as offensive rating.
Right.
They were 15, 16, 17, something like that. They were winning games, especially at the beginning of the year, because they were so good defensively. And I don't know if they have the personnel to do that, but to me, it's like if I'm thinking about how you find a second scorer, a third scorer, well, Klay Thompson's going to be that guy. Can he be? I don't know. Andrew Wiggins has got to be that guy. Can he be? I don't know. But defensively, I do wonder if they have more of a ceiling to improve on that end of the court, and that's going to be the way that they can turn this thing around, because I just don't see how many go-to guys. And one of the reasons why we threw the question about who you respect is I don't think that's going to change. To me, the only 2 guys on the floor you have to respect offensively would be Curry, and then out of respect for who he's been, Klay Thompson, because he could get hot. So defensively, to me, that's more of the whole or the I say the ditch they can dig themselves out of, it's through the defensive side of the floor.
But to your point, like on the defensive side, if you're an offense, who are the two defensive players that you respect? I mean, it's Draymond.
It's two guys that aren't playing right now.
Exactly.
It's Draymond and GP2.
GP2.
And beyond that, like, who's your next best defender? It's Wiggins, when motivated. It's Clay, kind of.
Against certain matchups.
Right.
It's Clay.
Kuminga against certain matchups.
You start to look at, it's not Steph Curry. He's a serviceable defender, but he's not locked down. And you go to, Kuminga at times, although he still loves to buy the pump fake. He's 21. He's not polished. And
Kuminga still only hounds the ball.
And he can hurt you.
And that way, he gets beat on cuts, I want to say, more than anybody on the roster.
Last night he committed 3 fouls in 2 sips of coffee.
If you get him away from the ball and put him in any kind of action, he just falls asleep. And it happens multiple times in a row. Like, teams will run it and then run it again because I think they know they can get it.
Well, last night was foul tech foul.
Yeah.
In the course of 4 seconds.
Well, there were 2 plays that I noticed.
After a quick 3 early in the shot clock.
Yeah.
One was Houston took a shot and got their own rebound, but a lot of the Warriors had already started to flood up the court on transition. And I think it was Kuminga on the other side of the floor with another rocket, and the rocket just went under the basket and hit him. And Kerr went nuts.
Yes, he
Kerr
did.
went absolutely nuts because somebody just didn't read it. And then during the play where Kuminga got the 2 fouls and a tee, when he went over to the bench, Kerr didn't even look at him.
He gave him 5 on the way by.
He kind of went like,
the hand was out.
But he got up and greeted Moses Moody before that when
Look
Moody
at you,
came
nonverbal.
Yeah.
But it also felt like it was mutual. I mean, Kuminga knew he was getting taken out at that point.
And I think
right. It is the NBA. It's not like it's good. This is going to linger.
And look, I also think they've given Kuminga a lot of rope to I think try to be himself and be the player he wants to be, in particular offensively. But they're still asking for things defensively and hustle-wise that I'll be honest, I don't think he's providing regularly, and I think they're kind of covering it up at this point. I think he could be playing less, and he played a little less last night. I think he could be playing less than he has in some of these games, but they are going out of their way to continue to give him opportunities, almost in my mind as if because they know eventually they're not going to be able to, and they want to be able to say that they, we gave him instead of the 10 chances, we gave him 15 chances.
But I wonder who the fix is right now.
They also need a scoring. Like, there are games where he does score, getting to the basket and getting to the free throw line.
So if you want to play him less right now, who do you play in his place with no Draymond Green? Do you play TJD? A guy who's even more green than Kuminga?
I think what could end up happening, and they actually played Kuminga a little bit at the 3 last night, which was surprising, and it went well. They put Saric at the 4. Mm-hmm. They had Trace Jackson-Davis in that second quarter at the 5. I wonder if it becomes more of Moody's going to play the 3, Saric at the 4, and whoever at the 5, Trace Jackson-Davis or Looney at that point. You rotate it when you have Draymond. You got one. It's again, if all of these young guys, everybody wants to play. If you're going to play Podziemski more like they did last night then that means Moody's got to bump up. So if he's going to play 3 and you're looking for an alternative at the 4, does it become that combo of Trace Jackson-Davis and Saric, where Saric has been more effective defensively? I know that there's been some numbers where defensively Saric has been just really bad when he's played 5.
Right.
And within the acceptable solid range when he plays 4. But I don't think the Warriors got him to be a 4. I think they got him to be a 5. So
yeah, and with the young guys, it just, I don't know, it kind of feels like especially because of how much Klay Thompson hasn't been shooting, how inconsistent he's been thus far, which to his credit, it happened last year and he was able to break out of it. So we'll see. But, Moody kind of slots in as, I think, almost a Klay type, and there's going to be someone in front of him that's going to get those minutes. That's going to be Klay. And then Kuminga, his game right now is a lot like Wiggins, who's going to have to play. And so I think they're just kind of stuck behind those guys.
One thing I want to bring up when we have Steve on at 5, because his pregame press conference, I thought it was really interesting last night, and I want to get him to expound upon it, because he was asked, I think, a question about practice time, and he went off. He answered the question, and then he started talking about the rotation and how there's 12 players, but there hasn't been enough separation as far as players, hey, these couple of players are clear-cut, need to play every night, to where you kind of know who to play more. It's basically 5, 6, 7 players that are all playing at the same level, so it makes it more difficult to figure out the right players to play on a given night. And then he comes out, he says, Moses Moody's got to play. And it was almost as if he was saying, and I don't know, but we can ask him. It was almost as if he was saying, well, I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to have to play him more and maybe Klay Thompson less, because he keeps saying it, and everybody's like, well, just play him. But I think people still don't realize, I think a lot of Warrior fans think, well, play him over Corey Joseph. I mean, yes, play him fine, but they don't. That's not the question.
Right.
The question is, are you going to play him more than Klay? Or are you going to play him more than Wiggins, coming up here? And so it was interesting, though, with the team at 6-8, this was before the game, for him to there was almost an underlying sense of urgency to pare things down and to figure it out and to find the right combinations. And it was, to me, a little unusual to have him offer that without really being asked about it.
I mean, the one thing with Klay that I keep thinking about is, and I don't even know how you would ask this question of Steve Kerr, but if Klay is being more discerning, and I know he took a couple bad ones last night, but if Klay turns into a guy who plays 30 minutes a night and is kind of efficient, 6 for 13, 3 for 7. Is that? Do you really want that?
I think you can win with that, and I think to your point.
See, I wonder.
I think the Warriors.
It depends on what the other 18 minutes are like.
I think the Warriors won with that basically being his line in the first 8-9 games.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 2 years ago. I think even the first 9 games, if you average it out, he was about that. I don't think he was terrible. No, I don't either.
The first 9 games, and I know you made the point that he's really trying to play within himself.
It feels like it.
Which I think it's so funny.
Is that good?
Compared to last year, definitely.
Yes. And again, I think you can win with him playing at that level, and I think they were winning with him playing at that level. And and what happened was he takes the 5 of 16 against Cleveland. They lose. He gets kind of upset in the press conference. I got to be better. I'm going to be better tomorrow. Takes a 5 of 16 against Minnesota, and then he's thinking about how he's underperformed.
Right.
Mind you, all of the conversation around the team at that point in the media is, where's the secondary scoring? They don't have a secondary scorer. Steph's doing it all. Steph needs some help. Steph's got no help. And I got to think every time Klay Thompson hears that, he wants to put a remote through a television. And so
he wants to go out there and go 6 of 22.
And so he's 5 of 6. So he's 5 of 16 twice.
Right.
Now they've lost 3 in a row. He's got Jaden McDaniels, who's ready to make your night a living hell, even if you're going to get off against him. And those two get tangled up, and he gets run. And then, this thing, it just careens from there. Gets kicked out that game rather than then goes 1 for 10 in the next game.
That's bad.
And so then everybody's talking about how bad Klay is, when really he had been fine the first 9 games, but he had been bad for the next 4 or unavailable. And then even that gets compounded by, he comes out and plays pretty well against OKC, but has maybe his worst stretch of the whole freaking season in the fourth quarter overtime.
Yeah.
And so it takes on a life of its own, and now you're 6-8. And I mean, maybe the Rockets are just what the doctor ordered. They have been 12 straight times for the Warriors.
Yeah. Right. And for Klay Thompson.
All right, gentlemen. Well, you have a great show. Steve Kerr coming up at 5. Peter King, 3:30.
3:15.
3:15. Peter King, 5. Steve Kerr. Have a great show, guys.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's a special show for me for a number of reasons, and good afternoon. It's Willard and Dibs. It's Dan Dibley. It's John Dickinson. It's my first show in the new studio with John Dickinson. It's his first show in the new studio. JD settling in here, trying to figure out where he's supposed to be as we all talk about that Warrior game. And, Nice win for Golden State, JD. A little bit of a bounce back, and yes, that thing is on.
This thing on?
You are ready to go.
I am ready to go. I said, my first time here. I appreciate the tour. Hi, Lucas. Am I in the right spot? I feel like I'm not in the right spot.
No, you're fine.
But there's the camera.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, where are the cameras? There's the camera. So I wasn't sure. I asked Evan. I said, do I move over to your spot? Do I stay in my spot? Because I know we used to do that in the old studio.
Yeah.
For the, when we all chit chat. What is it? Crossover?
Yeah. The crossover.
Yeah.
And now we're good. We're locked in. What's up, JD?
We're locked in, man. No, I'm doing great. Great to be with you as always. A lot of fun. A lot to talk about with the Warriors and this whole notion of, are they back? Are they not back?
Right.
I mean, I think you said it perfectly. It's they're back.
Oh, they're back.
But, are they really?
Right.
They're back. ...
Exactly. They're back, but
infinite dots.
Well, and there are problems still, to be certain. And are the problems eternal? Are the problems lethal? Are the problems they have fixable? Or is this team ultimately so flawed that they can't possibly do what many people want them to do? 888-957-9570. What did you think of the Warrior game last night? A much-needed win. We couldn't imagine, JD, a winless homestand, and that's what we're looking at, right?
Yeah, it really hard to imagine, given the way that this team had played last year, the 33-8. And there was just such optimism coming off of the 5-2 on the road to begin the year with 7 of 9 away from Chase. And people were just excited that the Warriors were going to take that and basically back it up with a similar level of play and winning on the home floor, and that this was going to be maybe a start similar to a couple of years ago when they ended up 18-2 and built enough of a cushion to really carry themselves throughout the entire season. So for that to, for them to give it all back and then some to the point where they're still a game under 500, I think it's frustrating, but sometimes you get a win and the only value in it is that it's better than the alternative.
Right.
And I kind of felt like how that was the game last night. It was great to see Klay Thompson hit shots. Steph did his thing. Chris Paul, the bench was good. Like I thought it was a good energy game.
Right.
You said it. The Rockets are not what they used to be in a good way for Houston.
Yeah, and the Rockets on the
still a great team
on the second half of a back-to-back, right?
And you won by 5, and it's still. The game never felt in doubt.
Never.
And I don't really think the margin matters. I know Steve Kerr said, "Hey, when you're in a losing streak, you just got to figure out a way to win. It's never going to be easy." That's right. That's fine. Style points to me don't matter. It's just last night was one of those nights where even though they won, I thought, man, it is going to be really hard for them to win over and over and over and over and over and over at the level they're going to have to if they want to be the team they think they are, which is top 4 in the West with a chance to contend.
And is that because of the personnel they have, or the fact that every other team seems to have gotten younger and better than the Warriors have?
Look, they have said they feel pretty good about where they're at given the circumstances, and what are they going to say? I mean, I'll take them at that word, but what are they going to say? To me, as I look at the standings, though, it's not so much like they're right on par with the Phoenixes and the Lakers of the world, right? The other veteran-laden teams that haven't had everything go right, plus or minus 1 or 2 to 500 either way, and that's pretty much where both of those teams have been, the Lakers and Suns, early part of the year. But it's not about those teams. It's the Minnesotas and the OKCs and, even the Sacramentos who had gotten hot before they got beat last night, in addition to Denver, in addition to Dallas, who thinks they're better than they were a year ago. So it's those teams that are making the early jump that would concern me. Again, not that you can't win against any of those teams in the playoffs, but I think we're already, unfortunately, heading down this path of the Warriors are going to be fighting like hell to avoid the play-in tournament again. And I just think that was not a position that they believed they were going to wind up being in.
Only 4 games out of first right now in the West. And, this I think is where the West is going to be all year, where you've got, Minnesota and Denver and OKC separated by a half game. And then the group in the play-in scenario right now, they're separated by 1 game. So the Warriors are a game and a half back of the Lakers, who are the 6th seed. So I do think it's going to be a tightly packed Western Conference, but maybe that means these games that you play against other Western foes matter more. What'd you think last night? 888-957-9570. Where are the Warriors in your opinion? They ended a dreadful 6-game losing streak, the longest in the Steve Kerr era, other than the 15-50 season, JD. And I throw that one out in terms of like longest streaks and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm stunned that it got to the point that it did.
Right.
To be honest, I mean, and this thing really had the potential. I thought for a loss in November, the game against Oklahoma City was about as bad as it could get because you had
up 18.
Yeah, you're up 18. Steph's back. Wiggins is doing his thing, and that felt like it would have stabilized everything. So to me, you can explain away Cleveland's a tough matchup.
Very.
Minnesota is a tough matchup in their own right, although you really wish you could have won the game where you were shorthanded when you actually played well and Podziemski went off and all of that.
Right, but you lost, Draymond and Clay, and you had no Steph.
And then you had no Steph. And so I think as time goes on, if you're not going to have those players, it's going to be tough to get any win. So I think you could explain some of that, but that's the one you got to get, is the Oklahoma City one up 18 with Steph back.
No doubt.
And Wiggins having a breakout game where it looks like 2022 playoff Wiggs. So when you don't get that one, to me, it's like, uh-oh, this could be really bad. And it really, to me, set the tone for you can't take a whole lot of – when you lose Saturday, to me, you automatically can't take a lot of positives out of winning Monday. You have to win Monday.
Right.
But like you have to go play the game and win it. And they played well last night, and you give them credit for that. But when you lose the game Saturday and you're still under 500 and you went 1-5 on the homestand overall, as stunning as it was to me, because we're talking the 15-50 season. I mean, the last time they had done the home streak. The
only time
streak,
Steve had ever lost is 6 games in a row
was in the middle of when they were like 12-40. Right? It's incredible. And and so that team was bad and didn't have Steph Curry or Klay Thompson, and for a good chunk they didn't have Draymond Green. Even when Draymond Green was actually playing, they didn't have Draymond Green in that year. So you
didn't have any of the three.
Yeah,
Klay was gone all year. Steph missed most of the year.
And Draymond said he didn't play half the time. Even when he was out there in physically, he wasn't engaged. So, I mean, this team is a ton better than that team. So to have this team perform at that level, especially after the start that they got off to, even shorthanded, I think it couldn't be anything other than extremely alarming.
Yeah, and especially when you look at last night and you look at Şengün, the big man who went for 30 and 13, and I know he's a good young player and he's got a lot of upside in this league, but it's just another big man who was able to come in and really have his way. And late in that game, JD, the only reason why it got close is because Şengün was unguardable. He got everything he wanted in the fourth quarter. So any Warrior empty trip was met by a Houston bucket. And, that thing got close because, the Warriors don't have any real interior defense. And that's where everybody who wants them to go out and get a big man, that ship has sailed. You can't go out and get a big man now. There's no big man available. So you're going to have to go ahead and find other ways to defend and other ways to play and win. And that's why we talked about it in the crossover. I don't think that the defense can get appreciably better based on who you have. You've got a 38-year-old Chris Paul, who's not a great defender anymore. Steph Curry is okay. Klay Thompson's not as good on defense as he was. And if GP2 is out, and Draymond Green is out, you've got no chance defensively.
No, you don't. And the Warriors have made the claim that they believe Kevon Looney, who looks not quite like himself, I think, to begin this season, although he's playing and playing through it, but they've made the determination that Looney and Saric and maybe a little Trace Jackson-Davis and Draymond as another option at center is better than anybody that they could get on the street or at the back end of another roster or via a veteran-type player that's been playing overseas. And may want to come back because they know that player, whoever he is going to play so insignificantly in the grand scheme of things because they like all these other players better that it's not even worth wasting the roster spot.
Exactly.
And so, I mean, that's just reality. And I know, fans think anytime they play a big that there's like, no, they think Kevon Looney's better than Dwight Howard, folks. They think, and he is. on most nights, although, again, doesn't totally look like himself to this point.
Right, and they know that they've won championships by having Draymond Green be your big in a small ball lineup, and they still feel like that is their best advantage in terms of, going out and beating these teams that have bigger players. 888-957-9570. What'd you make of the Warriors last night? Are they back? Are they back for now? Or are they a team that still has much, much work to do? We're going to have Steve Kerr join us today at 5 o'clock. Peter King at 3:15. We'll get into a little bit of 49ers, and we'll talk about what we saw last night, JD, with the Eagles beating the Chiefs and retaining that lock on the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Big win for the Eagles. Wow. Didn't play a great game. Kind of gift-wrapped by the Chiefs with all the drops.
Oh, late
but they
especially.
hung around and put themselves in position to win. And that was one that I think everybody in the Bay had kind of penciled in as, well, the Eagles aren't going to win that game. And so everything's going to get a little bit closer. And, of course, the Lions are in the mix with 2 losses, and the 49ers kind of hanging on right beneath them as they prepare to go to Seattle on Thursday and go at it with the Seahawks. So I think the pathway, I think the Niner fans and the Cowboy fans are both like, damn it.
Right.
Like that, like this was going to make that window with the Eagles schedule. And the Eagles are playing everybody. The Eagles are playing Buffalo. They're playing Dallas. They're playing the Niners. They're playing Seattle, all in a row here. I have the order mixed up, but all in a row. They're playing those teams in Kansas City last night. And so these teams that are chasing Philadelphia, both in the division, in Dallas's case, and the 49ers, and even Detroit, are thinking that this is their opportunity to make a run at the 1 seed. But when they go beat Kansas City, it's a statement that, hey, and beat Kansas City with less than an A game to boot. I think that's the most. That's a tell that maybe they aren't just going to relinquish that 1 seed like everybody thinks they are.
And Philly's done that without their A game all year.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I was telling Mark, and JD's in for Mark Willard today. Mark's back in on Monday. But the idea of Philly doing what they've done without their A game, because they haven't really played a, quote, A game. And you could look at the Niners over Dallas. That was an A game. Niners over Jacksonville. That was probably an A game. Maybe those are the only 2 games they've played that are truly A games, but those are wins. And yet you had 3 straight losses where you didn't have your A game and you weren't good enough and you had injured players. And now you're looking at a spot where you need to beat Seattle in 2 days and beat Philadelphia and get help in order to get the number 1 seed.
Yeah, and so it just makes the line for the 49ers that they're going to have to win in Philly is the bottom line. Whether it's in December or in January, they're probably going to have to win in Philly if they're going to get to Vegas and get to the Super Bowl. And maybe they're going to have to win there twice, to get where they want to be. And I think that's just, look, that's the price you pay for the 3-game losing streak. That's the price you pay for Moody missing a kick in Cleveland and some turnovers against the Vikings and poor defensive play, and then getting throttled by the Bengals at Levi's going into the bye. Like that's the price you pay is, well, now you might have to go to Philly and win more than once.
To me, it's the first 2 that you mentioned. The Bengal game was a scheduled loss. They were coming off a bye. You were at the end of an 8-game stretch. That, to me, was a game that you probably were going to lose in almost any circumstance, and you lost it in one-sided fashion. 888-957-9570. What'd you think of the Warriors last night? And are they back, or are they not quite all the way back? We are sponsored by AC Transit. JD's in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It is JD and Dibs. Mark Willard out until Monday. And funny, JD, just what you said right before we came back on the air, and I kind of want to explore that a little bit because you asked me, are we too down on the Dubs? And I wonder about that. I mean, they lost 6 in a row, and then they ended the losing skid against Houston, a team that is ahead of them in the playoff standings, ahead of them in the overall standings. So it should be considered a quality win, I suppose, but
not really. But it's a nice win.
Do you feel like we're down on the Warriors? Are we too harsh on the Warriors?
I just there's such a fine line as I've tried to think through it, and we got into it in the last segment a little bit between, all right, they are where they are at 7-8, 15 games into the season, but at the same time, if they'd won the Minnesota game and the OKC game, they'd be 9-6, and I think you'd think everything's kind of fine given the circumstances. But they didn't win those games, and they're going to have to probably figure out ways to win those games, even if they're a little shorthanded at different points in the season. I think that's been, last night they picked up their second win without Draymond Green, so they're 2-4 without Draymond Green. Like sure, if you don't have Steph Curry, it's going to be tough to get a win. There's no denying that. But defensively, you don't have Draymond Green, and all of a sudden you can't stop any dribble penetration. Everything's a sieve. Your rotations are all screwy. And it's like, you know what? He's going to miss games too, whether it's due to injury or other issues between now and the end of the year. And I just, for the Warriors' sake and for the Warriors fans' sake, I just hope we're not getting on that hamster wheel again of they're saying everything's fine and going to get to where it needs to be, but you look at the actual record and it's an uphill climb for November and December. January, February, all the way till the end of the year like it was a year ago. Because the losses they sustained over that stretch were the reason why they weren't in a good enough position to win come playoff time.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, you beat Sacramento and you had a chance against the Lakers. You had a real chance to beat a team that, wasn't that much, quote unquote, better than you.
Had home court advantage in the second round.
Right. And you didn't get it done, and for a number of reasons. And we could look at a short bench, or you could look at the Jordan Poole factor and the team not being cohesive, or whatever word you want to use. But you had a spot where you could have made it to the Western Conference Finals very easily. And do you beat Denver? I don't think so. I mean, I think Denver was better than you last year, and I think they're still better than you in terms of what you have roster wise. But it's a spot where you look 15 games in, and it's a little bit disappointing, especially after the great road start. Last year, you were so bad on the road, and this year you came out, and you've done amazingly well on the road, yet you come home, and you lose these games in different fashion, and now you got one more game without Draymond Green, and you hope to get him back sooner rather than later, and you will have him back for the Sacramento game, and you think about what that means in terms of your overall cohesiveness, and you feel like maybe then you can go on a little bit of a run. But you mentioned it I think it was on Twitter or on X, where every game you go below 500, you need 2 games to get back above.
That's it.
Please explain.
Yeah, well, every game you dip, you get to 2 under, then that means you got to win 2. You got to be +2 at some point over a stretch. You win 2 just to get back.
Win 3 or 4,
back to even. So if you get 3 under, then it's 3. You're gonna. Every game you get under, you got to be that good at some point. So if let's say you're 3 under, well, that means you either got to go 3-0, 4-1, 7-4, 10-7,
to get above,
to get back to even at that point. If you're so whatever it is, and it becomes, and it basically the math on it becomes, unless you're just going to get on a streak where you win 7, 8, 10 in a row,
right?
Which I think the Warriors are hopeful that they can get on some kind of a run like that. And they were able to get on a couple of runs like that 2 years ago, to where you just make up ground very quickly. Unless you're going to be a team that's capable of that. And I don't know what the Warriors' capability is going to be of streaks that are pushing double digits.
Right.
They did have the 5-game streak to begin. I think they were 5-1, right? Yeah, they were 0-1, and then they won 5 in a row, and they were 5-1. Right. So I do, but you got to prevent yourself from getting too far under 500, because you're going to spend, and they did this last year, they spent weeks just trying to get back to 500, and then everybody would exhale when they got back to 500. Well, back to 500 is 10 seed in the West, 500 is playing tournament status.
But 5 games above, you might be the 5 seed.
You might be.
And that's where,
and that's the difference. And that's where I think it's got to hurt a little, the fact that the Warriors had gotten off to the 6-2 start and haven't just been able to at least maintain that to the point where, if they were 10-5 right now or 9-6 right now, you feel pretty good about where things are.
No doubt. And you look at those games, the home and home, or actually I call it the stay and play, where you had the stay and play with Minnesota, the stay and play against OKC. Those traditionally are going to be splits. When you've got the same team twice, you lose one, you win one, you win one, you lose one.
The Warriors wish they could have done that.
Right. But I looked at those games and I thought a split would be likely, and then you beat Houston. You're 3-2 at home, and at that point, I think you would have been, looking at being 9-6 or even better than that as you head out to Phoenix, and you'd be in a little bit of a different spot.
Yeah, it's a fine line, but if this team was 9-6, you'd feel pretty good, all things considered. But they're not,
right?
And so now you got to, you're 3 over at that point. Like, what do you got to do now to be 3 over? Right, you got to
win 4 straight.
Yeah, you got to or go 5-1 or go 8-4. And the best the Warriors had done to this point was 5-1 and 6-2. Like their best stretch was that. All right, 8 games. It went 6-2. Well, that right now would get you just a couple games over at that point. And then when is the next injury going to come, or when is the next losing streak going to come? You're always kind of fighting that unless you can separate yourself on the positive end,
especially with an older team. You're kind of fighting that injury threat all the way. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. We're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 the game. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 957 the game content on YouTube. Oh. Yeah, that would be me. You heard that on YouTube. You didn't hear it over the air because Grandy dumped it, but he kept it because I swore, JD. The first time I've swore in about 25 years in the business.
Wait, on the air?
Yeah, Grandy.
I just heard it, but when was that?
It was about 4 or 5 months ago.
Okay.
And it was the most stupid thing ever because Mark Willard's back on Monday. He was talking about going through a list of something, and he said, we're just going to go through it alphabetically.
This is actually going to be in alphabetical order.
Oh. I mean, for no reason. I said OS. And,
right. It was just like you were having a conversation in the hallway.
Exactly.
Having a conversation in the bar.
And I let it fly. And, Grandy dumped it. Grandy captured it.
Just kind of fell asleep for a second.
I totally fell asleep. But if you're on YouTube, you heard it. And it's powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Are the Warriors back, or are you still in a wait-and-see mode? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Paulie in San Francisco. Paulie, what are you doing? You're on with JD and Dibs.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. I'm driving down south to see my old mom for Thanksgiving, so I hope I don't get cut off. I want to talk about looking forward for the Warriors. I'm a longtime fan, and I root hard no matter what. I think that something reasonable we can expect, or not expect, but hope for and need, is for Clay to be who he was last year during the regular season. Because he put some numbers up, and when Steph was hurt, he was much better than and last night he started to show flashes of that. 2, you mentioned since I called, we need Draymond on the floor because otherwise we have to commit all our resources to defending and rebounding in the low post, which leaves the perimeter open. And I wanted to ask you, why rule out the possibility of getting a big at the deadline? I mean, just somebody who can balance this a bit. The league has gotten a lot bigger. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Paulie, and drive safe and say hi to your mom for all of us. JD, I'll kick over that last part to you in terms of getting a big at the deadline. What team that is any good or has a big who's any good wants to part with that big?
Well, my first thought is, do you want him to trade for Jokic or Embiid?
Both.
Or maybe Sabonis. I know Sabonis has not played well against the Warriors.
We could be like Minnesota, JD, and play the 3 7-footers all at once.
Yeah, Towns. I mean,
I'll take him.
I think Minnesota might be looking to get.
I'm thinking Steph with Towns, Jokic, Embiid, and give me Boban too.
Yeah, it's just so I
like
think
a freakishly big guy too.
And everybody else.
Can I get Wembanyama?
Isn't gonna play. Oh, Wembanyama.
Oh, give me Holmgren too. Not Mike. I love Mike.
No,
give me Chet.
Yeah, Mike wouldn't have hit that shot the other night.
Mike's not a stretch 5.
Mike is not a stretch 5.
I love
Holmgren's
Mike.
good.
Yeah.
Holmgren's really good.
We can get into to foul or not to foul in a minute, but stay on point in terms of the trade deadline.
Yeah, there isn't anybody. I mean, it's there are no second, third string centers on other teams that are going to be plopped onto this Warriors roster and play significant minutes. To me, the only way the Warriors are trading for a center is if somebody gets hurt. Now, if Kevon Looney gets hurt and he's going to be down for a lengthy stretch, then all right, then you probably do have to go upgrade and get a big, and I think they'd probably start looking at Usman Garuba a little bit more.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
One of the 3 two-way
What
players.
are you talking about?
He'd be getting the first run before they go out and deal for somebody.
Right.
But they've just deemed that even players like Alex Lynn and JaVale McGee and even guys like that are just not worth it compared to what they have on the roster.
Right. 888-957-9570. Are the Warriors back? Are you all back in on the Golden State Warriors after just one game? From the Comcast Business text line, this one from the 254, Klay Thompson is back and balling like the legend he is. That's from about 19 minutes ago, JD. Is Klay Thompson back, and is he balling like the legend he is?
We'll find out in the next 8 to 10 games if he can continue to shoot it at the level that he did last night, or maybe even not quite as high as the level that he did last night from 3. I thought it was interesting post-game. He came out hot, and then he took a couple bad ones. And Steve Kerr pointed out the bad ones, I thought, last night in the post-game press conference, which was something that I make a little mark of that.
Yeah.
The fact that it wasn't just all gravy, and just I really think when things start to go in a bad way for Klay, there is more of an emphasis on making sure that he knows he's got to take better shots more consistently.
Yeah, this from Steve Kerr last night talking about Klay Thompson.
I thought Klay was much more patient offensively. Took a couple of bad shots early where we had plenty of time on the shot clock, and everybody just keeps telling him, if you just move it, you're going to get it back with this team, and that's what happened. I thought he was a lot more patient. The quality of his shots was much better.
Yeah, 7 of 16, 5 of 11 from 3. And a 20-point night. I believe his first 20-point game of the year, JD.
First 20-point game of the year, and what, the third or fourth 20-point game of the year for any Warrior not named Steph Curry.
Right.
And so they needed it. I know Wiggins was the first time that when Steph had played that any other player had led the team in scoring when Wiggins did against Oklahoma City, and the Warriors needed that. So good sign for Klay Thompson, but ultimately it's got to be consistent. And I think, and I said this earlier, to me, if he plays solidly at the level that he played going back to the first 8-9 games of the year, I think the Warriors can live with that, assuming that the bench is playing well and they're relatively whole, and Stephen Curry's playing at an extremely high level, in addition to. So it's not so much that Klay has to be spectacular.
Right.
He just can't kill you when he's not having the best night.
Exactly.
I think that's what's happened too much here in the last week.
Last night, 7 of 16. He had 20, and if you can get 18 from Saric off the bench, and Chris Paul with a double-double, Chris Paul with 15 and 12, and Chris Paul in the postgame talked about assisting Klay, and he was a little bit surprised at how many of his dimes went Klay's way.
Analytics is crazy now. I would have never known that. We just hooping, and I tell Klay all the time, I've played against him for a long time. Every time he shoots it, I think it's going in. You know what I mean? And he's a big part of our team and everything that we do. Sometimes we're going to need him to, cause 2-3 people to guard him and find the next guy. But every time I'm pushing the ball up the court, I'm looking for him.
Yeah, interesting that part at the end, JD, where he said, if 2 and 3 guys are coming at you, just find the next guy. I think that Chris Paul has kind of latched on to what all the Warriors are thinking in terms of, Klay Thompson. And you talked about the OKC game at the end where he forced a couple of late threes in regulation and in overtime. And it wasn't that those threes cost you the game, but that's the Klay that we're all trying to avoid seeing.
It is. And it's the Klay that the Warriors really can't have because, not to go Mike Singletary, but can't win with him like that. Really, just
can't do it.
Cannot do it under any circumstances with the way this Warriors team is built. And again, I just keep coming back to those first 8 or 9 games. That is an acceptable template for success. He does not he does not have to be spectacular. He just has to, on the bad games, not kill him the way that the bad games have killed him, even if the overall numbers are great. Because I know he's made the point a lot and did it on media day and, overblown my struggles last year. And sure, again, you look at the overall numbers, that's fine. But you can't have every bad game be an automatic loss because it's so bad that your team can't recover from it. And that's what it seemed like happened a lot last year.
Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock with JD and myself. It's Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. And Steve last week talked about Clay being a slow starter. And I pointed out to Steve that according to Basketball Reference, he's a 35% three-point shooter in October. He goes to 40% in November, and he gradually gets better. January and February are traditionally his best months, but after the new year, every season, Clay does tend to shoot the ball better. So maybe this is the sign, JD, that Clay is going to round into better form earlier this season. Brent in San Francisco. What's going on, Brent? You're on with Willard and Dibbs. JD's in for Mark.
What's going on, gentlemen? I'm headed to a showing right now. I'm a real estate agent in the Bay Area, but I wanted to squeeze in this call really quick. So I think we need a few questions answered consistently before we know that we're back. Clearly, what do we know? We know Steph's going to Steph, and we know Chris Paul is a good fit. Great move by the Warriors. But until Draymond's back, and we can actually limit some of Chris Paul's minutes because we know his body's going to break down unless we do. Unless we know Draymond's going to be able to keep a cool enough head to play more than a few games before he's kicked out again. And unless we can get some consistency, we got a couple of flash-in-the-pan games from Clay and Wiggins is great, but until they can each put up 20 points on a consistent basis, I don't know that we can really claim we're back. I mean, we beat the Rockets last night. I don't think anyone went to sleep thinking like, wow, what a show of brute force by the Warriors.
Yeah, thanks, Brent, and good luck with the showing. Real estate, not quite as hot as it once was, but a good house will always sell. I think when Draymond comes back and the Warriors are, quote, whole, you do get a better look at just how this team can possibly play, but I think that it's more than that, and I wonder about what Evan Giddings said, JD, to us during the crossover. Is there more upside in the Warriors' offense or in the Warriors' defense?
That's a tough one.
Because to me, there's more upside in the Warriors' offense. I think that the defense is going to cap out at a certain point. If you're going to play Chris Paul and Steph and Clay, who's not the defender that he once was,
I think that's right.
Unless you want to go to a fully defense-first kind of a rotation with Wiggins and GP2, then your defense can be better. But if you're playing your best 5 at the end of a game, your offense has more upside than your defense.
I do think the Warriors have shown so far this season, Dibbs, that they have the capability of being a pretty solid defensive team when they have everybody.
Right.
So I'm with you on that. I don't know that there's much better they can do off of what they were when they were at their best at different points. Maybe a little bit. You can always ramp it up in the playoffs because the officials are going to let you get away with more in the playoffs. So I think that can help. So I do think the defense, when you have Draymond and when you have GP2, is probably going to be fine. It seems like there's enough of a foundation there to be good. The offense is where I'm a little more concerned because I've been surprised at how well that the bench has dominated other benches statistically, and it hasn't always felt like that in some of these individual games.
Right.
But then you look up and you're like, damn, that was 55-20 or what, like it's.
And the Stephless minutes we always talked about last year as, when Steph is out, they're sunk, but not so much this year. In fact, they've actually extended some leads and gotten back in some games.
Yeah, and it's been impressive, and it's been really by committee, I think, as far as the way that's, it's been, Kuminga gets his points at different times, even if it's not totally efficient because he gets to the free throw line. And Saric is pitching in some nights pretty well, and Chris Paul is doing his thing when they've been whole as far as setting other players up. So it really has been, that part has surprised me. So I think the offense needs to be better than it has to this point.
Yeah.
But a lot of that is just look up and down the road. It's Wiggins and it's Clay, right? It's
right.
I think you're getting acceptable levels of offense from everybody, including Kuminga. I think his total numbers. Could he be more efficient? Fine, but he's averaging 10, 12, 10, 11. Like, you'll take
What more
that.
do you want from him? Exactly.
And so you go almost player by player, and you're like, yeah, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. But not with Wiggins and not with Clay, and that's where it's got to shift.
888-957-9570. Warriors, are you in or you're out? I got to get Philmo Mike in. Philmo, I hate to squeeze you in. You got about 60 seconds, but happy Thanksgiving, brother. What do you got for us?
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, man. We got some real ones on the radio right now. You feel me? Captain 7, Mark Willett. You feel me? We'll see you next Monday. But anyway, we've forgotten where we came from. You feel me? I heard y'all talking about, are you guys satisfied? 6-game losing streak. That sounds like the Warriors, the We Believe Warriors, the Gary St. Jean Warriors, Lordy's Warriors. What are we talking about? You feel me? Our success the last 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years is blinded us. It's blinded me. It's blinded the real fans. We are mediocre right now. We are average. We are not the same Warriors from 6, 7 years ago. We are not the same Warriors from 2, 3 years ago. We are not. These Warriors remind me of, I got like 25 seconds left, of the Warriors that would be in the game the whole game, right? However that may be, ahead, come back, whatever it is, and then within the last 5, 6 minutes, lose the game. Now, we're not going to do that every game like those Warriors did because we're slightly better. We got a slightly better pedigree, but we're going to do that from time to time. And for a championship caliber team, the way we say that we are, the caliber of the skill that we think that we are, a 6-game losing streak from a dynasty that's still trying to win a ship, we're mediocre, man. We're mediocre, man. And on some real stuff, we're getting blinded by our past success.
Thank you, Philmo. Love you, brother. Thank you for the call. Happy Thanksgiving. I do think there's a little bit of that. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. RG, Bill, Juan, your calls coming up on the other side. Peter King at 3:15. It's Willard and Dibs with JD in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander?
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Draymond. Although technically, right now, he's not your head coach. I mean,
he still is.
I know he is. It's just me trying to poke the bear, JD, because Draymond out for one more game.
Never known that about you.
Yeah, you know me, JD. I'm not afraid to push a button. Peter King coming up here in 15 minutes. We'll get into his thoughts about the Niners and Brock Purdy, his column, Football Morning in America. More Brock Purdy praise. We'll talk about the upcoming game against the Seahawks and the big one looming against the Eagles now, just 12 days away, and what that might mean for the NFC. And Jared Goff, don't sleep on Jared Goff. Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead. The Lions now with the inside track maybe on the number 1 seed.
Possibly, and I didn't want to surprise you this, but I at some point, probably in the final maybe 2 minutes of the show, I do want to talk a little bit about the Lions because I got caught in a pretty janky old Old Takes Exposed or Cold Takes Exposed.
You did?
It was about a week ago, and there was some. I was not a fan of Dan Campbell and that hire, and
you weren't into biting kneecaps.
I was
We're
not into
bite a kneecap off.
Yeah, no, and it was. I mean, it was. I thought he'd be fired within 2 years. I mean, so there was a screenshot of couple of my tweets that were put out there about a week ago, and so people from Detroit have just been crushing me for the last week and a half, basically.
Is this your biggest Twitter L that you've ever taken?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yeah.
Okay.
No, without a doubt. So I do have. I don't want to say. I'd like to address it. I was thinking maybe 554 to 556 or something.
I like it. 545. JD addresses his cold takes exposed, and I will address mine, which it was never like captured and put out there in that same way. But there was a certain pro athlete whose army came at me, and this is a global athlete, and I got buried on Twitter for about a month.
Wow.
Over a tweet that I sent. So
yeah, and it was, I mean, I called him a clueless meathead, and these were things I'd said on the air. Like, he's got meathead passion and nothing else in the bag, and it's going to be done within 2 years, and the Lions are going to waste all this money, and obviously he's better than that. And so,
yeah,
we'll address it.
And they're better than that.
And they are better than that.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Your Warrior calls up until 3:15. Peter King going to join us at 3:15. We'll talk 49ers with Peter King, and then we'll get back into your Warrior calls at 4 o'clock. But I just want to say this, JD, that I think that the Warriors are back. And I've asked the question to the callers, and this is our big caller question. Are the Warriors back? 888-957-9570. I think the Warriors are back. When Draymond gets back in the lineup after one more game from his suspension, I think that Andrew Wiggins, even though last night 3 of 10 was not great in terms of scoring points, he had 7 rebounds. He played good, solid defense, and he gave you 30 minutes of quality action. I think that you're going to see Wiggins start to play a little bit more assertive. Whether or not he can score or not is another question. He was 2 of 3 from 3, which is good. Chris Paul, I think, is finding his Warrior sea legs, and he was 5 of 9 from 3 last night, which is crazy. And I'm sorry, he was 3 of 5 from 3. Steph was 5 of 9. But Chris Paul is starting to find his role, I think, in terms of three-point shooting, and he had the 12 assists. And Klay Thompson, I do believe, gets better as the season goes on. So in answer to my own question, I do think the Warriors are, quote-unquote, back. Now, are they a championship-level team? Well, we'll see. But if they play this way and you add Draymond in and GP2 as soon as he's able to get healthy, I do think this team can be a problem for other teams.
I think they can be a problem, but there's a difference between being a problem and being a contender. And I think I need to see much more consistency and much more stability now that the Warriors have lost the 6-2 start into 7-8 through 15 games. So I think you could make the case with Wiggins and with Klay Thompson that things are maybe trending in the right direction. With the breakout game that Wiggins had on Saturday and the solid game that Klay Thompson had, better than solid game Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson played well and shot it well last night from 3-point range and scored 20 points for the first time. So he played a really good game last night overall. So I think those are things that are signs of trending in the right direction, but it can't be 2 games where you go 1-1, for me to say, all right, they're back and they're going to get on this run. They got to have those guys doing that and Steph doing what he's done to this point and have Draymond come back and GP and then get on a little bit of a run. Give me another, you get back to 500 and then you go 6-2 again to separate yourself. And maybe get me to 14-9 or something like that, and then we can start to say, okay, you've held it together, and can maybe be a contender in the West.
That would be winning 7 of the next 9, which or 7 of the next 8 actually to get to 14-9, which is it's tough. And if you look at the schedule, you've got a little bit of a tough stretch at Phoenix, San Antonio at home in an IST game in season tournament, and then at Sacramento. And, man, I don't know how many times you could expect to beat them in a row. You beat them last year in Game 7.
It was the same thing last year. They won the Warriors and Kings played 3 times early. Warriors won the first 2, then went to Sacramento again, and that was a night right around this time that the Kings actually got them. And so, yeah, you're right. They're probably due for an L against the Kings.
And you got a couple against the Clippers. You have actually 3 of 4 games in a bunch against the Clippers. I don't know what the schedule maker's doing this year.
Well, there's some in-season tournament games that are going to break that up, too, to be determined. Either in-season tournament games or makeup games for not making the round of 8.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I guess those games will be determined, and that's between December 2nd and December 12th. There are a couple games that'll be slotted in there, which is always a little bit awkward. Let's go to RG in San Leandro. He wants to talk about if the Warriors are back or not. What's up, RG? You're on with Dibs and JD.
What's up, Dibs and JD?
What's up, RG?
So, to answer your question, I went to last night's game and I had a bird's eye point of view. I would say the Warriors are kind of back, but they just felt lethargic certain points of the game. And what JD said, I think, well, I need to see a little bit more consistency. I mean, I thought, Clay played well. It was good to see Wiggins' energy. Like, he was engaged. He played engaged, and I think that's something that he's been lacking for the last couple of games. But I think once we're able to see the whole team play with unity, I think it'll be a lot better.
Yeah, thank you for that. And, unity comes from having everyone play at the same time on the same night, which, JD, if you look at 15 games, how many games have they had this year where they've had the full complement? 6?
Yeah, not the first 2, and then they did for a while after the first 2. So I want to say they were maybe 5-1
when they had
that.
Everybody,
or 5-2, I guess, while they had everybody. So that's a level of play that you do that over a lengthy stretch, you're going to be in good shape. But again, it keeps coming back for me. One of the concerns, and there were a couple times last night where Steph went down, and I thought, is he okay?
Right. The one where he tripped over nothing.
Yeah.
That was the one where I was like, oh, no.
Is he okay?
Yeah.
And because my concern, until proven otherwise, and look, I'll acknowledge it if I'm wrong, but I think this team is really going to struggle when they don't have Steph.
No doubt.
Like more than they did last year when Jordan Poole could come in and fill it up a little bit, and you could hold serve for long stretches of time.
Peter King up next, but first it's Jay in Oakland. Jay, are the Warriors back? You're on with JD and Dibs.
I think 2 things can be true at the same time.
Ralph Barbieri.
I think we get... Huh?
Rest in peace.
Oh, got it. I think we got to put the question in context. Are the Warriors back? Question mark. I think like the last caller said, based on our standards, what we know from the Warriors these last 6-7 years, of course not. I would say bleep no. At best, if you look at it, we're probably the 6th, 7th, 8th seed. I think at the end of the day, we're likely probably going to be in a play-in, not even in a top 6 seed. At the end of the day, we're just too small, we're too slow, and we're just too old to really be a contender. And I think that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. They've been all those things other than too old in the past, which is why I'm still holding out hope that even though they are too old, quote unquote, they've been too small, they've been too slow in the past, and they still have been able to get the job done come April. If this team is healthy in April, I do think that they are a tough out for any of the team in the West. Peter King going to join us next. We'll talk about Brock Purdy and the Niners and the new landscape of the NFC. This segment sponsored by Lucky California. JD is in for Mark Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Looking for the best turkey prices? At Lucky, Jenny-O whole frozen turkeys,
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Tuesday to you. 2 days away from Thanksgiving, and JD is in for Mark Willard. It is Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game. I'm thankful for many things, JD, and one of the things I am thankful for is our next guest on the line is Odyssey NFL insider Peter King. And Peter, I read your column each and every week, and I gave your column a quarterback rating of 158.3. How does that make you feel, Peter?
Perfect.
Yes. Not only are you perfect, but Brock Purdy is perfect as well. Your perfection versus his perfection, which one's more difficult?
Oh, well, I bet he didn't have to stay up till 2:30 in the morning doing his job.
Exactly.
But, no, I don't know. The more he plays, the more I think people realize why when Kyle Shanahan discusses him, there really isn't any doubt in his mind anymore that the 49ers have their quarterback of the future. And for the next 2 or 3 years, obviously, next 2 years, I would say it's really going to help them because they're going to be able to keep more of their better players. And I mean, eventually, most likely, they're going to have to pay him like a big-time quarterback. But for now, the Niners are really in a golden opportunity, as everybody knows, to try to win a Super Bowl in the next couple of years. And they certainly, I mean, look, it's not going to be easy, Eagles. I do not join, I'm sure we'll discuss several things here, but I do not join the crowd saying, oh boy, I'm so worried about Kansas City, because I'm not. I think Kansas City is the best team in the AFC, and I think by the end of the year they'll prove it. Now, are they the best team in the league? I don't know. I think there are 4 really good teams right now, including Baltimore and Philadelphia and Kansas City and San Francisco, and so we'll see what happens down the road. But I think that San Francisco is showing that they're going to be in the Derby when the games get most important.
Peter, what impressed you most specifically about Purdy's performance, going back to him just in the game against Tampa Bay?
I think there's 2 things about Purdy just in the last couple of weeks. You remember 2 weeks ago, everybody was saying, oh my God, he should never have, never have made that throw that he made, or whenever that was, last week or 2 weeks ago. But I am most impressed by how he layers the ball in over multiple defensive backs. Okay? He layered it to Brandon Ayuk right over Jamel Dean, who's a very good corner, the other day, and obviously, Ayuk took it to the house. And in the NFL, I believe, very rarely do you see Patrick Mahomes make a mistake like he made last night when he threw the end zone interception, and he just didn't get the ball high and far enough. And that's one of the things that I think Purdy has done that is highly, highly impressive, which is basically layering the ball in, right over good NFL defenders. Second thing, I think, when I watch him right now, and, when I watched a lot of that game the other day, the other thing that impressed me is that, look, he is going to get some pressure, and he has gotten some pressure, but he's almost impervious to it, because after he gets a couple of real heavy pressures, he looks exactly the same. If he gets pressured two times in a row, he looks exactly the same, on his third throw, because I just think he's gotten used to. George Kittle told me this, I don't know, early on, maybe after his second or third game, but Kittle said, I think there's a great advantage for a player to play a lot of college games and to have some failures. And if you think of, I'm sure that this has to be true, that in the majority of his conference games, in the Big 12, at least early on, Brock Purdy was an underdog. And, he was facing teams with better talent. That is just showing up day after day after day in the NFL because without any question, in my mind, he benefited from really having to struggle and with people really laying into him. Texas, Oklahoma, so to me, I think the one thing you always hear from NFL scouts, NFL GMs, man, I hate drafting a guy who's maybe only had one full year of college experience. And Brock Purdy basically had 4. And I think it's standing him in very good stead right now.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. And very good stead is where the Niners find themselves after 2 straight victories. How much of this is not only a byproduct of Brock Purdy being the real deal, as you said in your column, but also having Trent Williams back and Deebo Samuel and just what that threat of Deebo horizontally does for this offense vertically?
You've noticed now and you've seen in the last 2 games why, one of the things we've talked a lot about on this show is when possible, whenever possible, I think Kyle Shanahan really needs to spot some of the younger receivers in the lineup, if only because Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel are such physical players, and they're tough guys. I mean, very, very rarely is a fast, physical player going to be able to last 17 weeks without getting nicked. I think it's pretty amazing, quite honestly, that Christian McCaffrey has been able to be so available ever since he got traded to the Niners. Because look, the book on him was he was starting to get hurt a little bit. And when I wrote about the trade originally, I said, man, that is a lot to pay for a guy who's been hurt each of the last 2 years. And I mean, McCaffrey knows that. He knows that he's got to stay healthy for this trade to be great. And at least in my opinion, I think that one of the things that the Niners need to at least think about in games that are lopsided, those guys have got to take a seat, in the fourth quarter of games. If they're way ahead or, in the case of even being way behind, you've got to live to fight another day. And that's why I hope that those guys get spotted pretty consistently down the stretch.
Why do you think, Peter, that Kyle Shanahan has been so reluctant to do it? I know the way he's explained it, but out here in some of these games, even when they're relatively close games, but the 49ers are in control, play here, play there, maybe a series here or there, he's reluctant to do it. Why do you think that is?
Because I think that in the NFL, weird things happen. And if you're up 9 points with 10 minutes to go and you have the ball, Kyle Shanahan is not thinking, oh, we got this game. He's thinking, look, most likely our opponent is going to touch the ball twice more in this game. We can't take our foot off the gas. I totally understand it. I get it. I don't think I'm really talking about that. I think I'm talking about when it's more than a 2-score game at any point in the fourth quarter.
Well, he said even 3 scores sometimes he doesn't feel comfortable with. And that's kind of what I was getting at. Like 17 with 10 minutes left, he won't do it.
That's when I would disagree with him, because I think you have to be pragmatic in these cases, and you have to know how hard Deebo Samuel goes, how hard Brandon Ayuk goes, and obviously McCaffrey. And, I think, and look, you don't want to think this way, but I find myself thinking this way all the time. If you've got a 3-score lead in the fourth quarter, yes, you still have a chance to lose the game. The Detroit Lions scored 17 points in the last 5 minutes of the fourth quarter against the Bears the other day. So weird things can happen, and I get that. However, I'm just simply trying to play the percentages, and I would rather risk the game getting closer just because you don't play Deebo Samuel with 13 minutes to go in a series where they have a 3-score lead. It doesn't mean he's out of the game for good if they give up a pick six or if the opponent scores quickly on the next series. You can put him back in the game. But to me, I just think that the odds are in your favor to rest those guys when you can, because the next game, it's a 0-0 game at the start of it, and you don't want Deebo Samuel having a hamstring strain and being 76%. So that's how I would look at it.
Yeah, it's fascinating, the debate, and you mentioned the Lions game against the Bears, and Kyle Shanahan spoke to the season opening game that they played in Detroit, and it was Dan Campbell's first game as the head coach, and they were up 41-17 with 10 minutes left, and stuff happened. They missed an onside kick. All of a sudden, it's 41-33, and the Lions are going down to try and tie it down 8, and he said, hey, I'm a little worried now because of that. It's etched in my mind maybe forever.
And, I don't blame him for thinking that way. I really don't. But I think the one issue that you have is, I don't know, I keep coming back to the word pragmatic. And I just think you got to be pragmatic in these cases. And you can always pick out a game that happened. One game in the last 3 or 4 years. I don't know. I don't even, I remember that game, but I don't remember the specifics of it. So I understand he's coach and he wants to make sure that he plays to win the game. And I totally get it, but it's a little bit of a different story. This isn't, I remember somebody asked Bruce Bochy at the end of this year. You guys obviously in the Bay Area are familiar with Marcus Semien. And somebody asked Bochy at the end of this year, hey, look, don't you think you should rest Marcus Semien because he plays every day, he never comes out of the game, and all that stuff. And Bochy just said, hey, this is our guy. He takes pride in being there every day for his team and all that stuff. And I was thinking to myself, okay, if it would have a deleterious effect on the team for Semien to sit out a couple of games toward the end of the year when you already know you're going to the playoffs, I get that. That's a little bit different though than football, because on any play in football, and I'm not saying you can't get hurt in baseball, you can get hurt in any sport, but you can get hurt on any play in football. And it's significantly harder to get hurt in baseball. And I just look at the 49ers right now and I say, what gives you the best chance for Deebo Samuel to be healthy, not necessarily in game 11, but in game 20? Because game 20 is going to be perhaps the most important game of his life.
And Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. And I think part of that factors into the fact that they now play just a tiny bit more than 2 days from now at Seattle, Thanksgiving night, the third of 3 games. What do you make of where Seattle is right now, and how much does the short week play into exactly what you're talking about, Peter, in terms of maybe spotting guys a little bit more heading into a short week like this?
Well, I think I would look at that a little bit differently this week, and I'll tell you why. Because Seattle has just come off a hugely disheartening loss to the Rams. They've now been swept by the Rams, and this is Thursday night, their game of the year. And it isn't only this, but if you look at Seattle's schedule, they go Niners, Dallas, Niners, Eagles. So, I mean, I think, I don't even know what the line is on Thursday night, but just my gut feeling, they'll probably be the underdog in every one of those games. And you would think that, oh my God, for Seattle to even go 2-2 in that stretch, which I think they have to do to maintain a realistic playoff chance. To go 2-2 in those games, you really should win the home games, And so to me, this game is really, really important to them. And I guess the way I look at it is this. The 49ers play a short week game, and obviously they're going to have a bunch of guys who are not feeling great. It's on the road. It's in a place where you can't hear all that stuff. I get it. But also, the 49ers have the mini bye after the game. They got 10 days before their next game. As much as I hear players, and I totally understand why players don't like the Thursday game, Mike McCarthy, this was probably 8 years ago or whatever, I remember talking to him after they won a game on a Sunday, and they were headed into Detroit to play on Thanksgiving. And I said, man, rough week for you. And he goes, hey, I've got a different thought on it. And he said, and I've shared it with the players, I really like the Thursday game. And I like the Thursday game because especially later in the year, you've got 10 days after this game. And he said, if we're really beat up, I'm not going to put the pads on at all in any of those 10 days. So we're going to practice maintenance right now. And so look, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan, if some guy is not well, if he's got a strain this or strain that, he's not wearing the pads, or if he does, he's just walking through. And so, after this game. So I don't think it's a terrible thing to play on Thursday. I agree with you. I think you've got to be cognizant of your guys, and I understand it. But you got 10 days after this game, and you're playing a game that if you somehow can knock off the Seahawks in this game, you haven't eliminated them for the division, but you've got a huge lead going down the stretch, and you've got the return match in Santa Clara when you're going to be at that point at least 2 games ahead in the division.
Yeah, there's no doubt the 49ers are looking ahead and loving the fact that they have the 10 days before the game at Philadelphia as well. And 6.5-point favorites, San Francisco, for Thursday night on Thanksgiving in Seattle. I want to get
that's a lot.
It is.
That's a lot. I don't gamble, but I'll tell you one thing. I would steer clear of that one. I wouldn't really love that one because I think the 49ers are going to win, but man, that means you're going to win. You're basically going to win by a touchdown or more. I don't know. Hey, whatever. They could win by 20. I don't know, but that's an interesting line.
Yeah, no doubt, especially going up there for a night game. I think you're spot on with that. Peter, I want to get your thoughts on the defense the last 2 weeks, the Jacksonville game for the 49ers and then the game against Tampa Bay, and also just the impact of Chase Young, where you've seen him make an impact and where you've seen others along the defense really accept the challenge of needing to be better. And then you've got the Steve Wilks component, whether it's much ado about nothing or not, him moving down to the sideline, but it seems like everybody's really vibing off of the fact that he was willing to do it for the team.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked about that a little bit. I think honestly, I just think it's one of the more overrated things in football, where a guy coaches from. But hey, good for the Niners. They've been better when he changed spots. So fine with that. But I think the one thing I would say about what I've seen in the Niners since in the 2 games that they've had Chase Young, here's the thing that nobody talks about very much, but you always hear, the guys, Bobby Wagner, when he played for 1 year behind Aaron Donald, he used to say, he said, what nobody talks about when you're talking about the job of a linebacker, because everybody looks at the job of a linebacker and nobody ever says, hey, if you've got great people in front of you, you're going to be a lot better as a linebacker. And that's kind of how I look what is happening right now with the Niners. Look at Fred Warner has had 2 monster games. He was great against Tampa. And he's had 2 monster games since Chase Young showed up. And I'm not totally crediting Chase Young. I am saying that the sum of what is happening on that defensive line right now is huge. And it's obviously better than, just the individual parts. It isn't only Young and Bosa. It is the tackle position as well. And if you look at sometimes the freedom that Fred Warner has, that Greenlaw's had, even though he's been banged up some, if you look at their ability to run in space, I mean, look, I was thinking the other day, if I had to, and this is an absolute knee-jerk reaction, but to me, it's right now Myles Garrett and Fred Warner for Defensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
I mean, that's how great Warner has been. But Fred Warner will tell you right now, he'll say, he goes, listen, I'm sure people have talked to him about it there. I'm sure he would say, listen, my job is immensely helped by what's happening right in front of me, because offensive lines cannot block 4 49ers with 4 guys. They just can't. And then with the extra guy looking at the linebackers, they need to have all 5 guys blocking that line. And so that's why guys like Fred Warner have the ability, at least part of the ability, to go up and make plays and clean things up the way they do.
Fantastic breakdown. Peter, I could spend all day with you, and I was looking to ask you about who had a worse week, Carissa Thompson or Zach Wilson, but unfortunately...
Hey, listen, if I could just say one other thing.
Peter, I'm getting the sweat here from the producers, but I would love to get your thoughts on this. No, Peter, your opinion is far better than anything I'll do over the next 2 hours.
Okay, but I just wanted to say one thing about both of the people who you just mentioned. Number one, look, I went to journalism school, so I don't like what Carissa Thompson did. I'm not sure we got to throw her out with the trash or anything like that, but I do think that Fox and Amazon have really kind of insulted their viewers by not commenting on this a lot. They're just hoping it goes away, which I think is ridiculous. But and about the New York Jets and about Zach Wilson, look, it was due time, but what they were trying to do is save this kid's career. He never had to play with any criticism before at high school in Utah or at Brigham Young, and then he gets to New York, and all of a sudden, he gets chewed up for supper. So I feel for him, but look, the Jets absolutely unequivocally had to do it. He had 3 touchdown drives in 65 possessions. Yeah, I mean, that's all-time worse.
Right.
So, they just had to make the change. But anyway, sorry to prattle on.
No, you nailed it. And I guess Carissa Thompson only messed up once, and he messed up 62 times. So I think we have your answer. Peter King, you are fantastic. We appreciate you every week. Happy Thanksgiving, and we look forward to talking to you next week.
Hey, thanks a lot, fellas. I appreciate it.
That's Peter King, Odyssey NFL insider. Peter King, lot to react to. On the other side, Peter King with some great praiseworthy things to say about Brock Purdy and Fred Warner. We'll get into that and more. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. JD is in for Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you heard?
Dub Nation, is Chris Paul. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Well, yeah, there's that. And thank you for the promo, 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr. And coming up at the top of the hour or shortly thereafter, Dr. Nirav Pandya from UCSF Medical will talk about all the injuries around the local teams, including Talanoa Hufanga, which we didn't really get into that specifically with Peter King, but Peter did talk about Fred Warner, JD. Now, I want to talk to you about that portion of it because I had Dan Devone in yesterday. It was a pair of double Ds here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Willard out until Monday.
What?
Thank you. I liked it. It's a little racy, but it actually works because Dan Devone and Dan Dibley were both double Ds, and that's how that tended to go. But Fred Warner as a real DPOY candidate, is it a local creation? I thought it was until Peter King just came on and said he's got him as number 2 on his list.
Yeah, my jaw dropped, probably literally for those watching on YouTube, right, when he said that. I was stunned just based on the fact that Warner, I think when the 49ers were 5-0, was playing at that level. I think the last couple of games he's played at that level and really been a tone setter for the entire 49er defense. I mean, I go back to the Pittsburgh game and you know, he's laying guys out early on in that one, which I think really allowed them to dominate early and carry it home. But I do feel like there's a culpability for, you know, he didn't play. I don't think he played great in the middle 3 games. And it's rare for me to be able to look around and see, you know, the defense as a whole didn't play great either. But to say, and I think Fred Warner would tell you, I didn't play great in those 3 games. So to basically be great 70% of the time and have that be enough when you're a linebacker, that was a little surprising to me.
Yeah.
And again, the 7 games the Niners have won, I'm with you. He's been at that level. But to me, you got to be at that level 10 for 10, even if you are not coming out on top.
I get you. I get what you're saying, but to me it feels a little bit unfair because when we talk about like pass rushers and edge rushers, all they have to do is put up big numbers and big stats, and we don't have to really worry about them being, you know, consistently good. But when you're a linebacker and you're the anchor of the defense, well, then we look at you a little bit of in a different light in terms of, you know, like Myles Garrett. If he leads the league in sacks and Cleveland's defense is top 5, well, he wins the award because it's like being the biggest home run hitter on the best team in baseball. You get to be MVP.
Yeah, who's the best player in the best team, right?
Right.
So if you're the best defense and you're the best player on that defense, you're in the mix.
I guess so, but if you're the best defensive player and you're the edge rusher, and, you know, Cleveland's got a lot of guys, as Niner fans would tell you, Cleveland was more than just Myles Garrett when they came in and beat San Francisco in that game in Cleveland. But Fred Warner, what he does, and I think about like the stat line that he puts together from tackles to interceptions to forced fumbles, recovered fumbles, and all the rest of it. If they are the best defense, the Niners, and they might be by the end of the year, doesn't he merit some sort of extra consideration as the captain of that defense?
I think he does, and just my quick glance here, I think the 49ers are now number 1 in points allowed in the NFL.
Right.
And
is that how we measure number 1 defense? Is it
well,
points
it's
allowed,
yards is number 1 defense, I think, from a statistical standpoint. I always tend to look at points. So I don't know where they are in terms of yards off the top, but I just did points allowed and the 157, and I know not everybody's played the same amount of games at this point, but I think for the purposes of this conversation, that doesn't matter. The Ravens have played, I guess, 1 more game and have allowed 23 more points or 20 more points than the 49ers have. But yeah, 157 for the Niners in the 10 games. So it's a 15.7 average. So again, if they're not 1, they're right there near the top. And so for them to be at that point, given some of the struggles of the 3-game losing streak, I do think that adds a little cred toward whether you want to go with Fred Warner and the level of consideration you would give to Fred Warner.
Right, and you look at a team that is that good defensively, and if they are number 1 in overall points, then you look at the best defender on the Niners, and I think that it's been Fred Warner. Nick Bosa's had a good year, but statistically, he hasn't had nearly the year that you would look at as DPOY, and certainly when he won it last year. Here is Peter King from earlier this hour when we talked about the Niners and the defense, a question that JD asked, And specifically, he talked about Fred Warner.
To me, it's right now Myles Garrett and Fred Warner for Defensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
That's how great Warner has been. But Fred Warner will tell you right now, he'll say, he goes, listen, I'm sure people have talked to him about it there. I'm sure he would say, listen, my job is immensely helped by what's happening right in front of me, because offensive lines cannot block 4 49ers with 4 guys. They just can't. And then with the extra guy looking at the linebackers, they need to have all 5 guys blocking that line. And so that's why guys like Fred Warner have the ability, at least part of the ability, to go up and make plays and clean things up the way they do.
And that's a fair point, and I'm glad Peter made that, because ultimately a defense that's number 1 in points allowed, and they're 5th, by the way, JD, in yards allowed. And
that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good. And Baltimore actually is ahead of them, and they've played one more game. So Baltimore, when their bye hits, I think in week 13, they'll jump up the list when everyone else catches up to them in terms of games played, but they're number 1 in points allowed. And Peter does make a good point about, an overall team defense, especially as a linebacker, where you're only going to be as effective as your front 4 is in terms of not only absorbing blocks in the run game, but also getting home in the pass game.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think, this team is recommitted defensively, it feels like, these last couple of games. And I think the standard by which Fred Warner sets for the rest of that defense as the leader, and really the vocal leader, right? Nick Bosa is the best player when he's at the fullest of his capabilities. Fred Warner's pretty damn good. But I think as much as this thing is built for the 49ers around the defensive line, Warner's the guy going around hitting people and trucking people and making sure the intensity is there. And it really is Warner and Greenlaw, when they're both healthy and flying around, that lay the wood, and then the other guys get home as the game goes on. So and the ability to cover and tackle. Like the Niners were a poor tackling team in the 3 games that they lost. They're getting they're getting back to being a better tackling team, which I think is of the utmost importance if this team's going to get on a big run.
And I think the defense has looked a lot different with Chase Young being back, and obviously coming off of the bye, where you were able to get Nick Bosa a little bit fresher, and Eric Armstead and Javon Hargrave and the rest of the guys up front. Then you add Chase Young, and Dre Greenlaw did get healthy, and you also were able to add a rested Fred Warner to the mix. But now you don't have Talanoa Hufanga, who is out for the year with a torn ACL. Dr. Nirav Pandya coming up here in 5 minutes. We'll ask him about the surgery and the rehab based on what we know about the tear from Hufanga. Just looking at the DPOY odds, JD, according to DraftKings, Myles Garrett is plus 110, which is even money to win DPOY. Micah Parsons is 2-1, and TJ Watt plus 275, which is 11-4. It's basically just short of 3-1 odds.
Edge rusher.
Exactly. Then a big jump up to edge rusher Nick Bosa, who's 20-1. Then Chris Jones and Max Crosby at 22-1, along with Aiden Hutchinson. Then Danielle Hunter, edge rusher. Then Fred Warner, 30-1.
Okay.
So if you think that Fred Warner's got a chance,
could win some cake.
30-1, it's nice. It's a nice price. It's better than you can get on Brock Purdy right now.
That is a nice price. That has me thinking, you know what? Maybe I'll lay 10 grand on that. I'm kidding.
I mean, even $10 would be 10 get you 300 is the way that works.
Listen to me.
At 30-1.
Talking a big game.
I love it.
No, I like that value. That's worth a flyer, honestly.
Coach of the year, Dan Campbell is your favorite right now, plus 125.
My guy.
Your guy, Dan Campbell, and coming up in the 5 o'clock
that
hour.
Feels like a lock at this point.
JD's mea culpa. D'Amico Ryans, though, don't sleep on D'Amico at plus 275.
No doubt, and I think if they end up making the playoffs, he could maybe overtake Campbell, especially if the Lions wind up, let's say, what are they, 8-2 right now? Like maybe the Lions end up 4-3 or something like that in their remaining games to get to say 12-5 or something like that, and the Texans make the playoffs. Maybe it flips there, but yeah, potential public apology coming for Dan Campbell.
I like it.
From yours truly.
I like
you
it.
got to admit when you're wrong.
Mike McDaniel is plus 550. Then Kevin O'Connell, nice little surge from Minnesota with Josh Dobbs. He's 9-1. Then Sirianni, Mike Tomlin. Then you get to Kyle Shanahan at plus 2,200.
O'Connell's another one. I'm not surprised where Shanahan is. At this point, I think some would view the 49ers at 7-3 as underachieving a little bit. And so I think he's out of that mix. They'd have to run the table, I think, for Shanahan to really get legitimate consideration. But O'Connell is an interesting one. And now they got beat by Denver, but they were on a roll to do it after starting 0-3 and then to do it after losing Kirk Cousins to get into the playoffs. And I have put this out on social media, but I don't know that I've said it on the air. I think the NFC is set right now as far as teams that are going to make the playoffs. I don't know whether, I think the seeding for sure will change, but I think the 7 teams that are going to make the playoffs are the current 7 teams: Philly, Detroit, the Niners, whoever wins the South. That's my one caveat. I don't even care who wins the South. It's gross.
Who do you think will win the South?
I mean, it probably should be New Orleans.
New Orleans, yeah.
Probably should be New Orleans.
I liked Atlanta at the start of the year, but their quarterback shuffle has been disturbing in terms of who they've had healthy and who they've actually liked.
Yeah, so I throw New Orleans. I throw the South, crappy South winner is what I've characterized that as. But I think Philly, Detroit, Niners. I think Dallas, Seattle, and Minnesota are going to be the 3 wild card teams, and I don't see anybody else. Green Bay, the Rams, Washington, the Giants. Again, somebody's got to win the South, but I think we know the 7.
Yeah, be interesting to see how it all shakes out, and I think there's a real race for 1, 2, and 3, and there might be a little bit of a race for 6 and 7. Feels like Dallas is going to be the top wild card, and they'll be the 5, but still plenty of football left to go. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1, San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment. And we bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how are you? And man, a lot going on here with Bay Area injuries. Let's start first with Talanoa Hufanga. What did you make of not only the injury, but his prognosis to return after the torn ACL?
Yeah, whenever you see a player kind of buckle non-contact injury, that's the number one thing you worry about. When you saw the play and kind of see the collapse afterwards, you're worried about an ACL, which was unfortunately confirmed, based on the MRI reports that the 49ers reported. I think one of the positive things was I think Kyle Shanahan said that it was a quote-unquote clean MRI except for the ACL tear, and that's the best prognostic factor for him besides his age. A lot of time when NFL players have these ACL injuries, it's actually what the meniscus and the cartilage looks like. It sometimes leads to that swelling, that pain, those problems that happen when NFL players come back. So the fact he's young, a clean ACL tear does mean that hopefully, if everything goes as planned, he should be back in that kind of 9 to 12 month time frame where most NFL players end up, which bodes well for him being back at the beginning of the next season, which is hopefully what will happen for him and the 49ers.
Yeah, Doc, I was just going to follow up on the timeline now for an ACL like that is clean and how maybe it varies between NBA and NFL because it's so tough. You start looking 9 to 12 in an NFL calendar, and that can put you in a position where maybe you're missing or not what you used to be for 2 years. It can basically wreck kind of 2 years, but you think Hufanga has the potential to maybe avoid that if everything goes well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think where a lot of that variability comes in is that the way you kind of rehab after an ACL surgery, if you don't have to do anything with the meniscus or cartilage, those first 6 to 8 weeks, you can be much more aggressive in your rehab. And for an NFL player who's getting that daily rehab, that sets you up to be really ready to perform at 9 to 10 months as opposed to, let's say you tore your meniscus, you're really kind of limited those first 6 to 8 weeks, and that can impact you on the back end as well as lead to more irritation on the back end as well, too. We obviously saw what happens when you tear your meniscus with James Wiseman here with the Warriors. So eliminating that meniscus part of it does mean that potentially, 9, 10 months, that means you're in training camp, you're playing for that game, as opposed to 3 months later, which suddenly means it's week 7, week 8, And then they're like, look, we're just not going to have you back for the season because it's already halfway through. So things do look in his favor based on what they were saying.
Other Niner injuries that we're focused on, Aaron Banks continues to be out with a toe injury. What do you think that his prognosis is in terms of being able to come back and play at guard with a turf toe injury?
I think it is pretty positive. I think he was listed as limited, for this week. I think it's a lot harder for cornerbacks and wide receivers to have a turf toe injury because you're essentially planting, you're changing directions, you're cutting a lot more. For a guard, it can be a little bit easier. There are taping mechanisms and different things and braces you can put to kind of help stabilize the toe, because what essentially is happening with the turf toe is the ligaments and muscles in that area have been damaged and that toe is unstable. So if you can give some external stability and you're playing a position like guard where you're not rapidly changing direction, there is a possibility you could potentially come back this week or the week after that. If he was a wide receiver, cornerback, running back, I'd be a lot more concerned of this being more of a 6 to 7 week issue. But it sounds like he's trending in the right direction, and at the position he luckily plays, this hopefully shouldn't impact him as the season moves forward.
Moving on and switching gears a little bit, getting into the Warriors. What did you make of Gary Payton II's injury from a couple of games ago? He looked like he rolled his ankle, but and came down on the foot of an opposing player. But then he played for 2.5 minutes. He was visibly limping. I think at one point motioned for a sub, but he was also kind of playing through it. And then it winds up being more of a foot injury than actually an ankle injury. I've rolled my ankle 1,000,000 times, Doc. Sometimes you get that foot over, it kind of bangs up against the floor. Like what's going on there where something that looks like an ankle roll turns into a foot?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much classically where you see that happen is when a player will land on another player and then twist their ankle. What ends up happening is that rather than all the force kind of going through the ankle ligaments, it ends up going through the foot, and you get a muscle issue, a ligament issue in the foot. Or what you hopefully are avoiding is that bone, that fifth metatarsal, break, that dreaded fracture that players like Durant have had in the past. You don't want that to happen because it just torques on that foot and force gets transmitted in kind of a weird way. So luckily it was a muscle issue, which makes sense given the fact that he tried to play. He probably was trying to work it out a little bit, and it was quote unquote more of a foot as opposed to an ankle. That does bode well for him returning a little bit more quickly. But for a player like Payton, I think the thing that's really important is that unlike, say, like an NFL player or, a baseball player, the foot takes a lot of stress for NBA players, particularly for someone as explosive as GP2. So if there is any residual soreness and there's any kind of concern that, look, this is impacting how he's played, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a minutes restriction, they're playing him a little bit less, because those foot things can become chronic very, very quickly. So better to err on the side of being safe as opposed to kind of pushing them out there and then you have something that lasts for a couple weeks.
Any concerns, Doc, having watched Steph Curry now come back for a couple of games, other than watching him just collapse to the floor last night in something that turned out to not be much of anything, but watching Steph Curry play coming off the MCL sprain, are you seeing anything that is troubling at all?
Not at all, and I think they've actually, one of the best signs, number one, he looks good when he's out there playing. Number two, the Warriors have been extremely cautious, with his knees in the past and all his injuries. So the fact it kind of went from knee sprain to he's day-to-day to he's playing for an organization that is very cautious and rightfully so with injuries is very positive. He looked good out there. Obviously, the thing that's hard to know is, is he concerned about engaging in contact or maybe taking that extra hard cut? And it didn't really seem that way. So I think any concerns about his knee or any residual issues lingering over the next couple of games seem to be put to rest, and hopefully it's a nice, healthy stretch for him moving forward.
Doc, big eating day for some of us on Thursday. Any sort of stretching or pre-musculature activities that I can do to allow my stomach to be ready for the burden that it's going to receive?
I think, a good 5-minute set of planks beforehand, get those abdominal muscles ready to stretch out, and then a little bit of gentle cool down afterwards, Dan. You got to be gentle to those core muscles so they could relax and expand out when you get the turkey coming your way.
This Doc Pandia, you try to catch him off guard, but you just can't. You got anything specially planned for Thursday, Doc, for you and yours?
No, we're just, we're getting together with some families, watching some football, just some good quality family time, and hopefully no injuries spoil Thanksgiving, whether it's on TV or in the backyard during the football game.
Yeah, no doubt. And all of us are sending you and yours, especially your wife, our deepest love and thought. And you're always in our thoughts, Doc, and we appreciate all you do for us.
No, I appreciate it. And both you and John have a great Thanksgiving as well, too.
Thank you. That's
Thanks,
Dr. Nirav Pandya. The preceding was sponsored by UCSF Health. And JD, you and I come across a lot of different people in our business and doing what we do. And you meet a guy like that, somebody who has obviously become a partner of ours here over the last 2-3 years on the station, but he's a real one. He's a P1 listener. He's a diehard fan. And he's the kind of guy that if you have a question, and I've actually hit him up privately on the text machine, just, man to man, asking him questions, and he'll get back to you and give you, his honest, good medical advice and opinion.
Yeah, it's just so much a part of the game now, really. I mean, so much a part of just the analyzation of sports in every aspect is who's healthy and who's not, and when can guys get back. I mean, it really is important in the full breakdown of everything. And good guy, friendly guy.
Yeah.
As big a fan of what's going on in Bay Area sports as anybody. And welcome addition. It's been terrific.
Exactly. And normally we ask him who's playing basketball tonight, but the Warriors don't play until tomorrow. They're heading to Phoenix for a game tomorrow, then back home to San Antonio, a bus ride to Sacramento to wrap up the in-season tournament, the pool play portion of the program. The Warriors schedule, JD, is pretty friendly right now in terms of travel spot. The next time they really have to travel, Christmas at Denver.
Yeah, there's nothing east of Denver right now.
Until Chicago.
Until January. It was basically a 2-month stretch. Now, there could be a game when they figure out what's going on with the in-season tournament. There could be one road game anywhere in the Western Conference, basically.
Now, do we know who they might play? Is it a team that also is not in the Final 8? It's a Western Conference team.
If it will be a here's what I do know about it. If you don't make the Final 8,
and the Warriors need to win and get help. Because I think Minnesota's 2-0 in the group.
They
and
play
1-1.
Sacramento on Friday. Minnesota plays Sacramento Friday.
And the Warriors host San Antonio.
And the Warriors host San Antonio, and then the Warriors and the Kings play that game that you just mentioned
on Tuesday. So
if the Warriors, Kings still have their two toughest games, Minnesota and the Warriors.
If the Warriors lose Friday to San Antonio and Minnesota beats the Kings, the Warriors are pretty much out.
At that point,
there's a wild card
Minnesota
spot,
would win the pool at that because they'd be
3-0 and the other ones would all be 1-2.
Right.
And there are 2 wild card teams available, but you're probably not getting a wild card if you're 2-2.
One in each conference, exactly.
Okay.
So you'd have to be the best in your
of the
conference.
3 groups.
So you probably have to be 3-1.
Exactly.
At that point, to your point. So let's say you don't make the Final 8.
Okay.
If you don't make the Final 8, you're getting 2 games plugged into your schedule, the Wednesday and Friday of that first week of December. So that would be the 6th and the 8th.
Right.
Yeah, you'd play a home game, home and away, some combination of home and away, 6th and the 8th, one home, one away.
Against another Western team that did not make the Final 8.
That you only are currently scheduled to play 3 times.
Exactly.
That's the other rub to it. So there are a bunch of teams that in other divisions that you're currently only scheduled to play 3 times. So you'd play, and the Rockets, for example, would be one of those teams.
Denver would be also.
So you could end up playing one of those teams that you would only play 3. And again, 1 home, 1 away. So you'll play 2 of those teams that don't make it.
Wow.
So there could be a random go to New Orleans or something like that.
Or go to Denver.
And then go back.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. That's actually good to know. I want to get into that more here on the other side.
It probably would be Denver coming to the Bay, I believe, because I think they already have 2 trips
2 games to Denver,
scheduled. So
Denver,
if it's Denver, would be coming here.
Great point. We'll get more into the schedule. Nobody knows the schedule like JD. And also, we're going to take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Are the Warriors back? Are they back with a capital B? Are they back with a lowercase b? Where are you with the Warriors after that win over Houston? We got Steve Kerr coming up at the top of the hour. We've got room for your phone calls coming up next. We are sponsored by the Caltrans Stormwater Program. It's JD in for Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's change this to that by picking up after...
Total Wine and More. With so many bottles to choose from, it's easy to find your favorite and new ones. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. My head coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs today right here on 95.7 The Game.
Well, close, Kevon, and you couldn't possibly know that JD is in for Mark Willard, but we thank you nonetheless, Kevon. That's Kevon Looney promoting what we have coming up at the top of the hour. It is Steve Kerr, our head coach, my head coach, as Kevon would say. And, you know, after last night, JD, he's my head coach again. He wasn't for the previous 6 games. I'm just kidding.
Back on the wagon, huh?
Well, I'm actually one of these fans who has not turned on Steve Kerr, and I wonder what the fan base is feeling about Steve Kerr. And we'd love to take your phone calls up till the top of the hour, 888-957-9570. Where are you at, not only with this Warrior team, but Steve Kerr in general? Because I see a lot of people on social media, and I know it's the lunatic fringe, and I know not to look at social media and take that as the opinion of the general populace. But I've seen more, JD, of criticism of Steve Kerr, harsh criticism of Steve Kerr, than I've seen in any previous year. And I understand some of the points, and we can get through some of the finer points of, you know, should you have fouled Chet Holmgren at the end of the OKC game? And I'll ask you that here momentarily. And, you know, his rotations. You know, should Corey Joseph be playing ahead of Moses Moody? What the hell's going on with that? I'm seeing a little bit more harsh questioning of Steve Kerr, a guy who's won 4 straight titles, not 4 straight, but 4 titles with the Warriors, and he's won 9 of the last 27 overall. I just wonder where this comes from, and I wonder where Warrior fans are. 888-957-9570. Where are you at with Steve Kerr, and are the Warriors back all the way back?
Yeah, I don't know that they're all the way back. I need to see more on that note, which we've been able to dive into. As far as Steve Kerr goes, I think that criticism has been there at this level. Last year, for sure. I think going back to the year before they won the title, I think it was there. I mean, there's just always, and like you said, it is that fringe that is just aggrieved about everything from the lack of development from the young players. I think there's this, people have built, Jonathan Kuminga, for example, I think irrationally built him into this budding superstar to where when he doesn't play like that on a night in, night out basis, people think that there's something wrong because of that he's not just a young player that's developing at the level by which a lot of young players develop, especially within the context of what the Warriors are trying to accomplish with a veteran-laden team and working him into the mix. There is a lot of, I think, misevaluating positions. Like, the Moses Moody for Corey Joseph thing is one that comes up a lot. It's like, well, Corey Joseph is the third point guard. So if you don't have your number one point guard, then your third point guard is going to become your 2-point guard. And so Moses Moody is a 2-3 or even a 2-3-4 in some smaller lineups for the Warriors. He has nothing to do with whether Corey Joseph is going to play or not. So you see a lot of that kind of stuff that I think is easy to just throw away. Now, I think some things that are fair, not taking a timeout when the game's starting to get away from you against OKC.
Right.
I think they would have fouled if there had been a little more time left than 1.6. And, I always go back in that particular instance to my early days in the business and covering teams and covering the Sacramento Kings when Rick Adelman was the head coach. And I've said this on Warriors Wrap-Up. Rick Adelman would always say, you really have to trust all 5 players that you put on the floor in that situation if you're going to foul, that they're going to execute it properly without putting somebody on the line shooting a 3.
Right.
And so that's
what Steve will tell you when we talk to him today.
It's a lot easier said than done. You basically can't have one weak link among your group out there. And look, there are times where I think it's obvious that Adelman back in the day never fouled in that situation. I feel like the Warriors, for the most part, haven't, as opposed to have, but I don't think it's been totally absolute. But I thought with 1.6, it's really hard because it's almost a direct catch and shoot.
Right.
So to me, it's really hard if you say we're going to foul. If it's a direct catch and shoot, you're how are you going to foul him unless you're defending him in such a way to where you see the ball coming toward the player you're defending and you just kind of obliviously run into him before he can get the ball. And that's obviously, but you also with 1.6 have to make sure you do it after the ball's been inbounded.
Right.
The ball has to be
hold
out
the guy before the ball's been
otherwise
inbounded.
You're going to get a free throw and they're going to get to take it out again in that situation. So I thought the 1.6 made it a lot less cut and dry than many would have you believe.
Yeah, and I think that is the point that Steve will make when he joins us today at 5 o'clock. I do think that there's more of an open criticism to what happened in that third quarter. I'm looking at the play-by-play right now, and Gilgeous-Alexander scores to cut it from 16 to 14 with 5.5 to go, and the Warriors use a timeout there. So it becomes 81-67, and then from there, Oklahoma City would go on a bit of a run. They would close out the quarter on a 19-6 burst, make it a 2-point game at the end of the quarter. So he did use a timeout at the beginning of what would become the slide. And I guess
maybe needed to use 2.
Maybe you needed to use 2. And I guess that's where the question comes in because he uses a timeout with 5.5 to go to give him a breather. Kuminga comes in for Clay. Moody comes in for Wiggins. And then you get a turnover by Kuminga, a turnover by Steph Curry, a turnover by Kuminga. Curry misses a 3.
That was the crushers, the turnovers.
Yeah, it was boom, boom, boom. And Holmgren, scores at the rim. Gilgeous-Alexander makes a dunk. Now it's a 10-point game. Moody scores, but Holmgren dunks again.
And it got Oklahoma City in rhythm as well.
Yeah.
Like, it got them to a point where they were almost unstoppable for the Warriors defensively for the rest of that game because
they woke up Gilgeous-Alexander.
Exactly.
He's the one who got in rhythm.
And then it was just, you couldn't stop the freaking guy at that point.
Well, then he hits a 3 to cut it to 7. Šarić misses, and then he hits a 2-pointer, cuts it to 7. Kuminga with a dunk. Gilgeous-Alexander again. Podziemski hits a jumper, and then Isaiah Joe. No answer for Isaiah Joe. Hits a 3 to make it a 4-point game.
It's his 10th 3 of the 2 games.
And, that thing did get away from him. They had plenty of chances, though, at the end of the ball game, including, Wiggins hits a big three, and then Holmgren hits the three to force overtime, and ultimately you lose in the extra session. 888-957-9570. Your phone calls straight ahead. Are the Warriors back? And how are you feeling about Steve Kerr? Here's Steve Kerr last night, JD, in the post game. He was asked if the win was a bit of a relief.
A little bit of both. We weren't perfect, obviously, but at this stage, you just need to win a game, and that's that was the focus tonight. That's why I played Steph the whole fourth. He was brilliant, I thought, all night, and then I thought Wiggs was fantastic guarding Van Vliet. That's a tough assignment, but just got to grind it out, and so hopefully this is a good sign, and we can get back on track.
He was answering the question of was it a relief or progress or both, and yeah, it's a relief when you end a 6-game losing skid and you actually win a game on a homestand, JD, that had been winless up to that point. But maybe it's not as much progress as I'd like it to be, because I do think that what I saw from that game, it feels to me like they're back to where they need to be.
I don't think that there's anything they could have done last night where I would have said they're back. Like, winning was the obvious, right, as I said.
So you're more of the side of relief as opposed to progress.
Yeah, I think it's relief that you're back to 1 under as opposed to being 3 under, because we've talked about the math on, once you get multiple games under 500, how long? It might take you 2 weeks just to get back to even. And at that point, who knows what the hell your team looks like as far as who's healthy and who's not and where you are in the Western Conference. If it takes you 3 weeks to get back to 500, all of a sudden we're pushing the Christmas holiday and you're 10th in the West, which is plenty of time to change things around. But as we've seen, the Warriors are going to have to, I think this year more than some other years, remain relatively healthy to go on a significant run. So to me, last night was just about get the win any way you can. It was nice that Klay Thompson shot the ball well from 3-point range and had his first 20-point game. And it was Curry shooting the three well, Chris Paul shooting the three well. I thought Chris Paul was really just a steadying influence throughout the whole game. Like, I think we're seeing more often than we're not how good of a fit Chris Paul is for the Warriors and this team. But you just need everything. It goes back to the thing that I always say about two different kinds of depth, right? You've got the depth where you have everybody and you love your depth and you can pick and choose who's going to play. You can go through different roles. I think the Warriors have that kind of depth. I don't think they have the kind of depth where you can withstand, a Steph Curry being out or a Draymond Green, even in Gary Payton being out. Defensively, it's really, I think, wrecked them for the most part in the games where they've both missed.
And that's two big pieces in terms of your depth. And so now you're going to rely on more players to step up and play well in a spot where if you had Draymond and you had GP2, that right there is 50 minutes of your 240 that you could rely on to, players who are a little bit more bankable than some of the guys you are looking to utilize. You mentioned Klay Thompson, and man, good to see Klay start to lock in and feel a little bit more comfortable shooting the ball. And he was asked about how it feels. How does it feel, Klay, when you see the ball go through the hoop?
It feels great, and hopefully breaks the seal for many floodgates to open. And it always feels good to shoot the ball well. Does not feel good to not shoot the ball well. So I was very happy that I made some shots tonight, even though I feel like I could have made more. But at least they were great looks.
Yeah, hot early, 7 of 16 for the game, 5 of 11 from 3, 20-point game, his first of the year. Are you feeling like, JD, if Klay Thompson starts to see the ball go through the hoop a little bit more often, that he can get back to maybe not peak Klay, but get back to effective Klay?
Yeah, I think to me it's, there's some much better games coming than the games that he's had of late. I don't think there's any doubt about it. For me, it's more about the bad games. And the thing that to me he needs to work on is keeping it's really just recognizing and finding the balance between trying to get hot on nights where you aren't hot and also keeping the ball moving and allowing it to come back to you for better shots. And look, there's going to be a lot of shots that are going to need to be taken, even on a night where Klay Thompson's cold. That's fine. He's one of the greatest shooters of all time. Like, there's no problem with that. But it's a matter of not having the bad night turn into a really bad night, a night that absolutely kills you. And I think that's where there's been problems with Clay from time to time. So I think the bigger games are coming. I think the games that level out his overall averages are probably coming. And the good news is for the Warriors that if he can do that, they're probably going to get on a little bit of a run, which I think they need to get on given where they are currently in the standings. So I think that's a good sign. The key for Clay, though, still to me is the games where he's not hitting and how he handles the games where he's not hitting, because there seems to be this added pressure that he puts on himself to have to get it into the act. And I get it. It comes from winning. It comes from being the number 2 for so long.
And maybe the contract as well.
And I think wanting the contract. Absolutely. I think that's all fair.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Are you feeling like the Dubs are back on track after the win over Houston? Let's go to Saul in San Francisco. Saul, you're on with JD and Dibbs. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? It's Saul from New York, currently in San Francisco. What are we doing here? We go on 6 games losing streak at home, and then we win 1 game against the freaking Rockets, and we're talking about, are we back? I mean, Jesus Christ.
I mean, Saul, these are not your older brother's Rockets. That's the new Rockets now, Saul.
But Hakeem Olajuwon's not walking through that door either.
No, the Rockets are real, Saul. You got to put some respect on their name.
I'm going to put about 6 out of 10 stars respect on Rockets' name.
Okay.
They're not scaring anybody. They're not scaring me. It's fine. It's a good win. We got to win. God, we needed a win, right? But, I mean, are they back? Can Clay get more than 1 friggin' game with more than 20 points? Are we back yet? Can Wiggins play like the Wiggins of remotely old? Is Draymond going to play more than 3 games? What are we doing here?
Well, what we're doing is we're trying to look at the bright side here, Saul. We're trying to look at a quality win. They've won 1 in a row. Is 1 in a row a streak, Saul?
It's definitely not a streak. You're talking to a New Yorker, all right? The bright side of 1 game, you know what I mean? That's not really what we do. We look at 1 game, we go, all right, good for you, thanks. Can you put 4 more together, please?
Yeah, and maybe that's why your New York Knicks haven't won a title since Dave DeBusschere, Saul. 50 years, if I'm not mistaken.
The Knicks suck. I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm a Dubs fan. I transplanted over here, and I just decided, might as well acclimate myself with the culture, and here I am. Also, real quick, could I give a little shout-out? There was a guy who called in earlier. His name was Brent from San Francisco. He said he was a real estate agent. That's actually my real estate agent, and he got me a nice house over here. He's a good dude. Brent Walsh with Compass. Y'all should look him up. He's a great guy.
Look at you, Saul. Shout him out. Appreciate the phone call. Have a great Thanksgiving. And, a free little real estate plug on his way out the door. And you know what, JD? You can't have a realtor who is too good. I got to shout out my realtor, Tiffany LaFour. She handled our sell and our buy of our houses.
Oh, that's good.
Fantastic work. Yes.
Wonderful.
Go ahead and look her up if you need a good realtor.
I'm actually going to Google it right now.
Are you in the market for a new home?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
Not at the moment.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
But if I was, I'd look her up.
Yeah, no doubt. Steve Kerr coming up here at the top of the hour. 888-957-9570.
Always got to be prepared, Dibbs.
Always.
Apologies for jumping you there on the number.
You can jump the number. You know the number, and they know the number. We'd love to hear from you. Where are you with the Warriors right now? How are you feeling? And I know 6-game losing skid is not good, and it's something that makes you feel like maybe you're not going to be all back in on the Warriors. But, you go to Phoenix, tough game tomorrow, and then you come back with a couple of games that are, I think, much more winnable. Home to San Antonio. You go to Sacramento. Then you got a doubleheader with the Clippers, 1 here, 1 there. If you're playing well and you get Draymond back, I believe you get Draymond back for Phoenix, right?
For
San Antonio.
Sacramento.
Oh, he's got 2 more he's got to sit.
Yeah, he's got.
Man, it's a long 5 games.
It is a long 5 games. Yeah, we got 2.
Because it was the second Minnesota.
It was 2 Thunder.
Yeah,
Houston,
Phoenix, and then the Spurs.
Yeah. Even though they're coming every other day, it's still. See, I'm with you. It feels like we're farther along on the suspension than we actually were.
And I wonder what he's up to now. Can he be in the arena but just not on the bench? He can't be in the arena at all.
There's a certain time where I think he can go into the arena up until a certain point, like if he wanted to get a workout in, but I think there's a certain cutoff time
where he
cannot be in the arena.
Wow.
Anymore.
Yeah. And that's just such a weird thing. And, Steve Kerr came on and he talked about in the postgame, you probably were there when he said, yeah, I thought 5 games was appropriate. And I don't know what you thought of that. I thought 5 games was a little harsh. And yes, he choked Rudy Gobert and he dragged Gobert and he held the choke for, 5-6 seconds. But Gobert had his hands on Klay Thompson. And I can't believe that Gobert didn't get a game himself. That's what surprised me.
Yeah, I thought Gobert was going to I don't know that Gobert was going to get a game the way that it all ended up being explained in the aftermath. I felt like even if you are taking prior transgressions into account for Draymond, I still feel like 5 is a little high. I feel like this, like on merit, maybe 2 for this incident.
Yeah.
And then if you wanted to add on top of that, maybe it becomes 3, 4, 5 seem, but again, this is not the first time we're having the prior incidents conversation. In fact, I think you could make the case it's the 3rd or the 4th time we're having that. So is it 1 game for the act, and now we're talking, well, you're on your 4th level of prior incidents, so that means you're getting 1 game for each of those, or you're getting 1 game for each of every 2 prior incidents, and that's what turns a 2-game suspension maybe into 5 because you've got 6 prior incidents, and we're going to give you a game for every 2 of those. And so, yeah, I think that's part of the math. And look, Joe Dumars, who's in charge of doling out the punishment right now in the NBA, not the first time that he, in the NBA press release, has said, I'm not down with this.
Exactly. And what I find to be, and I guess it's not hypocritical because he's in a new role, but I do find it ironic that a guy who won titles based on the fact that he was a part of the, quote, bad boys. And,
the perfect guy to dole out the punishment, right?
It's hypocrisy, JD. And if you look at what his teammates did, whether it was Rick Mahorn in a hard foul, or Bill Laimbeer with a cheap shot, or Dennis Rodman, and I know when he kicked a cameraman, that was when he was with the Bulls, but Dennis Rodman, the Worm, was a bit of a grimy player as well. So you're talking about a team that was known as the Bad Boys, and one of the Bad Boys is now the one doling out punishment? Feels a little bit hypocritical. JD in for Mark Willard. Here's one from the Comcast Business text line, and I want to ask you, because T-Dog asked a very good question. Have we come to the point that Draymond now hurts the Warriors more than he helps them? Is his sporadic behavior causing the end of the dynasty? That's T-Dog from the Comcast Business text line.
No, I don't think so. I mean, what do you? I don't think.
I don't think so either.
I think if it
but
was,
I do think it's a question that it's worth asking, because from the 415 on the Comcast Business text line, 5 games is the warning, 20 games is next. And
maybe 10,
right?
I mean, I don't know about 20, but maybe 10.
I agree with you, but if it is 10, let's say that Draymond gets into another altercation and he happens to push a guy or he chokes another player, he's looking at 10 games. And at that point, I think that then it does start to hurt the team.
No, I think you're right about that. I think it is a situation where, yeah, the next, there can't be another incident like that one, or even like the one in Sacramento, I think at this point.
But there will be. I mean, to think that there won't be, I think, is a little bit naive.
Well, but again, there's a difference. There's levels to
sure
that, what, again, can you do something that gets you 1 game or 2 games and not give, like, if you get something that's 20, well, then we really are going to reach the brink of, is it worth it?
Well, think about
continue to move forward.
The Donovan Mitchell incident where he pushes Donovan Mitchell from behind, and they go to the video and they go, whoa, we didn't see this. You pushed him. You're getting a second tech, and now you're rejected. If he does that again, he might get 2 or 3 games just based on the fact that Draymond Green has priors now. for something as innocuous as that.
And that's the part where it really does become unfortunate for everybody involved, but that's the bed you've made, unfortunately, for the Warriors with Draymond. And look, I've said over and over the fact that I agree with the fact that having him around still is more beneficial than it is not if you want to contend for championships. And I said the same thing about Klay Thompson. When the Warriors doubled down on Steph, Klay, Draymond with Steve Kerr for another year, does it mean you're going to automatically be good enough to win a title? Maybe not. But if everything else clicks, it gives you a shot because you have those three. If you take one away, then you're admitting it's over before it ever starts.
Right.
And so why would you do that a year early? You're just at that point, you're almost quitting a year early. You may not win it anyway, but to me, you've got no shot at winning it if you don't have Draymond and have Draymond playing at a certain level. So you might as well risk it.
You might as well, but what does that do in terms of the Klay Thompson contract? And we can get into that on the other side. Plus your phone calls, 888-957-9570. I think the Warriors are back. That win, I know it's one win after a 6-game losing skid, but the way they won the game, Draymond's coming back soon. GP2 will be returning before too long. You get this team whole, and I still think that they're a viable contender in the Western Conference. What do you think? 888-957-9570. We got Steve Kerr coming up at the top of the hour as well, and JD breaks down the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament, rather. I call it the play-in tournament erroneously. The in-season tournament, what these next two games might mean for their other opponents on the horizon. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. JD's in for Willard. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you heard? The Xfinity Mobile Black Friday sale is on now. Don't miss out on a free line of
Dub Nation, this is GP2. My coach, Steve Kerr, joins Willard and Dibbs right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, GP2, get well soon. We need you back there, kid. Need you on both ends of the floor, but mainly on defense. And we are streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957thegame. Watch us live. If anyone swears, you'll get to hear it. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Steve Kerr joining us here at the top of the hour. What do you want to hear from Steve Kerr, fans? 888-957-9570. JD and I have a host of questions to ask the head coach. And, I'm kind of privately happy that they won, JD, because didn't want to necessarily have to grill the coach after a 7-game losing skid at home.
That's tough. And, and I can only imagine the level at which the fan base would be screaming for changes. Because here's the thing I always think. If they had lost last night, and thankfully for them, the game never really felt like it was truly in danger, right, even though it ended up being a 5-point margin. It was never a point where I was like, oh, man, they might actually lose this game because they kept the Rockets at arm's length. But I do go back sometimes to what you were saying, and I think, well, how would it have looked if they had lost? It means probably Clay has another bad game. It means Chris Paul can't make a three, or Steph didn't shoot it as well as he did. So it's just the ways, or Şengün, eviscerated them on the interior, which he actually did anyway at times. So it's all of the things that pop up. And then, every time this team loses, I feel like there's a certain percentage of the fan base that just starts looking at which younger players didn't play that could play more, which is always an interesting way to fix the problem.
Right.
And they didn't play enough bigs or don't have enough bigs on the roster. So those are just kind of in your spinning Wheel of Fortune wheel of what ails the Warriors. It's always play some combination of the young players more, and you need a big. So that probably would have been part of the equation had the Warriors not won last night.
And I think that he's doing a good job of playing the younger players.
I agree.
Podziemski got 18 minutes, and Kuminga got his 18, and
but Kuminga's got to play 30.
Yeah, and I know that the sarcasm is dripping in your voice, and I do think that Kuminga is making strides. But in terms of, him being a 30-minute-a-night player, he's just not going to be that for a team that is fancying itself as a championship contender, or at least a playoff threat. You're not going to play that guy. And I look at Şengün last night, and, man, he's a very promising player. And he came out and he put 30 on you, and he played 36 minutes. But Houston is not, they might be a playoff team. They're probably more likely going to be a play-in team at their best. They're going to be, 7, 8, 9, 10. And can he play his way into being a part of a team that makes the playoffs? Absolutely. But this Houston team is basically a group of young guys, and Fred VanVleet. And, Holiday and Dylan Brooks, who's a bit of a veteran, but he's an interesting player in and of itself. But Houston is a team that's a year away from being a year away. So you can play Şengün, and you can, let him go out there and grow, and you're not really fancying yourself as a championship team.
No, that's exactly right. And so I think, they're in a position where they're developing, and I think trying to have a culture and all of those different things. Like last night's not even, for me, it's not even about the Rockets. Maybe the Rockets were part of the equation as to why the Warriors played as well as they did. But to me, last night's not even about the Rockets. It's just win in any way possible. And then it's more about, and you laid out the schedule coming up. It's more about, last night in its own, insignificant, really important in the sense that you needed to not be 6-9 and go 0-6 and all of that. Right. That's the obvious point. But the reality is, it's a situation where, can you go win the next, 3 of the next 4 of the next 5 after this? Go win in Phoenix, handle business against San Antonio, who can't beat anybody. Win in Sacramento again, or maybe you don't win in Sacramento again, but you win in Phoenix this time. You beat the Clippers a couple of times because they've been farther down than the Warriors have been in the early part of the season. To me, it's not about, last night may, when we look back, be a turning point, but nothing that happened last night is the turning point. The turning point is, they won 5 out of 6 going back to that Houston game on November the 20th.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the next 12 and you can think about them going 7-5 and even that would not be world beating, but that gets you to 14-13 and that gets you to a spot where, you try to stay above 500, you're trying to tread water and, you're looking at games that you have that are coming up after that. You got a long stretch of home games. And if you think about the next handful of games before you go to Chicago in January, you've got 7 road games. And between now and then, you've got 13 home games. So 13 of your next 20 are at home. Now, you should be better at home than you are on the road. I know this year so far it's been reverse of that. You've been better on the road than you've been at home. But you look at the home schedule, you've got Portland, you've got Orlando, which, Orlando's better. There's no pushover in the NBA. I get that. But there are games at home, Detroit on January 5th.
He lost that game last year. Can't lose that game this year.
Can't lose that game. You lost to Detroit both times last year.
That's right. They're already 1 up. That's a fun game I like to play until we get maybe to March. I love the +1, -1 based on what you did against a specific opponent last year. I haven't totally gone through the full 15 to this point, but like the Warriors are 2-0 against Sacramento. Well, they beat Sacramento 3 times last year, so that's uneven at this point. You've got nothing
to gain. Were they 0-2 against Orlando?
They were 0-2 against Orlando
0-2 against Detroit. I know that.
So those are 2 areas to make up some ground.
And they already got Detroit once.
Exactly.
They beat them. So
exactly.
And they got Detroit again coming up January 5th. One programming note, Steve Kerr going to join us at 5:10 from Phoenix, live from Phoenix. They just landed.
Sure.
So Steve is getting his, I'm sure he's at the baggage carousel right now, waiting for his bag to come out. Can you imagine that group of fellas at the baggage carousel just waiting there at what is that?
Sky Harbor.
Sky Harbor. I was going to say Sky West. I knew
know
your
airports.
Know
your.
You know your airports.
I do. Yeah, I do. I know some of them. Yeah, Sky Harbor, one of my favorites.
Okay.
Actually,
what's next up for you, JD? Just a personal sidelight. Your travel schedule. What do you have coming up?
I will be in Seattle for Thanksgiving. I'll be in Seattle for the Niners and Seahawks.
You leave tomorrow?
No, I leave Thursday morning.
Look at you.
Who wants to fly tomorrow? My God, isn't that
tomorrow a busy day?
Yeah, busy day. Yeah, no, I don't know. Go up Thursday morning. I think tomorrow's it's like always the busiest day of the year. Busiest travel day of the year. This is the night before Thanksgiving. I believe also a sneaky good day to have a pop or two. The night before Thanksgiving. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I know everybody knows that one. That's a big Steiny go-to.
Yeah.
You get back in your old town. Let's go to some of your old haunts, maybe family.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We used to do that out of high school at a place called Ted's in San Anselmo.
Yeah.
It was the meetup.
And it was the long shot in Sacramento / Carmichael.
Look at you.
At Arden and Eastern. The most trouble you can get into behind a gas station.
So you're going to Seattle for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, Seattle for Thanksgiving, and so that's the next one as far as.
And then are you going to Philly for the Niners Eagles game?
That's on the docket.
Okay,
Philly's on the docket as well, and then that's it for Niners. I think for the regular season.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then do you have some Warrior travel coming up? Or?
Yeah, there's some things in the works that aren't official, but they do have a lot of Western games.
Right. I'm always fascinated by, because you'll and you're the super reporter. It's John Dickinson in for Mark Willard, for those of you who haven't picked up on that. And, you cover all the teams. And so I know you do a lot of Niner travel and you do some Warrior travel, usually later in the year. So I'm always interested by your travel schedule because, all of a sudden you'll just pop up somewhere. It's like, oh, look at JD.
Yeah.
He just showed up.
Seattle's a good one. That's a great place to see a game. And the fans there are tremendous, and the 12s and the energy. And the 2 times that I've covered games up there, for whatever it's worth, the Niners have won them both. So 2019 and last year were the 2. And I think they're 0-11 in the last 11 other than those 2.
Right.
So we'll see. Also, the Niners are wearing the throwbacks, the white on white throwbacks on Thursday. Which
is that the 95
they also, I believe, are 2-0 in those up there. And haven't won in the other ones, some of these other years.
And how do you feel about their trip to Seattle? Do you like their chances on Thursday?
I do. I think they're going to win. Yeah, I think they're going to win up there. I don't know if they're going to cover. They probably end up covering the 6.5. But I would never want to bet that comfortably.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those where if I'm not betting it, I go, you know what? I mean, like I'll take I think they won 21-13 last year up there. And I think they're better. I think both teams are better, but Seattle suddenly is banged up, and it sounds like Geno Smith's going to be playing hurt.
Yeah.
And so, Walker's
likely
out. Yeah. And so to me, that's big time. I mean, I think the Niners have had some success against Geno Smith, even healthy here the last couple of years. Last year, 3 games last year. Yeah. It feels like a couple of years. So I think, when you look at that, I give advantage Niners because I think you can heat him up and he'll just check it down and some short passes, and they just have a difficult time moving the ball. He hasn't been able to generate enough time against them for the most part to get the ball to DK Metcalf and to get the ball in positions where the 49ers are vulnerable against some of their receivers. And then without Walker, the Niners have been susceptible to the run a little bit, but I think he's the guy that would have changed the game there. So I think this is a really good matchup, and I think this core for the Niners is, these guys are pretty comfortable, a lot of them. Again, not everybody, but Brock Purdy went up there with broken ribs in his second start and was able to win on a short week last year. So even he's comfortable in knowing how to function up in Seattle. So I like the Niners to win outright in that game.
I like it, JD, with the solid pick for Thanksgiving. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Steve Kerr going to join us here in 10 minutes. It's Willard and Dibs with JD in for Mark Willard here on 95.7 The Game. I want to play some of the sound from last night, JD, and the Warriors win over Houston, 121-116. You mentioned Chris Paul earlier, and man, what a masterclass Chris Paul put on with the second unit. He knocked down his threes. He was distributing the ball, and he talked about what a relief yesterday was in terms of getting back in the win column.
Yeah, in a long season, when you lose that many games in a row, you forget what it feels like to win. So we just tried to play with a sense of urgency tonight and see if we could come out on top.
They came out on top, and he got praise from the chef as well in the postgame.
12 assists, 1 turnover, plus 12. And, a game where, like I said, we needed to kind of connect both sides of the ball. It was a masterclass.
Connectivity, JD. It's the word we've all been hearing all year, and I thought that last night was a great game for connectivity, and Chris Paul does such a great job of doing just that. 12 assists, just 1 turnover. I said at the summit that we had, the last one at Fieldwork in San Leandro, I thought that Chris Paul was going to lead the league in assists, and I don't think he's the league leader right now, but when he plays like he did last night, man, he's got a great chance to do just that.
Yeah, and for the most part, limiting turnovers. And he's somebody that I really did think had the potential to be a good fit because he is respected enough by the other future Hall of Famers.
Right.
And that's been the key point for me along all of that is, the fan stuff and being one of the most hated opponents the Warriors have had and all that. To me, that was fan nonsense. And yeah, Steph had a rivalry with Chris Paul for sure. And Steph got the better of it as time went on, and CP3 got older, and Steph, busted into his prime with the back-to-back MVPs and all of those things. So I think it was a rivalry, but Steph Curry respects the hell out of Chris Paul. Now maybe he would make him look silly at times on the court, but Steph Curry would make everybody look silly at times on the court. So to me, it had the opportunity to work because I do think from a basketball standpoint, he is complementary to the other pieces. And at the same time, the other nonsense was never going to be an issue internally.
Right.
Because Steph and Clay and Draymond have the respect of Chris Paul for being another legend. And so I think that's a bond that I think allows the whole thing to work without any of the, you used to be on the Rockets and you used to be on Phoenix and you used to be on Lob City. And, a
lot of different teams.
We kicked your ass and we hate you.
We kicked your ass in 5 different cities.
Yeah.
How can you hate a guy?
Shout out OKC.
Right.
/ New Orleans.
In New Orleans, exactly. And no matter where Chris has been, other than that time when he was on Lob City and they beat the Warriors in 7 in that that playoff
the
series.
Mark Jackson gets fired series.
Yeah, exactly. So that would be, the only time or the last time really that Chris Paul was able to get over on the Warriors. And you talked about respect, and they respect Chris Paul as much as he respects the Warriors and what the Warriors have done. And Chris Paul is no dummy. He's watched the association, and he sees the Warriors have won 4 titles, and he wants to be a part of it, and he knows how they've done it. And so he goes about putting his head down and trying to be the best Warrior he can be now.
Yeah, and he has. And again, I think aside from the shooting, the rough start that he got off to with the 3-point shot, I think it's really worked, pretty well, to this point. And if they're healthy, and I think it's helped some of the young players be more impactful. I think he does give them an option as far as a calming it. Like I felt just last night, and I know the Rockets are more veteran now than they had been with Van Vliet coming over, and even Dylan Brooks is a younger veteran. But the poise of Chris Paul down the stretch in that game, to me, that you can beat a lot of inexperienced younger teams just with that poise and the order and his ability to make sure that they're calm and in the right play and all. Like to me, you can win a lot of those games maybe that you didn't win that we were going through last year. Detroit and Orlando. To me, those are the games that you need. We can discuss how does it help or hurt or the matchups of some of the higher end opponents, but the reality is the Warriors, above everything, they got to beat some of the lesser teams more consistently than they did last year, and I think he does help them do that on paper.
Well, and you mentioned that, JD, and this is not to cast aspersions at Jordan Poole, but in terms of basketball IQ and not mucking it up late in games, when you get into these tight ball games, when you've got a 38-year-old point guard, and he's 7th in the league in assists, the aforementioned Fred Van Vliet is actually 3rd. Tyrese Halliburton leads the association, followed by Trae Young, then Van Vliet. Chris Paul is trailing just Luka, LaMelo, and Nikola on the assist list. Chris Paul is averaging 7.7 a game, but to have that steadying force and that presence late in games, it does help you to avoid, what we saw, you mentioned last year, where you were playing a lot of James Wiseman, and Jordan Poole plays a little bit out of control. He doesn't have that same countenance and that same maturity. And so now you get into these games where you need to have somebody on the ball who can help you close out a tight ball game, and you're able to do that.
Yeah, you're able to do it, and now you have the opportunity to have a couple of days where you're not thinking about needing to stop a losing streak, which I don't think is completely insignificant. And now it's, you go to Phoenix, and I think Warrior fans are going to look at that game as, hey, you can win that game, and you could also lose that game, depending upon the Suns and how they play and who's going to be available for them and all of that. But I think it gives you a little bit of a breath of fresh air going into that game, to where if you can get it, now you are starting to feel like, all right, maybe there is some kind of corner that's being turned. As far as you're back at 500, you get a road game back against a team that beat you on opening night in your building.
In a game that was, there for the taking, quite frankly.
Yeah, they're there for the taking. And the Warriors didn't, among the many games.
Neither team played very well.
Neither team played well, but the Warriors just really didn't shoot it well in that game. Defensively, I thought they did enough for the most part to win that game. So you get back on track in that realm. And then, to me, then you got San Antonio. So, again, I don't want to start counting wins before.
Of course.
But all of a sudden, you get tomorrow, you might be looking at a 3-game streak, and then you get a couple of days off and some practice time and all of that. And then you got some time to really get on a roll.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about the schedule. It is fairly favorable in terms of travel. You go to Phoenix twice. You go to the Clippers twice. Other than that, it's a bus trip to Sacramento. It's a short flight to Portland. And then you've got Denver on Christmas, which... there's possibly some in-season tournament games that we don't know about, one road and one home. Those are yet to be revealed. You mentioned practice. Clay talked last night after the game about the last time at practice and what Chris Paul meant for the team at that practice.
It's very helpful. Anytime Chris Paul speaks, you must listen. Man's been through it all. I actually watched the Redeem Team documentary last night, and it was cool to see a young Chris getting kind of rookie hazed by by his teammates, and for him to still be here, just balling, it's insane. It makes me respect him so much, and anytime he speaks and he sees something out there, we must apply it because he is a basketball savant.
I love the way he says that. When Chris Paul talks, you must listen. And just, the astute way that he broke that down. Something about the cadence of that soundbite, JD, I loved.
There is something about the cadence to that soundbite, and he said similar in other times. And I wonder how that hits Warrior fans. I really do. Like, because I got to think there are some Warrior fans out there that are like, oh, my God, no. Like, how do you respect Chris Paul like that after all the years and the back and forth and the antics and all these different things? I just want, every fan kind of reacts to everything different. I think he's been pretty well received because he's, for the most part, played pretty well.
Right.
And been real humble and respectful to the accomplishments of the other three. Like, there's been
I'm glad I was on the side of good signing from the start.
Me too. Especially after that whole Dan Campbell thing.
Well, I've gotten a number of them wrong. And coming up at 5:45, JD's Dan Campbell mea culpa. And I will share with the audience exactly what I got wrong and the backlash I got on Twitter. Clay was talking about Chris Paul on the Redeem team, and I'm looking at the Redeem team roster right now. He was the second youngest guy on the Redeem team.
Wow.
Only one player younger than Chris Paul.
Yeah, he would have been, third year maybe at that point? Or 6 or 7 or 7
Chris
or 8,
Paul was born in 85. He was 23 years old.
So he's maybe going into his third or fourth year. I think his first year was 05, 06.
The only guy younger than him on the Redeem team.
He would have played 3 years, I guess, at that point.
He's an almost Warrior. He was an almost Warrior.
Who is this now?
The only guy on the Redeem team younger than Chris Paul. Many Warrior fans wanted him to be
Dwight Howard.
You nailed it. You could have waited for more of a build-up, but you jumped you jumped the bit.
We probably got Steve Kerr coming.
He's coming up here in moments. Jason Kidd, 35 on that team, and then you had a bunch of guys in their 20s. Kobe Bryant, R.I.P., was 29. Michael Redd, man, his career got cut short, right, due to injury.
Yeah, he was a big deal. He was really good.
Boy, he could shoot it. LeBron was 23 for that team, and Chris Paul, 23, Dwight Howard, 22, Darren Williams on that team, and Tayshaun Prince on the Redeem team.
Yeah, it was always Darren Williams and Chris Paul, right? Who's gonna have the better career? And at times it looked like it was gonna be Darren Williams early.
Yep.
And then winds up being Chris Paul in a major way.
Carlos Boozer on that team, and Chris Bosh, and
a lot of Utah Jazz representation on that team with Darren Williams.
Yeah, the more you look at it. Yeah, Dwayne Wade on the team as well. A lot of Miami Heats as well. It's JD and Dibs here, 95.7 The Game. JD is in for Mark Willard. And, man, we're just having a great time talking Warriors and just breaking it all down. The Golden State Warriors ending a 6-game losing skid. 5 games at home. They snapped it. They avoided a winless homestand with a win over Houston. And, man, JD, they got a game at Phoenix and then a couple of IST games, in-season tournaments. And then, getting into a spot where things could break their way if they can catch a couple of these wins here over the next week or so.
Yeah, there's a lot of the games that I think you get it. It could propel you into another one, and then maybe you have a little bit of a string going. I think tomorrow is probably one of those games, without a doubt.
Yeah, with the Phoenix Suns, a very good team, and you're playing on the road, first road game in just about 2 weeks. Actually, 2 weeks exactly since you've been out on the road. Then you get into a San Antonio, Sacramento in-season tournament spot. And, I wonder how much these games actually matter to the players. Have you gotten a sense for that from your conversations?
I think it matters to Steph Curry. I think we've seen, he's been the one, I think, NBA superstar above all the other superstars. Clearly it's been encouraged by the league to the superstar players. And I think maybe to individual teams, hey, talk this up if you can, if you remember. I feel like Steph Curry's read, you always get the bullet point sheet, right? And I feel like Steph Curry's read through the entire thing and he's spitting facts about it. There was time a week or so ago where he got asked if he understood it, and he laid out the full he knew everything about it. He knew the full format and who was going to play who, and it's 8 teams, and then the rest of them you make up the games and all of that.
Yeah, we won't grill our next guest on the nuance of the format, but we are happy to have Steve Kerr, sponsored by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Steve Kerr, good to have you back on. And not a lot of hair conversations here with bald JD and equally bald Dan Dibley here. Steve, how was the flight, and how does it feel to be back in the win column?
Flight was nice. I always enjoy coming to Phoenix, especially this time of year. Beautiful in the desert right now. And, quick flight, and it's always nice to come off a win. We needed one. I mean, that was a weird stretch. So good to be back in the winning column for sure.
Yeah, a bit of a homecoming for you. Not quite where you played college hoop, but close enough to feel a little bit like home. And about last night, as we borrow from Guru and his Rob Lowe reference, what did you make of the bounce-back performance? And in particular, Klay Thompson, who seems to be finding a little bit of the old-school Klay comfort zone again.
It was a good performance. Our guys did a good job of taking care of the ball and executing offensively. Houston's a much improved team, and they're really athletic. They've got a guy they can play through now with Şengün. He's turned out to be a really good player, and I think they did a great job of adding some vets with Brooks and Van Vliet. So it's a good team, and we needed to win, obviously. So good performance. Klay was better. I think the main thing is as long as he's patient and taking good shots, he's going to play well. When he gets frustrated and tries to chase shots, that's when he kind of gets himself in a little bit of a rut.
Yeah, and Coach, when you look at just the last week and a half since you've been home, when was the point in which you noticed maybe something was a little bit off as far as the shot selection goes? Because I sort of looked at the first 8 or 9 games, and maybe the numbers for Klay weren't exactly what they had been, but it seemed like he was really making a conscious effort to play within himself, take the right shots, and you guys were winning in part because of that, right? The steady games were good enough, and then something happened on the homestand that he had a couple. The Cleveland first Minnesota game struggled, and then everything with Jaden McDaniels, and it seemed like it just kind of flipped quick. The losing, I'm sure, is part of that, but when did you kind of sense that maybe things were getting off path a little bit with Klay, and how do you try to get it back when it goes down that road?
Well, the good thing is we've been together for 9 years, so I can always see when Klay is frustrated, and we can have really open, easy conversations, and he's very coachable. He's just he gets so hard on himself, when things don't go well, and that's it seems to happen every year. So you can just see it in a game, whatever it is. Maybe he'll have a game or two. I don't remember exactly which game over this last couple of weeks, but he could feel it, and his teammates could feel it, and this is part of being a pro, part of being an NBA player. It's like everybody just goes through these stretches where you shoot poorly, things aren't going your way. Wiggins obviously went through it the first couple weeks of the season, and it's all part of it. You just got to keep going, and that's part of my job as a coach, is to try to get guys to relax and play and just enjoy the game.
And how are you feeling now about Andrew Wiggins in terms of how he's playing? I know the shot's not falling quite as much as you'd like. I mean, last night was a little bit of a scuffle offensively, but defensively he's been terrific. Do you have to give Andrew some sort of, not daily pep talk, but continue to encourage him to keep shooting, knowing that the shot eventually will fall for him?
Not really. I think the biggest thing with Wiggs was just getting his legs underneath him and really feeling the rhythm. He's a rhythm player. He needs to feel good with his conditioning, his timing, and it just took a little longer this year than it has in most seasons. So I thought he was tremendous, 2 games ago against OKC, hits what should be the game winner. Unfortunately, obviously they score and beat us in overtime, but you watch Wiggs last night guarding Van Vliet, really doing a great job defensively. And that's his biggest job with us, is his defense, his athleticism, his energy. We always put him on the toughest cover on the other team, and he was great in that regard last night. So he's rounding into form. I'm not worried about Wiggs at all.
Steve, I know you addressed this after the game on Saturday, but it always comes up in those situations to foul or not to foul, and just kind of for our audience, give everybody a little bit of just your general philosophy on it. I know you have explained it over the years, and just how tricky that particular situation was with that little time left on the clock.
Yeah, I'm a fouler. I generally believe if we're up 3, we want to foul. We don't want to give anybody. Teams are so good shooting threes now. Almost every player on the floor, usually in an NBA game, is capable of making a 3. So we like to foul, but with 1.6, it's really tricky because even if a guy catches, he's going to rise up and shoot. And so even if he catches in a spot where you think you can foul him before the shot, it's just so risky. In fact, we had a game against the Lakers, I think 3 years ago, where we fouled LeBron before he went up to shoot the game-tying shot. Russ called the foul, and they gave him the free throw. The league admitted the next day that they were wrong, but that doesn't matter. Like if you don't have a challenge left, which then it gets really dicey. So we were only going to foul if we felt like we had a clear, easy path to it without sending a guy to the line, and obviously that didn't transpire.
Steve, it's funny because you opened that up with I'm a fouler, which leads me right into my next question about Dylan Brooks and Fred Van Vliet. You got to love the way they played Steph Curry last night, right? Am I right?
Yeah, they're physical, and Brooks is always going to guard Steph, and whatever team he's on, he wants that challenge, and he's very physical with him. I think he does a good job off the ball. Our off-ball stuff is kind of unique. Most NBA teams don't have guys flying off the ball like we do, and so Brooks is pretty good at getting 2 hands on Steph and trying to ride him off of his cuts and taking him off of his path. But Steph's amazing. He just fights through all that stuff and still produces at such a high level. He was brilliant last night.
Steve, I got to ask you a little bit off the beaten path, and we were joking about it before you came on. I was really impressed with Steph's knowledge of the in-season tournament rules and group play and how the group gets fed into the bracket portion coming up here in a couple of weeks. Have you paid any attention to that at all? It seems like the league has made a point to try and make sure everybody's into it and kind of knows what's going on. But just where are you on your acumen as far as studying the in-season tournament as far as it lays out to try to win it?
Well, we want to win it, but I'm not studying it. So is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's more than fair. Steph blew me away with his answer the night, and again, it was almost as if if somebody got a sheet from the league office, it looked like he read it 3 or 4 times.
Right. Well, look, we're 1-1. We got 2 games left, and we're going to have to win both of them to have a chance. We know that. So it would be fun. It would be really fun to advance and get to Vegas and feel the different format, almost like a Final Four type atmosphere. And we don't know exactly, how it's going to play out. Obviously, it's year 1, but it's a competition. There's something on the line. Guys want to win for sure.
Have you noticed any different level of play in those games specifically? I mean, the game in OKC was awesome. I mean, maybe the best game of the year, and then all hell broke loose in the Minnesota game. So I guess intensity and quality, maybe it's coincidence, but it's been there in your guys' games.
The intensity is there, that's for sure. But I don't know if that's specifically because it's in tournament games or not. I mean, we're going to go out there and try to win any game. But the fact that it's it's out there, and the players know there's a lot of money on the line. There's different vibe, there's a different feel. It's something our guys definitely want to go for, and they've been good. It's just we're not treating it any differently than we would a normal game.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. You can't talk intensity without talking about Draymond Green, who is out until next Tuesday at Sacramento. What has he been doing in terms of staying in shape, and what has been your contact with Draymond Green, other than obviously not having him around for games?
Well, he scrimmaged today with our younger guys, and he's on the trip here to Phoenix. So tomorrow we'll have another group that plays at scrimmages, with Draymond. So he's getting his work in, and I'm seeing him pretty much every day. And he has to leave the arena when he's suspended. You have to leave, I think, 2 hours before game starts. So he, obviously hasn't been around for the games, but he's around beforehand, and we've been talking every day.
And I know you don't typically want to divulge, the conversations that maybe you've had with him, given the incident and the like. But what just kind of generally, how have those conversations gone, or if you needed to have a big conversation? I mean, you were pretty straightforward with your answering of the question regarding the suspension in the game after, before that game, but just kind of where are you at with the latest incident, and just where you think he is at in that whole debate about having to be himself but not crossing the line?
Bottom line is we need Draymond. You can see that without him, we don't have as much force. We don't have a lot of things. Just he's one of the best defensive players, obviously in the league. Does so much for us offensively with his screening and pushing the ball in transition, creating stuff in the half court. So we just need him, and he knows that. I've made that pretty clear. That's obvious, but he's got to be there for his teammates. That's the main thing. Our teammates need him. He's got to be out there for them. But Draymond knows what he's got to do.
Yeah, one more week, and then Draymond's back at Sacramento. Dario Saric told NBC Sports Bay Area last night that during the losing streak, guys would go back on the court after games to figure out what went wrong defensively. He said he's never seen that before. Is that something that you advocated that? Is that something that's completely out of left field? Because it seems somewhat unheard of. We hear about guys going out to get their shots up, but to go back out and try to figure things out defensively, is that out of the ordinary?
Well, it's funny. I was in my office, and I was with a couple people and trying to unwind after the game, and I looked down onto the practice floor, and about 8 guys were out there, and they were going through pick and roll coverage. So it was great. They didn't go back on the main floor, but in our practice area, right outside the locker room and the weight room is the practice floor. So guys are generally in that area anyway, at post game. But this was the first time I've ever seen a post game meeting / defensive session, and I loved it. It was really just the players, and the coaches weren't involved, and that's kind of the best case scenario. Is as a coach, you want your guys really communicating and trying to figure things out. When things aren't going well.
Steve, the slow start last year, it made the rest of the year kind of an uphill climb. I know you're kind of over talking about last year, but you are in a similar spot record-wise. I think 6-9 after 15 last year, 7-8 now this year. Didn't look like it was going to get to that point, but the Western Conference, it looks like it's even deeper and better, and there's some teams that were even beneath you guys in the standings when it was all said and done who seem significantly better, at least early. Are you thinking about really needing to try to avoid digging a hole similar to the hole that you were in last year, because it would be more difficult this year to get out of?
Yeah, I'm not really thinking too much about any of that stuff right now. We're focused on our team and just getting better and finding some momentum. I think we had some momentum early on in the season. I think we showed what we can be as a team, and then kind of got sidetracked a little bit. So we're just trying to find that groove again. I do really like this. I like the roster. I think the hardest thing, honestly, right now is that we've got 12 guys who could all be in the rotation. And that's a good thing. The roster is excellent. But we need to figure out who are our top 9, 10 guys, and are those guys going to emerge? I would say right now, we kind of know who our best players are, but we've got a group of 7, 8 guys who are all kind of right in a similar place, and nobody has really separated themselves from the pack. So we're just trying to play a lot of guys and give ourselves an opportunity to see different combinations and hopefully, find a definite group that night in and night out we can count on.
Do you view that trying to figure it out part a decision among maybe the 7 to 12 portion? I mean, I hate putting a specific number on anybody, but I think everybody knows who the top 6 are. Is it about the 7 to 12 and having a few of those guys separate, or is it more about maybe some of the struggles of the players that are in that top 6, and maybe if a couple from that second group push them into maybe taking some time?
Yeah, I mean it's really about both, if that makes sense, because how the top 6 guys play impacts who we need with them and what we need with them, and so we haven't really gotten clarity yet. I think honestly for our team to really take the next step, we need last year's starting 5, Draymond and Loon as the bigs, and Steph, Clay, and Wiggs. We need them to perform like they have the last couple of years. Once they start doing that, now the bench really forms quickly, and then you figure out the combinations pretty easily, what you need most. And because if you look at our bench performance, we've been great all year off the bench. We're getting really good performances. But again, what are the combinations and what are the best groupings that allow us to really put pressure on teams for 48 minutes? We're still searching for that.
And as part of your search in terms of who can help you on the defensive end, and I'm fascinated, Steve, by this midnight hour defensive players-only session, because there's no GP2 and there's no Draymond. So who would be the one who would lead such a session, and how impactful is that in terms of you trying to determine who's going to be a part of that rotation?
Well, I had nothing to do with that. Like I said, I was sitting in my office, so that's just I think Chris Paul was leading it, and as guys were observing, other guys walked out onto the floor and engaged in the conversation, and so that really doesn't have anything to do with my decisions rotation wise. So this is really about us, just building momentum, finding a good groove with the starting unit, and then subsequently that'll help us find the best rotation off the bench. As I said, we've gotten good performances off the bench all season. So a lot of guys are playing well, and a lot of guys are deserving of time. But everything has to crystallize for us to really, figure out who we are.
Steve, I want to ask you about Moses Moody just specifically. I mean, you singled him out yesterday before the game just as, hey, I got to play him more. And I think sometimes fans hear that and they go, well, Steve, play him more. But it's obviously not as easy as that. What with Moses specifically have been the reasons why maybe he can't get on the court? Because I know positionally you play him a lot of different positions, but then there's other players that maybe have spots there. What's made it difficult to get Moody on the floor? He was over 20 minutes last night. And just how do you commit to something that you really want to do?
Well, it goes back to what I was just talking about in terms of having a lot of guys who are capable, but not yet knowing, what our combinations are, what our best combinations are. With some of the struggles early with Clay and Wiggs, now all of a sudden, we some lineups that we were planning on early on, maybe they don't look quite as good. So maybe now we need a little more playmaking. So now, All right, so now I'm going to play Brandon because Brandon is much more of a playmaker than Moses. Maybe we need the on-ball defender, so we go to J.K. instead of Moses. Maybe Gary's the guy who's playing really well that night, and we stick with Gary. So this is the point I'm making. We got a lot of guys who are playing well, but the puzzle has to fit. That's the whole thing with basketball. The 5-man puzzle has to fit. And in order for it to fit, we've got to see everybody, playing at a good level so that we can see some of those combinations. And frankly, because of some of those struggles and some of the inability for us to really find the right 5-man combination, then we started searching, and maybe Moses doesn't get as many minutes, or maybe it's somebody else. So it's all part of this early season, trying to figure out our rotation.
Steve, do you get to have a Thanksgiving this year? I see you guys don't play. What are your plans? You busy?
Yeah, I'll be home. We fly home tomorrow night after the game, and we're having Thanksgiving at our house. My wife's family in town, and one of my 3 kids and his wife and their daughter will be here, so it'll be really fun.
The biggest question of the interview, Steve, and I hope you get this right because I respect you so much, but there's only one correct answer to this one, Steve. What time do you eat Thanksgiving dinner?
I would say 4 or 5 o'clock, somewhere in there. How's that?
You know what, Steve? I admire you, and I'd like to say that I love you. And you've won 9 of the last 28 championships in the association.
Oh, no.
And you got that one right, Steve Kerr.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Kerr.
Oh, my goodness.
American basketball hero, Thanksgiving savant. The correct answer is, in fact, 4 or 5. 3 o'clock is also acceptable.
Oh, my God. I thought he got it wrong, dude.
If you eat after 5 o'clock, Steve, any time after 5. Well, this year you got a Niner game. So I would advise all Kerrs to maybe lean toward a 3:30.
3:30, all right. That sounds a little early. But let's make it very clear. I'm in no position to determine what time the meal is being served. I'm not even taking part in the preparation, given that I'm in Phoenix tomorrow. So
yeah.
I will gladly eat whenever the meal is served.
Fantastic. And that's an even better answer, Steve. This guy is an absolutely flawless. Steve Kerr, ladies and gentlemen, good luck tomorrow. Good luck with Thanksgiving. And we look forward to talking to you next week, Coach.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys and to everybody listening out there.
Thank you, Steve. Good luck tomorrow. That is Steve Kerr, Golden State Warriors head coach. And, JD, we laud all these great interviews we have, this and that, but he's just a good guy.
He is a good guy, and I did not know where you were going.
Pressure was on.
I thought you were going to say, nope, got it wrong.
No, I would believe
2:30. You got to eat at 2:30.
That's too early. Honestly, to me, the sweet spot is 4 o'clock. Now, he said 4 or 5. It was a bit of a hedge. To me, 5's a little late. Now, a normal dinner, supper, as my wife's supper would call it, it's supper. Thanksgiving, though, is a special dinner. 4 o'clock to me is the sweet spot. That way you can get your cocktails in, maybe a couple of appetizers. By 4 o'clock you eat. You're done at 5:30. Time for dessert and time to eat again at about 7:30 or 8.
Yeah, you want to be able to eat early enough to be able to eat again.
Exactly.
That is, I think that's where in my family, going back through the decades, it's been earlier than it's been about a 2:30.
Exactly.
It's been about a 2:30 start.
That's aggressive.
It's aggressive, but it helps to kind of spread the day out to where you can get up early, enjoy a little football, get over where you need to be. Relax, but it's always by the second half. I feel like we're eating by the second half of the Dallas
game. Second game, yeah.
Yeah, the second half of the Dallas game. But you're ready by the end of the third game now. It didn't used to be the third game, but by the end of the third game, you're ready to you've worked your way through the coma and now you're ready to get back after it again.
Yeah, and many people on the YouTube feed, Brandon IU, 4 o'clock, drew down 3 to 5 is good. I think 4 o'clock is the sweet spot. Thanksgiving only. Now, I'm not saying you eat a normal dinner at 4 o'clock, but Thanksgiving, 4 o'clock, and especially this year, You got the Niner game.
You got to get it in before the Niner game.
Exactly. So Niner game at 5:30. That way you eat at 4, you're done at 5, and then you watch the Niner game and you get to halftime. And these halftimes are longer than a normal halftime, I believe, because you do have a live performance. I don't know who's performing in the Niners-Seattle game.
Oh, I saw it.
Is it Garth Brooks, Lucas?
It is maybe the opposite of Garth Brooks.
Well, I know Garth Brooks.
Do you have it? I had the list. And
Jack Harlow's doing one of them.
Yep, the first game.
Garth Brooks is doing the second one.
And the Niner game is Steve Aoki.
Well, he's like the Garth Brooks of live DJs, is he not?
Sure.
Waiting for my first buzzer of the day from Grandy. You can't find a buzzer.
Thank you.
Grandy, you're rusty. He was out sick yesterday. Grandy left his A game at home.
I'm still recovering.
Yeah, he is. 4 o'clock is the correct answer for those of you scoring at home.
You don't have much on Steve Aoki?
He's that DJ guy who has the turntables and the house music. I know about Steve Aoki.
He's that guy.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's going to cake anybody in Seattle. That's a thing he does at his concerts.
Do you know about Isao Aoki? Smart guy?
I know about Nori Aoki.
Okay. Isao Aoki was leading the U.S. Open back in, it had to be a 1981 golfer. And he famously had the chip, where he went to chip the ball and he chipped it and his club followed through and hit it again. That was a penalty back in the day. And he never recovered and he lost the United States Open Golf Tournament. I believe Andy North won that year.
Hate to hear that.
You hate to see it, too. I love the young people. Randy, you're off your game today. Would have been a perfect time to rip the old guy.
You're sitting in the A chair. I'm just trying to give you an easier time.
Respect. Put some respect on that career.
No buzzers for the A chair.
Thank you, the occasional buzzer. This segment was sponsored by Flag and Anthem. One more segment from JD coming up on the other side. Your reaction to the Steve Kerr interview as well. Moses Moody, do you expect to see him play a little bit more? JD with a great question about Moses Moody. We'll get into more of JD's thoughts on that and maybe pick his brain a little bit more on the 49ers as well.
Plus that Dan Campbell apology.
Oh, that's right. JD, old takes exposed. That's coming up as well on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to bite a kneecap off.
That's not really what we do. Good for you. Thanks.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's JD and Dibbs today. Mark Willard is back on Monday. He's enjoying the long Thanksgiving holiday, which is great. I actually got a question from my lovely wife, Supper, and via my mother-in-law. And the question was, why is he working this week? And more particularly, why am I working tomorrow? And I thought, you know what, JD, this is kind of a big week. You had yesterday a Niner reaction show. Today, you've got, the Warriors reacting from last night and getting ready for a Phoenix game. And then tomorrow is a 49er preview type of show. So I felt like I had to work this week.
And snuck it in there. Almost got ejected. I almost
you
got
already have a flagrant one.
Already got one. Already got one.
Up in 2 minutes, JD's mea culpa, but go ahead.
No, but it is a bit, and you're going to get Steve Kerr today.
Yeah.
And Steve was
and
terrific.
Peter King was fantastic.
Peter King, and so this is a heavy hitter day as the day where maybe there's a little bit less to react to. And so, and then you still get a couple of days after that. So in a lot of ways, Dibbs, knowing how you structure your time off, I'm not surprised at all that you would, I know how you structure things with the stretch 4 and sometimes the stretch 5 and that kind of thing. Of course you would work the 3-day week. It's the built-in stretch 4.
Yeah, and I'm coming off a week. I took a week during the Niner bye.
Yeah, take that time away from the holiday. Enjoy the good vibes being in the office during the holiday. Also, low-key, fewer bosses around sometimes.
Look. Although not our boss.
Not this week, but
our boss will grind. Our boss will show up. There are times, and there's a little bit of a...
you get fewer people in the office, too.
That's a good point. A little bit of a lighter mood this week, and thanks, Mark Randy. I threw away my paperwork. Mark, you're the best. I know. Thank you, Mark Randy. I try to get ahead of myself, and I recycled all of the papers that I have for the show, but I threw away the last piece of paper that I actually needed, so I had to ask Mark Randy nicely to bring it back in, and he did. So I want to praise Mark Randy, and I want to thank him for the head shake that he gave me, and it was well earned.
I hate Mark Randy.
I do, but I respect him. And there's like and dislike, and then there's respect and disrespect. I do respect him.
I used to hate Mark Randy, but now I admire him.
These are facts. JD, you used to not like Dan Campbell, but now you admire him. How's that for a segue?
Well, I respect him. And actually, I'll even go as far as to say I do admire him. I did not like the hire of Dan Campbell when the Lions hired him. I thought
that's 2 years ago now?
This would have been 2021, before 2021. So this is year 3. And I went in on Dan Campbell on the radio at times, but even more so on Twitter. And the 8-2 finish to last year for the Lions after they were 1-6. It was not looking good for Dan Campbell, by the way. It was 3-13-1 the first year, 1-6 the second year. But they did go 8-2 to finish last year. They're 8-2 to begin this year. And old takes exposed.
The actual account.
The actual account came after me with a screenshot of a tweet from actually Thanksgiving of 2021, where I went in on Campbell to the level of Detroit's going to waste so much money when they fire Campbell 33% of the way into his 6-year deal out of in 2 years. Clueless in just about every way other than meathead passion.
Woo! That's a take.
That one got framed and thrown back at me last week. And so basically for the last 10 days or so, it's been Detroit fan after Detroit fan after Detroit fan, just saying everything you possibly can in the book. And look, it wasn't as bad. It wasn't just that. I compared him to Richie Kotite and Jim Tomsula and Mike Singletary and Marty Morningwig, who the people of Detroit know well. I said that Campbell was like Rich Kotite and Jim Tomsula with a little bit of Mike Singletary mixed in with some Marty Morningwig. And I called him the worst head coach in the NFL in the last 30 years. Also, among the highlights from the Dan Campbell rants. And so I had said last year, our guy Sterling Bennett, who works with Grandy, obviously doing the 49er postgame.
Overtime.
Last year, toward the end of the year, I said, you know what? This team fights. They fight. They clearly like Dan Campbell. there's got to be something more going on here than just the passion.
It's too late.
And so Sterling had noted how well the Lions have been doing down the stretch. And I said, you know what? I put this out on Twitter. I said, I may wind up owing Dan Campbell an apology. And here is the apology to Dan Campbell. In fact, public apology right now to Dan Campbell for calling him a joke and thinking he was an embarrassment. And he's not Mike Singletary, and he's not Marty Morningwig, and he's not Richie Kotite, and all of the worst NFL coaches in the history of the game. He did a hell of a job holding that team together after they started 4-19-1 in his first 24 games. They're 16-4 in the last 20. They're having a special season. Going to win the North in all likelihood. And they look like he's going to be there for a ways to come. So congrats to Dan Campbell. I was wrong. It was embarrassing. I've even got a special treat for the Lion fans here as I unzip.
No.
And Niner fans, don't take this personally, Niner fans.
For the YouTube audience.
I've got for the YouTube audience my Detroit Lions t-shirt on. Just letting Dan Campbell know that I got his back. we'll pull down the jacket all the way for everybody watching on YouTube.
That's a nice new shirt.
Yeah, and honestly, Lions fans that have been MFing me in the mentions in the DMs and on Twitter, send me some info. I'll mail this out to you. I don't need to necessarily keep it, but apologies to Dan Campbell as Old Takes Exposed got me. Bad take, but you got to own it when you're wrong.
Yeah.
And I will own it for Dan Campbell.
Do we have an applause sounder or anything for JD? Because it takes a lot of integrity and honesty.
I'm hoping the guys can also cut the video up so I can just send it to everybody that wants to keep coming at me.
Yeah. No, I like that, JD. And
honesty, integrity, and about $20 for that shirt.
I'd say more. It's a nice shirt.
It up.
Yeah. It was a sale item.
Did you get it online, or did you get it when you were back there?
No, I got it. I just bought it online, had it shipped. I had this when I found out I was going to be in with you, and just the relentless nature of, look, you get a lot of the vile stuff that fans will say,
of course.
There were a lot of Lion fans because I went back and forth with a bunch of them, being like, "Hey, man, got it wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, this is probably the worst take I've ever had.
Yeah.
Or at least it looks like it." And so a lot of them very cool and fun and lighthearted in it for as many as had crushed it. So, I said I would give them a public apology. I kind of did on Twitter a year ago.
No, but this is even
the
better.
Formal apology. And, if anybody that wants to come down my road, that's fine. I'm here for it. People pick that up at different times as it gets retweeted. So the trickle down is still kind of coming in.
Yeah, hopefully we can pull that clip and they can send it to you, or they can share it.
I'm just going to make sure everybody knows.
The YouTube audience is loving it. From Drew Down, take off your pants.
Not going to do that.
Uncle Looney, this is a family show. From Ernie Chavez, JD, you demand. From Jimbo, JD going full frontal, LOL. So, a lot of praise coming in from the YouTube audience for you, JD. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you saving it for my show and my time, because that was some good theatrics.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're a feel-good story. I got it wrong. Dan Campbell, cheers to you. Best of luck the rest of the way. And no Niner fans don't get pissed because I had a Lions shirt.
No, it's wonderful. My old neighbor, Cameron Davis, is on the coaching staff, so I feel Lions adjacent. They're my second favorite team. My good friend Derek Petrak, who gets Steiny and I out to Quad Cities to golf out at Contra Costa Country Club. He's from Detroit. He's a Lions fan. If the Niners can't win the NFC, I want it to be the Lions. So
there you
good
go.
on you, JD.
Good story. And hat tip to them and enjoy the rest of this season.
Much better story than my attempted burial of Rafael Nadal for being a one-surface wonder and having Nadal Nation come at me on Twitter.
Wow.
Your story is much
international
better.
levels.
Dude, I got tweets from Malaga, Portugal. I got tweets from all over.
You've been blankety-blanked in
multiple languages. Portuguese, Spanish.
Many languages.
It's been great doing radio with you again, brother.
Yeah, man.
Have
Always
a good
pleasure.
Thanksgiving. Safe travels to Seattle. And, we will talk to you soon.
Looking forward to it, my guy.
I get Larry Kruger tomorrow will be in as I complete my triad of co-hosts.
Yeah.
As we head toward...
I know you like variety, and I'll have Warriors Live after you guys are done tomorrow.
Good.
Warriors and Suns are coming up as well.
Perfect.
All right.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Best of the game, an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day, hosted by Mark Grandy, Brian Baldinger from the morning, Peter King, who joined JD and I. They will be featured by the Grandy Man. For Lucas and Mark Grandy, for my main man, John Dickinson, and for Mark Willard in absentia, I'm Dan Dibley. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you all tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game.
The holiday season